Ghouls, the weakest race in the monster forest. Their daily routine? Scavenging for scraps and getting slapped around by literally anything stronger. But then, something shifted. These weaklings suddenly turned into apex predators, hunting down every other race. They became the top of the food chain. And the crazy part? The reason behind it all was a human. Meet Hanso, a rising star in Korea's professional bodybuilding scene. During a competition, he went for a massive 10-ton lift to wow the crowd. Big mistake. One epic fail later, he found himself transported to a whole new world. He opens his eyes and finds himself surrounded by a flock of goofy-looking chickens. His first thought? He must have eaten so much chicken breast that he ended up in some kind of poultry-themed hell. But these things were barely a warm-up. He smacks them around easily, and that's when he notices it. He can see their stats, just like in a video game. Turns out, despite their dumb faces, these chickens are packed with high-quality protein. And our boy is starving, so yeah, he cooked and ate the entire flock. It's only after the meal he realizes the truth. He's been reincarnated into a skinny twig-like body. All those years of grinding, all that whey protein, gone. Absolutely devastating. But here's the thing. Miraculously, he kept his original strength. How does he know? He just casually ripped a massive tree out of the ground with his bare hands. He starts using it as a makeshift barbell to get his gains back. 3 months later, Hanso is looking swole again, but still nothing compared to his prime. Spotting some fat, juicy-looking chickens, he decides it's time for another protein fix. But just then, something appears right behind him. He turns around to see what it is, and gets the shock of his life. It's a giga chicken. Turns out, he ate her babies, and now, Mama's here for revenge. Hanso immediately knows he's outmatched. He bolts. One hit from that thing, and he would be total paste. But even while running for his life, he can't help but feel a little jealous. I mean, look at the chest on that chicken, it's absolutely shredded. Gym bros would kill for pecs like that. So begins an epic chase through the forest. As Hanso flees, 2 more goofy chickens pop out of a bush and straight up laugh at him. Yep, that's karma for eating their buddies the other day. Hanso is fuming, but with that monster chicken on his tail, there's nothing he can do. In the heat of the moment, Hanso suddenly unlocks a new skill, Eagle Eye. He can now see the giant chicken's name is Cocatris, and it weighs a whopping 1.2 tons. And get this, eating its chest grants a rare skill, muscle recovery. That's it. Decision made. Hanso stops running. It's time to fight. This dude literally values his gains more than his own life. It's wild. Most people think you build muscle just by training, but that's not the whole story. You actually tear your muscle fibers during a workout, which temporarily weakens them. It's only when you get enough nutrients and rest that those damaged fibers repair themselves, growing back bigger and stronger. That process is called muscle recovery. And Hanso realizes that if he gets that skill, he can get his old god-tier body back. During the fight, he accidentally activates another skill. Let's call it Whirlwind Fist. With a single punch, the giant chicken's head just explodes. A clean, one-shot kill. More protein for the gains. But then, a system alert pops up. Muscle endurance depleted. Forced muscle contraction activated for recovery. That night, Hanso feasts on some delicious roasted chicken. Man, if only he had a little salt, it would have been perfect. But what Hanso doesn't know is that from the nearby woods, hungry eyes are watching him, drooling at the sight of his meal. Turns out, it's just 3 locals. They haven't smelled cooked meat in so long they're practically losing their minds over it. They recognize Hanso as the guy who took down the Cocatris, the terror of the entire forest. At first, they're too scared to approach him, thinking he's some dangerous monster himself. But desperation wins out. The 3 of them just sit down nearby, hoping for a handout. Forget pride, they're starving. Hanso asks who they are, and they introduce themselves as ghouls from the Alamai region. He activates his Eagle Eye skill just to be sure. And yep, they're telling the truth. Hanso's intrigued. This is the first time he's ever met a creature like a ghoul. One of the ghouls says they're looking for the person who defeated the Cocatris, and asks if Hanso has seen him. Hanso just admits it was him, even apologizing in case the giant chicken was someone's pet. Hearing this, the 3 ghouls are absolutely ecstatic. They start explaining that with the most powerful monster dead, a massive territory war has broken out. The Cocatris wasn't smart, but it was super aggressive about its turf. Their goal was to ask for Hanso's help to protect the ghoul tribe, but he turns them down flat. Sorry, but he has a strict training schedule to keep. The 3 ghouls are crushed, and they prepare to leave empty-handed. But seeing them go, Hanso tells them to take some of the chicken meat. After all, there's no way he can eat the whole thing himself. The ghouls thank him for his generosity, It's been so long since they've had real meat, they're overjoyed. But as one of the ghouls bends down to pick up a huge slab of meat, Hanso's interpersonal trainer goes on high alert. He immediately stops him. He starts explaining that if you lift a heavy object with bad form like that, you're just asking for a serious, potentially permanent back injury. The ghoul just stares at him, completely clueless. You guys. You don't know what a deadlift is, do you? Their response? A what lift? Never heard of it. Hanso sighs. No wonder you guys are built like twigs. He suddenly remembers something his old elementary school PE teacher once told him. Hanso, you only truly master something when you can teach it to someone else. If your muscles ever hit a plateau, try teaching. It will help you grow. The old teacher's words suddenly make perfect sense. So, Hanso decides to help them carry the meat back to their village. There, he's greeted personally by the Ghoul King. The Ghoul King thanks Hanso for the food, but as they talk, Hanso can only focus on the king's bizarre physique. Skinny arms and legs, but a huge potbelly made of pure fat. A classic case of being skinny fat from a totally sedentary lifestyle. Reminds him of his old office boss who just drank and ate greasy food all day. Anyway, Hanso cuts through the small talk and gets straight to the point. He asks the king why he was really summoned here. The Ghoul King's face turns serious. He reveals that, because of the cockatrice's death, his people are now in terrible danger. In the world of Ali Mai, the goblin tribe sits at the absolute bottom of the food chain. They've got no strength, no skills, forced to survive on rotten corpses. So when Hanso says he's clueless about all this, the Goblin King gets pissed. He instantly orders his men to seize the 3 goblins who led Hanso to their village. In moments, the 3 are tied up and dragged before the king. Do you even understand your crime? He snarls, then commands his underlings. Bring it out. Loyalty to the strong, that's the law of the jungle, an ancient rule. He explains, that's why I wanted to lure the one who beat the cockatrice, and make him loyal to me. But you dared to lie. Now, pay the price with your lives. Skill activated. Heavy mace, double power. Just as the Goblin King is about to crush the 3, Hanso blocks the massive mace with his bare hand, wasting people's time and bullying the weak. Is this the culture of your village? The king is stunned. I activated my skill. Maybe I'm not using my power, right? How could a weak human block my attack? The Goblin King decides it was a fluke and starts posturing, boasting he'll show Han. So a real skill. My ability is heavy mace. It can increase a weapon's weight from 2 to 10 times. With his current mana, the king can boost his mace's weight by 4 times. The mace weighs 32 pounds. Times 4, that's almost 130 pounds. Plus the king's swing force, the impact should be devastating. But Hanso just holds up his hand, and the mace shatters on its own, leaving the king in total shock. Hanso then easily restrains him with just 2 fingers, hitting a pressure point. The king is so terrified he doesn't dare move. While looking cool, Hanso flexes, crediting his strength to bodybuilding. But the goblins have never even heard of it. So Hanso proposes a deal. A deadlift competition to show the goblins what bodybuilding is all about. If Hanso loses, he'll become the Goblin King's subordinate. Hanso reminds him to maintain proper form to avoid back injury. And right then, the Goblin King flashes a sinister smile. Turns out, he has another skill called Heavy Blank, which can reduce an object's weight. Once activated, the barbell's weight drops to just 1/4 of the total. And just like that, the Goblin King successfully lifts what looks like 200 pounds, when in reality, it only weighs 50. Now it's Hanso's turn. He tells everyone to watch his form and posture closely. Before lifting, he warms up, stretching his muscles to prevent cramps during the workout. The deadlift, or the lift of death, is a full-body exercise, focusing mostly on the lower body. First, stand straight, feet shoulder-width apart. Second, puff out your chest and keep your back straight by putting the weight on it. Next, focusing your center of gravity on your feet, you slowly lift the bar up your body, finally raising the barbell to knee level. But here's the thing, the Goblin King has secretly been cheating, causing the bar to become way heavier than Hanso's 200 pounds. But no matter what dirty tricks the king pulls, Hanso isn't scared. He doesn't just lift the weight, he throws it into the air, stunning the entire village. Seeing this, the whole tribe, including the Goblin King, immediately kneels and begs him to be their new leader. From that day on, Hanso officially became the leader of the Goblin village. He learned a few things from the former king. This place is a completely different world from Earth, but there are legends of people who crossed over and found a way back home. This world is called Laiza, a place with a strong belief in survival of the fittest. Literally. The Goblin King's name is Gulo, so we'll call him that from now on. Gulo leads Han, so to the Goblin Warriors training ground. Training ground is a generous term. In reality, it's just an empty plot of land with absolutely nothing on it. Hanso orders everyone in the village to assemble at the training ground immediately. They don't get what their new leader is planning, but they obey, lining up in neat rows. Hanso declares that goblins are weak creatures, living off the scraps of other races. But that's all about to change. If they can build strong bodies, that ends now. For the next 3 months, he's going to train them into real warriors. If they complete his training, no other race will ever look down on them again. The first exercise in Hanso's 3-month boot camp? Push-ups. It's a simple exercise, but getting the form right isn't easy. It builds chest and arm strength. The goblins' mission for day 1, master the push-up. 3 hours later, they're all exhausted after doing about 700 push-ups under the hot sun. Meanwhile, Hanso has done over 20,000, with a massive boulder on his back. Feeling like it's not enough, he even tells Gulo to make the rock heavier. The goblins watching are sweating buckets, wondering what the hell their leader eats to be such a beast. By now, the villagers are completely drained, some even whispering they'd rather have Gulo back as leader than endure this kind of torturous training. Hanso overhears their chatter, and he is furious. It's because of that pathetic attitude that you're called the weakest. Are you really content with that title? This is the wilderness, where only the strong survive. Are you going to live as cowards, running while your friends and family are slaughtered? If you're just that kind of trash, then get out. I refuse to train you. But for those who stay and keep doing push-ups, I will grant you the power to protect what's important. After Hanso's speech, the goblins finally understand the importance of this training. Every single one of them decides to stay and continue. No one leaves. No matter how exhausted they are, they push themselves to finish the first day. More sweat on the training ground means less blood on the battlefield. Hanso has inspired them all to become stronger. What makes a great trainer? It's not the one who knows the most about muscles, nor is it the one who has reached the body's physical limits. The best trainer is someone who can ignite the determination and fighting spirit in others. In that very moment, Hanso's eagle eye skill leveled up to level 2. Time flew by, and in a blink, 3 months had passed. A group of strangers appears on the path leading to the goblin village. They're from the Lizardmen tribe. Today, the Lizardmen have decided to conquer the goblin village and turn it into a colony. But they have no idea their every move has already been spotted by Han. So, it was go time. He ordered the ghoul warriors into position. This was their first real battle after 3 long months of training. And right on cue, the Lizardmen marched straight into the canyon. Suddenly, from high above, countless boulders rained down, catching them completely off guard. In an instant, several of the lizards were crushed, unable to get back up. They finally realized it. A ghoul ambush. But these weren't the weaklings they remembered. No, every single one of them was now rippling with muscle. The lizard leader had to think fast. He needed a new plan, or this battle would be over before it even started. The chieftain sensed Ghoul's powerful aura, figuring he was the big boss. So he decided to challenge Ghoul to a one-on-one duel, hoping to turn the tables. Hey, you Ghoul, come on out. Stop hiding behind your lackeys like a coward. Face me yourself. Ghoul's men turned to him. Sir Hanso, how will you respond to his challenge? Hanso couldn't help but remember the pet crocodile he once owned. It had an insane bite force, we're talking 2 tons. But even that croc couldn't break through his trained muscles. It tried, and shattered its entire jaw. You've been my pet for a while now. And that's how he remembered the perfect trick for handling reptiles. Hanso immediately leaped down, pinning the lizard chieftain flat on his back. First step, you gotta flip these lizard types over and expose their bellies. Next up, stare them right in the eyes. When dealing with animals, you have to show them you're the dominant one. And sure enough, faced with Hanso's terrifying gaze, the lizard quickly surrendered. He wasn't sure if this crazy human was going to bite him or not. The result? An overwhelming victory for the ghouls. Not too far from Alimai lies the Duchy of Wirot. It's an honor for a small nation like ours to host such extraordinary talents like all of you. I am assigning you a mission to investigate the disappearance of the cockatrice. We accept the mission, sir. Lord Wirot. General, are you sure about this? Entrusting such a critical mission to these young warriors? Haha, don't you worry, my lord. They may be young, but they're all rare geniuses. Labor uses a flashy sword style, basically toying with his opponents. He's a true swordmaster. Henda, on the other hand, wields a massive greatsword. Its power can send any enemy's weapon flying. If those two fight together, nothing short of a dragon could stop them. So I'm guessing the simple-looking warrior behind them must also be exceptional, right? Ah, him. It's hard to say. I'm not really clear on his abilities. Labor and Henda requested he come along. The three have been friends since childhood, and well, the two geniuses have a soft spot for him. With that, the trio headed into the forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance. But hidden in the trees, a goblin was drawing its bow, aiming right for them. But Labor was faster. He skewered it with a single thrust. Just then, the other two were surrounded by more goblins. Henda didn't even flinch, immediately raising her greatsword. Being a heavy weapon with massive destructive power, every swing left a pile of goblins on the ground. As for the third guy, he barely had to lift a finger before his two best friends had wiped out the entire goblin squad. Block felt a pang of jealousy watching his friends. All three of them were taught by the same master, but he was the only one who remained weak. He figured this must be the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Back at the ghoul village, the lizardmen were now enrolled in Hanso's express muscle building course. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Don't mention it. If you want to keep training, just drop by anytime. The ghouls even told the lizardmen they needed to drink blood to get big as fast as they did. In the end, the lizard clan left, completely baffled. How could a naturally weak species like ghouls get so jacked? It was just unreal. Even I was shocked when I first saw their new physiques. When you train, your muscles get sore and then grow back stronger. However, if fatigue builds up in your central nervous system, your training performance drops and you risk injury. To prevent this, resting to reduce fatigue is crucial. It's called deloading. By their 9th week of training, the ghouls were feeling the burn, so Hanso gave the whole village a day off. And what do you know? The next morning, the ghouls' bodies had gone through a massive growth spurt. Not just muscle, but their height had increased, too. Hanso used his eagle eye skill to assess them, and found their body fat was incredibly low, only 8%. Even he was shocked by their progress, especially with no gym equipment and no whey protein around. After the lizardmen left, Hanso told the village to get ready for dinner. One of the younger ghouls asked if they could hunt on their own for once. It wasn't about skipping a workout or anything. It's just that they'd never had the chance to face their prey head-on, since Hanso always did the hunting. Ghoul wondered if a beefed-up ghoul bodybuilder could actually beat Hanso now. Our guy just scoffed. Not a chance. When it comes to pure lifting, I'll take on the whole village. After that, everyone packed up and set out for the hunt. But even while traveling, Hanso had them doing leg exercises. At one point, a ghoul twisted around a little too quickly during a drill and ended up injuring his ankle. Hanso saw it and immediately had everyone stop so he could check the injury. That night, Block was out in the woods, training with his sword alone. He wanted to get stronger so he wouldn't have to hide behind his friends like he did that morning. So while everyone else was asleep, he was grinding. Labor suddenly appeared, telling Block to put more force into his thumb for a faster, stronger strike. Turns out, the sound of his training woke his friends up. Henda reminded him it was late. If he didn't get some sleep, he'd be exhausted tomorrow. Just then, bursting from the forest, a group of lizardmen came charging toward them. But they weren't attacking. No. It looked like they were running for their lives from something terrifying behind them. Right behind them was a flock of crazed chickens, also running in absolute terror. Turns out, Hanso and the ghoul village were chasing all of them for a protein run. And just like that, a new ecosystem formed in the forest, with Hanso at the very top of the food chain. Backtracking to that afternoon, the group was hiding in the bushes, watching their prey. They were fat, juicy chickens, delicious and packed with nutrients, perfect for building muscle fast. Still, the ghouls were a little scared to face the crazy birds. Just then, one of the chickens was chasing its own prey but got stuck between two trees. Suddenly, it let out a massive crow. Its whole body suddenly swelled up. In a flash, it snapped 2 tree trunks with absolute ease. Turns out, when a chicken gets hungry enough, it becomes seriously dangerous. No wonder the ghouls were too scared to hunt these things. But after seeing that insane power, one young ghoul decided to test his own strength on a couple of trees. He just couldn't believe that after months of training he was weaker than a chicken. But no matter how hard he pushed, those trees didn't even budge an inch. "I'll wait a minute and try again," he huffed. Hanso just shook his head. "Take 3 minutes, don't force it. Pay attention to your heel movement." Following Hanso's advice, the ghoul corrected his form perfectly. But it seems the roots ran too deep, he still didn't have enough power to uproot it. That's when Hanso's attention drifted back to the chickens, and watching them, he finally realized the key difference between them and the ghouls. "Their muscle improvement has been so steady, I didn't notice this," one of the ghouls asked. "Master Hanso, is something wrong?" "I'm sorry. Is it our fault we can't do as well as them? Is our form wrong?" "No, it's not that," Hanso explained. "It's just that your muscles have gotten used to my routine. Starting now, The ghoul village training regimen is getting a complete overhaul. Hanso gathered everyone and introduced a new piece of equipment and a new workout. This thing behind me is a cable crossover. It was specially built to break your established routine. From now on, you'll use this to train your inner chest muscles. Master this, and you'll be able to crush those chickens easily. That's our leader for you. He always knows the answer. The new exercise? Cable crossovers. A move specifically used to stimulate massive chest muscle growth. It was designed to push their muscles to a whole new level. But here's the thing, this exercise is only effective if performed perfectly. And for a beginner, it's one of the most difficult exercises to get right. First, a slight bend in the upper body and a slight bend in the knees. Second, stand with your arms spread wide, keeping your body perfectly centered and stable through the entire movement. Third, position your body in the middle of the machine and pull the cables with controlled force. Think of a bird flapping its wings, then cross them over. And fourth, different hand positions target different muscle groups in the chest. Make sure you don't shake, keep a firm grip, and don't rely on the cable's momentum. Fired up by their leader's new lesson, the ghouls immediately got to work. And when they finally faced the psycho chickens again, their chest muscles had developed way more than before. But guess what? Seeing this, the chickens started to level up too, suddenly growing even bigger than they were before. The ghouls, however, were fearless. Their faith in the new training gave them strength, and they charged forward. The two sides decided to throw down, right there in the middle of the forest. Hanso watched from the sidelines, using his eagle eye skill to analyze the situation. He realized the chickens had evolved, they were now cockatrices. With 132 pounds of protein and only 12% body fat, the ghouls were totally outmatched. If he wanted to stop the chickens from evolving, he had to stop their chest muscles from developing any further. Back in the ghoul village, one person remained, Gulo, who was assigned guard duty. Guarding an empty house might sound boring, right? But Gulo didn't see it that way. In fact, he was feeling joyful and free. Hanso is a good person, he thought, but our tastes are completely different, and that's why I prepared this. Today's menu? Crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients included cleaned chicken skin, flour, chili powder, oil, and salt. The first step was to slice the washed chicken skin into even pieces with a knife. Frying it right away would make it taste gamey, so seasoning was needed to get rid of the smell. Next, he added chili powder to the flour and mixed it well, creating a kind of magical mixture. Finally, he sprinkled that mixture over the chicken skin before frying it in a sizzling hot pan of oil. And there it was, Gulo's golden, crispy, and chewy fried chicken skin was complete. But back to the battle in the forest. The ghouls were being completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They had trained their inner chest muscles exactly as Hanso had taught them, but they still couldn't win. Hanso explained it simply. They had only been training for a few months. Meanwhile, the psycho chickens had been developing their chests to hunt since they were born. Achieving that kind of chest perfection, he said, is no easy feat. But that doesn't mean there's no way for you to win. You have to remember how you got this far in the first place. You must train your foundation first before you can unleash your full power. The true source of muscle strength comes from your roots. You all are finally realizing it. You might lose using only your chest, but what happens if you combine it with the power of your legs? Show me your effort and your spirit. Fired up by his words, the ghouls charged the chicken flock like absolute beasts, only to get swatted away again in a single blow. It turns out that carrying all that heavy equipment on the way here had completely exhausted their leg muscles, making them useless. By the time Hanso realized this, it was already too late. After their victory, the chickens looked down on everyone with pure contempt. They were on another level. That's when Hanso decided it was time to show them who really stood at the top of this forest's food chain. The chickens saw someone was still daring to challenge them and angrily rushed toward him. Faced with this situation, Hanso remained incredibly calm. He simply held a hand out in front of him. As the psycho chickens charged, their vision suddenly slowed to a crawl. From the moment they were just tiny, newly hatched eggs, to growing a little older and being taught how to hunt by their parents, to competing with their own kind as adults. That entire process had helped their chest muscles develop into something incredibly powerful. But today, their opponent was Hanso. The result? He put every last one of them in the cooking pot. Not a single one escaped. Eat up and get your protein, he told the ghouls. Tomorrow, you'll have to catch one by yourselves. Yes, leader. As they ate, he added, anyone holding a chicken leg has to do 300 push-ups. The next day, following Hanso's orders, the ghouls went to hunt again. He told them to be careful, because if they got injured, they couldn't train. Hanso wouldn't be joining them. He was busy with his own chest workout. And without their leader to command the battle, the ghouls had to come up with their own plan of action. According to their calculations, Hanso alone had caught 27 psycho chickens yesterday. So today, everyone's goal was to catch at least 50. They decided to split into 3 teams. If any group ran into danger, they would signal the other 2 to come help. And so, the second great hunt of the ghoul village officially began. At that moment, 3 human adventurers found the skeleton of the cockatrice Hanso had cooked. The skull's missing, one of them pointed out. It looks like it was destroyed by high-level magic, another said. Anyone who can kill a cockatrice in a single blow must be as powerful as a great sage. Are we seriously taking this mission? Relax. Yeah, you're the weakest one here, but we've got your back. You won't get a scratch. As the 3 humans were talking, the ground suddenly started to shake. Turns out, a squad of goblins was herding chickens nearby. And in a flash, the goblins spotted the 3 of them, and the humans were just as shocked, staring back at a bunch of weirdly ripped, 6-pack monsters. Hold it! Humans are a vicious and bloodthirsty species. We have no idea how they'll react. One wrong move could put all of us in danger. What are those goblins even doing? Is that some kind of pre-battle pose? Go get squad 1 and 2. We need to hit them with overwhelming numbers. The goblins had actually figured out how to use their pecs to send Morse code. But this flexing just pissed off the chickens, accidentally triggering their evolution. The goofy chickens leveled up into monstrous cockatrices, and suddenly, they didn't look so dumb anymore. In a blind rage, the entire flock charged straight for the goblins. Squad 3 thought to themselves, yep, we're totally screwed. But just in the nick of time, the captains of Squad 1 and 2 arrived. Reinforcements were here. The goblins weren't afraid of a few cockatrices anymore. Now, they could finally unleash the secret technique they learned from Hanso. Pushing weights with proper form, you did great. When you can't get it right, you need a spotter. But what if you want to safely feel your true strength? The answer is Hanso's secret bodybuilding technique. 4 ghouls, working together as a single unit. This way, the attack from the guy in front carries the full power of the 3 behind him. Using this battle formation, the 4 goblins absolutely demolished the flock of chickens. But there was 1 goblin left over, about to get picked off by a lone cockatrice. The 3 humans, moved by the goblins' incredible teamwork, decided to jump in and help. Just as the new allies finished off the chickens, a new threat emerged. A massive, super-sized chicken. Its eyes glared down at them, filled with pure fury. This giant cockatrice reminded them of a dragon named Long Yi, a dragon infamous for his greed and his cruelty. He was terrified that other dragons might one day surpass him, so he took extreme measures and decided to scatter his own power. And that's exactly how the cockatrice, a species closely related to dragons, was born. This thing might not be a dragon, but to them, it was still a terrifyingly dangerous monster. Meanwhile, Hanso was still busy with his chest day, totally unaware of the chaos in the forest. Even though his muscle growth was pretty low compared to his past life, he still had plenty of time to adapt to this new world. 3 months had passed. When they started, they were all as skinny as anchovies. I had to teach them every single step, like a baby learning to walk. They almost gave up, but that was just a fleeting thought. In the end, they pushed, with everything they had, and not one of them quit. That's why they kept getting stronger. And now, they're looking pretty solid. Chief, we have a major problem. The chickens are evolving way too fast and everyone is in danger. If this keeps up, the whole squad is going to get wiped out. Shut up and show me the way. Warning. Energy output exceeds muscular tolerance. Danger is imminent. Do you wish to cancel this skill? How dare you touch my boys? Skill activation confirmed. Hanso slammed his foot down, shattering the ground around him as he prepared to launch. Then, he shot into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Over on the battlefield, Lur and Henda were fighting the giant chicken. One acted as a decoy to draw its attention, while the other aimed for its weak spots. It was a solid strategy, and they landed a few hits in critical areas, but the monster was way stronger than they could have imagined. A single flap of its wings sent Lur flying into the sky. He was badly injured, but still managed to give a thumbs up to let his team know he was alive. Seeing that, the Goblin Squad had no choice but to use their secret battle formation, the ultimate bodybuilder technique, the Goblin Tower. But the chicken's assault was relentless, and it wasn't long before their formation shattered. Just as the goblins were about to die, something dropped from the sky and obliterated the chicken. The dust settled quickly. The newcomer was none other than Gulo. As for Hanso, well, he kinda overshot his jump and landed in completely the wrong spot. Just then, a whole horde of giant chickens appeared, surrounding Gulo. But he wasn't scared. He just taunted them. Is that really all you've got? That goblin. He must be the Goblin King. That long-range attack was pretty impressive. What are you all staring at? You think I came here unprepared? Could it be? The Goblin King already had a plan? I've got their attention. Now's your chance to wipe them all out. Sir Hanso, show yourself. Chief, why aren't you appearing? Where are you, Chief? The Goblin King's bluff had been called. This was bad. See, unlike the other goblins, Gulo never participated in the bodybuilding sessions, and yet, his status in the village never changed. So how did he hold on to his rank, even as all the other goblins got insanely strong? It's because Hanso gave him a critical mission, managing the weight levels for everyone's training. Gulo had no choice, but to constantly use his weight-increasing skill. His heavy blank skill had already hit its max level, and it just kept getting stronger without him even noticing. Before, Gulo took down a giant chicken with a single boulder. But now, they'd called in backup, and even he was starting to get a little nervous. The other goblins started cheering Gulo on. If he could beat that thing in one shot, he'd be as strong as Hanso. No way anyone can one-shot a monster that huge. Maybe. I really am a genius. After all, I've been different from the others since the day I was born. Bring it on, you pathetic chickens. This great Goblin King will defeat every last one of you. But right after that big speech, Gulo got smacked by a chicken and sent flying. Okay, now we're really screwed. Henda, Lur, I'm sorry I never got your jokes. At least I have my friends with me in my final moments. I won't die alone. We'll fight to our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, Chief, for teaching us. The training was hell, but we finally felt the joy of becoming strong. If we get a next life, please, be our master again. Elsewhere, Hanso finally found the crater where Gulo had landed. The goblins are in danger. Chief, please, you have to save them. Activating skill, Calm Mind. Emotion detected overriding Calm Mind. Calm Mind skill has been cancelled. What's going on? Where are all the chickens running? Turns out, the flock sensed the overwhelming threat from Hanso, and they were all rushing to surround him. All right, you can stop. I'm being as calm as I possibly can. A superior emotion has been detected, overriding the Calm skill. The user is now under review. Calm skill will be disabled for 1 day. This vibration in my chest. It's definitely Sir Hanso. Who is this Hanso you guys keep talking about? He's our master. And our leader. His muscle sensitivity is on a whole different level from ours. Is that it? Words can't really do him justice. You'll understand once you meet him. Why not just cut to the chase and explain it simply? Sir Han, so is our new Demon King. Yeah, I still have no freaking clue what these guys are talking about. At that moment, Hanso was facing off against a flock of giant chickens all by himself. He unleashed a single-hand barbell smash that sent one flying straight into the sky. Seeing this, 2 others immediately leaped high into the air, aiming to stomp him into the ground. Even as he was driven deep into the earth, he showed no fear, using a powerlifting technique to hurl them away. While launching himself out of the crater, Hanso took down another chicken. My ancestors taught me that your kind can grow muscle from the vibrations in your chest, and that's exactly why I brought you all here. This is the place. I can develop my own muscles with just my own chest. But what about you? Can you guys do it? Hanso slammed his hands on the ground, and the shadow of an infinitely heavy dumbbell appeared behind him. His muscles suddenly expanded. It was like he'd become a giant. He then executed his ultimate God Squat Palm technique, slapping those birds around like they were nothing. The group arrived just in time to see Han, so absolutely demolishing the giant chickens. So this was the Demon King the ghouls were talking about. Fighting like that? Is he even human? I've been using my legs too much. I can't waste any more time. I don't know how much longer I can maintain this form, but if I give up now, Sir Hanso, at this rate, I'll die from exhaustion. But it's better that I die alone than the entire village. If I quit here, I'll never be able to face the former Demon King, Gulo, who volunteered to help me train. I have to end this. In one single move. Barbell suppression, max weight, activating super skill, muscle recovery. 15% of muscle mass has been restored. Warning, limb muscles are extremely weak. Risk of muscle damage detected. Recommending relaxation of upper body muscles. Sir Hanso, we'll all lend you a hand. With their combined strength, the group managed to take down the rest of the chickens. Alright, that's enough training for today. Gulo, I'm gonna miss you, man. Before Sir Hanso arrived, he was always so grumpy. But now that he's met Han, so, he's suddenly a good guy. So, who's gonna help me up? Hey, don't just turn your backs on me, you ungrateful punks. Get back here and face me. You worked hard today, Sir Hanso. The unexpected appearance of Gulo left everyone frozen for a solid 5 seconds. What's up? I wasn't feeling too good, so I took a nap before coming over. Gulo, you're still alive? What is this? Don't all rush at me at once, you guys. Stop it, or I'll really give you all a beating. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, let's protect and take care of everyone together. He single-handedly wiped out all the cockatrices. He's also the one who killed the cockatrice leader, isn't he? Yes, I'm quite certain of it, Lord Wirot. That Demon King isn't much of a concern, but that kid, he's definitely dangerous. We still don't know when they'll show their true colors. I'll have to think carefully about how to handle him. Speaking of which, where's Block? Didn't he return with you all? Hey, can I ask what you're doing? Hey, you little brat. Are you trying to hurt him? Whoa, look at this. Pretty impressive physique. Not gonna lie. Stop treating Block like he's some kind of object. Do you want to become stronger than you are right now? That's not important, look behind you. So, do you want to or not? I'm sure you've wanted to try at some point, right? If you're serious, then stay here and train with me. We had no choice but to let him take Block just like that. Boss, please, you have to rescue Block from those damn monsters. We still don't know what kind of training they're doing. It could be some form of dark magic. I'm sorry someone was taken like that, but we can't risk anything when we know nothing about them. Besides, your boss isn't the type to take risks like that. No, today, we're teaching them a lesson. You two, get ready for battle. Why are you so fired up all of a sudden? This doesn't seem like you at all. Now, hurry up and move it. That old geezer dared to touch one of my students. We have to save Block from those ghouls. At the ghoul village. We have a newcomer today. To get started, let's begin with some squats. What's a squat? I'll teach you. Come here. Squatting is the best exercise to tone your body, and it's also used to build muscle mass. What's wrong? Block, why are you about to sit all the way down? Okay, you can stop. Honestly, what you're doing just looks like you're standing up and sitting down. You need to focus the force on your thighs instead. Doing it that way will keep you from injuring yourself. Block, spread your feet shoulder-width apart. Like this? Point your knees forward and move up and down as if you're about to sit. You can do whatever you want with your hands. Be decisive. Put the force into your thighs and hips. That's called a squat. Not bad for your first time. Have you ever trained anywhere before? I've studied swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting again. Remember to be explosive. Can you raise your hands? Let me place this barbell in your hands. Get into position. Now squat. Alright, good work. Everyone give Block a round of applause. This guy. He's squatting with a barbell and can still maintain perfect form? Just as I thought. My instincts were spot on. Now that's what I call physical training. Block, you followed me because you wanted to get stronger, right? Yes. I want to be as strong as my friends. I'm just afraid you won't be able to do it. To be honest, I know a person like me can never compare to a natural-born talent, no matter how hard I try. But still, thank you so much, Sir Hanso. With your guidance, I think I can at least learn to handle things on my own. What did you just say? You'll become strong in a different way, strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have incredible potential. This is the first time anyone has ever acknowledged my talent. All right. Stop crying, you're gonna lose all your gains. With his demands met, his Hawkeye skill leveled up from 2 to 3. Sir Han, so, why in the world did you bring a baby chicken? We can hunt the chickens, but we can't just go wiping them out, or there'll be none left for later. We have to stop them before they go extinct. Hanso says these chicks grow super fast, so raising them shouldn't be a problem. Not many monsters in Amai could wipe them all out anyway. And right now, we're stronger than those little things. But if they evolve, nobody can stop them, except for Hanso. You can't beat them? You really can't? Well, that's not exactly true. We can. I knew it. Right? Why would you underestimate your own kind? For a second there, I was almost disappointed. Alright everyone, use your glutes, your quads, the major muscle groups to hold that weight. Heavy blank. 1 out of 10. You ready for this? I'm ready. Let's do it. Alright then, I'm activating the skill now. Heavy blank times 2. Come on, you got this. As everyone was training, a stranger suddenly invaded the ghoul village. Are you the monster who kidnapped my student? I think there's been a misunderstanding here. I don't know who you are, and I'm not the chief here anymore. Your answer is a simple yes or no. We've done nothing but train. What do you mean by that? Whoa. He blocked my sword with his bare hands? Wait, did she just injure my muscle? This old woman, she's dangerous. Hey you two, is this the guy who kidnapped Block? Yes, that's him. Block. Our master is here to save you. Block, where are you? Answer us. Look, Sorry to interrupt your kid's training session, but kidnapping someone else's student isn't cool, you know? What's this, Block? You got yourself a new trainer? This wouldn't have happened if you'd just told me beforehand. But bodybuilding is more fun than sword fighting, right? Come on, be honest. Why are you hesitating? I'm sorry, Master. I like bodybuilding more than swordsmanship. After you came all this way. I'm sorry, Master. I have a new teacher now. Is that so? Well then, I guess I have no other choice. I'll just have to take you back by force. And with that, the strange woman unleashed her heavenly sword technique. Hanso quickly flexed his muscles, ready to block the incoming attack. Okay, now that just hurts my pride. I could only scratch you? Block. You want to train to get a body like this? Yes, I do, Master. Hanso is so cool. Then let's do it this way. This kid and I will fight for the right to be your master. The winner's martial art will reign supreme. You might not know this, but bodybuilding isn't a martial art. It's about training and improving your own body. I heard you killed a cockatrice with this. Bodybuilding. That was just for a protein supplement. Everything I do is for survival. So bodybuilding is useless in a fight? What? What did you just say? Why are you getting so angry? Did that hurt your pride? What's the point of training your body if you can't fight with it? In other words, it's just trash. I'll show you what this training is for. Chicken leg muscle compression mechanism, activated. I wonder who'll win in a fight between Hanso and that lady. Just look at the size difference between them. You can figure it out yourself. Body size doesn't mean anything. Our master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Skill activated. Eagle Eye, level 3. Species, human. Profession, swordmaster. With that low of a muscle ratio, how did she manage to injure me? A human shouldn't be able to damage muscles with just a sword. You alien. What kind of martial art are you even teaching? The swordsmanship I teach allows me to slice my enemies to pieces with sword ki. Let this senior teach you a thing or two. You know why I call you an alien, even though you look human? It's because your mana is red. The redder your mana, the purer your demonic bloodline, and that technique you're using. No human can change their form during a fight. You can change your form if you just have enough determination. Don't act like you know everything. That only happens for aliens like you. Humans can only use internal energy like this to make up for their weaknesses in battle. One sword divides, 10,000 swords pierce. Even if you try to spread your martial art here, it's useless. Do you understand now? Your martial art is worthless to humans. And you think you can defeat me with that shameful technique? So this is how you defeated your opponents? The ones you faced before? Were they stronger than me? Why should I care about that? If they're my opponent, no one survives. We bodybuilders always strive to surpass those who are stronger than us. And now I'm going to show you just that. Block, can I say something? I'm sorry, we thought we might not see you again, so we went to our master. We know you'll probably hate us for doing this, but for some reason. What are you guys talking about? Why would I hate you? Well, you left because we forced you. What? I came here because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was planning to go back later. Hanso even said it was okay. Block, what kind of martial art are you learning? We want to know too. I just got here, so I'm not sure myself. Demon Lord, sir, could you guide us? Sure thing. Follow me. Do you remember when we first started learning the sword? What did our master say was the most important thing? Our lower body foundation. Exactly. And for the exercise we're about to do, we'll be using our entire lower body. We're going to focus on the quads with the squat. Hanso said we have to learn the proper form first. But if we want to make it more interesting, wouldn't using weights right away be really dangerous? It's fine. I'll be their spotter. Elsewhere, Hanso was still exchanging blows with the trio's master, but it was strange. The two just kept pushing back and forth, like they were lifting weights. Why are you holding back your power? I'm not. I'm concentrating it. Technically, it's called the contraction and squeeze technique. Is that Lur and Henda I hear groaning over there? So, their buddy managed to drag them down the path of a gym bro too. What on earth? Are they training? Oh, that? They're doing squats. It's part of the routine. My apologies. Can I add your exercises to my own training program? Really? Why the sudden change of heart? I see an intense passion in it, I've discovered. A new kind of happiness in watching those sweat-drenched bodies. An alliance forged through training. As he saw the trio's master off, Hanso noticed something. Shaking your hand is no joke. How do you train like that? Haha, you curious? Fine, I'll tell you. The truth is, I don't. My job is literally swinging a sword all day. You think I need more practice? But I'm curious about something else. You're okay with teaching everyone advanced training methods for free? It's no problem. The more people training, the better. Why do you ask? Because this can be done anywhere. Plus, won't everyone be more efficient if they learn better training methods? We could take this continent-wide. I want to spread a culture of good health. You're funnier than I thought. I like you. I'll grant you a favor anytime you want. Later that evening, while everyone was eating, Block had something to say. Excuse me, Hanso. You might not know, but my city. It's an incredibly discriminatory place. And not just against abnormals. They discriminate against dark mages, too. Even the leaders play favorites. The younger generation, like me, we care less about that stuff. But I'm worried that you and your friends will get hurt. Hanso, mid-bite of chicken breast, realized this was actually a serious problem. So, we should just take our time and rethink this whole trip, right? But Hanso didn't answer Block's question. He was laser-focused on the horse's food bucket. The texture. It's so perfectly crunchy and sticky. No doubt about it, this is the main ingredient for oatmeal. Do only horses get to eat this clean and nutritious? Now this is a serious problem. Look at that kid. He's even eating livestock feed. And it doesn't even taste good. Monsters really have a poor diet, huh? A monster would be sad if they heard you say that. I've tried the military rations you guys normally eat. Honestly, a little bland. But, would you all like to try my food? Is this monster offering us a meal? I think it's delicious. It's got this perfect sweet and savory balance, with a little kick of spice. And that spice is added so cleverly. It's magical. I lost my sense of taste before, but now I can actually enjoy food again. I'll tell you the recipe when we get closer, so don't you dare look down on us, monsters. Understood, Sir Monster. You said your name was Rayona? We'll head out tomorrow morning. Remember this morning when you said you'd grant me a favor? Of course I remember. Good. I've decided what I want. I want you to help me with the grain supply. Isn't this livestock feed? You heard the others. I heard you were raising chickens? You gonna feed them the grain? Not them. Us. We're going to eat the grain. I mean, it's fine with me, but I'd feel bad making you eat animal feed. That's right, Sir Hanso. She seems to be a high-ranking human officer. Besides, we're not used to eating grain. What did you just say? Say that to my face one more time. They're not wrong, you know. If you want something bigger, just ask me. You could turn your tent into a log cabin. You could wear a warrior's uniform instead of those commoner clothes. And food? All you ever need is chicken breast. Sir Hanso loves his chicken. That's not it. Eating only protein is terrible for your body, especially your liver. But if we eat the right amount of carbs, glycogen produces a substance that helps us build muscle. In fact, oatmeal is a complex carbohydrate that slows down digestion. It's low-calorie and nutrient-rich. On Earth, it was called the king of all grains. So what better reward could there possibly be than oatmeal? Everyone just stared at him, completely speechless, wondering what the hell this guy was even talking about. But the ghouls? They were getting hyped. What is it? Let us see. I bet it's the secret he used to stand up to Lady Rayona. Don't you think? We can't lose to a bunch of monsters. We'll eat it too. Even Block started eating. Let's give it a try. But after one bite, the whole crew started gagging. Damn it, this tastes horrible. Block, spit it out. It's not good. Even the muscleheads are spitting it out. But it tastes great and has a good chew. You guys don't think so? He even has a talent for eating. He's gonna get strong really fast. Look how excited he is. I have no idea what you're talking about, but you seem to know your stuff. I'll get the production process started to meet your request. Seriously, Rayona? You're the best. At least we're not losing out on anything. General Rayona returned and opened the city gates. Sir Hanso, you remember what I said, right? This is a nation of eccentrics. The strongest nation on the continent. And a nation of discrimination. The judgmental stares from the people here made the ghouls feel completely out of place. What's wrong? Stand up straight. They're just looking because you guys have great physiques. Is that really it, Chief? I'm pretty sure that's not it. And so, under the judging eyes of everyone, the group started walking confidently while flexing their muscles. Why am I starting to like these monsters? Meanwhile, at Wat Castle. So, you taught my soldiers how to train? And you fed them livestock feed? It's not livestock feed, it's oatmeal. Like porridge. What an insolent punk. My general was the one who suggested bringing these special monsters to the castle. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have let you take a single step inside. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Just don't cause any trouble. Teach my soldiers how to train, then leave quietly. If you're done with your work and want to learn, I can be your personal trainer. I don't need one. Just do your job. How shameless. The generals are so popular. I was worried about how to change the public's attitude. This is a good opportunity. Someone, bring the mercenary Tutula here. General, Your guest is about to bare his fangs at you, at the soldier training grounds. All right, everyone, stop. Today, we have a special exercise. The person standing next to me is the special instructor General Rayona brought to the castle. Ghoul Master, do Hanso. A Ghoul Master? So he's a monster? Why is a monster our new instructor? I know you don't like the new instructor, but if you don't follow his orders, you're going against military law. Hello everyone, I'm Du Hanso, the special instructor who will be guiding your training today. I don't like the way you're all looking at me, so everybody on the ground. Now, why are you looking at me? Do what Sir Hanso says. Get down and suck in your guts, you bastards. Are you not going to listen? What are you all doing? Hurry up, this scene is ridiculous. Hey everyone, are you really going to listen to that monster? Cadet, if you call Instructor Hanso a monster, you're disrespecting the general. You really believe that? Mr. Instructor, you think an order from that thing is the same as an order from the general? Everyone, get up. Are you really going to obey a monster? Have some damn human dignity. An order from a superior is absolute. Is there a problem? Oh, there are plenty of problems. First off, we're human. We don't take orders from monsters like you. Second, whatever you call this training, we have no reason to practice anything besides swordsmanship. And the final problem? We refuse to learn the uncivilized training methods of monsters. Hold on, Mr. Hanso. I think I can handle this. Regarding your first point, the man standing over there can teach you in Hanso's place. That solves that problem, right? As for your second point, I have no idea if sword training is more useful. We've never compared. How about we test it out with a little one-on-one duel? And your final issue about being civilized. Well, let's see what you so-called civilized humans have got. Are you ready? We're ready. Man, these guys are just unbelievable. All right, I accept the challenge. Instructor, this is allowed, right? I'm on Team Human. Where's the other side? Hehehe, you foolish monsters. But I'm sorry, I'm no cadet. Let me show you the kind of terror the Count's personally hired Asura mercenaries can bring. The fight begins. This challenger rushes forward and is immediately knocked out cold by our ghoul warrior. Whoa, are you okay? Is he dead? I think I see him twitching. He's probably still alive. Don't go so hard on them. Are you trying to show off? I'm sorry, leader. Forget it, it wasn't on purpose. No need to apologize. Now, since you all lost, you will follow my orders. Yes, instructor. But nobody noticed the downed soldier was already awake and quietly activating his power. The moment the ghoul turned his back, the guy lunged for a sneak attack. But before his sword could even connect, Hanso slammed him into the wall with a single blow. The next day, Rayona came to the training grounds to check on everyone. Mr. Hanso, what happened? It's obvious. He used magic. I agree. I bet he used magic during the duel too. This is exactly why you can't trust monsters. Instructor, I don't quite understand the situation here. Please explain what's going on. Yes, General. A fight broke out because some of the men refused to follow your orders. And? Our soldiers lost. But some are claiming the monsters used magic. Mr. Hanso, did you really use magic in the fight? I wouldn't bother with something like that. You believe that monster over us? General, I was just passing by when I overheard some interesting things. Tell me what's happening here. General, are you on our side, or are you siding with these monsters? Of course, I'm on the side of the humans. Then who are you listening to right now? Did you come here to train? Get off your horse first. Mr. Hanso, I don't think he's here for training. I'm not? General, I am very unhappy. These guests you brought have caused problems for our people. A soldier was injured, and that is a very serious issue. How can a lord like myself ignore this? As the Lord of the Wirot Duchy, I hereby exile General Rayona for 2 years. But one look into Riona's murderous eyes, and the Lord immediately clammed up, completely terrified. Sir, that's impossible. Let us kill those monsters instead. Please, retract your order. Man, he nearly soiled his pants. Mr. Hanso, I'm sorry for bringing you here and failing to take proper care of you. Don't worry about it. It's not like we're welcomed everywhere we go. Sir, at the very least, can we let them stay for the 3 months we promised? I will keep my promise. Good. Preparations are complete. Everyone, be silent. How dare you talk back to your lord like that? You call yourselves soldiers of this nation after this display? But General, I said, be silent. You little brats. I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but it seems you know how to talk back to your superiors, too. I should step back and let these future seeds of our nation have a chance to grow. I wonder how this incident will change them. It's going to be fun when I return. What's with her? Why is she smiling like that? That evening, The man who started the trouble with Hanso secretly left the city with a bag of money. Just a little more of this, and I'll have enough money to quit these dirty jobs for good. This bell looks like a flower. Maybe I should open a flower shop? My dear wife and daughter, just wait a little longer. Daddy will be home soon. But he had no idea that the village where his family lived was already engulfed in flames. A beautiful welcome home. Princess, would you care for a dance? The next day, 2 ghouls were out in the slime forest. Didn't you just break your arm? My arm is perfectly fine now. Hey, what are you kids doing with all those slimes? It's Lord Block and General Riona. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after leaving with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question, Mr. Han. So said we needed these slimes. What for? Slimes can't even be used to make healing potions. Come with us. You should probably see this for yourself, Mr. Han. So, we're here. Block, you're here? And Riona too? I just wanted to stop by and see everyone before I left. I'm also curious about what you're planning to do next. Use your chest muscles to herd them into a corner. What in the world are you going to do with all these slimes? Watching my students on the training field, I realized that regular muscle building or weightlifting wouldn't be very effective for them. In this case, training them like athletes would be much more useful. But we don't have the right equipment, so I have to make it myself. You're making equipment? Out of slimes? Is it like the scarecrow you use for fast/training? No, this has nothing to do with sword skills. Bring me one of the slimes. First, once you have a slime, you do this. You take this core out, it'll regenerate in just a few days. So we can set it aside and do this. I'll make a hole in the middle of the slime now that the regeneration stone is gone. These slime monsters have incredible elasticity. Next, I'll use my hands to stretch it out like this before it shrinks back. And just like that, you have a training band. This is what the final shape looks like. Riona, I'm sure you don't know this, but you can do a ton of exercises with it. The elasticity depends on their color, so we'll set it up. And name them, letting them perform all sorts of different exercises. Sir Hansen, thank you. And I'm sorry. For what, exactly? I guess you didn't know, but I used to doubt you. I honestly thought you were just obsessed with training as an excuse to get close to humans. But you were completely sincere with us the entire time. I feel like a failed teacher for not being able to guide the Wirot territory toward a brighter future. That's why I put up with the Lord's unreasonable demands. But you're different. I believe you can actually change this country. Change? Let me see now. That is my specialty. Just maybe not the kind you're thinking of. So, it's like this, right? Nope, not that either. This is the change I was talking about. The monster trainer. Let's see what he plans on teaching first. We're not here because we lost a battle or something. So don't start with any weird moves like face planting on the ground. Sir Hansen, can I leave these kids in your hands? Of course. And just like that, the number of new members grows. But while things are changing around Hansen, our enemy, the immortal monsters, are on the move. The terrifying thing about these zombies, one bite, and you turn into a monster. 2. Be careful. Don't let your horses get bitten, and you better watch your own backs. Warriors, charge them for me. Beat 'em. No, wait a second. If we jump in now, we'll just drag innocent people into this. We need to wait just a little longer. Turns out, those zombies are just props. This is the Duchy of Gudo's training camp. Like I've said, everyone has a limited amount of stamina for the day. That's exactly why we focus on training the essential muscle groups. Do you all understand what Sir Hansen just said? Everyone, start stretching with bands to prepare for the bench press. Nope. Today, we're doing CrossFit instead. Sir, what in the world is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by a man named Greg Glassman. It's a method of continuous, non-stop exercise with high-performance, high-intensity movements. This means it's a full-body workout that hits multiple muscle groups, and it requires us to move with perfect, hexagonal form. When we form teams and set goals together, it builds a sense of teamwork and sparks some healthy competition. I've already made the group lists, so just ask Gulo. Now, everyone give it your all to complete the workout. But during the training, Hansen keeps hearing a strange sound. I've heard that sound a few times now. What's it for? Our Lord has been personally attacking the zombies after they started appearing more often in the villages near the castle. They're sending a signal, calling for reinforcements. It looks like the enemy is stronger than they expected. Hey, you guys. Your cores are collapsing. Lower the weight and focus on your form. Yep, just as I thought. He doesn't care at all. According to our scouts, we've confirmed the enemy base is at the end of this road. This time, we'll wipe them out and bring peace to our homeland. All troops, advance. My lord, I fear we've pushed too far into the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they can't possibly form. a strategy. All we need is brute force and enough men to destroy them. See? Our soldiers are advancing without a problem. All troops, don't slow down. Keep pushing forward. War is all about momentum. Don't stop until the enemy is wiped clean off the map. So, the one behind all this finally decides to show his face. And just like that, the enemy commander revealed himself. It was Ben, an old friend of Gudo's from many years ago. Gudo froze. Decades had passed. But Ben hadn't aged a single day. Turns out, during that time, Ben had been researching and experimenting on his own body. After injecting himself with vials of a strange blue liquid, he transformed into a gigantic monster. His strength and speed were pushed to their absolute limits. With just a few basic moves, Ben completely overwhelmed Gudo. He even mocked him, saying he was weak for focusing only on his swordsmanship. Ben claimed what he was doing was using research to elevate civilization to a whole new level. As he spoke, his experimental monsters were tearing through the soldiers. He declares with absolute confidence that this is proof his research is right. This world will always have great men who achieve great things, but that greatness isn't the standard for a normal person. Just as Ben moved to finish Gudo off, his subordinate Ivan leaped in, blocking the fatal blow. He screamed at his lord and the soldiers to retreat, vowing to hold off Ben and his horde. Seizing the chance, Gudo fled the battlefield on his horse. But his loyal subordinate was heroically sacrificed, crushed under the fist of that brutal monster. Gudo gallops away frantically, his breath ragged with fear and desperation, gasping for air. At this rate, we're finished. The image of Ben and those horrifying monsters flashed through his mind, making him wonder, how in the world can anyone possibly defeat monsters like that? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hansen and his muscle army were training with terrifying intensity. He was endlessly lifting massive stone weights, muttering the rep count. 152,000, 123, 152,000, 124, 152,000, 125. Hansen's face was completely calm, even after passing 150,000 reps. He just kept counting. 152,000, 138, 152,000, 139, 152,000, 140. Back with the retreating army, Gudo screams out, demanding a report. Is no one going to give me a status report on our forces? Immediately, a soldier named Lumi steps forward. I am Lumi, captain of the 20th squad. Gudo snapped back. Report. Lumi delivered the soul-crushing numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 were either killed or infected. 27 were injured, leaving a mere 26 survivors. Hearing that, a stunned Gudo did the math. Back in the city, they only had about 100 reserve troops, most of them just trainees or the wounded. He roared in pure fury. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight a war with only 126 men? Lumi suggested calling General Leon back, but Gudo shot it down, saying it was far too late for reinforcements. That's when Lumi offered a bold, almost crazy idea. Then, what if we borrow the strength of the monsters stationed in the city? Gudo was taken aback. The monsters? Lumi explained that their leader, Hansen, was once said to have power that rivaled even General Leon's. Since the army was already providing them food and shelter, they could use that as leverage to demand they join the fight. Gudo nodded slowly, liking the sound of this plan. Using monsters to fight monsters. He made his decision. Good, we'll do it that way. And he spurred his horse onward. 3 days later, at the military training grounds, Gudo stormed in and bellowed, Stop the training! Everyone assemble! But Hansen and his muscle army just stared back blankly, purple dumbbells in hand. What in the world are you all doing? Hurry up and listen to the Count's orders. Gudo looked down at the crowd slowly gathering around him and asked, Hey peasant, is your name Hansen? Hansen just gave him a casual smile back. Yeah, you here for a personal training session? Gudo's face instantly hardened. No, I'm here to give orders to you monsters. He suddenly roared with fury. It's time for you to repay the favor for the food and shelter you've been given. You lowly creatures. Gudo raised a fist, declaring loudly. From this moment on, by order of Count Gudo, I command you to destroy the zombie army approaching the city. Seeing only silence and blank faces from the muscle army, Gudo thought to himself, just a bunch of low-level monsters. Can't they even understand human language? Look at those dumb faces, he continued to scream. You all have the honor of being my meat shields. Especially your leader, Hansen. I will grant you citizenship in the great Gudo kingdom. Seeing no reaction, Gudo practically vibrated with excitement. Isn't this the best deal you could ask for? Go on, show me that freakish bodybuilding of yours. Hansen suddenly roared back. Pose, Front double biceps, less war, more flexing. And just like that, the entire muscle army started hitting poses, proudly showing off their insane, sculpted physiques. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Gudo could only groan in pure frustration. What in the hell are you people doing? Hansen, still looking smug, explained that this was bodybuilding, a concept that falls under the wider umbrella of the gym. Pointing at his comrades, Hansen confirmed that showing off their gains was exactly what he was talking about. But Gudo was completely out of patience. He roared, "There's no time to chat. If you don't obey my command right now," Gudo threatened that if they got hurt or died, then everything would be over. Those words hit Hansen's weak spot. A murderous aura exploded from him, his eyes glowing red as he growled. "You can't go to the gym anymore, you idiot. If I lose my gains, are you going to take responsibility for that?" Faced with that crushing pressure and a giant phantom appearing behind Hansen, Gudo's face went pale, sweat pouring down his face. He stammered, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think I need to apologize." The count was completely broken. He quickly bowed his head. "No, I am so sorry." The pressure was so intense, Gudo felt like he was going to throw up. He corrected himself. "My bad, bro, I'm sorry. Please stop flexing. I'm scared." Seeing that the guy finally learned his lesson, Hansen gave a slight nod, accepting the apology. Gudo didn't dare stick around, quickly spurring his horse to leave with Lumi. Hansen immediately went back to training mode, shouting with excitement, "All right, break's over. Let's start again from set 1. On the other side, a worried Lumi asked Gudo if they should try persuading them again. But he shot the idea down, saying you couldn't expect anything from those monsters in the first place. Gudo then gave an order to summon the general immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo admitted that while the guy has a terrible personality, his strength was undeniable, easily on par with the great General Lion. The two of them silently rode onward. Gudo ordered all forces to assemble at the front gate. He was determined to show these zombies the true power of humanity. Outside the walls, the undead horde was screaming and closing in. On the battlements, General Ak, a mountain of a man with a signature nose ring, stood ready for battle. Gudo watched nervously from inside as he saw a literal sea of zombies flooding towards them. Suddenly, the general roared, "Halt!" He yelled it directly at the enemy. "I received a report that you have a leader with intelligence." Ak continued, "Are you not going to have a conversation?" From the distance, Ben and his giant minions slowly approached. Gudo was shocked to see Ben there. The zombie leader was casually cleaning his ear, looking completely unimpressed. "I was in the middle of something. What's all the shouting about?" From his high perch, Ak declared that even with their massive numbers, breaking through this fortress was impossible. So he issued a challenge. "How about this? The representative of the Gudo kingdom, me, and the representative of you monsters. We'll settle this with a one-on-one duel to decide the outcome of this war." Ben just burst out laughing, totally thrilled. "Now that sounds fun. I accept your offer." Seeing his opponent take the bait, Ak smirked and leaped directly from the top of the wall, landing with a massive impact. As the dust settled, Ak growled, "So who's stepping up?" Immediately, a colossal muscle-bound monster with a black mask covering its face stepped forward. It let out a deafening roar and started flexing, showing off its intimidating physique. Ak sized up his massive opponent and commented, "Not bad, decent size." He then rushed forward, thinking, "Let's see what you've really got." After a huge clash, Ak smirked. "Pretty tough." He poured on the pressure, unleashing a series of rapid-fire punches that made the monster's flesh ripple with every impact. Suddenly, the monster spat a stream of black liquid from its mouth. Ak quickly flipped backward to dodge, thinking to himself, "Yep, that's a skill you definitely have to avoid." Looking at the corrosive puddle on the ground, Ak sneered, "What's with this rotten corpse? I've never seen a zombie like you before." The monster trembled, only one thought running through its mind. "Dangerous. He's too strong." It immediately turned tail and started running for its life. Ak yelled out in disbelief, "You're trying to run away?" He gave chase, roaring furiously. "Not happening. This ends when one of us is dead." Ak quickly closed the distance and grabbed the monster from behind. Gudo screamed a warning. "General, watch your side." Ak just barely managed to lean out of the way. He roared in pure rage. "You dare interfere in a sacred duel?" He immediately channeled power into his legs and charged straight at the party crasher. But suddenly a thunderous punch slammed into his face, sending him flying. He coughed up blood. "Cough." Ben appeared with a crazed grin on his face. "Sacred duel? Who cares about that? A win's a win, right?" He laughed, flexing a monstrous arm covered in thick, pulsing veins. Ben stared him down with ice-cold eyes and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this little duel of yours?" He snarled, "Because you are the only real variable left in this entire country." The sound of brutal, sickening impacts echoed, signaling a horrifying end to the fight. Seeing their strongest general being tortured, Gudo and Lumi were frozen in absolute horror. Their faces went pale, witnessing Ben's pure, sadistic cruelty. The general lay broken on the ground, his body mangled. He gasped out in desperation, "Please. I'm sorry. Spare me. You want mercy now? All right. I'll let you live, of course." The general stood there, completely stunned. And then the monster, with terrifying power, launched him straight into the sky. The general plummeted back to earth, his face a mask of pure horror. He let out a desperate scream, realizing he was about to land right in the middle of 1,000 screaming zombies down below. A sickening thud echoed across the battlefield, followed by the gruesome sounds of him being torn apart by the twisted horde. A new monster shambled out from the crowd. It had white hair and a white beard. It was him, the once mighty general, now completely turned. Watching this nightmare play out, Gudo could only whisper in horror, "We're screwed. My prize soldier is now a zombie." Ben smirked, enjoying the show. "Gudo," he called out, "why not just give up? Hand over the city without a fight, and I'll spare your life." Gudo roared back in fury, "Don't you dare say something so stupid. You think I'd hand over my kingdom to a monster who abandoned his own humanity?" Ben just laughed. A cold, sinister sound. "Fine then. Negotiations are over." His face instantly turned to ice. "Not that I ever planned on letting you live." Ben raised a hand and gave the order to his undead army. "Advance!" The zombie horde surged towards the gate, an unstoppable flood of undead. Gudo panicked, screaming at his men, "Archers! Fire! Fire now!" But the soldiers on the wall just stood there, trembling. They replied helplessly, We've never shot a bow before. How? How do you aim this thing? Wow, best army ever." Seeing how completely useless his troops were, Gudo gritted his teeth in pure rage. He slammed his fist down on the stone wall. "Damn it all." A worried Lumi ran to his side. "Count, what should we do?" But Gudo just stood there, frozen, his face drenched in sweat. He whispered, completely and utterly defeated, "I don't know." Lumi stared back, completely shocked and confused, and then Gudo just broke. He screamed right in her face, "I told you, I don't know." All his fighting spirit gone. The Count turned and just ran, deep into the city, leaving Lumi calling after him in complete disbelief. He just kept running from everything, and the voices from his past came flooding back, bitter taunts he'd tried to bury for years. Gudo the coward. The mocking laughter of children. Gudo is a coward. Even his own family looked at him with contempt, their words cutting deep. Running away is for cowards. The young master is too timid to get anything done. Another voice chimed in. "Isn't running away your greatest talent? Sticking with you when you flee is the safest place to be." Then, the worst memory of all. A woman's desperate cry. "Gudo, save me." That final memory. A knife twisting in his heart. Gudo ran, screaming through his tears of anguish. "I'm so tired of this," he screamed, lost in his despair, wondering if anyone out there understood the crushing weight of responsibility. He was a coward, but deep down, he still desperately wanted to protect the people who mattered. Using every last ounce of his strength, Gudo slammed open the doors in front of him. He cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Of course I do. Please, save me." The Count completely collapsed, sobbing. "Big bro, I was wrong. I was so wrong. The gym is the truth. Weights are the meaning of life." Hansen and his army of bodybuilders just stared back, completely unfazed. Gudo begged, his voice cracking, "You can kill me. I don't care. But please, save my people. Save my soldiers. Save this nation." He collapsed completely, pressing his forehead to the ground and sobbing. Surrounded by the army of bodybuilders, he just kept bowing his head. "Please, save us." Hick. "Please, I'm begging you." Sniffle. Hansen looked down at the broken man at his feet and calmly came to a conclusion. "So, what you're saying is, you want a personal trainer?" Gudo slowly looked up, his face a mask of pure confusion. Hansen casually flexed his ridiculously huge shoulder muscles. "Gudo, I don't need your life," he declared. "But my personal training fee is going to be steep." He shot him a confident grin, backed by his entire army of bodybuilders. A group of regular soldiers rushed over to Hansen, begging, "Hansen Nim, we'll join you too." But Hansen immediately shut them down. "All you newbies, get out of the way." He flat out refused help from anyone with a total lift under 400 kilograms, banning them from the fight entirely. Hansen and his army of giants began to march, leaving everyone else completely stunned. Watching from behind, Gudo started sweating nervously. His first thought? Okay, they look absolutely insane. But then, looking at their massive backs, practically shimmering with a heroic aura, he had to ask himself, so why? Do they look so damn cool? Hansen led the charge, his voice echoing through the streets as he counted reps. 13, 14, 15, 16, he pointed ahead. Straight shot to the city gate, right? Realizing how urgent things were, Hansen gave a new order. All right, team, switching to interval training. The entire army roared back in perfect unison. Yes, sir! And they took off at a dead sprint. The count continued, matching their pounding footsteps. 28, 29, 30, Hansen roared, ordering them to maintain high intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The muscle army blasted forward with all their might, moving like speeding bullets, tongues hanging out, drenched in sweat, breath ragged, but they never, ever slowed down. The civilians watching from the sidelines could only gasp in pure shock. They're inhumanly fast. The muscle army blew past, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, a mother clutched her child, completely surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The kid screamed in terror, "Mommy!" And then suddenly, boom! A devastating blow, accompanied by a mighty roar of bench press, obliterated the monsters in an instant. The little kid looked up at their saviors in awe, then turned to his mom. "Mommy, it's okay. Those big guys saved us." Yeah, these heroes are a little different. The mother could only stare in disbelief as Hansen and his crew sprinted past, still counting their reps. 16. 17. The little boy asked excitedly, "Mommy, if I learn swordsmanship, can I be that strong too?" The mother, still sweating as she watched the moving mountains of muscle, just replied, "Honey, I don't think that's swordsmanship." She paused. "After the war is over, let's ask them what kind of technique that is, okay?" Meanwhile, at the front gate, chaos reigned as the sea of zombies poured through, and right on cue, Hansen's skill activated. Hawkeye, level 3. His vision sharpened, giving him a crystal-clear view of the battlefield. Taking in the screaming horde, Hansen tilted his head. So these are zombies? They just scream and charge forward? He clicked his tongue, offering his expert analysis. They're nothing but skin and bones. Clearly, they've never heard of a proper workout routine. One of his exhausted teammates managed to gasp out an explanation. Boss. That's because they're called zombies." Hansen noticed his guy was hunched over, gasping for air. He immediately went into trainer mode. "Hey, straighten your back, even during rest periods. You'll mess up your posture." You gotta admit, he's the most dedicated personal trainer on the planet. The other guy quickly explained the situation. These zombies? Completely mindless. They're just walking corpses driven by pure hunger. A wave of relief washed over Hansen's face. Oh good, so he didn't have to feel guilty about wiping them out. Perfect. The man beside him panted, "Master Hansen, what's the plan?" Staring at the undead horde swarming the gate, Hansen made a suggestion that was completely insane. "How about we just peck press them all away?" The guy just stood there, stunned into silence. Hansen snapped. "What? What's with that face?" The guy frantically waved his hands. "No, my apologies, it's a brilliant plan." Hansen let out a hearty laugh. "Damn right it is." He immediately pressed his advantage. "So, I'll be taking command of this operation, got it?" Faced with Hansen's sheer determination, the man just nodded. "Do as you see fit." Instantly, the orders started flying. A member of the muscle army roared, "Everyone, move out! Squads 1 and 2, spread out and protect the civilians." He continued deploying his troops. "Squads 3 and 4, get on the walls. Now." The members moved in perfect sync, supporting the soldiers while beating back the living dead. "Squad 5, assist Master Hansen in pushing the zombies from the wall." And right at the main gate, Hansen was using his unbelievable muscle power to single-handedly hold back a sea of zombies. Witnessing this impossible feat, everyone around could only gape in total amazement. Whoa, is he for real? But the situation was still critical. Gudo screamed an order to block the city gate. He analyzed the situation nervously. Even if he pushes them back, if any slip through the cracks, the village is done for. Gudo urged them on, his voice filled with desperation. "So please, for the love of God, block the gate." Hearing this, Lumi yelled back the bad news. "Count, the gate has been completely destroyed." She pointed toward the gaping entrance where Hansen was the only thing holding the line. There are no doors left to block the way. Gudo was horrified. How can this be? But just then, a confident voice cut through the chaos. I knew this was going to happen. The ground began to tremble with heavy footsteps. A whole crew was carrying a massive, kettlebell-shaped block of metal. The kettlebell, with Hanson's name carved on it, moved toward the gate. Gudo's eyes widened, recognizing a familiar face. Is that the scrawny kid from before? He's huge now. Lumi couldn't believe her eyes either. How are they even lifting that thing? Meanwhile, in the middle of the chaos, Hanson was calmly doing a set of walking lunges. One of the members, struggling with the weight, shouted, "Block, you go first." The swordsman, sweating and panting, looked around in total confusion. What in the world is happening right now? He gritted his teeth in agony. My quads are totally shot. I can't move my legs. Don't give up, senior. You can do it. A member of the muscle army spoke up. We know you're always looking out for the seniors' bodies, but if you push beyond your limits, you're going to get injured. His voice trembled as he spoke. Don't save me. I'd rather die than tear a muscle and miss a workout. And with that, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Seeing this, Guro cried out in pain. Senior, no! Guro clenched his jaw. How can the rest of us possibly lift this now? His vision blurred from exhaustion, but then he saw Hanson, still standing alone against the zombie tide. And something inside Guro reignited. I can lift it. Another member rushed to support Master Guro. He began shouting orders. Squad 5. Provide cover for the kettlebell team. Kettlebell team, advance and block the gate. The giant kettlebell, now glowing with a brilliant purple energy, began its slow, heavy march toward the entrance. Guro let out a thunderous roar, putting every last shred of his strength into pushing the metal block forward. From the walls above, a chant began. Go, kettlebell team. The entire army joined in, their voices roaring with determination. The colossal weight was moved right into position behind Hanson, ready to seal the gap. Fueled by pure belief and willpower, they all screamed, "We can do this!" Guro gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, his breathing heavy and ragged under the immense load. They moved it carefully, 1 inch at a time. Easy now. Careful, they whispered, until the multi-ton weight slammed perfectly into place, forming a solid shield against the sea of undead outside. Seeing his subordinate's effort, Hanson gave a slight, satisfied smile. He looked at the exhausted Guro and spoke. It's good to respect the equipment. You have my approval. That praise from their leader was all the motivation they needed. The muscle bros erupted in joy. All right, the wall is secure. Kettlebell team, take 5. Immediately, another commander pointed to the front lines, yelling, Everyone except squads 1 and 2. Relieve Master Hanson and push back those zombies. The muscle army charged as one. The thunder of their footsteps echoed across the walls as they rushed down to join the fight. They slammed directly into the zombie horde, using pure, raw strength to clear a path. Their massive arms grabbed and tossed the monsters aside like toys, creating a literal wall of flesh. One warrior, while holding back a dozen zombies, glanced back and asked, Am I doing this right? Hanson calmly observed the battlefield before offering a critique. Put a little more force into your glutes. Aesthetics are important, even in a fight. The entire muscle army roared back in unison. Yes, sir. The brawny men easily toppled and threw the monsters like they were nothing. Watching from above, Gudo screamed in a panic. No, if they get bitten, they'll turn into zombies instantly, he warned in terror as he saw a soldier get chomped on the shoulder. Suddenly, a muscle warrior froze, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He clenched his teeth, his entire body shaking violently as if he was going through a horrific transformation. He threw his head back and let out a terrifying roar. Bright red veins bulged across his massive body, but his teammate next to him just sighed. Dude, stop faking an infection to get out of work. We're from the Andes tribe, remember? The guy instantly snapped back to normal. Oh right, heh. Witnessing this terrible acting, Lumi just stood there, completely speechless. She looked down with a weary sigh and muttered, You have got to be kidding me. Below, the muscle army members were still laughing and joking around, even daring each other to pretend they were turning. Just then, the zombie horde let out a shriek and surged forward again. Hanson silently stepped forward, facing the bloodthirsty monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged and sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Hanson's face darkened, his killing intent radiating pure pressure. He growled in fury, You got my muscles all dirty. And just like that, a brilliant gold energy erupted from his body, blasting every single zombie nearby into oblivion. From a distance, Ben watched, stunned by this impossible sight, wondering, what was that? He sat on a hill, squinting, trying to analyze them. They look like some kind of half-human monsters, but why are they helping people? Ben covered his face, bursting into a gleeful laugh. Well, this is fun. Looks like some crazy gym rats showed up. He pointed to the city gate and gave a cold command to his minions. Tear them to shreds. His monstrous creatures, with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes, began their frenzied assault. A soldier could only watch in shock. As massive energy beams swept across the battlefield, he cried out in despair. That's General Ivan's attack. Hansen watched with a cold glare as another purple beam shot past. It was the attack of their general, who had been completely corrupted. The ferocious monsters swarmed in, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Gudo ran frantically, screaming, "Get out of the way!" The second he saw Hansen, he scrambled onto the fortress wall and yelled, pointing, "Hansen, he's over there!" Gudo pointed towards a distant tree, insisting that was the mastermind behind this entire nightmare. But surrounded by his muscle army, Hansen's view was completely blocked. He couldn't see a thing. Gudo kept yelling directions. "Just go straight. Keep going straight, and you'll get there. You'll see a guy with blue hair." Hansen cracked a confident smile. "Got it." He turned to his squad. "Gotta go give our blue-haired client a consultation." "You guys keep up the workout," a member of the muscle army replied proudly. "Yes, sir, we can handle it." Hansen's expression turned dead serious. He clenched his fists, his killing intent flaring as he muttered, "All right then." And suddenly, he unleashed his technique, the reverse pec deck fly. With earth-shattering power, his arms swung so fast they created afterimages, causing a stunned Gudo to choke out in disbelief. It's a miracle. A literal miracle is happening. A massive wave of pressure from Hansen's move wiped out the entire undead army and all the debris in a single instant. It left a completely empty space, to Gudo's utter astonishment. Far away, Ben was chilling under a tree with a mysterious figure. He clicked his tongue in contempt. This side, that side. They're all equally useless. Villains love to talk big. But Ben was starting to look worried, sweat dripping down his face as he chewed on his glove and asked his companion, "Right, Elise?" Elise stood silently in the shadows, offering only a slight nod. Ben was clearly annoyed by this unexpected turn of events. It was forcing him to step in personally. He slowly walked out from his hiding spot, ready to fight. At the same time, Hansen, with his rippling muscles, was striding forward. The two rivals finally faced off in the middle of the battlefield, and the tension was absolutely insane. Hansen flexed, showing off his massive back muscles as he walked. Feeling the pressure, Ben instantly unleashed his dark power, transforming his body into a pitch-black monster with glowing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Hansen didn't even flinch. He started accelerating, pouring power into his legs and charging forward like a freight train. A world-shaking collision exploded in the center of the battlefield. They grabbed each other, a pure contest of raw physical strength, a brutal and unforgiving test of power. Through the red dust, Hansen's eyes burned with killing intent. His face was a mask of pure determination to destroy his enemy. Opposite him was Ben's twisted, ferocious face in his monster form, a crazed grin spreading across it. Hansen and Ben strained in their breathtaking power struggle, the very ground beneath them cracking from the insane pressure. Ben gritted his teeth, but he was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's monstrous physical power. Hansen roared in fury, "You dare mess with my VIP client, how dare you!" He squeezed Ben's arm with his massive hands, completely crushing his ability to resist. Ben coughed out in pain. Hansen didn't give him a second to breathe. He grabbed Ben and yelled, "So it was you, the blue-haired punk who loves to crash the party." He then lifted the monster high into the air and slammed him straight into the ground with the force of a meteor. Ben's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in pure shock and agony. Hansen followed up with a fatal blow, smashing Ben's head into the crater he just created. Pinned to the ground, Ben gasped in terror. What is this power?" He struggled, screaming, "Let go of me." This beast of a man just stood over him, his eyes glowing red. Hansen asked coldly, "Are you done?" He looked down at his broken enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." Pinning Ben down, Hansen activated a move called the Mountain Climber. Hansen's relentless stomps created terrifying explosions, ripping the earth into a deep, long trench. From a distance, Elise watched the battle with a completely emotionless face. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the muscle army and the soldiers were wiping out the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and punches echoed, clearing out the last of the undead legion. Watching from afar, Elise made her assessment. Ben is a real danger. Instantly, a cold command was issued. Eliminate the threat. A figure shot off, crossing the forest at terrifying speed to provide backup. A girl with long brown hair appeared out of nowhere, blocking the killer machine's attack with her sword. The stranger asked coldly, "Who are you?" The girl answered proudly, Take a good look. I'm of the House of Leon. We're not so easily pushed around." The sharp clang of metal rang out again and again, as the two launched into a high-speed duel, a black wolf snarling nearby. The robot ordered its allies to head for Ben, then immediately dashed forward, cutting through the air. The girl, La, smirked defiantly. "You think you can stop me with that level of swordplay?" The machine replied flatly, analyzing opponent's swordsmanship. Probability of victory, 0. It began spinning its blades at max speed, creating a violent whirlwind of attacks that surrounded La. At another corner of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army, his hands glowing bright pink, yelled out, "Pull!" The whole team strained together, pulling a massive energy rope attached to a purple weight. When the tension reached its absolute limit, the call came, "Now! Release!" And the giant energy weight was launched forward at an insane speed. The heavy Blant technique at 1/10 power is activated, turning a massive weight into a purple fireball that streaks across the sky. Below, Kingdom soldiers and the muscle-bound army stare in pure horror as a purple glow washes over everything. Then it explodes into a shower of deadly light. They rained hellfire on the battlefield. Terrifying impacts shook the earth, sending pillars of fire and smoke sky-high, wiping out the enemy hordes in the blink of an eye. Amidst the smoke and chaos, the muscle-bound squad quickly coordinated. One of them pointed through the haze and roared, "Reload! Now!" The next command came through, loud and clear. Team 1, sweep the village for any remaining zombies. All while another group focused on protecting the civilians huddled behind the fortified walls. Then, another battle cry echoed with pure hype. "Chest day is over. Time to switch to a full-body combat superset for me." These absolute titans charged straight into the zombie horde, their steel fists crushing all resistance. Witnessing this perfectly synchronized assault, Gudo could only stare in awe, completely reassessing them. "At first I thought they were just a bunch of meatheads," he thought. "Now I realize I'm traveling with living legends." It was like he was watching the battle from a god's eye view. Gudo recalled his grandfather's stories, an ancient legend about a brilliant strategist among the monsters who sided with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Great Demon War. Looking at Guro's back, a shocking thought hit him. Why? Why was that name popping into his head right now? Meanwhile, in the center of the ruins, Hansen used his obliques to lock down his opponent's attack, leaving Ben stunned and confused about what was even happening. Ben struggled to break free, but Hansen's hand was like a steel vice crushing him. There was absolutely no escape. A loud bark cut through the air, followed by the appearance of a new technique called Bornado. This was Bowman's ultimate move, a perfect fusion of wind, magic, and dark necromancy. Bones spun within the cyclone, each one as hard and deadly as refined steel. This brutal attack could instantly crush the skull of anyone without protection. But against Hansen's ironclad body, the bone storm felt like nothing more than a gentle, deep tissue massage. When your ultimate move just barely scratches an itch, the wolf, Bomb, could only whimper, utterly disappointed to see his best technique treated like a joke. But he instantly perked up hearing someone cheer, "Nice one." Ben, meanwhile, was being choked by Hansen so hard his eyes were rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. In absolute agony, he resorted to his final, desperate plan. A whole rack of syringes filled with a bizarre green liquid were jammed straight into his bulging bicep. Ben snarled, "Everything that happens next is on you." A blatant, mid-fight power-up. Yet Hansen's expression remained perfectly calm. He was confident that no matter how strong his opponent became, they could never break the grip of his hands. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed Hansen's shoulder, making him jump. It was Ben's phantom, with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, whispering right in his ear, "Is that what you think?" An earth-shattering impact exploded, sending Hansen flying into the sky. Ben's crazed laughter echoed through the air. Kya ha ha. Countless beams of energy started firing non-stop, crisscrossing at dizzying speeds. Ben shouted in triumph, "Can't even keep up with your eyes, can you?" Kya ha ha. The deadly beams relentlessly tore up the ground all around Hansen. And in the middle of this onslaught, Hansen was calmly contemplating the contractibility of muscle tissue. He analyzed the fiber characteristics of skeletal muscle as explosions went off all around him. Ben screamed in pure rage, "I didn't want to use this on you for Leon's sake. Why did you have to butt in and get yourself killed?" Despite the threats, Hansen continued his internal lecture about muscles being divided into red and white fibers, with the red fibers storing oxygen to keep them going. Surrounded by a storm of energy bullets, Hansen flexed his abs and thighs, roaring the technique's name, abdominal and thigh, using his six-pack to stop the apocalypse. The high myoglobin content gives muscles that signature red color, which helps delay fatigue. Hansen immediately struck technique number 5, pose number 5, making his entire back ripple with muscle. And while these red fibers are great for endurance, their contraction speed isn't very fast. On the other hand, what about the white muscle fibers? Unlike the red fibers, Ben was getting seriously confused as his attacks seemed to do absolutely nothing. He wondered, my fists are getting tired. How is he still just standing there flexing? Hansen stood tall, his face darkened with immense pressure, eyes glowing in the shadows. White muscle fiber has low myoglobin, so stamina drains fast. But in return, its contraction speed is completely superior. Hiding in the trees, the monstrous creature gritted its teeth and made a decision. If this isn't working, I just have to hit him even harder. He dove down like a madman, intent on overwhelming him with sheer force. A terrifying impact exploded right against Hansen's body. But amidst the brutal storm of blows, Hansen had already figured out the one and only way to win this fight. It was to simply endure every single one of his opponent's attacks. Gritting his teeth, Hansen executed a posing technique known as the side chest. He tensed every single muscle fiber, letting the energy beams crash and explode against his tangent-like body. Hansen patiently waited for his opponent to get exhausted, knowing this was just a battle of endurance. However, there was one truth Hansen didn't know yet. Ben's body was not created naturally. The discarded syringes lying on the ground were proof of his twisted transformation. Seeing the pitch-black entity with glowing red eyes before him, Hansen gasped in shock. Ben had completely lost his humanity. He opened his mouth in a crazed laugh, "Kya ha 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 ha," revealing a terrifying set of sharp, horrifying teeth. Hansen unleashed an incredibly powerful press, creating an earth-shattering explosion that cracked the very ground beneath them under thousands of pounds of pressure. Witnessing this impossible power, the monstrous Ben was so shocked his pupils shrank to pinpricks. He screamed in terror. What kind of punch destroys the entire map? Sweat poured down his twisted face as he gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist. Realizing the massive power gap, Ben knew he had to avoid a direct clash with Hansen at all costs. Hansen smirked confidently, calmly explaining that no matter how superior your muscle fibers are, controlling your nervous system under extreme pressure is another challenge entirely. Suddenly, Hansen's entire body began to glow a fiery red. He flexed, showing off his rippling physique and admitting that even he wasn't fully used to his body's constant changes. At that moment, the enemy's blue energy beams were zipping all around Hansen at unbelievable speeds. But he stood firm like a mountain, casually wondering when this speedy little pest was finally going to get tired. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the giant monster Farron is on an absolute rampage, wiping out soldiers with devastating swings of his arms. The sickening clang of metal rings out as he suddenly spins his arms like a massive pinwheel, creating a vortex that shreds and hurls away every human soldier in his path. The monster stands tall amid the wreckage, his crimson eyes glaring down at the fallen as he scoffs with contempt. Pathetic. A few spins and you're all finished. But against this terrifying power, one young warrior holds his ground. He faces this reaper head-on and calmly admits, "I know we're weaker than you." But then his gaze sharpens. He grips his sword, roaring with pure determination. "But the power of our friendship is on another level." The other guy just shouts back, full of confidence, "I'm way stronger than a nobody like you." Instantly, a brilliant blue aura, a mix of fighting spirit and sword energy, erupts from his blade. He flashes a smug grin. But that grin gets wiped right off his face, replaced by pure shock. A massive impact sends him flying, screaming in agony. "You call that a sword? Watch some real blade work." And just like that, he unleashes the chaotic demon blade technique, a dazzling flash of purple fighting spirit. The monster's response? A single word: slow. Before his opponent can even process it, a colossal blade comes slicing down through the air. With too much momentum, the attack can't be stopped, slamming right down onto the man on the ground. The blade halts inches from Rapier's face as he whispers, "Am I strong?" A cold voice answers back, "Weak." A gigantic shadow with glowing red eyes fills the area, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. But before this new monster can even move, he gets sent flying too. Everyone on the battlefield is just stunned. What the hell is going on? Hansen strolls out from the dust cloud, spits on the ground, and casually remarks, "Well, looks like you lift heavy, huh? Are we here to fight or to judge form?" The story then cuts to a small village on a remote frontier. Amidst a peaceful scene of cliffs and rivers, a man in a cloak sprints up a flight of stairs, desperately shouting for the general with panic written all over his face. He uses every last ounce of his strength to shove open the doors to the room ahead. Seeing the man burst in so suddenly, the general, A toned woman sitting at a table casually asks, "Barging into a maiden's room without knocking? That's a little tasteless, don't you think?" She even adds a little tease, leaving the village chief completely stunned. Sweating bullets, the chief shouts that there's no time for jokes and announces that something devastating has happened in the White Kingdom. General Lion tells him to calm down, mocking him for being out of breath at only 40 years old. The village chief slams his hand on the table and roars. "A horde of zombies is attacking the White Kingdom," he pleads. "We really need your strength, General." Hearing this, Lion just bursts out laughing. She casually says the army can handle something like that on its own and goes back to her meal. But when the village chief reveals the one behind the zombies is a man named Ben, Lion freezes. Her eyes turn ice cold. At the mention of Ben's name, she lets out a hollow laugh, revealing a back packed with powerful, rippling muscle. Ha ha ha. The female general's hearty laugh echoes through the room. A mustached officer beside her, dripping with sweat, nervously speaks up. "General, now is not the time to be laughing." Lion just gives a knowing smile. If not now, then when? Poor Ben. He just kicked a hornet's nest. Seeing her subordinate's confused face, Lion holds up 2 fingers, declaring that the White Kingdom currently has 2 unbreakable shields. One is our trustworthy ally, Hansen, a man using his insane muscle power to crush enemies with a single, devastating punch. And the second shield? My own beloved niece, the #1 hope of the entire continent. We see Les moving at terrifying speed, then instantly dropping into a predator-like crunch pose. Her brilliant golden eyes flash with a cold, dangerous light. Les was born during the continent's dark age, a time of endless warfare. Because the elf race was too lazy to exercise, they were nearly wiped off the map. To help them, a human doctor named Josop Pillis researched and taught a special training method combining meditation, designed just for elves. But the Les of today has taken it far beyond a simple workout routine. She's turned it into a top-tier combat technique. During her time in the Elven Forest, Les trained relentlessly in this martial art. Every single one of her movements flows with the point-and-flow technique, leaving her opponent stunned as she lands gracefully right on his weapon. In just 7 short years, Les completely mastered this art and made it her own. She launches herself into the air, executing the brisk chop exercise with terrifying power. Facing her enemy, Les declares coldly, "Your existence, I will erase it." A massive wave of energy explodes from her, heading straight for its target. Les seamlessly shifts through techniques, from Z-back to Z-cup, completely overwhelming her enemy, who can only stand there frozen in absolute awe. She coldly tells her opponent, "You are no match for me." But to her surprise, the robot stubbornly talks back. It's not over yet. Its body might be broken, but its mouth still works just fine. Immediately, Les begins the circum technique, spinning her blades into a relentless vortex of attacks. The constant clang of metal rings out as the two lock into a breathtaking duel. And while fighting, Les casually throws out some smack talk. "Keep spinning. You look like a washing machine. Just you wait," the robot retorts, furiously launching a barrage of sharp blades to surround Les from all sides. An earth-shattering collision explodes right after, as their two powers clash head-on. Les activates her fighting aura, the powerhouse. She raises her sword high, now blazing with golden fire. Looking at the robot struggling with its bulky weapons, she taunts, "What's the matter now? It seems having too many arms is throwing off your balance." The robot trembles, helpless against the insane pressure radiating from her. Les announces coldly, "This ends here," before unleashing the ultra-powerful hyper-extension technique, blasting her opponent away in a brilliant flash of light. Through the dust and smoke, Hansen stands firm as a rock, his breathing heavy but unbroken. His enemy can only wonder in shock. By now, shouldn't he be completely exhausted? Ben couldn't believe his eyes. According to his calculations, the power difference should have been overwhelming. He moved like a madman, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Streaks of light surrounded Hansen from every angle. But seeing his opponent's insane stamina, Hansen had to wonder, why wasn't this guy getting tired? Ben gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing every single attack was useless. Why wasn't there any difference at all? Ben roared in absolute fury. What in the world is that body even made of? He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, completely surrounding Hansen. With eyes blazing with killing intent, Ben charged, screaming, "You just won't fall. What are you, man or steel?" Hansen shot back with a hardened voice. "That's what I was about to say." As Ben attacked wildly, he revealed the drug he took was specially designed to target Lon. It granted him a massive source of dark energy. Ben declared his current power was now on par with an elder dragon. He dove from above like an arrow aimed straight for Hansen. But Hansen just roared back with complete confidence. Maybe it's because I've just been training harder than you. Ben writhed in agony as the drug's side effects kicked in. He gasped. The side effects? Already? Get me the neutralizing agent. The consequences of using bootleg steroids. From a distance, Hansen watched his opponent's body warp into a purple mass of flesh and bulging bones, with veins popping everywhere. He casually walked closer and wondered aloud, what kind of stimulating new form are you trying to create this time? In front of him now was a giant, grotesque creature, with yellow fluid dripping from its mouth and eyes glowing with a sickly light. Suddenly, the monster violently vomited a huge amount of disgusting yellow-green liquid, covering the entire area. Hansen just watched the scene and wondered, an unbalanced diet? Or maybe it's gout? A system notification immediately popped up, confirming, that's not it. From within the pile of slime, Ben's emaciated form slowly emerged, looking completely drained. He trembled, his mind just pleading, inject me, quickly, wait. Why do I have to fight that monster? He looked up at Hansen with eyes full of yellow tears and whimpered a suggestion, hey, let's just stop. Ben continued to whine in utter despair. Fighting is too tiring. How about we go get some coffee? Especially in a beautiful world like this. Hansen crossed his arms, his face darkening with immense pressure. I don't want to fight either, he replied, but you're the one who started all of this. A murderous aura began to erupt from him as Hansen gritted his teeth and roared. Do you have any idea how many newbies couldn't go to the gym because of you? The greatest sin of all banning gym time? Faced with Hansen's terrifying expression, Ben was scared out of his mind. He sobbed desperately, begging, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Why did I do all this? Please, stop looking at me with that scary face. Ben collapsed to his knees in the puddle of goo, sobbing and mumbling, I just wanted to save Eliz. Hansen quietly approached, repeating the name with suspicion. Eliz? Ben weakly confirmed. Yes. Eli's. In his memory, the haunting image of a black crow perched on a wooden post returned. Eliz was dead. She had been tied to a tall stake, forced to be a spectacle for an indifferent crowd. The unbearable pain of loss had ignited a burning fire of hatred. Ben screamed, Revenge! I came here for revenge. His face twisted into a crazed smile, his trembling hand raising a syringe filled with a vibrant green liquid as he muttered, This drug, it's extremely painful. It drives my mind insane. That's the real problem. He roared with fury at his opponent. Just a moment ago, I was starting to feel sorry for you, even thinking of letting you go. Without a single moment of hesitation, Ben plunged the needle deep into his own chest, injecting the entire dangerous concoction into his body. He gritted his teeth with resolve. One last dose to send you on your way. Ben's body exploded with a world-shaking dark energy, transforming him into a gigantic monster. With razor-sharp teeth and blood-red eyes full of malice, he declared, I will end this, once and for all. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the middle of the deep forest. It created a massive, shocking explosion that made everyone shield their eyes in disbelief. And in that light, Eliz's figure suddenly appeared, floating, causing a stunned Ben to choke out her name. Eli's. The story rewinds 32 years to the Gudo earldom. Under the sun, a young man was diligently practicing his swordsmanship against a wooden dummy. The sound of impacts echoed steadily. That was 17-year-old Gudo, while his best friend Ben sat leisurely on a bench with a book in his hand. Hey Gudo, why are our people so weak in magic? Gudo, while swinging his sword decisively, snapped back. Do I really need to know that stuff too? Ben smiled gently, reminding him that since Gudo was the heir to the earldom, he needed to understand these things. Although Gudo said he didn't want to listen, he knew his friend's personality well, so he just grumbled while training. Even if I say no, you're gonna tell me anyway. After a good workout, Gudo stopped, leaning on his wooden sword and panting. Whew, alright, fine, go ahead. Ben eagerly replied, you got it. Ben began to explain that unlike aura, magic is an incredibly delicate thing. The stronger the emotional change, the smoother the flow of mana becomes. He held up the book, Principles of Magic. The core of the problem was clear. The people of Gudo were trapped by rigid rules, always caring what others thought, forcing them to constantly suppress their true feelings. And that suppression acted like chains, strangling their magic, preventing it from flowing and keeping their power sealed away. But the 17-year-old Gudo had a different take. He claimed magic was a witch's curse. Real strength, the true spirit of his people, came from unlocking one's own inner power. Ben teased him. Wow, you sound like some stuffy old politician. Gudo immediately lost his temper. You want to die? Ben plopped down on a chair, clutching a book. Instead of studying useless junk like magic, He glanced at a wooden sword on the ground. It's been a while since we had a real match. What do you say? Gudo smirked and agreed. All right, let's see you try. Famous last words. The duel began with a sharp clash of wooden swords. The two of them clashed dramatically. The final score was announced a staggering 123-43. Just then, a girl appeared and called out, "Master Leon!" She walked over and started to scold him. "Ben, you always lack persistence. Someone with your talent, why are you like this?" Ben quietly walked away, scratching his head and mumbling, "Swinging a sword around is just so boring. I'm going to go study." The female master smiled and explained, "That's just because you haven't reached that level yet. You have no idea how fun it can be." She turned her gaze to Gudo and advised, "You should learn from Gudo. Look at how much he's enjoying himself." As she spoke, she lightly punched his chest for encouragement. But Gudo was thinking to himself, "I don't find swordsmanship fun at all either." Ben turned back to his master and stated, "I only practice for fun. I know I'm terrible at it." To Gudo's complete surprise, the master pressed him, "What did you just say?" Ben's attitude suddenly shifted. He stared down his opponent with cold, sharp eyes. "Who are you?" The purple-haired woman smiled. "I'm here for this child. My introduction is a little late, I guess." She announced loudly, "Your training partner for today and my favorite student is Elise." And there she was. Elise, confident, with her white hair in a neat braid and a long staff in hand. She tilted her head with a bright smile. "If it's you guys, I think I could take you both on at the same time and still win." That line set the two boys off. One of them screamed, "What did you say? You're just a girl." Gudo and his friend instantly took a battle stance, but Elise's expression had already changed. Her voice dropped. "You like being sexist? Then eat this." Elise lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, her staff a blur of motion as she unleashed a relentless assault on the two stunned boys. Powerful strikes rained down on them one after another, leaving them wide-eyed and shocked, completely unable to fight back. After that absolute beatdown, Gudo and his friend were left groaning on the ground. "She's unbelievably strong. From now on, we're banned from using the word girl." Gudo could only agree. Yeah. Watching Elise walk away, the other guy thought to himself, "Elise. She's nothing like those fake nobles." He watched her silently, feeling a simple, powerful charm coming from her. A vision of Elise's radiant smile flashed in his mind. And she's beautiful too. As the sun set, he turned to his friend. "Gudo, I have a dream." Gudo stared at him blankly. "A dream? What is it?" The boy declared it loud and clear. "I'm going to marry Elise." Gudo jumped, shouting in disbelief. "What?" The other guy just looked back calmly. "Why are you so surprised?" Gudo, still stunned by his friend's declaration, stammered, "No, it's just. That was so sudden. You're weak as a snail. Elise won't even look at you. Your sword skills are garbage. Just give up." But the boy's resolve was unshakable. "From now on, I'm taking my sword training seriously." And so began their relentless training sessions. Time passed, and the two clashed again and again. Ben's skills improved dramatically, and his hard work finally paid off with his first victory. Seeing Elise standing nearby, Gudo asked her, "Are you really not going to enter the tournament?" Gudo hung his head in silence. Looking at the sword on the ground and the backs of his two friends as they left, he thought, "I want to go with you guys too." But when he faced them, all he could manage was a forced smile. "Yeah, I'm just too busy with work to make it." And right after that came his father's fury. The man roared, "I let you train with the sword, and you can't even beat some low-life commoner." The sound of a fist slamming on a table echoed through the hall. Gudo could only stand there timidly and take it. He whispered in defeat, "Father, maybe I just don't have any talent for the sword." "I don't want to hear it." A glass flew through the air, smashing against Gudo's head and injuring him. Count Leonard Gudo stared at his only son with pure contempt. TSK, my only son, and he turns out to be this useless?" Gudo trembled, bowing his head in shame. "I'm sorry, father. My apologies, Count." In the pouring rain, Gudo sat alone on a high castle wall, staring down at the waterfall below, lost in total despair. A soldier approached him. "You'll catch a cold if you just sit here like this, Sir Gudo." Gudo answered tiredly, "I'm fine. Just leave me alone." But then, Elise rushed up from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck and yelling, "What do you mean you're fine?" Gudo jumped, startled. "Elise," she snapped back. "You look like you're about to die and you're still saying you're fine." Without any hesitation, Elise started dragging Gudo away. "You really don't know how to live, do you? Come on, let's go, young master." Gudo could only stumble after her, completely powerless. Watching Elise, always so bright and cheerful in the city, Gudo wondered to himself, How can she always be smiling like that? As he watched her excitedly try on new dresses, Gudo blushed, thinking, is meeting me really that much fun for her? She must be into me. What chance does that Ben guy even have? He made a promise to himself, full of determination. If that's the case, I swear I can love her more than anyone else in this world. But later, at the military training grounds, Gudo overheard some soldiers talking. Did you hear? Ben confessed to Elise and got rejected. Another soldier asked in surprise, wait, I thought they were dating? Hearing that Ben got shot down, Gudo was shocked. But a spark of hope ignited inside him. That means, I still have a chance. Convinced Elise must have feelings for him, he started running wildly through the streets. As he ran, he screamed in his mind, Elise, I like you. No, I love you. Gudo was ready to risk it all, he told himself. Even with my father's oppression, even if I have to abandon my family. With his mind focused only on her, he decided, I will look only at you. I will make you happy. Gudo stopped in front of a room, his breath heavy from running and his heart pounding with nerves. He reached out to pull back the curtain, his pulse racing as he prepared to face the girl of his dreams. Gudo swallowed hard, his whole body tense, and peeked inside. But the scene that met his eyes left him completely frozen. Gudo's face twisted in pure horror. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered Ben's name. The night before, under a starry sky, a heartbroken Ben had grabbed Elise's hand and pleaded with her. Elise, why did you reject me? You said you had feelings for me too. He desperately reminded her of everything he'd done. I worked out like crazy because you like six-packs. How could you just dump me? Ben begged, his eyes pleading. Don't do this. Please, just think about it one more time. Suddenly, Ben's eyes shot wide open in shock. A brilliant blue light began to surround Elise's body. She floated into the air, radiating an insane amount of magical energy as she finally began to reveal her heart. From the moment I was born, my body has been overflowing with magic, Elise explained, staring at her own glowing hands. If she lets that power build up, it'll destroy her from the inside out. So she's forced to find lonely places, just to release it. You could see the sadness on her face as she thought about her future. For now, I can release it in secret, away from everyone, she said, looking off into the distance. But I know I'll be discovered someday. A bitter little smile crossed her lips. I'm just not brave enough yet to make the person I cherish my accomplice. Her words were light, but the danger was real. Suddenly, Ben rushed forward, wrapping Elise in a tight embrace right in the middle of the explosive energy. She screamed in panic. Watch out! You'll get shocked. Why are you hugging me? But as the kingdom's only magic scholar, Ben didn't let go. His eyes burned with pure determination as he held his love tight. From this moment on, he declared, your problem is something only I can solve. Ben pulled Elise even closer, making a solemn vow. I swear, I will spend my entire life loving you. And in that brilliant glow of magic and love, Ben whispered her name, Elise. But from behind a half-closed door, Gudo witnessed it all, his heart completely shattering. Tears of pure agony streamed down his face, his expression twisted in despair. He could only grit his teeth, drowning in resentment as he watched the woman he loved in another man's arms. Gudo could only whisper her name in defeat, while Ben silently swore to do anything and everything to protect the only girl in his world. For Ben, his memories were filled with sunshine. Happy days spent laughing with Elise and their little dog. But for Gudo, his memories were long nights spent with a bottle, hiding behind a tree, watching Elise release her power all alone, watching the woman he secretly loved find happiness with someone else. All Gudo could do was stare at an old photo and weep. But that happiness didn't last. Elise suddenly coughed up blood, staining her hand bright red. Ben rushed to her side in a panic. Elise, are you okay? Between ragged coughs and the dog's frantic barking, she tried to reassure him. I'm fine. My magic has just gotten a little stronger lately, so this happens sometimes. She even forced a smile, teasing him about losing at sword practice to lighten the mood. But Ben's face? It was a mask of pure, absolute terror. That fear, the fear of losing her, drove Ben to lock himself away in his lab. He muttered to himself, watching you fall. It felt like my whole world was collapsing. Ben was determined to keep his promise. I'm not leaving here until I find a way, he vowed. I think it's time I made good on my promise to you. He begged Elise to just hold on a little longer, until the day he could return with a cure. Ben began his research on a newly discovered compound that enhanced physical abilities. He hoped this was it, the key to treating her, so they could spend the rest of their lives together. But the price for this power was horrifying. Twisted, mutated creatures were born from his reckless experiments. Back in the present, a stumbling Gudo approached Elize, reeking of booze. "Gudo, why do you smell so strongly of alcohol?" she asked. In his drunken haze, Gudo roared with resentment. "Didn't you used to like me too? We were good together. We were happy," he screamed. But in the face of his tirade, Elize remained perfectly calm. "I have never had romantic feelings for you. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression, but let's put that aside." A brilliant blue magical aura began to envelop her body as she asked him a brutal question. "Gudo, let's just pretend we were together. Could you really love someone like me? Someone who is forced to use magic and become a criminal?" Elize looked at Gudo with nothing but disappointment. She bitterly accused him of knowing her situation all along, but choosing to pretend he was ignorant. Gudo, clutching his bottle with a face drenched in sweat, just screamed his pathetic excuse. "I was a coward back then. I can only say this now because I've been drinking." He tried to say more, but a sob choked his words. Absolute terror seized his mind, and the Count could do nothing but open his mouth in a silent, desperate scream. Seeing that his cowardice hadn't changed one bit, Elize quietly apologized and turned her back on him, leaving Gudo to hide his face in shame. "It seems," she said, "you're still just as afraid as ever." Her words twisted the knife in Gudo's heart. Old memories flooded back days of a terrible drought, the earth cracking open and the people suffering. An angry mob, armed with torches and farming tools, gathered at the city gates. They shouted, "Lord, come out and do your job. Make it rain for us." Standing on the high wall, looking down at the furious crowd, Gudo's father spoke coldly. "Son, take a good look. This is what the people are." He casually admitted that while rain would be nice, he wasn't a god and couldn't just magically make it happen. A helpless Gudo could only ask his father what they were supposed to do. Instead of worrying, the old lord just asked his son a question. "Do you really think those people down there hate me?" "No. What they need right now is a target for their anger. Someone to blame for all their problems." The lord's hand clenched into a fist, his voice dripping with venom. A sickening smile spread across his face, as he revealed he'd already found the perfect person to take the blame, the perfect scapegoat to absorb the crowd's rage. When a trembling Gudo asked who it was, his father's eyes went wide with manic glee. "Why," he laughed, "it's Elize, the very girl you confessed your love to." Gudo was completely frozen in shock. His father placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice dripping with mock gratitude. "Thank you, son. After all these years, my useless boy has finally done something to help me." Count Leonard's words were ice cold. "Thanks for snitching, son. You gave me the perfect human shield." Gudo, horrified, shot back. "No. How could you do this to the woman I love?" A hard slap sent Gudo crashing to the ground. "You fool," his father roared. "The future ruler of this land can't be swayed by personal feelings." The Count pointed a threatening finger. "If I leave you be, you'll ruin everything." He then bellowed an order to his soldiers. "You, lock Gudo in his room for me. Now." But as the sun began to set, Gudo secretly climbed over the wall and escaped. "Father," he thought, "I'm sorry. Even if it's your will. This is one order I can't follow." Gudo ran desperately through the streets. "Even if I can never have her, I'm not brave enough to just stand by and watch the woman I love die." Gudo finally found them. He screamed her name. "I found you, Elize." Seeing him, Elize, who was being held by the soldiers, cried out in desperation, "Gudo, help me!" Murmurs immediately started spreading through the aggressive crowd. "Lord Gudo? What's he doing here? Is he one of the witch's accomplices?" Their anger exploded. "I don't care if he's the Count's son," one man yelled. "If he's a conspirator, he has to be punished too." Another screamed, "That's right, get rid of all of them." Faced with crushing pressure and the fiery eyes of the crowd, a terrified Gudo yanked his hood down, hiding his face completely. He was, without a doubt, the most pathetic coward in history. Ignoring the desperate calls behind him, he turned and ran for his life, leaving Elize to stare after him with sad, hopeless eyes all alone in a circle of executioners. Ben cradled Elize's lifeless body. He roared, a scream of pure, soul-shattering agony for his lost love. Broken keepsakes fell from his pockets, shattering just like his heart. Back in the present, inside his new monster form, he's still screaming her name in a mad rage. "No, Elize!" Just then, Hanson, a mountain of a man, charged forward like an arrow. Ben just roared with killing intent. "Get lost, you absolute bastard." Hanson didn't even flinch. He poured all his power into one arm, ready to unleash his technique. One arm. Dumbbell press. Ben screamed in a frenzy. "Let go," he begged, his voice filled with pain. "Let go, just let me go." But Hanson remained cold, pressing down until his enemy was completely powerless, pinned to the ground. Hansen clenched his massive fist, preparing for the next blow. The light from his eyes glowed in the darkness. He activated his next skill, pullover. A devastating overhead slam that absolutely shattered the ground, giving his opponent zero chance to even breathe. Hansen then performed a cable pushdown with terrifying intensity, 15 reps per set, for 10 straight sets, with absolutely no rest in between. A relentless storm of hammer-like blows rained down, turning the area into a scene of pure carnage. After the punishment was over, Hansen just stood there, looking at his battle-stained hands. He casually dusted off his shoulder, his face calm again, and muttered to himself, "All right, time to wipe out the rest of the zombies." But in the distance, a massive tornado of energy called a bonanado suddenly erupted, tearing through everything in its path as a mysterious creature watched from the shadows. Hansen glanced over, clearly annoyed, and grumbled, "That damn dog is at it again." Looking up at the sky, he asked casually, "You planning on taking your family with you?" Hansen just smirked. "Cute." Instantly, tornadoes of bone and debris shot into the sky. And standing firm against the roaring vortexes was Lai, her red hair blazing. Hearing a bark, she glanced back coldly and declared, "Go ahead and take them. I have no interest in losers." Seeing this, Gudo started freaking out. "No, we can't let Ben get away like this," he screamed in total desperation. "He'll come back for revenge. Lai, go after him. Finish the job before he comes back and kills us all." Lai muttered Count Gudo's name, then suddenly drew her sword and shot forward. She roared with pure killing intent. "I'll kill you." Gudo just stared after her, totally confused. "Huh? Wait, what?" He finally realized. "Wait a minute, is she coming? For ME?" Ignoring everyone's shocked faces, she closed the distance with a look of pure rage and screamed at Gudo, "Now! What did you do to my man?" Gudo, terrified, scrambled away, screaming orders at his soldiers. "Stop her! Somebody, stop Lai for me!" A blonde girl standing nearby just sighed, completely done with her cowardly count. "There he goes, running away again." Suddenly, 2 members of the muscle squad appeared, blocking Lai's path with their swords. "Sister Lai, please stop. You should really stand down." But Lai was unstoppable. She vaulted right over their heads, shouting, "You can't stop me, brothers." She knew it was true, and didn't slow down one bit. There are times when you just have to act. She hit a perfect tabletop pose, achieving flawless balance in midair. Immediately after, she lowered her center of gravity with a technique called stacking the spin, channeling all her energy into her legs before unleashing an explosive extension. Lai moved like flowing water, so smooth and fast that Block could only stare in shock at her impossible speed. Her sword pointed straight ahead, along with a steely declaration that no one was allowed to touch the count. Lai made her enemy cry out in pain, then performed a graceful aerial flip to escape the mob. Block quietly approached her. In a low voice, he pleaded with his junior to stop. Seeing a familiar face, Lai froze and called out her senior's name. "Block?" She sheathed her sword and stood tall, sizing him up. "Wow, you got handsome," she remarked. "And the muscles aren't bad either." But then, Lai immediately hit him with a cold dose of reality, asking if any enemy would actually stand still and wait for one of his slow-motion attacks to land. Block looked down at his hands, completely stunned. He broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, have I just been training for show this whole time?" Before he could even process it, Lai lunged forward again, unleashing a flurry of attacks. She screamed at him, demanding he take responsibility for the fall of her clan. Faced with her deadly sword strikes, Block could only dodge frantically, stammering apologies in a total panic. Lai lunged with a final, decisive strike. "Don't apologize, just die." The razor-sharp blade stopped just an inch from Gudo's face, but Hansen suddenly appeared, grabbing Lai's ankle in his hand and stopping her cold. Gudo cried out in relief. "Hansen!" Lai was lifted into the air, thrashing and screaming, "Hey, let me go! Let go!" Hansen coldly announced his next technique, cable pullover. With terrifying strength, he slammed Lai into the ground, creating a massive impact. Hansen then proceeded to do 10 reps, smashing her into the dirt again and again without mercy. Staring at her motionless body, Hansen suddenly remembered something and cursed himself. "Damn, I got too into my workout. I wonder if this punching bag is still breathing." He worried for a second if he'd accidentally killed her. Hansen just grabbed her by the leg and started dragging her away, explaining to Gudo, "Our warriors are, pretty durable." Gudo quickly tried to reassure himself. "Yeah, she's probably not dead." Lying face down in the dirt, Lai was thinking one thing, "I'm alive." The story then cuts to Gudo's imposing castle. Lai shot up in bed, screaming Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" A young maid walked in and asked gently, "Ah, you're awake," the girl explained. "This is a guest room in Castle Gudo, milady. Hansen asked me to take good care of you." The maid politely asked if Lai needed anything. Lai looked at her and asked, "Hey kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is?" The maid thought to herself that Lai definitely wasn't going to let this go, but she answered honestly, "The Count is receiving something called PT from Hansen. Would you like to go see?" Seeing the maid was willing to lead the way, Lai gave a slight nod. The two of them headed deep into the forest. Lai asked suspiciously, "Is the Count really out here?" The maid confirmed he was, but the deeper they went into the wilderness, the more impatient Lai got. "Is this a workout session, or are they hiding a body?" The maid just smiled and told her to trust her a little longer. Lai silently cursed herself for being so naive. Why would someone who just tried to kill the Count be led right to him? Suddenly, the little girl cried out, "Found him! There's Hansen!" Lai was stunned to realize they'd actually arrived. She spotted Hansen's figure and immediately sprinted towards him. What she saw was Gudo crawling on the ground, his breath ragged and full of pain. Hansen stood behind him, proudly announcing a new exercise, the Santa Claus Bear Walk. Gudo just screamed through his tears. "Just kill me!" Hansen flashed a triumphant, radiant smile. And instantly, a system window popped up. He'd gained inspiration from Gudo's scream. Another line of text followed, confirming a new skill had been created. Yep, inspired by Gudo's desperate cry, the system was literally creating a new ability. Below, Gudo was forced to crawl on the ground alongside a muscle-bound army, all of them pulling heavy carts like slaves. He screamed in despair, "Lie, kill me! I'd rather die than do another set of this." Immediately, Hansen unlocked the trainer's mind skill and fused it with his calm ability. Hansen's smile widened as he looked at Gudo with pure excitement. "Kill you? You must really love this exercise, huh?" And just like that, an epic-level passive skill was born. Perverted Trainer. Hansen's expression suddenly twisted, his eyes rolling back in pure ecstasy as he roared, "See? It feels amazing, doesn't it? Let's turn up the heat." Gudo, absolutely horrified, screamed back, "What is this madness?" He just kept yelling in agony, "Lai, you said you were going to kill me." But completely opposite to Gudo's suffering, Lai had her hands clasped to her face, eyes closed, enjoying the moment with a look of pure bliss. Ah, Pilates and the gym have finally found common ground. Sparkling lights floated around her, like she was witnessing something truly beautiful. Meanwhile, the crew had to keep pulling those carts under his brutal watch. In the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was underway, attended by all the high-ranking officials. Gudo sat at the head of the table, his face stern as he announced, "Since all key figures are present, we will begin the meeting." An official with a distinctive mustache unrolled a scroll and read the first item. Because of Ben's invasion, many of the nation's key leaders had been killed in battle. The council began discussing how to fill the massive personnel gap after General Leon refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued, asking how they should handle all the vacant positions. Gudo made a suggestion. "Anyone with muscles and merit gets to be an official. That's my decree." The ministers all agreed, thinking it was actually a pretty good idea. Next up, the second agenda item. The official reported that after seeing Hansen's activities, tons of citizens were flocking to the training center to learn bodybuilding. And so, a new force was officially formed. The Bodybuilding Swordsman Army, an entire legion of absolute units with bulging muscles. Wearing heavy helmets, they swung their swords in unison, shouting their powerful slogan. The official announced that Builder Gong would be the temporary head trainer and asked if everyone agreed. Gudo grinned, looking ecstatic. "Agree? That's fantastic news." He turned to express his deepest gratitude to Hansen for helping with the national defense. But Hansen just held up a hand. Titles and money could wait. It's workout time. He silently turned and walked away, leaving the Count completely bewildered. Gudo anxiously chased after him, asking, "Wait, Hansen Nim, is something bothering you?" In front of him was Hansen's massive back, a wall of intimidating, rippling muscle. Then crash. In a single move, Hansen smashed through the castle wall, sending Gudo stumbling back in terror. He cried out helplessly, "What is it this time?" Gudo trembled, pleading, "Are you unhappy with something?" Hansen's face was now burning with pure killing intent. Behind him, the muscle army was already lined up, ready to train. Sensing the tension, an official quickly whispered to a nearby soldier, "Hey, put the spear away. You're just making Hansen Nim angrier." Hansen stared directly at everyone in the meeting hall and asked, "Do you all want to join personal training too?" Gudo collapsed into his chair, whining in utter despair. Sigh. It's always just me. To end this torturous training session, Gudo immediately clasped his hands together and ordered his ministers, "We're going to speed run this meeting. Summarize every proposal and report back as fast as you can. Witnessing their lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscle army shed a tear of admiration, cheering, "The Count is so amazing." Instantly, an official scrambled in with a scroll, breathlessly reporting the next development on the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Lai was facing her sentence for the crime of attempting to assassinate the Count. But thanks to Gudo's mercy, her punishment was reduced. However, she was still stripped of her citizenship in the kingdom. Looking straight at Lai, Gudo said in a low voice, "Lai, I know you still hold a grudge against me." He then made a shocking offer. "So if this doesn't sit well with you, I'll give you the right to kill me." That statement left every soldier in the room completely floored. Gudo began to tremble violently. He screamed in total desperation, "No, you really should just kill me." But Lai simply smiled, looking totally satisfied, and replied, "I refuse." Gudo crumpled, clutching his chest and sobbing, "Lai, please kill me so I don't have to train with Hansen anymore." He was screaming like a madman, begging for anyone, absolutely anyone, to step forward and judge him. Right at that moment, Hansen appeared from behind and announced, "Good news, you don't have to be the Count anymore. From now on, the 24th of July is all about lifting weights." His target flinched in horror. Hansen looked absolutely thrilled. "Sounds good, right?" The mustached ministers began whispering and scheming. "Is he planning to hand the country over to us? Should we seize this chance? The Count's power is weak right now. We can probably do it. I never thought becoming a lord would be this easy." Seeing this, Hansen was so moved he started to cry. "I had no idea you all cared so much about the nation's trainees. I'm so touched." Hansen immediately ripped off his shirt, flexing his massive muscles and declaring, "I'm so happy right now. Whoever becomes the next Count, I'll personally help them improve their physical fitness." That reward was way scarier than any punishment. They all quickly changed their tune, laughing and praising Gudo. "Oh man, thank God I wasn't born into the Count's family. I'm perfectly happy with my current position. The only person fit to be Count is you, Lord Gudo." After the meeting, the Count promised to build any training equipment Hansen requested. Everyone gathered back in the main hall to continue discussing the kingdom's future. Even though the kingdom agreed to help, the equipment Hansen wanted was far beyond the technical capabilities of the White Nation. They heard that only Bios, the Earth Spirit King, could possibly create them. The big problem? Nobody had a clue where this king was. Just then, Lai suddenly spoke up. "Even the spirits have to respect my Pilates game." Lai explained that from her time living with the elves, she learned how to speak with them. Overjoyed, Hansen immediately grabbed her hand and begged her, "Please, you've got to take me to Baihemos." But Lai just stared him down and laid out her terms. "It's not hard, but in return, you have to help me get my revenge, right?" Gudo's face went pale, terrified she was talking about him, but Lai quickly corrected him, "Not the Count. Her real targets were the ones who massacred her family, a dark mage organization known as the Illuminati." Meanwhile, in some dark cave, a henchman was screaming in terror. "There are too many variables," he stammered, promising, "Next time, I won't make the same mistake." A girl with orange hair and a twisted smile immediately shot back with sarcasm. "Kia Hotbin is very disappointed in you." A round monster next to her chimed in, mocking the man's background. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, "Would things be better without allies?" Suddenly, a giant arm, glowing with green veins, swung a massive scythe, bringing it down with lightning speed. Witnessing the surprise attack, the faces of everyone in the cave twisted in pure horror. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the entrance to the cave, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The blast startles a flock of crows, sending them scattering into the dark forest. Below the now ruined entrance, a warning sign with a skull on it lies forgotten in the dirt. A pair of heavy combat boots stomps through the overgrown weeds. A determined voice cuts through the air. "Hiding so deep, it took me forever to find a good spot for my squats." The target is finally in sight. Illuminati. A warrior with an insanely muscular build and short red hair flashes a confident grin. Her hand is already on the hilt of her sword, ready to begin the purge. Witnessing the destruction, Ben lets out a scream of pure, unfiltered rage. "I'm going to kill you." But watching from a safe distance, the girl in the blue dress just covers her mouth, laughing with delight. He glares at his ghoul-like companion. "How about we add some fuel to this fire?" The monster Farron beside him lets out a series of excited shrieks. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turn ice cold. She whispers, "All right, I've made my decision." She lifts the hem of her dress, her crimson eyes burning with pure malice as she declares her intent to eliminate allies. At the same time, Ben frantically jams green syringes into his flexing biceps. Glowing green veins start spreading across his body like lightning. A burst of dark power transforms him into a terrifying creature, his eyes glowing a menacing gold in the shadows. From a crack in the earth, a black entity rises with a sinister smile. He. At this point, I think we can call this a betrayal, don't you? The shadow monster eagerly agrees. Betrayal, it's a betrayal. The orange-haired girl laughs, her voice echoing across the battlefield. He. I'll be sure to report this choice of yours to him. Ben is completely exhausted, sweat pouring down his broken face. As a colossal arm reaches out from the void, he only has time for one last, desperate scream before he's completely swallowed by the collapsing rubble. Chapter 32 of Jim's Dungeon opens with the girl in the blue dress and the monster Farron racing through a dense jungle. The girl lets out a gleeful laugh. Ben really did betray us. He must have known this would happen. That's why he sent him, wasn't it? Farron states with absolute certainty that there's nothing that man doesn't know. The girl asks about Ben's research journal, but Farron immediately claims it as his own. Even when she warns him that many other members are desperate to get that journal, the monster just scoffs, completely confident that he'll be the one to claim it. Farron declares with pure arrogance, "What belonged to Ben now belongs to me. Don't even try to take it." Just then, under the light of the full moon, Lai activates her battle aura and sword technique. An earth-shattering impact, a clash of titans that creates a chain of explosions, tearing the ground apart and blasting away everything nearby. Through the smoke and dust, the girl screams while Farron lets out a furious roar. Lai moves at impossible speeds, like a ghost gliding through the deep woods. She lands silently right behind her opponent, giving him zero time to react. Farron spins around, shocked, and gasps. Lai stands there, coldly staring down the monster with a smirk. The weeds have gotten a bit overgrown here. A total burn, guys. Farron immediately flies into a rage, his entire body glowing with dark green energy as he bellows. Weeds! He activates his skill, Song of the Rotted Forest, unleashing a brilliant wave of green energy that floods the entire area. Farron swings his massive scythe, sending waves of magic tearing after Lai through the canopy. Ancient trees fall one after another, sliced down by the monster's brutal power. He follows up with another move, Symphony of Rotted Wood, morphing into a monstrous, giant creature. Lai is forced to pour all of her power into her legs, constantly dodging the destructive blows raining down from above. The giant monster relentlessly hunts her with its glowing green scythe, but Lai activates her battle aura in time, a golden light flaring up to protect her. In the middle of the fight, she calmly lectures him, "Let me teach you the proper, traditional way to pull weeds." Lai's voice drops, warning him that to finish this ritual, she won't be holding back. Farron's face twists in absolute terror as he sees it. Lai is closing in fast, her killing intent practically suffocating him. "I guess I'm just old-fashioned," she says, unleashing her aura and a legendary sword technique. She dashes forward like a hurricane, unleashing a flurry of brilliant golden slashes that shred the green monster to pieces. The powerful strikes leave her opponent. All they could do was scream in agony before being completely swallowed by the light. At the same time, Gudo was busy clearing bushes with his sword, complaining, "I told you not to cut the grass. The spirits really hate that." Gudo quickly explained he was just making the path easier for Hansen, who suddenly appeared from behind, placing a hand on the Count's shoulder. "It's fine. Just go do some walking lunges behind the group. Even deep in the jungle, you can't escape leg day." Gudo immediately obeys. Hansen turns to Lai, asking for directions, since it feels like they've been walking in circles. Lai calmly explains that the path of the spirits is different from any normal trail. A few moments later, Lai stops and points. "Here." Hansen does a quick test bounce on the balls of his feet. The ground's soft. It'd be a waste not to do some jump squats. He immediately orders the entire team to give him 20 reps on the spot. Lai, however, begins her L-breathing technique. She closes her eyes, calmly regulating her breathing. In the quiet space, Hansen's loud counting echoes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In her state of stillness, Lai can clearly feel the birds chirping in the branches and hear the leaves rustling in the wind. She can even sense the subtle movements of flower buds as they begin to open. At that exact moment, the path of the spirits finally reveals itself a brilliant, multicolored light that cuts through the forest mist. Lai points again. "It's here." Instantly, a radiant burst of magic flares up, opening a gateway for the entire party. Hansen, of course, is still in training mode. Looking at the struggling Count, he reminds him, "Now, we all agreed we weren't going to shout slogans anymore, but we all heard Gudo just now, didn't we?" Pathetic and desperate for attention, Gudo just freezes on the spot, sweat dripping from his face in embarrassment. Hansen's anger rises. This time, everyone get focused. We're doing 40 reps. How many? The muscle squad roars back in perfect unison. 40 reps. Still not satisfied, Hansen bellows. I can't hear you. Make it 60. How many? The entire team roars like thunder. 60 reps. Hansen smiles, satisfied. Good. Just then, an incredible force sucks the group into the swirling vortex. Lai shouts a final piece of advice. Relax your bodies and let the wind carry you. They are in a free fall through a fantastical space, filled with countless brilliant rose petals. This is the spirit realm, the home of the earth spirits. She declared proudly that this was the land of Mother Gaia. And yeah, Gaia appeared a majestic and brutal landscape, with mountains, volcanoes spewing red-hot lava, and islands floating in the clouds. One of the muscle bros exclaimed in awe, "Master Hansen!" Before he could even finish his sentence, slam! An insane, invisible pressure crushed him and the others to the ground. You could hear the sickening cracks as the whole muscle squad got their faces smashed into the dirt. They couldn't move. One of them groaned, "Master, this weight is too heavy. I can't take it." Hansen just calmly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it is." But instead of being worried, he looked absolutely thrilled. He started doing heavy squats and yelling, "Isn't this the best place ever for squats?" Watching the giant stone pillars shake with his every breath, Hansen thought to himself, "I can't believe there's a home gym this awesome out here." To a personal trainer, everywhere is a gym. A warning popped up about an entity named Bai-Hemos. Heavy footsteps began to shake the ground, followed by the menacing red eyes of giant stone guardians. Hansen looked toward the glowing palace, his own eyes shining with determination. "I can't wait to meet this guy." Right in front of them, a massive stone monster stood guard at the dungeon entrance. A gigantic stone fist slowly rose into the air, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The giant fist came crashing down, shattering the ground and sending the muscle crew running for their lives. But Hansen? He didn't even flinch. He braced himself, using his bare hands to stop the 1,000-ton force pressing down on him. Seeing this insane sight, his team members screamed, "Master Hansen, are you okay?" Instantly, a bunch of other stone guardians raised their fists, all ready to join the attack. A storm of stone fists rained down, burying Hansen under a mountain of rubble. He let out a massive roar, but it wasn't a roar of pain. It was pure excitement. "Haha, I love this increasing pressure." With an explosive burst of power, Hansen roared again and sent all the stone guardians flying like pebbles. The impact was insane, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The muscle crew could only scream his name, completely freaking out. The ground started shaking violently from a rhythmic pounding, making everyone wonder if it was an earthquake. But one member recognized the sound and yelled, "Run! The muscle master is about to explode." Hansen stood there, eyes glowing, as his muscles began to contract, creating suffocating pressure. He declared loudly, increasing the weight. The power radiating from him was so terrifying that even Gudo and the others turned and ran for their lives. And just like that, his skill heavy squat times 10 activated. Hansen was now squatting with a colossal purple energy mass crushing down on his shoulders. He slowly counted out the reps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Watching this bizarre scene, the red-haired girl with them just asked, "What in the world is he doing?" One of the muscle bros answered casually, "It's Master Hansen's leg day, the most terrifying day at any gym." The girl was still confused by the whole leg day thing, so another guy quickly explained, "Oh, it just means he's training his lower body. The seniors here aren't great at explaining things, so please bear with them." Suddenly, a voice like thunder boomed from the heavens. "Have some interesting ants finally crawled their way here?" The whole group looked up in shock at the swirling sky. The powerful voice continued, "I am Bai-Hemos, master of Gaia in this spirit world." From between the clouds, a majestic volcanic island appeared. Bai-Hemos roared, demanding, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King, Hansen just kept focusing on his workout, yelling out, 15. He completely ignored the grand introduction, only caring about his reps. As soon as he finished his set, Hansen quietly stood up and started walking away, leaving Bai-Hemos totally confused. The Spirit King could only watch in disbelief as Hansen headed straight for the ocean. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Hansen bent down and started happily chugging seawater. Bai-Hemos absolutely lost it, screaming, "Hey! I asked what your purpose was." Hansen just ignored him and kept drinking. At that moment, only one thought was in his head. Seawater is nature's whey protein. Drink up, bros. Hansen stood up, dripping wet, his massive muscles glistening in the sun. He noted to himself that while seawater usually has too much sodium, the water here tasted sweet and refreshing. He decided he'd think about that later. Seeing this, the muscle squad asked excitedly, "So you're saying drinking this water will help our muscles grow?" Immediately, the whole team started cheering. "Yeah! Muscle growth!" Everyone in the water. Behemoth was completely speechless at the chaotic scene. What the hell are these guys doing? The entire muscle army was now frantically splashing in the sea. They were drinking water and screaming with excitement. After quenching his thirst, Hansen wiped his mouth and said casually, "Ah, that was great. Okay, now we can talk." This was the last straw. Behemoth roared in absolute fury. "How dare you drink water during a conversation with me, Behemoth? You are all shameless and ridiculous." The Spirit King declared he was done talking to these disrespectful intruders. In an instant, an army of giant stone guardians materialized, their eyes burning with crimson rage. Behemoth roared, "I'll teach you all a lesson in manners, starting from the ground up." He proudly declared this entire place was a living maze. Without the guidance of the spirits, he explained, invaders can't even find the entrance, let alone dream of escaping. He dared Hansen's crew to get through the shifting stone walls and the army of guardians waiting inside, all to reach a distant volcano. Behemoth just laughed. "Good luck finding a way into my heart." Hearing that challenge, Lai immediately took a stance. She poured power into her legs and launched herself skyward with a bristic exercise technique, aiming to soar right over the maze. But Behemoth shut that down instantly. Useless. Gravity enhancement. A crushing pressure suddenly slammed down, shocking Lai completely. Unable to fight the pull, she was dragged from the sky, crashing hard into the ruins below, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Staggering to her feet, Lai gritted her teeth, completely helpless. The gravity's too strong. Air travel is a no-go. Suddenly, a series of dry, rhythmic thuds made her whip her head around. Behind her, the muscle army was getting to work. They chanted in perfect unison. 1, 2, 3, 4. Massive, muscle-bound arms flexed and extended. The count echoed through the maze. 6, 7, 8. With every count, the ground trembles under his insane physical power, a workout and demolition all in one. But watching this, Behemoth just laughs with pure contempt. "You fools. This is the domain of earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals." He sneers, claiming these walls can't be broken by mere brute force. But the countdown doesn't stop. 9, 10. Hansen suddenly steps forward. On the 12th count, he pours every ounce of his strength into his hands and presses against the cliff face. Then, on 13, Hansen lets out a deafening roar, unleashing an absolutely monstrous push forward. A massive crack echoes out. The solid rock wall spiders with fractures before exploding into pieces under his bare hands. The sudden destruction leaves the enemy completely stunned, gasping in disbelief. A member of the muscle army just smirks. "It might be hard," he says, "but against us, it's brittle." He immediately barks out an order to the rest of the crew. "Seniors, focus your attacks on the cracks Hansen Nim made. Let's bring it down." The muscle army roars with excitement as the stone walls crumble with ease. This is almost too easy. But their celebration is cut short. A colossal figure emerges from the dust cloud. The team stares in shock. Golems, with menacing, glowing red eyes. What are they supposed to do now? Instantly, Sword Key and the 9 Secret Swords technique activates. A brilliant streak of golden light tears through the air, aimed right at the enemy. Lai lunges forward, a lightning-fast thrust aimed precisely at that glowing red eye, the stone monster's one critical weakness. Flipping gracefully in midair, Lai shouts to his team, "Just aim for the eyes. That'll finish him off." A moment later, the giant golem collapses to the ground. Seeing this, the muscle army gets a second wind. They charge in, a frenzy of powerful punches slamming into the remaining golems. But amidst the chaos, a furious scream rips through the battlefield. "You bastards!" Boom! A massive explosion erupts from a distant volcano, sending pillars of fire and smoke into the sky. Facing this insane sight, Hansen stays cool and just asks a simple question. "So, is that where Behemoth is?" Lai points ahead and confirms, "Yep. The spirit said we have to lift that thing to meet him." Before them is a massive stone platform blocking the path, with a long iron shaft running up to the cave ceiling. Staring at the immense weight, everyone wonders how they could possibly lift it. Hansen, ever the straightforward one, makes a simple suggestion. "Why don't we just smash it?" Typical 17-year-old all-power, no patience. A member of the muscle army quickly stops him. "Hansen Nim, wait. There are ropes connected over there." And right then, a flashback hits. It's been exactly 11 months since Hansen left Earth for this world, and despite his godlike physique, he's actually just 17, an age full of complex feelings. "Hey, what's that weird thing hanging from the ceiling?" one of the team members asks, pointing up. Lai squints, his eyes widening in recognition. "That's a pulley, but why is it here?" All this time, Hansen had been trying to bury his homesickness, hiding it deep down inside. But seeing this familiar object from his home world, right here in front of him, he's stunned. Hansen is frozen to the spot, his eyes locked onto it. All the pent-up emotions he'd been suppressing suddenly break free. Tears stream down the face of the muscle-bound leader. It's a piece of home he never, ever expected to see again. There, in the dim light of the cave, a piece of gym equipment glows like a priceless treasure. Hansen whispers its name, his voice thick with emotion. "My long-lost brother." It's a Milo, a piece of workout equipment developed back in the 1960s by an American trainer named Arthur Jones. He realized that grabbing an iron bar and leaning back was a lot like the lying pullover exercise. So, he built a machine to do that movement more safely and effectively. To this day, the machine has been improved with all sorts of new styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine brings Hansen to tears. Wiping his eyes, he mutters, "It's a lat pull-down machine. Stop crying. You'll cry away all your protein." The muscle army just looks at each other, totally confused. "A what machine?" Elsewhere, Gudo is shaking in fear. He stammers, A pit trap? Hansen, is the area of effect large? Normal people see a trap. A personal trainer sees a new machine. Hansen calmly walks forward and declares, "No, this isn't a trap." He then turns to his team. "What back exercises have we been doing? List them for me." One of the guys quickly rattles them off. One-arm dumbbell rows, pull-ups, and Romanian deadlifts. "Sir." "Correct." Hansen explains that they can only do pull-ups because they spot each other, but most people don't have a workout partner. He then demonstrates the motion, explaining that the exercise with the same effect as a pull-up is the lat pull-down. Because you can freely choose the weight and mimic the pull-up motion, it's a favorite back exercise for everyone, from total beginners to professional athletes. It's an exercise that focuses on your shoulder blades and lats. But if you lose focus, it's easy to make the mistake of pulling with your forearms, biceps, or shoulders. Hansen gets hyped. "Since the equipment is right here, how about a little demonstration?" The whole muscle army raises their hands and cheers with pure excitement. Build muscle, build muscle, build muscle. For the first step with the lat pull-down, you need to adjust the pad so your body doesn't lift off the seat. Second step, grab the bar slightly wider than your shoulders and lock your lower body in with the pad. For the third step, Hansen stresses the importance of bracing your core and focusing on squeezing your lats, not using your arm strength to pull. The bar should always move straight up and down. And for the fourth step, you have to be careful not to arch your back too much. And absolutely no using your body's momentum to cheat the movement. Hansen turns back to his team with a bright smile. "This weight might be a little heavy for you guys, so maybe next time. For now, you go on ahead." The muscle army salutes in unison. "Yes, sir. May your muscles grow." Hansen channels all his power into his massive arms. He lets out a grunt, and a hidden mechanism activates. A voice announces, "It is open." The giant stone door in the cave slowly slides upward, revealing a path deeper inside. The team cheers. "Let's go." Witnessing all this, Gudo asks one of the members, "Hey, his workout routine is completely different from what he's actually doing, right?" The musclehead just shrugs. "Hansen's on a completely different level than us." Gudo, still completely baffled, presses on. "Okay, but after he's done with his set, how are we supposed to get in?" The question made the brawny soldier sweat bullets, leaving him totally speechless. And inside, Hansen was still crushing some seriously heavy reps. He loudly counted out his 8th rep. Finishing his 4th set, he excitedly called out to Gudo, saying that if you apply pressure in just the right spot, the muscle pump feels absolutely incredible. Just then, his skill, Heavy Blunt, level 1 out of 10, activated. He braced himself and yelled, "All right, Sir Hansen, you can come in." The entire muscle squad had to use every ounce of their strength to lift the stone door, which weighed a ton, shouting, "Hurry up!" Hansen strolled in casually. He didn't forget to praise his junior's progress. "Add a few more tons to this door, and it'll be a decent warm-up for you guys." The second he stepped through, the massive stone door slammed shut, sealing the entrance. But weirdly enough, the other side was filled with hamsters in hard hats, scurrying all over construction scaffolding. Deeper inside, a vast space opened up, revealing blazing forges and massive, constantly moving gears, a secret workshop hidden deep within the mountain. Inside the workshop, countless tiny kangaroo-like creatures were hopping on buttons, operating all the machinery. The roaring furnaces blasted out waves of hot air, mixing with the thunderous noise of the machines. Seeing these tiny creatures working so hard, the girl with Hansen got super excited. Her eyes literally turned into stars as she squealed with delight. "Oh my gosh, they are so cute!" The girl couldn't help herself and reached out to touch Hansen's muscles. "I have to touch them," she gushed. "They look so soft." All sense of danger, completely forgotten, Hansen immediately stopped her with a serious warning. "Wait. Before signing up for a gym membership, you need a consultation with the staff. You can't just touch people without permission." Seeing her confused look, Hansen doubled down, stating that not touching people randomly is a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and declared, "I am Bios, king of the earth spirits." Seeing his tiny form, Gudo and another member of the muscle squad looked seriously disappointed. The muscular guy even snickered. "King of spirits? With a one-pack like that?" Feeling insulted, the little white dog erupted in anger. "How rude," he shouted. "How dare you compare yourselves to a noble spirit like me?" But just then, another presence completely shut him down. A cat in a white lab coat suddenly appeared, smiling slyly. This was getting way too interesting. I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. The cat revealed the little dog's real name was Lena, a high-ranking earth spirit. The cat himself? He was the real Bios. He warned everyone not to look down on the creatures working here. They were all high-level spirits. Hansen and his team could only nod in silence, completely humbled by the true Spirit King's presence. Bios looked at Hansen, explaining he'd already gauged his strength through Lena's test, then asked the reason for their visit. Hansen got straight to the point. "Can you make gym equipment?" Bios answered confidently. "You mean training tools? Give me enough time and the right materials, and there's nothing I can't create." Just as Hansen was about to speak, Gudo quickly stopped him. "No, Sir Hansen, that's not how you handle negotiations." He stepped forward and gave a formal, aristocratic bow. "Greetings. I am the Lord of the Gudo Barony, Count Gudo Kaut." With an incredibly humble attitude, Gudo pleaded, "Oh, great cat elder. Would you like some fish? Is there anything at all we can do for you?" Bios watched him, thinking to himself, "He's a rather polite human, isn't he?" As for payment, the Spirit King, in the body of a black cat, made his terms clear. "Money is fleeting. Working for me is eternal." Gudo immediately bowed his head. "I will follow any command the Spirit King gives." Bios just smirked. "Is that so?" He began to tell them about a night dweller demon that had recently appeared, corrupting the land. The mood instantly darkened, the sound of crows echoing through the gloomy forest. Bios explained that this thing was so strong that every client he'd sent to deal with it had completely vanished. Warning signs with skulls on them, scattered deep in the woods, were proof of the sheer danger. Bios clasped his paws and laid out his condition. "If you can destroy that demon and cleanse the land, I will help you." Hearing this, Hansen grinned with excitement. "Sounds good. Do you have a guide for us?" The Spirit King explained that. Before, he'd only sent mid-level spirits, but this time, he wanted an accurate report of the situation. Bios pointed a paw and commanded, "High Spirit, Lena, you will go with them." Lena jumped in shock when she heard her name. She frantically tried to make an excuse. "Sir Bios, I still have to manage and supervise this place." But Bios instantly flew into a rage, baring his fangs with a deafening roar. "You think I don't know you just sleep all day and secretly steal snacks? Now get going," he bellowed. The world-shaking roar made everyone, including Hansen and Gudo, scream in absolute terror. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, the female General Lion was running for her life. She muttered to herself, "I knew I shouldn't have poked that hornet's nest." Seeing the swarm of shadow monsters up ahead, she wondered in shock, "How are there already so many of them waiting here?" Lion gritted her teeth and got into a defensive stance as the insane laughter of the monsters began to surround her. From the shadows, bloodthirsty screams erupted. "Swordmaster Lion, get her!" Monsters shaped like clowns and figures in black robes charged at her in a frenzy. They all chanted together like crazed fanatics. "For Oculus, we give our all." Lion suddenly changed direction. As she dashed away, she mumbled something about the laws of nature. The ecosystem is interconnected. There are creatures that don't fear the hive. They only want the honey. In a flash, she unleashed a beautiful, arching sword strike, knocking back the closing monsters. A commander wearing an eye-shaped headband roared in fury. "Lion!" Surrounded, Lion suddenly began to glow with a brilliant golden aura. She poured all her power into her sword technique, Susan style. A small insect flew across the night sky, signaling a terrifying change. A dark mage, drenched in sweat, looked up in horror and gasped. "What is that?" He trembled, realizing the awful truth. She wasn't supposed to be this strong, was she? High in the sky, hundreds of brilliant golden swords materialized out of thin air, filling the entire area and preparing to rain down like a storm of pure destruction. A massive pillar of light suddenly erupted, tearing the night apart and sending flocks of terrified birds scattering from the forest. The story then cuts to the mascot, Lena, who's busy chewing on some rocks. She boasts to Hansen, "Want to know the past? Just watch me chew on these." Hansen, in the middle of a squat, was totally impressed by this bizarre ability. But then, Lena's eyes went wide with shock, making Hansen ask if she saw something terrifying. But nope, it was a total fake-out. She just cheered because the rock was delicious, leaving Hansen and the team completely speechless. Lena cleared her throat, explaining it was just a joke because the minerals were too new, so the memories were super short. She snapped at them to stop looking at her like some kind of glutton, and immediately ordered the group to find and dig up the oldest-looking minerals in the area. The muscle army quickly approached some giant boulders. One member carefully double-checked, "So, we just need to bring these back, right?" The group then started digging around a massive stone. Hansen stood back with his arms crossed, wondering what on earth his followers were planning to do. The muscle bros honestly explained they were trying to carve a handle so Hansen could lift the rock easily. Hansen muttered to himself about the handle, then slowly held out his own massive hand. Hansen pressed his fingertips into the hard stone surface. He took a deep breath, and with terrifying strength, he squeezed, causing the boulder to crack violently under his grip. He sank his fingers deep into the solid rock, calmly telling his guys, "Just grip it like you're doing a lat pull-down. Easy." The muscle disciples standing nearby could only gasp in pure shock. Whoa. Without missing a beat, Hansen started doing a one-arm dumbbell row with the gigantic slab of rock. He kept switching his stance, counting reps at a rapid pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, switch. Seeing this, Block walked up to another huge boulder and asked, "You mean, like this?" He then began performing a perfect snatch deadlift. He followed it with a flawless combo, from a snatch pull and snatch balance to an overhead squat. Block powered up, hoisting the boulder over his head before slamming it down, creating a huge shockwave. Standing in the dust cloud, Block confidently announced he was done. Hansen gave him a satisfied smile and a big thumbs up. "That's my boy Block. Your form has gotten so much better." His student wiped away some sweat, grinning back. "This stuff? It's just a warm-up. Easy." The intense training vibe spread everywhere. The muscle army was now hard at work, lifting and carrying massive rocks as their counting echoed across the land. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other members were just as intense. They tied huge boulders with ropes, training their endurance with powerful shouts. 5, 6, 7, 8. In the middle of all this chaos, the spirit Lena stood frozen, a small stone in her hand. She stared at the makeshift gym around her, thinking, "I said find ancient stones, and they turned this place into a workout." Lena quietly popped the stone into her mouth, chewed, and then suddenly stopped, her face a mask of pure shock. An egg. Far below, a simple wooden bridge led into a deep, dark cave in the heart of the mountain. Inside the gloomy cavern, a man wearing a plague doctor's mask and red glasses sat across from a formidable business partner. He began his pitch. "We at Ocus hold your abilities in very high regard, Toad." He went on, explaining that turning this place into a dungeon had cost them a ton of resources. As he spoke, the bird-masked man lifted a teacup for a sip, but immediately spewed the liquid everywhere, screaming in horror. "Damn you! You dare bring poison to the negotiation table?" From the shadows, a long tongue snaked out and licked its lips, followed by a gruff voice. "Poison? It has a proper name. It's called whiskey." The figure that emerged was Toad, a powerful leader of the Toad people. He was smoking a cigar, holding a bottle of liquor, and casually corrected him. "Don't call it poison. This is the finest hospitality." The bird-masked man exploded with fury. "You heard his orders. You were to join Ocus, not take this place for yourself." Unable to control his rage, he lunged straight at Toad, yelling, "How dare a lowly reptile play games with his lordship's kindness?" But just as he was about to strike, the bird-masked man's head started spinning, his vision blurring as dizziness overwhelmed him. Toad just calmly corrected him again. "Look closely. I'm an amphibian, not a lizard. Get it right. As for joining Ocus, sure, but I really don't like your terms." As he spoke, he tipped the bottle back and drained it. Immediately after, Toad and his henchmen grabbed the weakly struggling bird-masked man and began pouring alcohol down his throat. Toad just sneered. "Come on, drink up." The bird-masked man screamed in despair as the burning liquid poured down his throat. "It's burning. I feel like I'm on fire." Just moments later, the man had completely collapsed, His red eyes glazed over from the alcohol as he hiccuped uncontrollably. Toad looked down at his defeated opponent and said mockingly, "Now that's a face that's ready to negotiate." He let out a sinister grin, blowing out a cloud of cigar smoke. "My friend, we have plenty of drinks here." Behind him, an entire army of Toadmen in sharp business suits appeared, their faces grim and threatening. Toad declared loudly, "Now, let the real negotiations begin." This was Toad, the head of the mysterious Red Eye Legion. He looked at the wasted envoy and sneered. "Get 'em drunk enough and they'll sign anything, right, pal?" Meanwhile, the spirit Lena suddenly shouted with excitement, "I found it!" But as she looked down into the valley, she instantly froze in horror. A symphony of grunts echoed across the land as the muscle army trained relentlessly. Lena narrowed her eyes, her face a mask of pure contempt. Ugh, these lower life forms. These meatheads. She couldn't believe how obsessed they were with pushing their bodies to such ridiculous extremes. Two of the muscleheads were chatting between reps. One praised the other, "Dude, your lats are getting as wide as an eagle's wings." His buddy just humbly replied, "It's just the pump, man. You're the one hitting new PRs." He then smiled, adding, "Heavyweight is the only real path to building muscle." But that line? It hit a nerve with another teammate. He froze, his expression turning dead serious. "Hold on. I can't just let that slide." A murderous aura erupted from him as he argued back. Feeling the stimulation is way more important than the weight. He started flexing, showing off his rippling physique to prove his point. Not to be outdone, the other guy unleashed his own fiery red energy, roaring back that heavy weight is the one absolute truth. The two immediately launched into a fierce debate, shouting their beliefs as their opposing powers exploded, shaking the very ground around them. Two muscle warriors, face to face. A killer instinct filled the air. One of them challenged, "Talk is cheap, it kills your gains. Let's settle this one-on-one." The other didn't even flinch. Stretching his muscles, he accepted without hesitation. "Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing." The rest of the muscle army just watched, buzzing with excitement. "Whoa, they're actually fighting," another guy observed. "Weight versus stimulation, huh? My pecs are getting fired up just watching this." And just like that, one of the warriors let out a primal roar, his eyes glowing. The two muscleheads immediately struck a pose, ready for a showdown. Someone in the crowd noted that Team Weight's lats looked bigger. But Team Stimulation? He had way better balance and symmetry. The air crackled with energy as the call came. Pose number 1. Both warriors hit a confident front double biceps pose in perfect sync. Then came the command for pose number 2. But right at the peak of their clash, Hansen appeared from behind, his voice ice cold. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The sudden arrival of their leader sent a shockwave of fear through the crew, who stammered, "Hansen Nim!" Hansen's face was pure menace as he growled, "Did I just hear you guys talking about abs?" He pointed a finger and roared, "Weight or stimulation? Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather go all-out training, than go all-out resting." One member mumbled sadly that he was genuinely curious which one mattered more. Two others immediately latched onto Hansen, begging him, "It's stimulation, right, sir?" "No way. Weight is the only truth." Hansen just stared them down and shot back, between dumbbells and a barbell. Which one is more important? The question left them speechless. Huh? Their brains just short-circuited. Hansen kept pressing them with even tougher questions about anatomy. Between your hamstrings and your quads, which one matters more? This meathead asked some hard questions. He flexed his pecs and traps, roaring, "I'm asking you, between the trapezius and the pectoralis major, which one is more important?" Watching from a distance, Gudo was sweating bullets, whispering to another guy, "I kinda get what he's saying. But don't people usually compare their mom and dad?" The muscle-bound soldier quickly shushed him. "Shh." Hansenim has super sharp hearing. Gudo could only nod frantically in terror. Seeing his men struggling, Hansen walked over, put a hand on one of their shoulders and said gently, "You don't need to overthink it." He flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his own mountain of muscles, and offered some heartfelt advice. "Just add more weight, and feel the stimulation. It's that simple, right?" Hansen's words hit the young warrior like a lightning bolt. He was so moved he started crying, whispering his leader's name in pure admiration. On that day, the entire muscle army once again felt that simple truth deep in their bones. Hansen declared with a grin, "That was just the warm-up. The real training starts now, you maggots." They all believed, with absolute faith, that Hansen was the one who could help them shatter their limits and become even stronger. The whole squad roared in unison, "Sir, yes sir, let's go." Their battle cries echoed across the entire land. Far away, a small creature was busy munching on some minerals. It peeked at the muscle army, wondering if they were ever going to get around to actually doing their mission. Meanwhile, Lai was more than a little skeptical. She watched their slow, deliberate movements and wondered what kind of enemy would just stand there and take those hits. In another part of the forest, Lob was staring quietly at his own hands, lost in thought. He used to be so confident in his strength, but Hanson's words kept haunting him, the warning that he had to strengthen his support muscles if he ever wanted a real breakthrough. So Lob pushed deeper into the dense jungle. He muttered to himself, "It's got to be around here somewhere." He pushed aside bush after bush until finally, his eyes lit up. He'd found his target. "Found it!" Lob cheered. Seeing the slimy green creature hiding in the grass, he immediately got an idea. He could use it to make his own resistance bands for training. Without a second's hesitation, Lob launched himself into the air, screaming his attack. Axe chop! He came crashing down on the liquid monster with a relentless barrage, finishing it with a powerful cross. But then, a strange presence made him freeze. Someone was watching him from a tree branch, a very weird someone. It was a beastman who looked just like a toad, holding a bag full of slimes. He casually apologized for harvesting the local specialty used for making wine, claiming he didn't know someone else had called dibs. Lob just stared, stunned. "A beastman?" The toadman asked curiously. "So, what does a human need slimes for anyway? You're not a mage." Lob scratched his head. You wouldn't get it. It's to help me get stronger." Hearing this, the toad's eyes lit up. "You want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so? My boss is an expert in that field." "An expert, huh?" Lob was skeptical. "Really?" The toad immediately invited him. "Come with me. I'll introduce you to the big boss." Even though Lob already had a master in Hanson, his curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. Next thing he knew, he was dragged into a wild drinking party with the toadmen. Gulp after gulp, Lob chugged down huge jars of alcohol. The toads cheered him on. "Hey, this guy can drink. You must do this all the time, right?" Lob, face bright red, hiccuped. "I'm just a beginner. You guys are pushing me too hard." Drunk off his mind, he slurred. "So, when do I get stronger?" Hick. A toad with an eye patch got right in his face and grinned. "Aren't you getting stronger right now? The alcohol is kicking in. I can see you getting stronger already." Lob's head was spinning. He stumbled around, surrounded by empty bottles scattered across the table. Lob managed to whisper, "This is bad. I can't drink anymore." Then he collapsed onto the table, completely passed out. The eye patch-wearing toad looked at his trapped prey. He flashed a wicked, toothy grin and announced, "Hey customer, this round of drinks is going to cost you a lot." In the darkness, Lob woke up with a throat as dry as a desert. He rasped, "So thirsty." He looked around, completely lost. "Where am I?" A splitting headache hit him and he groaned in pain. "Ugh, my head." As his vision cleared, he realized with horror he was in a massive, dark cave. He tried to struggle, only to find he was stuck in a sticky, green goo plastered against a cliff wall. The slime was so adhesive and elastic, he was completely trapped. Suddenly, a deep, gruff voice echoed from the shadows. "A newbie, huh? Just lay still and wait for your turn, kid." Lob looked over and saw a strange creature imprisoned right next to him. The creature introduced the plan, and he told Lob there was absolutely no way he could escape on his own. Seeing no reaction, the lizardman roared, "Don't you ignore me." But then he just clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at a guy who was about to die anyway. Block, keeping his cool, asks a simple question. "Hey, I'm just wondering, why don't you guys just kill us?" The lizardman leader explains it's all part of a plan to create a dungeon. Seeing Block's confusion, he elaborates. "It's a dark domain, a place where monsters can endlessly spawn. A gloomy tower, surrounded by eerie blue flames, materializes in the massive cavern, a beacon of pure evil. But here's the catch. You can't just create monsters out of thin air. To keep a dungeon running, you have to steal life energy from living creatures. That's the basic principle, creating a core that can store and maintain that power. And that's why these amphibians are stockpiling living beings in their food storage. Once you're in here, you become a living, breathing power bank for the whole cave." Thousands of people are trapped along the towering cliff face, all in absolute despair. Stuck in a thick, green goo, Block wearily asks, "Is there really no way out of this?" The lizardman leader, trapped right next to him, answers coldly, "As you can see, the chances are 0. He tells Block not to waste his energy struggling. The more you move, the faster your energy gets drained. Then he smirks. "You want to die sooner or something?" Block shuts his eyes, feeling helpless, blaming himself. "It's because I was too weak." He whispers a final apology. "Master, I'm sorry I didn't have time to bulk up." The second he hears that name, the lizard man's face changes. Cold sweat pours down his face in pure terror. Hansen? Don't tell me you mean you, Hansen, the bear lord of the Alio mines? Block, completely bewildered, just nods. Yeah. How'd you know? Instantly, the leader starts screaming his head off. KYAAA, we have to get out. We have to get out of here right now. He thrashes around like a madman, trying to escape the very slime he just claimed was inescapable. Witnessing this sudden 180, Block is baffled. What are you doing? Didn't you just say struggling would kill us faster? But the lizard man has completely lost it. His mind is flashing back to a horrifying memory being used as a weight for Hansen's push-ups. Hansen, with a casual smile, had said, "All right, field push-ups, starting again from 1. Just thinking about it, the lizardman leader wails through his tears. What kind of crazy monster does that? He screams in absolute desperation, "I'd rather just die right now." Meanwhile, back in the city, Hansen looks around and wonders, "Hey, where'd Block go?" A member of his muscle army reports that Block left his resistance bands behind and went to Sun Slim early. Hansen's a little worried Block didn't tell him, or he would have given him some spares. Lai, standing nearby, is also suspicious. He's still not back. Isn't that a little weird? Hansen just smiles, full of confidence. He's a big boy. Worst case, he'll just lose a few ounces of muscle. Gudo nervously glances around and reminds him, "Sir Hansen, this is the enemy camp. It's probably not a good idea to be relaxing here." But the moment he says it, his eyes go wide with shock. Hansen is casually balancing a gigantic boulder on his shoulders. Hansen gives him a bright, but incredibly intimidating smile. "If you don't want to relax, then let's start with 100 squats." Right now, all Gudo can do is cry silently, his face a mess of sweat and tears from the brutal workout. In the middle of this, the spirit, Lee, explains their next mission. The target is a toadman named Cece. He's trying to turn this place into a dungeon, so whatever you do, don't use your full power in a certain area. If you do, you'll just end up helping the enemy. Hansen processes this information. A toadman, huh? I heard frog legs are high in protein. That's probably great for muscle growth, right? That single sentence flips a switch in the muscle army. They start shouting like maniacs. Is that true? Is it really good for building muscle? Ooh, muscle growth. The beefy crew surrounds the tiny spirit, roaring. So where is this source of protein? La squeals in fear. Help me. These monsters are asking for the menu. One of the muscleheads immediately suggests, how about we split into teams to search? If you find him, signal with a pec flex. Hansen, however, doesn't look interested. I'm not a fan of long cardio sessions. Seeing a chance to escape this torture, Gudo's face lights up as he volunteers. Sir Hansen, leave the search to an expert like me. Please, assign this mission to me. Even though his legs are shaking uncontrollably from exhaustion, he desperately begs to go. Hansen gives Gudo a knowing look and asks, "So, did you finish those 100 squats yet?" Gudo keeps a strained smile on his face and admits, "Not yet." Hansen's face immediately beams with a terrifying brightness. He gives a gentle order. "You can go after you've finished all of them." Old, and stuck with a tough instructor. The poor Count is speechless, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out a single, defeated yes in utter despair. The Toadman hums a little tune while dragging a huge sack, squeezing through narrow crevices in the cave, and heading deep into a large chamber with a giant red vessel. He meets up with one of his own and announces, "I have returned." A toad-like hand touches a magical sphere containing an entire galaxy. A mechanical door slowly opens with an invitation. Enter, Toadman. A glowing mass of matter is muttering to itself. "I'll make lots of friends for you soon." He dumps the entire glowing substance into a deep pit and commands, "Grow and become wonderful nourishment for this dungeon." Down below, the trapped lizardman leader looks on in horror as he recognizes the new arrivals. Predators. "We're done for. The big shot earthworms are here." Giant worms begin to slither across the ground, heading straight for the trapped victims. The bloodthirsty worms close in on the cliff where the lizardman leader is stuck. They bare their sharp fangs, ready to attack. Meanwhile, at Hansen's camp, a muscle army member asks with a worried tone while eating, "Sir Hansen, Block didn't bring any chicken breast with him. Will his protein intake be okay?" Hansen casually chews on a piece of bread and reassures him. "Block? Oh, he'll be fine. He was born with a special kind of blessing." Seeing the confused look on his subordinate's face about some special power, Hansen explains that, actually, Block has one of the worst senses of taste in the entire world. When the guy argues that sounds more like a flaw, Hansen just laughs. When you can't taste anything, everything tastes like chicken breast. Right then, in the dark dungeon, Block's eyes flash as he unleashes his power. Instead of being scared, he opens his mouth wide and begins to devour the very monsters that were about to attack him. A horrifying truth is revealed. Besides his parents, there is absolutely nothing in this world that Block can't eat. He tears into the monster flesh, goo dripping from the corner of his mouth. With eyes burning with pure hunger, he let out a triumphant roar. Next. Where's the next one? The only answer was the sickening, wet crunch of him chewing. You see, our guy, Block, was pinned to a cliff face by some thick, disgusting green slime, and right below his feet, a writhing pit filled with dozens of giant, grotesque worms. The lizard man prisoner trapped next to him could only watch in absolute horror. Ugh, you can actually eat those things. That's vile. But while the lizard was disgusted, Block, he was feeling incredible. He could feel raw power surging through every single cell. The worm juice was actually sweet, and his muscles were getting a serious pump. A look of pure bliss spread across his face, like he'd just eaten a 5-star meal. Block started to flex, pouring all of his strength into his muscles to break free of the goo. Even as the lizard man insisted it was impossible, telling him he'd never escape, Block refused to give up. Suddenly, his eyes flared with an intense, intimidating purple light. A massive explosion ripped through the air, tearing the slime apart and leaving the monster beside him completely stunned. You actually broke it? Block stepped away from the cliff, finally free. Block slowly lifted his head, a sinister grin plastered on his face. He asked calmly, "So, which one should I eat first?" The monsters below absolutely lost their minds. He pointed down at the swarming maggots and challenged them. "Go on, take a guess." His twisted smile and the drool dripping from his chin just made the whole scene even creepier. Meanwhile, in a sunlit forest, the muscle army was busy with their training run. A curious member asked, "Commander Guron, what's the real benefit of taking over a dungeon?" The commander stated with total confidence, "Taking over a dungeon comes with a reward. Just trust me on this." Hansen explained that a dungeon is basically an automatic system that gathers power. Once it's established, its energy absorption range expands, and the speed picks up too. It grants the owner their own recognized territory. Another member of the muscle army, still jogging, wondered aloud, "But why don't humans build dungeons?" Gudo, panting, explained it's because humans have no idea how much energy it would even take to create one. He stressed that human society runs on taxes. If you started draining their bioenergy on top of that, it would cause total chaos. Gudo clutched his head, stressed out. Maintaining a dungeon is a massive puzzle for any average population. The little fairy spirit explained that if an environment seems to lack energy, there are two possibilities. One, the owner is intentionally keeping the territory small to avoid attracting invaders. Lena continued the analysis, saying the second possibility is that the enemy has a goal completely separate from just creating a dungeon. Gudo and the warriors all looked worried. In either case, turning this place into a dungeon was going to be extremely difficult. Lena wondered to herself, what are you really planning? All this, while deep inside the enemy's hideout, the Toadman, a guy named Croaker, was living it up, drinking, singing, and having a blast. He adjusted his monocle and asked a sneaky question. "You know why we drink? It makes it easier to trick people." He smugly declared that alcohol helps you make friends more easily. Croaker laughed loudly, surrounded by his cheering goons, bragging that thanks to booze, they could get friendly with all sorts of individuals. The chaotic tavern scene was filled with all kinds of drunk monsters. Croaker suddenly shoved a contract right in Block's face, purring, "My dear friend, would you care to put your stamp on this little agreement?" Block, at this point, was completely wasted. He just stood there stunned, muttering incoherently with a dazed look on his face, as one of Croaker's henchmen poured more booze down his throat. "Drink up!" Croaker then stood before the crowd of tipsy monsters and yelled, "All right, everyone, it's time to go make some more booze. To the factory," he yelled. The exhausted monsters dragged their feet through the dark cave, every one of them looking completely wiped out. Suddenly, a horned monster started freaking out, desperate for a drink. He screamed in desperation, "Give me alcohol, or I'll destroy everything." Without missing a beat, Croaker smashed a bottle right over the crazed monster's head, knocking him out cold. Looking at the fallen creature, Croaker said, "Looks like this one's broken. Take him to the poison pit." He then led his cheering toadmen forward and made an announcement. "All right, to make your work easier, we're going to dig up some peat, the main ingredient for our smoky whiskey." "Croak." One of the toadmen started digging, showing his buddies how it's done. Croaker threw his entire body weight into the shovel. "This is my mandatory cardio, fellas." But amidst the dusty chaos of the worksite, Hansen suddenly appeared, and he turned this brutal forced labor into a high-intensity workout session. He started hauling carts overflowing with rocks and carrying massive boulders, all while the miners cheered him on. Hansen grabbed a shovel and began digging at an unbelievable speed. He commented with excitement, "Oh yeah, I'm starting to feel a real nice burn in my lats. The most gym-addicted miner in history, right here." He even flashed a confident smile, wondering if he should use his pecs to push for more power. Witnessing this incredible strength, two toadmen just stared at each other. "You think he's a friend?" Croak. The other one nodded. "A friend? Yeah, probably." Croak. Hansen clapped his hands, getting the attention of the surrounding toadmen. "Break's over. Time for the next set." The entire crew of toadmen flew into a frenzy, working like crazy under his direction. Hansen flexed and shouted encouragement. "You're not bracing your core while you dig. That's bad technique." The toadmen got swept up in Hansen's enthusiasm, digging like madmen and cheering. Hansen continued to demonstrate how to use the shovel like a piece of gym equipment, shouting, "Relax your triceps, just like you're doing a dumbbell press. Imagine the shovel is attached directly to your elbow." The toadmen worked until they were dripping with sweat, croaking non-stop. But then, one of them started to rebel. "Why the hell should we listen to you?" Croak. Seeing his partner losing focus, Hansen picked up his shovel with a serious face and reminded him, "You should never disrespect your training equipment." He then flashed a terrifyingly bright smile and told the whole group, "All right, let's take it from the top." The toadmen started muttering among themselves, convinced Hansen wasn't their friend. "You're not our friend. We only thought you were because you look completely insane." Croak. Hearing this, Hansen looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? Didn't we just agree to be workout buddies?" That was the last straw. The toadmen exploded with rage. "Workout buddies? He's definitely not a friend." Croak. They all leaped at him at once, bringing their shovels down hard on Hansen's shoulders and back. But despite the brutal blows, Hansen stood as solid as a rock, leaving the toadmen completely shocked and terrified. He slowly turned around to scold them. Hey, you can't use workout equipment to hit people." Hansen even added a little warning. "You know, hitting someone with a dumbbell can get your gym membership revoked." The iron shovels had completely shattered on impact with his steel-hard muscles. The terrified toadmen started making excuses. The shovels broke all by themselves." Croak. How could he have broken it? Maybe from digging too much? One of the goons was still in denial. No way a twig like that could survive their attack. And then boom! A world-shaking, fiery red energy erupted, wrapping around Hansen and transforming him into a massive, muscular entity. Hansen stood tall amidst the red smoke, his blank white eyes glowing in the dark. He whispered back, his voice seething with pure power. "Me?" A suffocating pressure filled the air as Hansen growled, "You must be mistaken." His massive new form radiated an overwhelming might, making the tiny toads below tremble in absolute terror. To grow muscle, heavy training is key, but stretching with things like resistance bands, just as important. With glowing eyes and bulging muscles, Hansen demonstrated the move while letting out a roar. But he also warned that stretching too much can seriously weaken your muscles. Under his foot, a toad was being choked out. It gasped desperately, "Please, let me go. You're gonna rip my tongue out." But Hansen just kept encouraging proper stretching, yelling, "The most important thing is better posture when you train." Hansen strained, pulling the red energy band taut. "If you don't want to be scrawny forever," he declared, "you gotta stretch." All this while the toad being used as a weight, and was screaming, "Somebody help me!" Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a group of toads were plotting. One with a monocle sipped his wine, admiring his own genius. "Look at me in the mirror," he mused. Handsome and brilliant. He smugly realized that with their crew, they could run the dungeon without any help from Ocus. The toad leader raised his bottle, declaring loudly that today was a day for celebration. He ordered all the other drunks to be summoned immediately. The toads below erupted in cheers, while many others were already passed out drunk on the floor. In a dark cave, CC sat calmly drinking at his desk. As someone approached, he adjusted his monocle and asked, "So, you've arrived?" Before CC stood the elite officers of the Redhead Legion, also known as the Drunks. The wolf, Cavote, roared with excitement. "You summoned us! Does that mean it's time to let loose?" Right away, a guy named Julay chimed in to scold him. "Mr. Cavote, how rude." Behind them, Gulam the White Bear cleared his throat. Ahem. While the blue-haired Randip was already tasting battle in the air, Tiakas looked annoyed. "What a waste of time. I was having a good nap." CC just laughed, totally pleased. "Excellent. This is how close comrades should be." His monocle suddenly gleamed. "It's been a while since we were all here. Let's enjoy ourselves." In an instant, a massive magic circle enveloped the entire group. The drinking game was officially activated. A powerful surge of energy spread all the way to the wine cellar, where giant wooden barrels were stacked high. System announcements echoed out. Sacrifice confirmed. Transporting sacrifice. The entire wine cellar was swallowed by magical light, and from the center of that glow, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long red tongue suddenly appeared. It announced proudly, "I am the four-sided die, Nagaro. You are responsible for leading." Nagaro then declared with excitement, "The drinking game has begun. Now, choose the players for each team." It started scanning the entire area, announcing it had detected 380 intelligent life forms. Nagaro went on to explain that everyone would be split into 2 teams based on their personal inclinations. Hansen, who was just chilling and eating a sweet potato, jumped when Nagaro popped up right in front of him. "What is this thing?" he asked, completely confused. The game master announced that each team would have 5 direct participants, while the rest would just be spectators. Nagaro then screamed with glee, "So who's gonna play with me? If you don't, I'll get every single one of you drunk right here, right now." Hearing that, Hansen was totally lost. He quickly asked his mentors for advice. "Hey masters, what's this blood alcohol content thing?" A system screen immediately popped up with a response. "It's been a while," it read. "Turns out, alcohol itself doesn't directly cause muscle loss." Hansen listened intently as the masters explained that the liver, the organ that produces protein, prioritizes breaking down alcohol first. This seriously gets in the way of muscle synthesis. An illustration showed the liver struggling to process the alcohol, making Hansen realize this could seriously mess with his muscle gains. Breaking down alcohol also uses up a ton of water, which leads to dehydration in the muscles, tanking his performance and workout efficiency. The second he heard the threat of muscle loss, Hansen's face changed. He roared, "Muscle loss? Absolutely not." He quickly tapped the magic screen. And just like that, the system announced, "You Hansen has joined." Seeing this, Guro curiously walked over. "So you just press it like this?" Just then, Gudo rushed in, screaming, "Wait!" The only sober one trying to prevent a disaster. Gudo was extremely worried. He figured this had to be enemy magic, probably a trap, and ordered them not to touch anything. The Count quickly calculated in his head that instead of taking a risk, it was way better to just watch from the sidelines to keep himself and his soldiers safe. Gudo let out a cunning smile, but then immediately screamed, "I told you not to press it." While trying to stop Gudo accidentally touched the screen himself. He screamed in horror as the words "Gudo has joined" appeared. If I don't join, Hansen might think I'm just slacking off." He decided to press it, and the system confirmed his entry. A white cat appeared, explaining that this was a conditional force field created by the enemy. This type of magic might not do anything right away, but it can inflict some seriously heavy penalties depending on specific conditions. Hearing this, Lai quickly analyzed the situation. "Just throw our strongest members in to carry the team." "Safest bet," the cat agreed. "Exactly." They both touched the screen. The system announced, "Lai and Lena have joined." Nagaro roared with excitement. The players have been decided. Team A's lineup was now official. Hansen, Guro, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. Across from them, Team B was also set, with CC, Randip, Kavat, Ket, and Teokes. Since the players are chosen, Nagaro announced happily, "We'll now pick the game." A golden pyramid began to spin and shot off into the middle of the forest. Nagaro declared the game this time would be Roll a Game. The spinning pyramid stopped, revealing the game's name, Bonnie Bonnie Little Rabbit. "The rules are simple," Nagaro explained. "You players will all turn into rabbits. However, each team will have one person who isn't a rabbit, but a carrot. Each team has to protect their own carrot while fighting the other team. If a carrot gets captured, the losing team's blood alcohol level goes up by 0.1%, and the game ends. The ultimate punishment for a gym rat. Of course, catching one big carrot is way better than chasing 3 rabbits, right? Even the reserves can get in on this action. Alright, time for a fun little drinking game. Begin." A toad-like man gave a thumbs up, looking smug. "Heh, this is gonna be my lucky day." "Ribbit," he grinned mischievously. "Our team's carrot is the hidden guy, right?" "Ribbit." But a big question remained. Who exactly was the hidden guy? Suddenly, a world-shattering explosion ripped through the area. The Toad Man scrambled for his life, screaming for backup. "We got players over here. Croak. Requesting support. Croak." Panic set in as he realized how bad the situation was. More than 10 of them are headed that way. "Is our carrot gonna get cooked? Croak." The Toad Man gritted his teeth, determined. "I don't know. Croak." But then he looked up and screamed in pure terror. "He's too strong. Croak." In that instant, Hansen appeared a giant of a man. his red eyes burning with rage. He let out a furious roar. "Touch anything you want, but not my muscles." His killing intent flooded the entire forest. A squad of muscle bros wearing rabbit ears were now running for their lives, chased by mysterious dark figures. One of them yelled in a panic. "Damn it!" he screamed in total desperation. "Everyone, protect me!" As he ran, he revealed his crucial role. "I'm the carrot. I'm our team's carrot." With every heavy footstep, the ground itself began to tremble violently. Gudo was sprinting away frantically. When he noticed the enemies had stopped chasing, he paused, confused. "Huh? Did they get bored of the chase already?" A muscle warrior next to him pointed up and asked, "Didn't you hear Guro screaming?" He explained that Guro had already confirmed that guy was the carrot. Gudo stroked his chin, putting it together. Ah, so they're all going after the carrot now. Still, he wondered how the enemy knew their target so clearly that they'd stop chasing him. Then he heard it Guro, still running and screaming the carrot's identity for the whole world to hear. "You idiot!" Gudo roared in helpless frustration. "Why are you running around shooting that?" A different muscle warrior pointed ahead, shouting a warning. "Stop him. That guy looks dangerous." It was Randip blue hair, blazing red eyes, moving at blinding speed. But as he closed in, the muscle army just casually commented, "This guy looks like he's never done a single squat in his life." Yeah, one kick and he's done for. Ignoring their insults, Randip executed a powerful side lunge. He zipped past the muscle warriors with ease, sneering, "I can smell the slow." Seeing Randip's insane speed, all the muscle bros could do was gasp in shock. So fast. They instantly coordinated, unleashing a combined skill bell swing and heavy blunt, 1/10 launching a massive purple energy orb at him. But Randip just casually sidestepped the attack with a smirk. "If you can dodge this, it's over." He weaved around effortlessly, making the magic missile miss its mark completely. A moment later, a brilliant white cross-shaped flash of light exploded, tearing through the battlefield. Elsewhere, Lai was clashing swords with an enemy, asking with suspicion, "Are you a swordsman?" Fiery slashes erupted one after another as he noted a scent of luxury coming from his opponent. Lai realized he was facing a magic swordsman as sparks of light flew in a dramatic clash. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Down below, a muscle bro who was just watching the action froze, his eyes wide with terror as the blinding light beamed right down on his head. Talk about being caught in the spotlight. In another corner, a massive hand popped the top off a liquor bottle. A beast man chugged the burning liquid down and roared with excitement. "I'm on fire!" He screamed for things to burn even hotter as savage flames began to engulf his entire hulking body. The group of toadmen frantically leaped into the water to escape, yelling, "Run! My legs are about to get roasted!" But Kavo just stood in the sea of fire, laughing like a madman. "Now this is a hot scene, isn't it? Ha ha ha." He stood tall, facing Hanson's mountain of a back, and cockily revealed his magic, creating a suit of flame armor around his body. "It's based on the alcohol content of what I drink," he explained. "The more I drink, the bigger the fire, and the wilder I get." Kavit kept chugging bottle after bottle, roaring out a challenge. "Come on, let's burn together." With a final, explosive roar, Kavot unleashed his ultimate move, Scorching Sand Funeral. A colossal entity made of pure fire materialized, engulfing the area and charging straight for Hanson with terrifying power. A savage firewolf, baring its fangs, howled at him, "You're going to burn, you giant freak!" But through the fiery onslaught, Hanson remained completely calm. His eyes lit up when he noticed a detail on his opponent. "Bunny ears," he muttered. The thought of losing his precious muscle mass made Hanson's voice drop to a low, menacing growl. "Lose my gains? I could never endure that." He immediately flexed, striking a powerful cable fly pose that radiated suffocating pressure. Hanson poured all of his godlike strength into his arms. He completely crushed the fire monster's resistance, forcing out nothing but a pathetic, final screech. The muscle leader stood there, an immovable god of gains. He silently looked down at the defeated opponent crumbling at his feet. Kavat was on the ground, completely unable to fight, and the system announcement was immediate. Kavat of Team B can no longer continue. A disappointing truth was revealed. Too bad for Kavat, he was a glorious sacrifice. But turns out, he was playing the wrong role all along. A golden rabbit coin blazed across the sky, proof of the result. But this left one massive question hanging in the air. Who was Team B's real carrot? Carrot was officially out of the game. Meanwhile, in a dark stone cave, a completely exhausted Randip was resting. Suddenly, she shot up and screamed, "Water! Get me some water!" Instantly, her butler, JQ, respectfully brought a tray of water to her bedside, saying, Your water, my lady. Randip looked seriously annoyed, grumbling as she drank. Kill it. Why do I have to do all this pointless stuff? Ah, the classic Monday morning mood. Kill it, however, remained perfectly calm. He just looked at his master and replied, I have no choice but to follow the exact terms of the contract with Lord Gudo, milady. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I just want to drink and play. Randip shrieked, throwing a full-blown tantrum. Seeing his lady on the verge of a meltdown, Killet quickly pushed up his glasses and tried to calm her down. Don't worry, milady, I'll handle everything so you won't have to lift a finger. He skillfully changed the subject, asking about a new gift. By the way, do you like the new rabbit doll I brought back? Randip stared at the round, white doll, then clicked her tongue. It's not bad, but staying cooped up forever? Talk about boring. Then, she spits decisively. Change of plans. Killet quickly grabs the doll as Randy lets out an excited roar. Boredom's over! Let's go tell the squad! Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, Lai unleashes a powerful kick, the Pick Series bronze jump. A blue-haired guy standing nearby just scoffs. He smirks. Heh, that's the smell of a true powerhouse. Lai glares at her opponent. You get it now? Don't you dare look away when you're facing me. But the blue-haired man replies coldly, No, not you. He points behind her. He has arrived. And just like that, a giant toad in a fancy suit appears, bottle of wine in hand. The toad glances at the muscle-bound crew and mutters, Right, the carrots are right here. Seeing his zombie soldiers start to run, he explodes. I'm talking. Don't you dare run away. Lai instantly rockets into the air, declaring with total arrogance, I'll take you all on myself. You drunken old men are nothing. Facing the attack, Toad just calmly takes a sip of wine and activates his skill. Death Azalea, Stage 1. He opens his mouth wide and unleashes a horrifying sonic wave called Shattering Scream. The immense pressure wave obliterates everything, leaving Lai completely frozen in shock before a massive explosion engulfs the entire battlefield. Toad's power is insane, like a massive bomb went off. To reduce the impact, Lai quickly covers her ears, trying to find her balance inside the intense sonic blast. She starts spinning her body, matching the rhythm of the vibrations, thinking to herself that if she can just keep her core tight, she can minimize the damage. Lai spins through the air like a top before shooting off, tearing across the sky and crashing down into the dense forest far away. She lands using her tiny step technique, instantly regaining her footing. Right away, she sees a member of the muscle army on the ground, letting out a terrible, pained scream. As Lai stands there stunned, two strange figures emerge from the mist. A tall giraffe man, in a fancy suit, and a little rabbit girl in a uniform. The giraffe respectfully asks, My lady, are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt? The rabbit girl, with a cold expression, just sighs. They're all too weak. I'm getting bored. The two of them talk as if Lai isn't even there. A muscle soldier quickly warns Lai, Be careful, these guys are on another level. The scene in front of them leaves everyone in total shock. Hansen is lying motionless, face down in the dirt, completely unable to fight back. One of the muscle soldiers cries out in despair. Even Hansen got taken down like this? Lai can't believe her eyes, trembling as she wonders, did that muscle-brained idiot actually lose? She rushes over in a panic to help him up, frantically asking, Hansen, are you okay? What is this? What in the world happened here? Hansen whispers with ragged breaths, Lai, listen closely. Sensing something terrible, Lai yells, full of worry, No, don't say it. What am I supposed to do if you fall here? You promised you'd help me get revenge. Hansen just whispers back, No. I think I have to say this. Be careful. Panicked, Lai holds him, demanding, What technique hit you? What was it that took you down like this? Hansen shakily raises his hand and begins to lecture. Muscle development. It doesn't happen when we're training. It happens while we sleep. He continues, dead serious. So, you need at least 7 to 8 hours to give your muscles time to grow. But according to our ancestors, alcohol also gets in the way of muscle growth. His face turns grim. Please, this drinking game, I'm counting on you. Turns out, he was just messing with her this entire time. A dramatic troll moment. She is absolutely furious at his ridiculous muscle obsession. Lai sends a massive kick straight into Hansen's face, cursing, You crazy bastard. Seeing him flat on the ground, Lai just clicks her tongue. So basically, you just want to take a really long nap, right? She looks ahead and thinks, Fine, I don't know who the carrot is anyway. So picking someone at random is a 50-50 shot. On the other side, Randy hugs her rabbit doll, looking annoyed. I thought I was going to see some high-stakes drama. How dare you act so arrogant? Immediately, Toad tips his wine bottle back and declares, "I'll clean this up, my lady." After getting called out, his face shows pure irritation. He starts walking, revealing, "My magic's simple. The more I drink, the faster I get." The guy with glasses, JQ, also roars with killing intent. "For annoying the young miss, you will now repent." He unleashes a powerful attack, completely warping the landscape in a totally different location. Seeing the attack miss, a red-haired girl gasps, "He missed?" Instantly, Randy flies into a rage, storming over to yell at her goat-headed lackey, "Ket, can't you even focus?" The goat butler can only bow his head meekly and apologize. He casually admits that he's not much of a drinker, so the more he drinks, the worse his accuracy gets. Hearing this, Randy absolutely loses it, screaming, "Why would you reveal your weakness to the enemy? That's not being honest. That's just being an idiot." Suddenly, a warrior from the muscle army lets out a roar and charges straight into the enemy lines. He channels all his power into his massive arms, unleashing a devastating bench press technique that creates waves of purple energy, wiping out everything around him. But then he looks around, confused. "I know I took him down, but why does it feel like I didn't hit anything?" Suddenly, Ket appears right behind him, delivering a thunderous headbutt that makes the muscle warrior spit blood. The goat butler moves at blinding speed, tearing across the battlefield while his opponents can only watch helplessly. From the shadows, Randy casually sips a cocktail, revealing that everything they're seeing is actually just an illusion magic. They've been trapped in an illusion. Trying to fight back or react to anything in here will just drain their stamina. She explains that her magic's range expands with the amount of alcohol she's consumed, and the real Ket is hiding somewhere in the mist. Randy gives a cocky, arrogant smile. "Even if you know, there's nothing you can do about it." She declares that when this game is over, this entire battlefield will be under her absolute control, and challenges them to see how many can survive their tag team attack. But just as she finishes her sentence, she's attacked by a white cat spirit. Seeing this, the giraffe butler runs over in a panic, screaming, "My lady!" Surrounded by dark monsters, she slams a lightning strike down on an enemy's head and coldly advises, "Go learn how to breathe again." She spectacularly eliminated her opponent, leaving the monsters to cry out for their mothers in despair. And just like that, a shocking announcement echoed through the game. "Kill It from Team B is out." The monstrous Ket collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, utterly defeated. The system confirmed it. A twist. Kill It from Team B was just a rabbit. Lai stood tall next to the glowing golden rabbit coin and said calmly, "I knew this was going to happen." But then, more bad news. Guro from Team A can no longer continue. Lai was stunned to hear that Guro was also a rabbit and had been eliminated. Across the field, the green-haired enemy smirked, enjoying the sacrifice. But he didn't get to celebrate for long before the tables turned with the very next announcement. Next up, ISEKAI'D of Team B is out of the game. And then, an unexpected result was revealed. ISEKAI'D from Team B was the carrot. He seemed incredibly proud of this, even reminding everyone to be sure and report this to Lord Bimos. For losing their carrot, every member of Team B received a penalty. Their blood alcohol level was raised by 0.1%. By now, Gudo was completely exhausted, gasping for air while getting teased about his love for cardio. Then, a terrifying secret was revealed on the board. Team A's carrot was Gudo all along. The Count silently thanked Guro for creating the perfect diversion, a brilliant play that hid his identity. The drinking game was officially over. But the Toad Man? He was just getting started, and he was furious. He chugged the entire bottle of alcohol and let out a vicious growl. "Because I'm so angry, the alcohol is starting to kick in." He couldn't accept this outcome. His next move? A direct challenge, his mouth splitting into a grin that stretched from ear to ear. "You think that's what I'm going to say?" He held the bottle high, declaring loudly that this entire forest was now his territory. He claimed all the energy from the recent battles would become precious fuel to nourish his dungeon. He raised his hands high, summoning an earth-shattering wave of dark magic and screamed, "Toadhouse Dungeon!" A booming voice confirmed it. Complete. Instantly, a massive magic circle blazed with crimson light, engulfing the entire area. An evil dungeon was born right in the heart of the kingdom. He slammed his hands onto the ground triumphantly and cheered. "It is done!" he roared, laughing with pure arrogance, announcing that the Toadhouse Dungeon was finally complete. But something felt off. He grabbed his face and screamed in absolute fury. Why did it fail again this time? Turns out, he had messed it up. Once again, the story flashes back, rewinding to the time before Count Gudo left the kingdom. In the middle of the training grounds, a tangent-skinned man named Block is struggling through a heavy bench press set. Hansen casually walked over. He reminded Block to straighten his back, then asked gently, "Block, is something worrying you?" Block, sweating bullets, avoided his mentor's gaze and mumbled, "No, it's nothing." Hansen just smirked, a mischievous look in his eyes. "Yeah? But your deltoids are telling me a different story." Knowing he couldn't hide it, Block let out a long sigh, his face a mask of disappointment. "Honestly, I feel so weak. I'm starting to lose my motivation." Hansen immediately tried to lift his spirits. "What are you talking about, weak? When it comes to pure weight, you're second only to me," he added. "Keep your spirits up when you train. It makes the body feel less tired." Block recalled his training history. "Master Hansen, when you started teaching me, at some point you had me focus specifically on powerlifting, right?" Hansen nodded. "That's right." Block continued, pouring his heart out. "If that's the case, then shouldn't my strength at least be getting close to yours by now? But the reality is, I'm not even in the same league." Hearing that ambition in his student's voice, Hansen's entire expression suddenly shifted. He grinned, a dangerous and mocking smile. "You've been training for such a short time, and you already want to compare yourself to me? You've got some serious nerve, kid." Facing that pressure from his mentor, Block could only bow his head in apology. "I'm sorry." But then Hansen slapped him hard on the shoulder and laughed. "I'm kidding. So basically, you've hit a plateau, right?" Block gave a small nod. "Yeah, that's exactly it." So, that was it. Hansen finally understood why Block's training spirit had vanished. Hansen stared intently at Block for a moment, then spoke. "Something's been bothering me. Try raising your arm like this for me." Block did as he was told and looked back. "Like this?" Hansen watched his student's expression carefully. "Do you feel any pain or discomfort when you lift your shoulder?" Block admitted that while it wasn't painful, it did feel a little off. Hansen had him do the movement one more time, placing a hand on his back to feel the muscle movement directly. Noticing Block's arm couldn't get full extension, Hansen stated it plainly. "It doesn't go all the way up, does it?" Block nodded slightly. "No, sir." Hansen began his technical breakdown. "Block, you've never been using your serratus anterior muscle at all." He explained that to perform the movements, other muscle groups had been forced to work overtime, compensating for the one he was ignoring. Hansen offered an encouraging smile, saying this just proved Block had incredible natural physical strength. Now that he'd found the root of the problem, Hansen began a lesson in anatomy. He pointed out that lifting the shoulder requires smooth coordination between the serratus anterior, the rotator cuff, and the trapezius. Block, however, was lifting without engaging that first key muscle. Hansen made a decision. "Now that we know the problem, I'll have to teach you how to use your serratus anterior." He then started demonstrating the first specialized exercise. First, loop this resistance band around both hands and spread them a little wider than your shoulders. Hansen then showed him the motion, pushing his hands forward, to spread your shoulder blades apart while keeping maximum tension on the band. After holding the pose for about 3 to 5 seconds, he slowly retracted his shoulders, squeezing the muscles in his back. Hansen handed the resistance band to Block with clear instructions. "I want you to do about 15 reps per set and do 3 sets every single day." He guided his student with precise instructions. Once Block got the rhythm down, Hansen stated with absolute certainty, "You'll soon feel a completely different level of power than before." While Block closed his eyes, focusing on the changes in his body, the scene suddenly cuts to a dark and treacherous cave. Here, thousands of toad minions stood shoulder to shoulder on the cliffs, guarding a stash of toad poison on their leader's orders. In the middle of this space, thick with the smell of alcohol, a white bear in a sharp suit was casually chugging a bottle, muttering to himself, "This stuff, if I drink it, anything I touch." As the liquid entered his system, his hand and the bottle it was holding began to turn a sickly gray, petrifying into stone. The white bear stared at the transformation, whispering, "It gets cloudy and hardens like a rock. When fighting an enemy, this hand will be quite a useful weapon, won't it?" The guy in the bear mask stops dead at the cave entrance, his mind made up. He has to protect his base, no matter what. Meanwhile, Hansen starts his lecture on the first benefit of training your jaw muscles, a stronger throwing arm, and to prove his point, he unleashes a thunderous pitch that rips through the air. The bear mask dude gets slammed in the face by a mysterious object. He takes hit after hit, gritting through the pain, but still manages to scoff. "Is that all you got?" "I am the strongest drunkard," he declares. Apparently, in his world, drinking ability equals strength, wildly different from ours. But then a massive hand clamps down on his head. Hansen continues, revealing benefit number 2, a massive boost to all bodily functions. Elsewhere, a member of the muscle army roars for them to form up. The whole squad flexes in unison, their gleaming muscles on full display before they start doing kettlebell swings. They shout out their mission. No one interrupts Hansen Nim's muscle synthesis. The Toadman enters level 1 drunkenness, chugging a bottle dry. In an instant, his drunken rampage skill activates, unleashing a world-shaking explosion that vaporizes everything around him. Seriously, these toad people have mouths that are basically super weapons. A muscle warrior yells encouragement to his comrade. Push through it. If it hurts, you're not training hard enough. In the middle of the chaos, Lair focuses, telling himself he doesn't have time to worry about what's happening over there. Gudo charges forward, screaming, "Don't you dare wake Hansen up, you toad freak." He grinds his teeth, absolutely determined. I refuse to die by one of his insane training routines. A massive impact sends his enemy flying with a blood-curdling scream. Gudo hides behind a tree, trembling as he watches. That scream sounded a little too loud. He starts sweating bullets, wondering, "Don't tell me." He woke up. "My dear gym member, I heard that fighting spirit of yours." A dark, twisted smile spreads across Hansen's face. He makes a terrifying promise. He's going to make his opponent train until their vocal cords tear just from counting reps. And with that, Hansen executes a one-arm dumbbell press with terrifying power. A lightning-fast punch slams down. The enemy barely lets out a cry of pain before being driven deep into the ground. But he's not done. Hansen switches to an overhead medicine ball throw, using his massive hands to launch his opponent into the air. The guy soars into the sky as Hansen calmly counts the reps from below. 1, 2. Then comes the cold warning. Fail to count along, and the entire workout starts over from the beginning. The opponent is completely broken, able to do nothing but whimper in pure agony. Watching this, two members of the muscle army whisper to each other, thinking they're at a safe distance. But one of them suddenly notices something off about the state of Hansen's muscles. He points it out, but his buddy just brushes it off. The captain's muscle quality is always top tier. But then, the muscles on Hansen's back begin to twitch and swell in a bizarre way. Lightning-like energy arcs around his body. A red system window pops up. Warning: muscle groups have stopped synthesizing. They are rejecting signals from the cerebellum. Hansen's face goes blank. His shoulder and oblique muscles are moving completely on their own, ignoring his brain. His miracle muscle recovery skill activates, but the system immediately reports a failure. It gets worse. Even his inner thigh muscles go rogue, causing his body to contort violently under the insane pressure. Critical muscle groups, the anterior serratus, tibialis, erector spinae, pecs, and triceps, one by one. They all break free from his brain's control. The muscles bulge unnaturally, twisting his face in agony. All of his muscle groups are out of control. Did he go berserk? Right on cue, his compressed combat muscle skill is deactivated. Hansen is completely consumed by the sheer mass of his own body. A bright red system notification flashes to life. Muscle monster mode activated. An overwhelming pressure crushes the entire area. Seeing this, Toad stammers in shock. This feeling. I've felt this somewhere before. His mind flashes back to a distant memory. A time when he was just a tiny tadpole with a monocle, facing a colossal sea monster with razor-sharp teeth. It was the terrifying memory of absolute power. A feeling of complete helplessness he never, ever wanted to experience again. Once bitten, twice shy. Terrified, Toad turns to his crew. "Wait. We have to run." But the purple-clad man beside him grabs his shoulder firmly. No running. He looks Toad dead in the eye and says, "The truth is, everyone can feel it." A dark vision appears in their minds. If they can't stop Hansen right here, right now, this entire land will be utterly destroyed, leaving nothing but ruins. Toad grits his teeth and makes a decision. Shh, no other choice then. He roars with newfound authority. Redhead Legion, assemble. The Toadmen minions appear instantly, ready for battle. Just this once, we'll form a temporary alliance. He then barks orders at the remaining forces. Bodybuilder squads 1 and 2. Surround Hansen now. A 2-on-1 alliance against a monster. It's anyone's guess who's going down. The Redhead Legion springs into action, shouting their command. Redhead Legion, block Hansen Nim's vision. The tiny creatures frantically climb all over the massive, out-of-control entity. Their only goal? Put Hansen Nim back to sleep. Below, the muscle army also rushes toward the raging giant. Lost in a haze, Hansen's mind drifts back to a training session from long ago. He's straining, teeth gritted, under the crushing weight of a 900-kilogram bench press. With sheer willpower, he roars and hits his goal. A loud clang of metal rings out as Hansen finishes the set, perfectly racking the barbell. He walks off, casually sipping water and humming a triumphant tune. Hansen looks over at his master and throws out a teasing jab. "What's this? 100 kilograms is nothing. Master, you're getting weak." The master, wearing a red headband, just laughs at his student's arrogance. "Haha, in your eyes, was I simply doing a bench press?" Hansen looks confused and replies, "Well, yeah, wasn't it? I'm not a total rookie, I know that much." But his master begins to explain a much higher level of training. "The bench press I just did only used my pectoralis minor." He broke down his training by individual parts, with a specific routine for every single muscle fiber. The master claimed that with the right training, every part of the body could move as freely as one's own hands. "Hansen, how does it feel? If you try to connect with each individual muscle fiber, a whole new world will open up for you." His master's invitation was full of passion. But Hansen, he just brushed it off with a pout. "Nah, I don't wanna. I only train 'cause it's fun." His master simply ruffled his hair and laughed, full of understanding. "Haha, you little rascal. All right, for now. That's good enough." But back in the brutal present, the giant Hansen let out a series of chilling, broken sounds. A colossal foot slammed down onto the ground. The impact was earth-shattering, sending everything and everyone flying amidst screams of pure terror. Everywhere Hansen stepped, total destruction followed. His vision, blind him. "We have to put him to sleep, no matter what it takes." The cry rang out as the Toad soldiers frantically scrambled up Hansen's gigantic body. They screamed for everyone to work together, to stop this monster from even thinking about moving. Amidst strained grunts, the giant trembled under the weight of dozens of creatures trying to hold him down. They yelled, "All together now!" But then came a single, powerful swing of his arm. Hansen roared, a sound that shook the heavens, and sent the Toadmen and the Muscle Army flying through the air. This wasn't a fair fight anymore. It was more like a colony of tiny ants trying to take on a massive elephant. One thunderous stomp from the giant was all it took to prove his absolute power, completely overwhelming their numbers. But the Allied forces refused to give up, still desperately searching for a way to fight back. A Toad soldier, chugging a bottle of booze, casually made an offer. "Hey, allies, we can handle one leg. You guys got the other one?" Hearing this, one of the soldiers backed away in fear, screaming, "No way, I'm terrible at close quarters combat." A henchman in a helmet looked up, his face twisted in horror. He could only let out a desperate cry as the massive shadow of a giant foot completely engulfed him. Saying that now? Way too late. A world-shaking crash exploded, but the tiny spirit Lena arrived just in the nick of time, whispering to herself, "Made it. Just barely." "Ah." A purple-skinned muscle warrior showed clear relief. He cheered, full of excitement. "Good. The bare minimum condition has been met." He immediately turned and bellowed orders to his entire squad. "Now, hold the line, stall for time, until Hansen comes back to his senses." The warriors charged as one towards the giant, bracing for a grueling fight to pin him down. Their only chance of survival was to hold him back and somehow lure him to sleep. "Hold your ground. Protect everyone." The shouts echoed as the massive entity loomed over them. Then, a sickening crack. The phone in Hansen's hand shattered from the insane grip strength. He stared blankly at the broken pieces, mumbling, "Ah, broke it again. And I still needed to check my rest time." Seeing this, his teammate just sighed, completely fed up. Hansen broke his phone. Again. Staring at his own hands, Hansen drifted back to a memory, to the words he once told his master. "Master, this overwhelming power, I can't control it." He searched his mind, trying to remember his teacher's guidance. He saw the image of his master, worried for his student. The old man smiled gently and asked, "Is that all you feel?" Seeing Hansen's confusion, he began to explain. "Hansen, no matter what it is, power that can be controlled will always lead us down a good path." He picked up a dumbbell, posing a cryptic question. "But what about power that can't be controlled?" His master's face grew dead serious. With his bare hands, he crushed the solid iron bar of the dumbbell, bending and twisting it completely out of shape. Sharp metal shards dug into his hand, drawing blood. Uncontrollable power is a weapon. It can strike down your enemies, but it can just as easily harm your own allies. Hansen thought back to his original goal. He thought if he helped them grow their muscles, they'd love it. He believed that by giving them more physical strength, they'd be overjoyed. He was so sure that by training them to have limitless stamina, everyone would be happy. But looking at the situation now, he had to ask himself, what is this? This unchecked growth. How is it any different from being a monster? A glowing nervous system appeared in an empty void. At this point, none of his muscles would listen to his commands anymore. A giant, glowing red foot crushed everything beneath it, forcing the tiny creatures to flee in despair. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Gudo could only stand frozen, staring up at the colossal being before him. In his mind, Hansen called out, "Master, your useless student knows his own giant feet are unconsciously hurting so many innocent people." Looking at his own pulsating brain, he faced a bitter truth. All this time, he'd been completely wrong about how to lead them. A single, lonely eye stared at the raw, red muscle fibers. Hansen painfully admitted to himself. He had never truly faced his own muscles the right way. His golden nerve form stood opposite his own muscular body in the dark void. A heavy, rhythmic pulsing echoed, signaling a change that could not be undone. Amidst the heavy vibrations, a member of the muscle army got right up close to Hansen's giant wall of flesh. He asked in shock, Mer, what are you talking about?" In his desperation, the small man broke down into tears. Sob. He kept patting the rippling muscle, trying to bring back old memories. "Side deltoid, my brother. Do you remember? We did side lateral raises together." He tried to awaken Hansen's mind with shared memories from their past. The memory of training with Hansen came flooding back. It was the first time they had done the side lateral raise exercise together to isolate the side deltoid muscle. His voice choked with emotion as he remembered their leader's encouraging pat on the back. "You praised me. You encouraged me. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Hansen's massive wall of muscle began to vibrate, beating like a frantic heart. But the warrior kept patting, refusing to give up. "Big pecs, bro," he called out. "My first day as a bodybuilder." He went on, telling the story of a female bodybuilder who wanted to trade pecs with him, which made Hansen burst out laughing. Even with tears streaming down his face, he managed a bright smile. "I remember it so clearly, because you were my role model." The giant muscle fibers continued to contract violently. He knew it was a long shot, a slim chance to help Hansen regain control of his body. But he had to keep trying. The man remembered sneaking up behind Hansen to surprise him while he was lifting weights. But Hansen, ever the gentle giant, just pretended to be startled to make his junior happy. Thinking of that generous spirit, he patted his own massive lats while sobbing. "My lats want to be as big-hearted as you are." Right now, the entire muscle army was frantically climbing all over Hansen's giant body. They chanted the names of each muscle group with pure reverence. "Triceps, trapezius." The members of the muscle army swarmed Hansen's colossal frame. They touched each muscle group with absolute devotion and exclaimed, "Hamstrings nim, calves nim, erector spinae nim." Faced with such pure sincerity, Hansen's mind began to waver intensely. A panicked warrior shouted out, "Hansen nim, the muscle masses are shifting. Our sincerity is finally getting through." He immediately ordered everyone to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to massage their leader. "Massage him, now, don't miss this opportunity." Instantly, a spirit user cast a spell, summoning sand golems. A ton of sand monsters rose from the ground, following the command. Surround Hansen and press gently on every point. The sand monsters closed in, using their rough hands to massage his enormous body. Lai didn't just stand by, either. She delivered kicks to the spots the golems couldn't reach, declaring, "I'll take care of the places the golems can't get to." At that moment, an ally rushed to ask Block if he had any herbs with a relaxing scent for sleep. Block confidently announced, "I do. There's a plant here called aroma." He immediately darted into the forest to gather the herb. "I'll be right back with it." They all split up, each with their own task. Everyone was passionately working to calm Hansen down. A frogman in a suit approached, touching Hansen's leg as he began to sing. A gentle melody. "Sleep well, our dear muscles." The entire chorus of frogmen joined in, their song echoing through the fields. They sang of hills and meadows, of birds and little lambs falling asleep. Everything in the world was now sinking into a deep slumber. The muscle army and the frogmen sang a sweet lullaby together. The moon sends silver and golden pearls to the night. "Sleep well, our muscles." But then the giant entity known as Hansen suddenly opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Witnessing this, a warrior cried out in worry. "Crap, did we do it wrong?" The man quickly yelled, "Wait!" His face became weirdly calm. He declared, "This isn't an attack roar. We're still safe for now. It's like the call of a whale in the vast ocean, the worried heart of a mother whale calling for her child. Those heartbeats, they were the sacred symbol of a mother's love." The giant Hansen once again threw back his head and roared. The muscle monster's cries just kept going, and lasting long enough to complete 20 sets of 15 reps each. And though the sound was deafening, echoing across the entire forest, deep within it, there was a strange warmth, a bizarrely beautiful feeling. When the final roar ended, everyone on the battlefield had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. The giant shadow sat quietly among the trees under the dim moonlight. In the end, the one being lulled to sleep had his mind awakened. while everyone else was exhausted and finally getting some rest. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the giant body began to vibrate violently. The monstrous form started to shrink, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Hansen returned to his normal human form. His face was etched with extreme fatigue, his eyes droopy and completely drained of strength. Hansen's entire guardian-like body collapsed to the ground. He was completely unconscious after a battle that burned way too much energy. It was a day, Hansen thought to himself. It had been a long time since he'd experienced such a sweet muscle synthesis. In a vast, open field, the members of the muscle army and the frogmen were scattered everywhere, passed out from pure exhaustion after a truly grueling ordeal. But the next day, the real nightmare began when Hansen started a workout called the walking lunge. He casually sat on top of a massive log, forcing the muscle army and all the frogmen to carry him on their shoulders, moving like a human train. They screamed in absolute agony. "I feel like I'm about to die." But contrary to his followers' suffering, Hansen was having the time of his life. He sang a little train song as he walked, chugga chugga, chugga chugga, and he didn't forget to offer a thinly veiled warning. If you lose strength in your core, your back is gonna snap. They could only grit their teeth and endure the crushing weight pressing down on every muscle fiber. You know what they say, the wicked always seem to live carefree lives. Meanwhile, Ben wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself, truly, no one in this world is as good to a disciple as their master. He gave his thanks. By wiping out the Oculus organization, the risk factors were reduced, making his plan to turn this place into a dungeon a complete success. Standing before Lon, Ben asked smugly, "And do you know what makes me happiest right now?" He screamed in pure excitement. "It's the fact that Liz has been revived." From behind a cloud of smoke, a woman with long white hair and soulless eyes slowly walked out. Seeing the figure before her, the red-haired girl commented doubtfully that the appearance looked pretty realistic. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Liz from behind and said mockingly, "Do you really think this is the real Liz?" He smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face, and declared that it didn't even matter anymore. Then boom. An incredible surge of golden flame energy erupted. First things first, get ready for a beating. Ben's eyes glowed with fierce determination, signaling that a brutal purge was about to begin. What was coming had finally arrived. An earth-shattering collision exploded in an instant. Through the dust and smoke, the female general swung her sword, clashing head-on with Ben's gigantic arm. She roared in fury. "Too many people have died for your revenge." Ben just screamed back, pushed to the absolute edge of his sanity. "When everything I ever had was stolen from me, don't you dare act like I'm the only one in the wrong." He swung his massive guardian arm forward in a desperate, wild attack. The female general calmly deflected every single blow. Ben howled in agony as his body started taking heavy damage. She stood tall, her blade glowing brightly. She admitted it calmly. "My mistake was not stopping you on the day Liz died." Ben could only whisper back, filled with pure hatred. "No, letting Liz die." Golden veins began to crawl across his giant arm like a twisted web. Unable to control himself any longer, he roared in pure madness. "Was your mistake." And then he launched his final, decisive attack. But suddenly, a shout echoed across the entire battlefield. "Stop it!" Liz appeared, standing right between the two clashing powers. Every attack froze in midair. She spread her arms wide to stop the fight, her voice breaking as she asked, "Why do you two have to fight each other? You are master and student, you can just talk this out." Looking straight at Ben, the girl questioned him. "First you, old man. I heard master was the one who helped you with so many things, so why are you acting so horribly?" Then she turned to Leon, her eyes filled with suspicion. "And you? Do you really teach your students with a live blade? You call that teaching? That doesn't seem like a very good education to me." Leon started sweating bullets. She turned to Ben, completely stunned. What is up with the way this kid talks? Ben could only think to himself, her memories still haven't returned. Suddenly, Leon closed her eyes and laughed. "Haha, is that so? Now I'm sure." Without another moment of hesitation, she let out a yell and lunged forward, grabbing the white-haired woman by the throat. Leon stared at her with ice-cold eyes. "Eliz? This is just Liz's shell." The white-haired entity choked out a gasp. Leon declared that this thing was a living dungeon wearing a human disguise. While the shell was gasping and begging, "Save me." Leon leaned in and whispered, "I have no personal grudge against you. But if I let you live..." Leon looked down, her expression grim. "You'll become a catastrophe." Ben, now completely drained, his face gaunt, screamed in utter despair. "Leon, no! Master! I'm sorry, just kill me instead. Please. Please. Just spare Eliz." He slammed his head against the ground, howling in anguish. What did she ever do wrong? Why do you people from the White Kingdom always want to kill her? Ben frantically tried to take all the blame. It was my fault. I killed the guards. I was the one who attacked the White Kingdom. Please, how much do you all hate her that you're so determined to see her die? Ben lay flat on the ground, whispering his pleas. I'll die quietly. Master, please. Leon looked at her student with pity, but her resolve was unshakable. Ben, I'm sorry, but you know as well as I do. This isn't a Liz. Ben let out a bitter, broken laugh. Heh. Master, you really. Leon's voice was cold as steel. I told you, my mind is made up. But while she was distracted, Ben seized the opportunity to stab a syringe into his master. Begging was pointless now. Back at the gathering point, Hansen and his muscle army were facing off against the Redhead Frogman Legion. One trembling frog promised, I'll never drink again. But then he flashed a sly grin and held up a finger. I'll just have one more time. Seeing this stubbornness, Hansen instantly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and roared with intimidating force. I told you to drink until you were satisfied. Facing that suffocating aura, the frog boss went pale, instantly changed his tune, and promised, I'll exercise instead of drinking. Seeing his opponent had learned his lesson, Hansen beamed with a satisfied smile. He waved a cheerful goodbye. All right then, see you next time, as the frogmen all bowed respectfully. However, things didn't exactly go as they promised. Their attempt to quit drinking failed after only 1 hour. As Hansen's muscle army disappeared from view, the frog boss smirked, a cunning glint flashing in his monocle. It would be a long, long time before Hansen discovered the truth. Over at the Ali mine, some members of the muscle army asked to stay behind to manage things, just as they promised Hansen. He gave them a thumbs up and some final words of advice. All right, while you're here, don't you dare slack off on your training and your diet. His crew bowed and shouted back with passion. We wish you even greater muscle gains, sir. Hearing their sincere encouragement, Hansen flexed confidently in response, then continued on his journey with Lai. Hansen went to find Bioze. He held up a blueprint for workout equipment and announced excitedly, Bioze, I've completed the quest as promised. So, will you build this for me now? He confirmed that he'd brought back every single spirit. But the Spirit King, in the form of a black cat, answered awkwardly, You did great, but how should I put this? The materials needed to craft this aren't here. Hearing that, Hansen immediately snapped, unleashing a terrifying pressure that Lai struggled to contain. Bios quickly tried to calm him down, promising they'd start building the moment they found the materials. The cat warned, You might not know this, but the requirements to gather them are extremely strict. Looking at the design, Bioze seemed unimpressed, saying that requesting a barbell that wouldn't bend, even when lifting 100 tons, was a completely ridiculous demand. To follow the blueprint, they needed perfect materials, but the real question was, where to find them? Hansen naively asked if it would be that difficult, forcing Gudo to explain that they came all this way precisely because their own kingdom lacked the technical skills. However, the Spirit King's attitude suddenly shifted. He confidently declared he could do it and knew exactly where to find the materials. What they needed was black bone stone, a rare mineral that can only be found in newly formed dungeons. And as luck would have it, a new dungeon had just appeared nearby. But even though it was easy to find, Biose warned that the place was incredibly dangerous because no one had any idea what kind of entity was waiting inside. Model. When asked if he was ready to keep going, Hansen just flexed and said with total confidence, No problem at all. Biose was impressed by that sheer determination and agreed to let Lena join them, which made the tiny spirit girl gasp in absolute shock. Gudo, on the other hand, was acting with total reverence. He bowed low, asking the Spirit King for permission as a mere mortal to witness his legendary creations. Hansen saw his teammate lagging behind and immediately lost it. He stormed over, grabbed Gudo, and yelled, Gudo, are you insane? We need to get moving and craft our gear now. Gudo, terrified, tried to explain that he wasn't a powerhouse like Hansen and that any random attack could kill him. That statement made Hansen freeze. He stared blankly. You'll die. If you get hit? Looking at Gudo with pity, Hansen wondered if the guy was even human or just some single-celled amoeba. Finally, he just patted his shoulder. Hang in there, Gudo. With that, Bios led the group to check out the armory. He showed them a set of armor that once belonged to the human commander in the Great War against the demon world. It was light as a feather, but so tough that not even a dragon's claw could pierce it. While Gudo was showering it with praise, Hansen just casually commented, Is this thing for scrawny people or what? I mean, come on. Compared to him, everyone looks scrawny. Bios then introduced a bow from an elven elder, with arrows made from unicorn horns and other rare materials. But as they were walking, Hansen suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He saw something, completely out of place. Everyone stared in shock at the display case ahead. The girl with them couldn't help but wonder why on earth that was in here. In a room filled to the brim with legendary weapons and divine gear, a small pink object was sitting there, quietly glowing. It was a single pink dumbbell. Gudo, curious, walked closer and asked the Spirit King, "May I try and lift it?" With permission granted, he casually picked up the pink dumbbell and did a few easy bicep curls. Gudo frowned, remarking, "It's a lot lighter than I expected." Seeing this, Lai got excited and wanted to turn too. She lifted the dumbbell with a single finger and said nonchalantly, "He's right. There's absolutely no weight to this thing at all." Both of them tried it and found it completely unimpressive. But from the back, Hansen silently stepped forward and told them to move aside. He stared down at the pink dumbbell with a dead serious look, took a deep breath, and began to bend down. Hansen was completely focused, his breathing heavy. He tensed his entire body, pouring every ounce of strength into his hands and letting out a guttural roar. Hansen's face turned beet red, every muscle fiber straining as if he were trying to lift a 1,000-ton weight. So why was it so easy for the other two, but an absolute nightmare for Hansen? A memory. His old master suddenly flashed in his mind. He'd once asked him, "Master, why do you always end our training with this pink dumbbell?" His master, wearing a red headband, just smiled and asked back, "Hansen, what do you think bodybuilding is?" Hansen confidently held up 3 fingers and replied, "It's about strength, muscle mass, and having thin skin." But his master just shook his head, saying his view of bodybuilding was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to explain. With his massive biceps, Hansen's master declared, "Bodybuilding is the exercise of making a light weight, infinitely heavy." In an instant, Hansen's body strained, his face contorting from the insane pressure as he tried to lift that tiny pink weight. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he pushed his absolute limit. Watching this bizarre scene, Gudo and the others could only look at each other and ask, what is he even doing? Who knows? Turns out, Hansen finally understood what his master had taught him all those years ago, and from the shadows, a pair of sharp, cat-like eyes watched everything unfold. Biose, now in a white robe, suddenly appeared and gasped in pure shock. You're the child that Kang Dong-run spoke of?" Hansen was still straining at his absolute peak, face flushed from the effort. He choked out one word in disbelief. "Master," Biose explained that Kang Dong-run, the man from another world, was his old comrade in arms. The Spirit King's mind drifted back to what his friend had told him so long ago. After they had saved the world, the memory of his master holding that same pink dumbbell came flooding back. "One day," he'd said, "a child who can lift this weight with the greatest heaviness will appear. Until then, Biose, could you keep this safe for me?" Back then, Biose had been skeptical about the whole thing. His master had just laughed and explained, "Ha! Only those who can truly feel the weight in something light can heal this decaying world and restore it to its peak condition." He claimed he already knew someone who could do it, as if he'd seen the future, a successor who would protect everything he had built and cherished. Bios curiously asked if that meant his master already had a disciple. Hansen's master just laughed proudly. "Haha, you figured it out. I'm sure you'll recognize him the moment you see him, but promise me you'll pretend you don't know, okay?" His friend, Biose, could only sigh, completely unable to understand his strange friend's logic. The master just took it as a compliment. When asked if he'd ever return to his old world, he flatly refused and pointed a determined finger to the sky. "No, there's still something I want to lift." Could he be talking about lifting the entire universe? Suddenly, a thundering roar from Bios urged him on. "Listen up," Hansen gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking violently under the extreme pressure. The Spirit King screamed encouragement. "You have to surpass your master, Hansen." Hansen's eyes bulged, bloodshot with pure, undiluted focus. He roared out in agony. Hansen poured every last bit of power into his trembling arms, trying to complete the exercise with the pink dumbbell. He was determined to lift it. A heart-stopping scream echoed through the hall as Hansen focused every muscle fiber into one final push. And then an earth-shattering impact exploded from the center of it all. The shockwave sent dust and debris flying everywhere as Gudo and Lai watched in horror. The pressure radiating from Hansen was so immense it cracked the very ground beneath him. Through the dust, Hansen appeared. His eyes were glowing red, radiating a terrifying killing intent. He threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar, veins popping all over his body. He had finally done it. He'd conquered the infinite weight of that tiny dumbbell. He finally understood his master's lesson about the pink dumbbell. Having reached his absolute limit, Hanson's hands went limp, letting the dumbbell fall to the floor with a dry thud. He was completely and utterly spent, flat on the ground. Hanson was completely spent, gasping for air with exhausted limbs. Seeing this, Gudo quietly approached him. He picked up the dumbbell, his face a mask of confusion, unable to process what just happened. Hanson struggled to sit up, looked at Lena, and asked, "Do you know where my master went?" Lena quietly replied, "He gave me this pink dumbbell," and then vanished. Bios just smiled, adding, "But I get the feeling he's still out there, training somewhere in this world." Hearing news about his master, Hanson's eyes went wide. "He's still alive?" He immediately pressed Bios. "Are there any other items my master used here?" The Spirit King thought for a moment, then answered that there was, but it was a bit dangerous. He asked if Hanson was sure. Hanson's reply was firm. "Doesn't matter. No matter how dangerous, he had to find some mementos of his teacher." Just then, an ancient stone door materialized before their eyes. Inside was a towering cliff face, covered with hundreds of pull-up bars packed tightly together. Seeing this, Gudo couldn't help but worry. "Sir Hanson, I have a really bad feeling about this." But unlike the Count's anxiety, Hanson just grinned confidently, repeating his master's teaching. Master always said, "The more dangerous it feels, the faster your body changes." Hanson psyched himself up, declaring loudly, "All right, I'll get a quick workout in before we go." Gudo could only watch, completely exasperated. "I have a feeling it won't be just a little training." For Hanson, training was life. If you didn't drag him away, he'd never leave. Meanwhile, at the Muscle Army's camp, the training atmosphere was intense. A soldier cheered excitedly. "Sir Guro is back." A brawny warrior looked around, confused, asking why everyone was training with such insane focus. Another, more serious-looking soldier began to explain that a lot had happened while they were gone. He recounted how, after the monster, Kochis disappeared and Hanson went missing, a massive power struggle erupted. The Muscle Army tried to keep the peace at the Ali mine under their control, but everything changed when the orcs started making their move. Looking at the rubble and bright red flags, a young warrior asked, "I don't get it. How could our seniors lose so easily to a bunch of orcs?" And he had a point with their strength. The orcs should have been no problem. The senior admitted bitterly, "You're right. Normally, they could never beat us." But his face suddenly tensed up as he mentioned a terrifying presence. Not until it showed up. He instantly broke into a cold sweat. He frantically asked about the tribe that spawned such a monster. The warrior trembled, his face twisting in horror as he remembered. His eyes bulged as he spat out the name, the Red Hand tribe. A terrifying tremor echoed, signaling an unimaginable danger on the horizon. He remembered the past. In their tribe, a newborn orc baby lay in a wooden cradle, surrounded by whispers. This child is special. When held, a brilliant red aura radiated from the baby's body, confirming it all. The one who possesses mana will become our future leader. The baby just giggled, completely delighted. Elsewhere, a one-eyed orc threw a sphere with all his might. Double heavy blant. But a giant wild boar just roared and charged straight for him. The one-eyed orc panicked, running for his life in absolute desperation. Is this it? Am I done for? But right at that moment, a green-skinned orc warrior with fiery red hair appeared out of nowhere. He threw a single, powerful punch that instantly took down the beast. The one-eyed orc stared at his savior in total shock. The green-skinned warrior walked over and asked, "You have mana too?" He then smirked confidently and declared, "I'm an orc from the Red Hand tribe, and I'm the only one in my clan who possesses mana." The red-haired orc from the Red Hand tribe flashed a friendly smile and made an offer. "Hey, let's be friends." "Okay." From then on, every time they met, he had his own unique way of saying hello. "Hey there." A brutal slap sent the one-eyed orc screaming in pain. A relentless barrage of hits rained down, leaving the victim to just scream in total despair. That incident left a deep, terrifying scar on his soul. The Red Hand orc just casually waved goodbye with a triumphant grin on his face. As his opponent was sent flying, the one-eyed orc's mind flashed back to the past. He bitterly thought to himself that he'd run to the most remote corner of the world, and still, he couldn't escape his fate. Loud tremors shook the ground again and again. A soldier rushed over, shouting a report. "The enemy is invading!" The one-eyed orc waved his hand decisively. "Let's go." He steeled his resolve. "Today, I settle the score with my cowardly past." A massive orc army was on the move. They carried a giant palanquin forward. The figure on the throne pointed ahead and roared with authority. "Wipe them all out!" He declared that this land would have only two kinds of creatures: slaves and the Red Hand tribe. The leader continued his order: make every living thing in the alley mine submit. Instantly, a volley of flaming purple rocks rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. The orc army below could only look up in absolute awe. As the strange objects hurtled towards the battlefield, they had no idea they were walking right into an ambush. Massive boulders crashed down into the ravine, creating earth-shattering explosions. The orc named Olot, with his fiery red hair, looked up in shock and let out a massive yell. Immediately, a member of the muscle army with a monocle led a charge, roaring, "Ambush!" The monocled man thought to himself with satisfaction, "Good, the enemy's in chaos." Watching his comrades frantically push boulders down onto the enemy, he knew that if they kept up this relentless attack, victory was theirs for the taking. As he lifted a huge rock, an idea sparked. If he could take out Olot himself, right here, right now, this was his chance for revenge after all that torment. Only by defeating Olot could he finally destroy the phantom that had haunted him for so long. Down below, a muscle army warrior flexed, and an orc shouted in disbelief. What kind of blade can't even pierce this guy's skin? The man with the monocle started gasping for air, his heart pounding from the insane pressure. He worried, wondering if his old tormentor recognized him when their eyes met for a split second. And right on cue, Olot flashed a sinister grin and announced, "Found you, God." He watched silently, knowing this battle would finally end once the leader was eliminated. Below, the muscle army continued to fight, their rippling muscles on full display. Olot suddenly launched himself into the air, screaming, "Die, Got!" His face instantly hardened. This little punk, he was aiming for the leader, trying to cut the head off the snake. He poured all his strength into his guardian-like arms and unleashed his technique. One arm doom bell press. A lightning-fast punch slammed down, shattering the enemy's attack. Olot spat on the ground, his expression full of contempt as he sized up his opponent. "Not bad," he sneered. Hearing that name, Guro's face went pale. He stammered, confused. "What? Why did you call me Got?" Olot didn't buy the denial for a second. He lunged forward, grabbing Guro, and claiming he'd heard rumors a human-like figure had united the Gal tribe. He roared in fury. "Are you trying to play me for a fool?" Without warning, Olot unleashed a storm of slaps, making Guro cry out in pain. "Ow, that hurts." He was just trying to mess with the guy a bit, but this dude went straight for the attack. Blindsided, Guro exploded in rage, throwing a massive counterpunch right in his face. He rained down thunderous blows, shouting with every hit, "I'm not Got. Master Hansen is Got." Guro pressed his attack, explaining that the guy standing over there was the real Got, just filling in for the moment. Olot was completely dazed from the beating. He weakly mumbled the name, his mind hazy. "Got?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted, landing on a pale, skinny figure trembling in the distance. A smirk played on Olot's lips. He totally ignored Guro's warning not to get distracted and slowly started walking towards the newcomer. A sinister smile spread across his face as he called out, Well, long time no see, my old gal friend." Olot eagerly reached out a hand. "You remember me, don't you? It's great to see you again." The scene snaps to a different location. A member of the muscle army, his body completely exhausted, is hanging from a series of pull-up bars bolted into a steep cliff face. Hansen, working out right next to him, casually gives an order. "Give me 100 more PCs, then you can come down." Gudo was hanging right there with him, also on the verge of total collapse. He wailed in misery. "Hansen Nim, you're being way too unreasonable." Hansen just asked innocently. "What was that?" Gudo cried, pointing a finger at Hansen. "You always give Guro special treatment. He never has to train. Why is he the only one who gets off easy?" Still, in the middle of his reps, Hansen calmly asked back, "Guro doesn't train? You really think so?" Hansen flexed his massive back muscles and began to explain. "Gudo, don't you know that training intensity is all relative?" He insisted that his warm-up routine could easily be someone else's main workout. For Hansen, moving around ton-heavy stone slabs was just a prep step. But for anyone else, it was a challenge that pushed them to their absolute limit. For the leader of the Muscle Legion, lifting just about anything was child's play. And the truth is, Guro was anything but lazy. His body had been completely transformed from when he first showed up. Guro himself probably didn't even realize it, but he now had an insanely firm and powerful core. A core built like a monster's. Guro roared with newfound confidence. "I'm not the weakling I used to be." His eyes glowed. His hand radiated with a powerful purple magic. Guro declared loud and clear, "I am the right hand of Hansen Nim, and the greatest magic user, Guro, A massive wave of purple power erupted from him, crushing huge boulders and completely overwhelming the enemy in a flash. He stared straight ahead. With unwavering eyes, he confirmed his identity. "My name is Guro." That confidence earned him the chance to lead the army into battle against the enemy. Back at the cliffs, the sound of impacts echoed everywhere as the muscle army trained hard with the local monsters. Suddenly, one of the warriors froze. Sweat poured down his face as he heard strange sounds approaching. To keep the peace at the alley mine, the Goody Builders knew they needed a more effective way to fight. Instead of just wastefully eating the toad monsters for food, they came up with a new idea. Tame them to boost the entire team's mobility and combat power. And from that idea, the Toad Rider Brigade was officially born, an army of fiery warriors. The commander gave the order, "Toad Riders, full frontal assault." A thunderous battle cry ripped through the air, mixing with the croaks of the monsters. But watching the army charge while lifting giant toads over their heads, Gudo was horrified, shouting, "Isn't this ridiculously inefficient?" A warrior immediately shot back with confidence, introducing the technique. "This is the Toad Overhead Press." The entire army performed the weightlifting move using the toad monsters themselves, all while marching into battle. Seeing this, their companion gave a big thumbs up. "Now that's efficient. You're training while you fight. Talk about practical experience." Immediately, the order was given for the Goody Builder squad to form up. The warriors all struck a front double biceps pose, showing off their glistening, powerful muscles. Next, the Toad Riders were ordered to attack the enemy from the rear. They roared as they performed their toad overhead press. Hoisting the giant toads above their heads, they charged straight forward. The toads just looked on, completely clueless about this bizarre battle strategy. This was their brand new meat grinder tactic. A huge red structure crashed down. The muscle army and their toads slammed into the enemy formation with incredible force. A warrior delivered a finishing blow, leaving his opponent with no will to fight back. He collapsed instantly. After a quick sweep of the battlefield, a squad member asked if they'd wiped out all the enemies. But suddenly, the air grew thick and heavy as someone screamed, "It's hell!" from below the ground. A massive, glowing red hand of energy called Spike erupted from the earth, radiating a terrifying killing intent that suffocated the entire area. Out of nowhere, a member of the muscle army unleashed a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant pillar of purple light shot up, trapping the toad inside as he gasped in shock. The energy spread fast, forming a giant magic circle. The technique, called Tower of Babel, created a world-shaking explosion. It wiped everything out, officially ending the fight. Standing in the rubble, Guro looked at the defeated enemy and told his team, "Hey, don't tell Hansen Nim about this skill, okay?" The toad lay broken on the ground, but he just smirked and issued a challenge. "You think beating my Red Hand tribe is the end of it?" Seeing Oklot's defiant look even in defeat, Guro asked coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Oklot just whispered back, "You people don't know a damn thing." The other members of the muscle army, while grabbing a bite to eat, made a suggestion to Guro. "Let's start his body reformation training. That'll force him to talk." Another one chimed in, "Yeah, just stuff a healthy spirit into that healthy body of his, and he'll spill everything." Realizing things were about to get bad, Oklot quickly changed his tune. "You don't have to. I'll talk." He insists he's done fighting, then hits Guro with a wild question. "Do you know about Oculus?" Guro is stunned. Oculus? Wasn't that the group Lai mentioned? He admits he's heard the name a few times. The warrior, Oklot, begins his story, explaining how one day, those people came to his tribe and gave them power. But there was a catch. In exchange, the tribe had to give up 20% of its life force every single month. He wanted to refuse, but his hands were tied. Why? Because those mysterious robed figures took the children of his tribe hostage. The kids were their future, their legacy. And these monsters used that weakness to force them into submission. Oklot growls, revealing he was only following orders to observe everyone, all while waiting for the perfect moment to get his revenge. During that time, he figured out the bastards' abilities and learned the identities of their top officers, especially the one code-named Water Bomb. But just as the secret was about to come out, a flash of white light pierces straight through Oklot's chest. Everyone freezes in shock. He coughs up blood, his body collapsing as his followers scream in horror. A soldier points frantically to the top of the cliff, yelling, "There's someone up there!" Through the dust, a strange figure with bright pink hair appears. He lands with a pained complaint. "Ow, that hurt. So hot. I told you I wasn't gonna shoot." Right next to him, a being with purple hair and a giant hat warns coldly, "Hey, talk too much and you'll get yourself in trouble." The pink-haired man just smirks, looking down at the dying Oklot. He mocks him, saying that running your mouth about things you shouldn't leads to a messy end. The purple-haired one stays quiet. Staring at the steaming green goo on the ground, the purple one makes a calm suggestion. Or, I could just make it so none of you can talk anymore, by eating you all. High on a jagged cliff, a pink-haired man stands tall. He makes a chilling offer. Special deal, he announces. Tell me where Hansen is, and only one of you gets to live. He's hunting the leader, craving a real fight against someone truly strong. And these guys? He notes their spirit is decent. But he warns them Oculus has monsters you absolutely do not want to mess with. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Gudo is hanging for his dear life, his face twisted in pure terror. He's screaming desperately, "Let go! I'm falling. I'm really gonna fall." And right then, one of his exhausted hands starts to slip, losing its grip. Helpless. But then a foot swings in, a perfect point technique, shifting into a decisive freak to lock onto the bar. It's Lai, an officer from Oculus. She's hanging completely upside down, casually grabbing the man's leg to save his life. Poised above the thick fog, she looks just like a bat hanging in a cave. Elsewhere, we find that same curly-haired man, Gan, with a nasty smile plastered on his face. He asks smugly, "See? What did I tell you? Wouldn't it have been so much easier for you if you just gave in?" And the scene around him? Total devastation. An entire squad of soldiers, defeated, scattered on the ground. One dying warrior gasps out a final message. "Block, you have to tell Hansen Nim." With that heavy burden on his shoulders, Block just bolts, running for his life through the forest, pure panic etched on his face. He's running ragged, gasping for air, dripping with sweat, and screaming a final, desperate warning. "Don't ever come back here." Meanwhile, Hansen is getting surprisingly emotional over a new gift. "Wow, thanks for this," he says. "Of course," replies Bios, the Spirit King who just happens to be a cat. "It's not a long trip, but I couldn't let you go empty-handed." Gudo, however, is deeply disappointed, muttering, "Sir Bios, this is hardly a gift. There are countless legendary swords, shields, and armors out there. So why are we stuck hauling this pile of scrap metal?" Gudo shouts, completely fed up as Hansen just calmly accepts the junk. "Hansen Nim, we're coming back anyway. Why are you weighing us down with more heavy luggage?" Hansen just looks at Gudo quietly, and then asks something completely out of left field. "Gudo, you know what soccer is, right?" Gudo's completely baffled, thinking, what does a musclehead like him know about soccer? But he answers honestly, "Yeah." Hansen presses on. "Do you like it?" Gudo just nods. "So, you want to get good at it?" The Count replies. "I mean, moderately, I guess." Hansen just smiles. "Perfect. This will be easy to explain then. They say to get good at soccer, you need to spend a lot of time with the ball. That's how you build up all the data. You know, on its weight, the feel of it, and you learn from your own actions." Then Hansen suddenly shoves a heavy, purple weight plate into Gudo's hands and declares, "Since you said you wanted to get good at soccer." The Count just stares, eyes wide with shock at this very practical training method. Probably should have kept his mouth shut, poor guy, but hey, what can you do? Hansen, grinning like an idiot, cheerfully announces, "For today, just try to get friendly with these weight plates." Gudo finally snaps, screaming, "What in the hell does this have to do with soccer?" With a completely straight face, Hansen starts blushing and tries to cover it up, saying, "Well, weight plates are round, so obviously it'll help." He then turns to Lai. "Want to get good at soccer?" She gives him a hard no. All he can do is awkwardly backpedal. "Ah, right, got it." Without missing a beat, Hansen yells, "Let's move out," and starts pulling a massive stack of weight plates with his insane strength. And on top, Lai and the Spirit Lena just chilling. And trailing behind them is Gudo, trembling as he holds one tiny plate, stumbling along and cursing, "That absolute psycho." Elsewhere, a brutal battle is raging, filled with streaks of golden light. Leon charges right into the enemy circle, unleashing powerful slashes that send her foes reeling in absolute terror. A soldier trembles, mouth wide open in despair, screaming, "AA monster." The sharp clang of steel rings out again and again as Leon takes on these mysterious masked enemies all by herself. She lands a devastating blow. Her opponent is critically wounded, completely unable to fight back. Leon moves at an insane speed, closing the distance and unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks. But now, she's facing a colossal beast with glowing eyes and a terrifying razor-sharp maw. The massive guardian lets out a deafening roar and swings its weapon in a wild frenzy. But Leon is faster, backflipping just in time to dodge the crushing blow by inches. Amid the chaos, a soldier in a black cloak screams, "Go! Run! We'll buy you time." He gives the desperate order to the survivors. "Tutula Mercenary Regiment, Retreat. Now. He gives the order. But before they can even move, a cold, sharp blade is pressed right against the trembling soldier's neck. Elsewhere, a man named Ben stands alone in a dark forest. He can feel it, a powerful surge of life energy. He mutters to himself, "Pleased. Good. Yes, the life energy is getting stronger." He glances over at a red-haired woman with a sinister look in his eyes. "Master," he says, "the disciples are so happy. Doesn't that make you happy too?" She doesn't answer. Ben just sneers. What's wrong? Don't even have the brain power to respond? He stares into her lifeless face, his own bright orange eye glowing, and wonders to himself, should I call you master, or just an empty shell? Back on the road to the cliff, Gudo spots something in the distance. He calls out in alarm, "Hansen Nim, we've got a group of people headed our way." You can hear them screaming from the horizon, "Count, count." Suddenly, the group rushes forward and collapses to their knees right in front of Gudo, pleading, "Please, you have to help us. Our mercenary group, the Tutula. Please, help us avenge our people." Gudo, still panting from carrying that weight, just tells them to calm down. Huff, huff, what happened? Start from the beginning. A blond man with 2 swords on his back steps forward and introduces himself respectfully. "Greetings, I'm Talon, leader of the Tutula mercenaries." He starts to explain that many of his people lost their families in the zombie attack, and for that reason they've been hunting for the mastermind, seeking revenge. But along the way, something completely unexpected happened. A flash of Ben's insane smile appears in their minds. Suddenly, one of Talon's men screams in terror, pointing. "It's her! The red-haired woman!" Talon quickly explains that the one helping the mastermind is none other than General Lion. He then immediately tries to calm down his terrified comrade. "Look closer, that's not her." The red-haired woman stood silently, only one question echoing in her mind. "What?" Gudo quickly tries to explain, hoping to clear the tense air. There must be some misunderstanding here. He insists General Lion would never, ever betray the kingdom. Hansen, confused, asks, "What in the world is going on?" Gudo starts sweating bullets. He knows if he doesn't explain this perfectly, Hansen will just put him through another round of hellish training. And honestly, he's had enough of carrying that heavy thing for one day. He quickly clarifies, "You know how that guy Ben is always modifying his body for a fight, right? Well, they're saying General Lion, the one who brought you here, is covering for him and helping him carry out these murders." Hansen nods. "Aha," but he still looks incredibly skeptical, muttering to himself. "That's weird." He says, "With Lion's forearm muscles? There's no way he could do something like that. It's a total lie. With his power level, they couldn't even touch his pinky toe." Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps and heavy breathing echoes from the distance. A warrior is running for his life, sprinting towards Hansen and screaming, "Hansen Nim!" Hansen looks over, a quizzical expression on his face. Recognizing him, Hansen asks in surprise, "Block, what are you doing here?" Block is out of breath, his face a mask of terror as he delivers the bad news. The village is in huge trouble. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from a dark cellar. A hand is chained tightly, its wrist bruised and bloody from the restraints. The villain, Ben, with his curly red hair, flashes a sinister smile and threatens, "I told you, just tell me what I want to know, and this will be a lot easier for you." A member of the muscle squad, despite the brutal torture, remains defiant. He digs his fingers into the dirt floor, telling himself, "Hold on, I can do this." But his endurance was hitting its absolute limit. In the dark cellar, his muscle-bound brothers are tied up, writhing in agony. One of them sobs, "I can't take it anymore." Pained groans fill the entire room. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the red-haired villain can only stare, completely confused. "What is this? I haven't even done anything. Why are they acting like this?" He wonders, "Is some invisible force helping me out?" At this moment, the bodybuilders were suffering. They were enduring a pain so intense it couldn't be described in words, something they had never, ever experienced before. Heart-wrenching screams ripped through the air as their bodies trembled violently. This was, without a doubt, their worst nightmare. The red-haired man was frozen to the spot, having absolutely no clue what was happening right in front of him. The source of this incredible agony actually came from a truly ironic reason. It was because they weren't being allowed to work out. A face contorts in sheer terror, eyes rolling back as he screams in utter despair. The thing eating away at their souls and bodies right now? It was the fear of losing their gains. Block sprints through the forest, gasping for breath in a complete panic. The moment he sees Hansen, he yells, "Hansen Nim!" Hansen turns to look at his panting brother with a confused expression. "Block? What are you doing here?" Block screams in pure desperation. The village is in trouble. Hansen puts a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down with a bright smile. Block, what's wrong? Flashing back in time, Gudo had warned him. You need to think this through, Block. There's a 90% chance we're going to fail. Block couldn't believe his ears. He frowned, arguing back. How is that possible? We took down those orcs without breaking a sweat. Didn't you feel it when we launched that rock attack just now? Gudo reminded him of the moment the whole team had hurled that massive boulder. But the enemy with the bright red hair had neutralized their ultimate attack way too easily. And get this, another guy in their group didn't even bother to lift a finger, just watched from a distance. Their attitude? Total arrogance. It meant one thing. These guys were on the same power level as Hansen Nim. Block was desperate to get help. I'll go get Hansen Nim, but his teammate immediately shouted him down, telling him to calm the hell down. Because even though Hansen is insanely strong, if by some miracle he were to fail, it would be game over for everyone. He continued, they don't care about us at all. Their only target is Hansen Nim. Seeing Block's panic, the senior warrior tried to reason with him. Block, listen to me. He stated that only when they were 100% certain Hansen could completely overwhelm them, only then would be the right time to bring him back. The senior pointed a finger at him, ordering, until that moment comes, you are absolutely forbidden from bringing Hansen Nim here. Block agreed, but he begged to stay and fight. He suggested they send a different senior to deliver the message, arguing their chances of victory would be higher. But the muscle squad flat out refused, claiming they weren't good with words. They all flexed in unison, showing off their massive physiques, and declared, protecting the youngest is the responsibility of the seniors. They knew the enemy was too strong, but running away was not an option. Witnessing his brother's sacrifice, Block was left completely speechless. The senior members returned to the forest. Block ran up to Hansen with a lie. Nothing's wrong, sir. I just wanted some extra training by your side. Hansen cracked a satisfied smile. Oh, really? That's great. He then casually mentioned how inefficient everything was without wheels. And just like that, an order was given. The entire Tutula mercenary group snapped into a scout formation. A new exercise began, the chariot walking run. Hansen and the other leaders sat comfortably on a giant stone platform. The mercenaries? They had to carry it, acting like human wheels to move the entire thing. Hansen grinned, shouting his orders. If you go the wrong way, I'll just have to change the wheels. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lena activated a magic circle, roaring, Summon Golem! Giant golems with glowing red eyes emerged from the dust and smoke, towering over the landscape. The red-haired girl ran, asking breathlessly, finding the dungeon entrance is the start of the attack, right? Gudo, struggling to keep up, confirmed, that's right. He explained that even though it's a dungeon area, the whole place isn't hostile territory. He stressed that the dungeon master would definitely try to fight on their own home turf. Gudo kept pushing the team forward. Luckily for us, we don't have to conquer this place. Our only mission right now is to collect the black bone stones that Bimos ordered us to bring back. Everything else? Doesn't matter. But one team member nervously asked about getting their revenge. Hansen gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. We have to teach them a lesson, so they can never bother Helen again. Gudo couldn't shake his unease about the situation. But what if General Leon really did betray us? Lai immediately spoke up, trying to calm everyone down. Don't worry, my aunt would never be defeated by someone like him, and she'd definitely never team up with him. But just then, the spirit Lena reports in a panic the signals from 2 golems in the southwest just went dark. Seeing the missing data, Lena orders the whole team to move immediately towards the golem's last known location. And then, to her shock, the signals from 3 more golems in the northwest also vanished right after. Gudo wonders, maybe because it's a dungeon, they were easily suppressed? That question sets Lena off. She roars, are you looking down on the golems of a supreme class spirit? Normal monsters can't even beat one of these things. Lena's seriously worried because they were destroyed so fast, no visual feed even made it back. Something feels off. Lena finds it strange, pointing out that for a common dungeon, she hasn't seen a single zombie anywhere. Deciding to act, she urges, I'm going on ahead. Instantly, Lena unleashes her spirit arts, then follows up with a position swap skill to teleport across the rocks. But the moment she lands, her face goes pale with absolute terror. Behind her, a colossal wolf with glowing red eyes looms menacingly. Lena trembles. This is bad. We walked right into their trap. Meanwhile, Hansen's face remains completely calm. He flashes a bright smile. Hey, while we wait for Lena to find the entrance, how about a quick arm workout? Gudo is immediately furious, crossing his arms and snapping, exercise in enemy territory? Absolutely not. You'll waste all your energy. But unexpectedly, another team member chimes in with a grin. If our arms get tired, we just fight with our lower body, right? Hansen and his buddy shake on it. Exactly. Watching this obsession with muscles, Gudo can only scream helplessly from the sidelines. Damn it! Hansen starts demonstrating an exercise called the overhead extension, a workout meant to strengthen the triceps. When done with both hands and a weight, it's called a two-arm overhead extension. Step 1. Grab a weight plate with both hands and lift it straight over your head. Next, slowly lower your elbows behind you, just like you're doing an overhead stretch. Step 3. Use your tricep strength to push the weight back up, all while taking a deep breath in. Hansen notes that gripping the plate itself makes the posture more comfortable, and you have to keep your elbows from flaring out during the exercise. In another part of the woods, Lai is frantically running through the darkness. The same question echoes in her mind. Is Aunt Leon really here? Her eyes are burning with pure determination. Even if it's not her, I won't let anyone tarnish her honor. I'll catch this imposter with my own two hands. Lai pushes power into her legs, shooting forward like an arrow, determined to uncover the truth. Suddenly, boom! A massive pillar of golden light slams into the earth, causing a world-shaking explosion in the deep forest. Witnessing the violent shockwave, a blonde swordsman thoughtfully concludes, "This tremor, it's from a battle." But right behind him, Hansen and his crew are casually flexing their muscles and laughing. So refreshing, right? Yeah, I feel so much lighter. Seeing this bizarre spectacle, the swordsman just stares, wondering if he was mistaken. But then, Hansen's expression turns dead serious. He calls out, "Block, wait. This is a non-muscle vibration. It seems like Lai or Lena, one of them has engaged the enemy." Block immediately nods, confirming the situation with a confident smirk. He figures that was a good enough warm-up. Hansen tells the others to stay behind and train, since it's too dangerous up ahead for beginners. After getting a thank you from Gudo, Hansen and Block blast off, tearing through the air with a powerful shout. "Let's start with some interval training." "Yes, sir." Just like his own master, Hansen incorporates training into everything he does, even combat. Deep in the gloomy forest, a single, pure white lily suddenly glows among the leaves. A girl with curious gray eyes looks at it and asks, "What is this?" The woman with her explains gently, "That's called a flower." Looking around, the girl points to a small creature on a branch and wonders, "Then what is that over there?" The woman calmly replies, "That's a squirrel." The little squirrel sits peacefully on its branch in the forest silence. In the quiet woods, Eliz points up at the trees, asking with curiosity, "What are those?" Ben replies softly, "Those are leaves." She then points down below. "What about this?" Ben patiently answers, "That's just a caterpillar." Seeing Eliz's pure innocence, Ben asks seriously, "Eliz, do you really not remember anything from your past?" The girl sadly shakes her head. "Not a single thing." As the sunset glitters through the leaves, Eliz looks at Ben with total trust. "But I can still feel it, how much you care about me, and how desperately you want to protect me." Ben's face suddenly fills with worry. He tells her, "Eliz, from now on, more and more enemies will start attacking us." He looks at her with a gaze that's firm, but full of pain. "So no matter what happens to me, you absolutely must find a safe place to hide." Her childlike innocence makes him want to protect her at any cost. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, a red-haired man looks down at a mage kneeling at his feet and scoffs. "A backwater mage from the frontier? With a background like this, it's hard to accept you." He smirks devilishly. "But you're lucky. My boss is actually quite interested in your research." The blue-haired mage trembles, sweat pouring down his face as he replies, "To be noticed by him is the greatest honor I could ask for." The red-haired man presses him. "You said you're researching a living dungeon, correct?" The mage quickly confirms, "Yes." The man laughs with delight as he paces. "Excellent. So it's basically a portable battery." When his target stammers a correction, "Well, it's not quite like that." He immediately cuts him off. "I don't care. It's not important." He leans close to the mage's ear, his eyes suddenly glowing red with a terrifying killing intent as he threatens him. "So, when that thing is complete, you know what you have to do, right? You will hand it over to me quietly." Back in the present, Eliz asks Ben worriedly, "Is something scary happening?" Ben quickly forces a smile to reassure her. Not at all. There's nothing to be afraid of." Ben looks at Eliz, his heart heavy, and confesses, "I'm just afraid of losing you again." Eliz looks deep into his eyes and softly says, "Your eyes are always so sad." She gently touched Ben's cheek, whispering that this must be her fault, but he quickly grabbed her hand to reassure her. "It's not." Eliz trusted Ben completely. She gently stroked his hair. "Don't worry. I'll always be by your side, just like you wanted. Ben's face flushed as he whispered her name. Eli's. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind them, filled with sinister, smiling faces. A voice declared, "Found you." A vibration. Ben's expression instantly twisted in absolute horror. Ben screamed, "Eli's, run, now." Hansen casually stepped out from the shadows. He recognized the attacker and asked, "You again? The guy from before? Are you bullying the newbies again?" Hansen effortlessly blocked the attack with his bare hands, casually reminding him, "You shouldn't show off all your power the second we meet." One of Hansen's team members looked around, confused. "Master Hansen, there's nobody here. I think we're in the wrong place." Hansen's jaw dropped in disbelief. He muttered to himself, did my muscles lead me here without me even realizing it? Ben, furious, screamed back, "What the hell are you even talking about?" He then charged forward in a rage. Hansen closed the distance in an instant, grabbing his opponent and shouting the name of an exercise long poon. He caught Ben in a flash and unleashed a powerful press technique, slamming his opponent straight into the ground with a sickening crash. Ben was crushed beneath Hansen's massive hands. All he could manage was a pained cry of complete helplessness. Hansen glared down with ice-cold eyes and demanded, "I asked you a question. Do you bully the new guys at the gym?" Ben squirmed under the immense pressure, struggling and screaming in pure agony. And at that exact moment, seeing Ben was in danger and out of strength, Eliz suddenly appeared. A brilliant energy exploded from her hands as she screamed for everyone to stop. Realizing her dangerous intent, Ben screamed in horror, "Eliz, don't do it!" One of the muscle-bound soldiers scrambled to Hansen, reporting that this energy felt even stronger than a slash from Master Leon himself. In the middle of the blinding light, Eliz admitted she knew her power was dangerous, but she couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ben yelled, "That's not it, Eliz. I'll stop fighting. Just stop." But Eliz just gave a determined smile, declaring she would protect him, just like he once protected her. Even without her memories, Eliz could feel their powerful connection. She continued to pour all of her strength into the growing sphere of energy. Ben lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, trembling as he screamed in desperation, "No, Eliz, it's not like that." Meanwhile, in a dark, unknown space, the red-haired man, Gan, quietly observed a child whose energy was being drained away. He curiously wondered what would happen once the energy was gone. Gan casually guessed that after being completely drained, the kid would obviously die. Back on the glowing battlefield, Eliz roared with determination, "This time, I will protect you." She unleashed her full power, creating a world-shaking explosion that engulfed everything. Elsewhere, Lena decided to scout ahead to check things out. She immediately used a spirit art called Position Swap, turning her body into a chunk of rock to teleport to another location. But the second she reappeared, Lena was horrified. She had landed herself in a terrible, terrible situation. Before her stood a gigantic wolf with glowing red eyes, looking incredibly menacing. The beast let out a ferocious roar and lunged straight for Lena, its sharp teeth bared. In that split second, Lena quickly activated her spirit art, Stonemaker, creating a solid block of rock right in front of the monster's mouth. The wolf bit down hard on the rock instead of its prey, basically getting a free teeth-sharpening session. Lena seized the opportunity and ran for her life, sweating in pure fear. Lena told herself she had to buy time, any way she could. The countdown to summon her golem again was still ticking. She cast another spell, Stone Screen. A solid wall of rock shot up from the ground to block the enemy's pursuit. As she frantically calculated her next move, Lena froze. A giant whirlwind was forming in the distance, leaving her completely stunned. She immediately counterattacked with Stone Missile, launching a volley of rocks at her foe. But the monster activated its own skill, Boninato, a dark tornado of bones that obliterated everything in its path. A terrifying collision sent Lena flying, screaming in despair. Her spirit activated the skill Floor Swim, wrapping her in blue light as she dove deep into the earth to escape. Hiding beneath the rock, Lena confidently thought to herself, "This is underground. Things that aren't spirits can't hurt me here, you know?" But before she could even celebrate, the wolf above began to sniff the air, then started clawing frantically at the ground. Lena watched in horror. Model. A trench was clawed into the earth as something charged straight for her. She screamed in pure shock. "What are you? A mole? You damn monster." Absolute terror. Lena's agonizing screams echoed. But back with Lai, a mysterious figure was blocking her path. She roared, "Auntie, wake up. What kind of sick trick are they playing on you?" She tried to see the aunt she once knew. A memory surfaced, a gentle voice from long ago. "Lai, your Aunt Leon is busy." I told you not to bother her for playtime." But the little girl just beamed, declaring with a fiery smile, "Ha, this isn't play, this is training." In an instant, she turned serious and began to guide her. "Lai, try holding it the right way." She pointed to the sword, explaining carefully, "From here to here, this is the hilt." During their training, Aunt Leon had posed a scenario where an opponent was just overwhelmingly stronger. She asked Lai, "In a situation like that, what would you do?" Back in the present, Lai answered with her actions. "If that's the case, I'll use my body's agility to my advantage." She moved like a flash of lightning, dropping her center of gravity to weave underneath her opponent. With terrifying speed, Lai roared, "Faster! I have to be faster!" She was determined to overwhelm this enemy, no matter the cost. But then the sharp clang of steel, Lai realized her opponent's speed was even greater than her own. Lai stood in shock as countless radiant golden swords materialized, completely surrounding her. She told herself that no matter how many attacks they threw, there had to be a weak point to counter. She would find that opening and turn this entire fight around. Immediately, Lai launched into a spinning technique, moving like a cyclone through the rain of swords. She quickly regained her balance, crouching low to prepare for an explosive counterattack. Lai spun her body at maximum velocity, generating powerful vortexes of raw energy. Then, Lai channeled all of her power into her ultimate technique, the Rising Spirit Blade, preparing to draw her sword for a single, decisive strike. Looking at the imposing figure before her, Lai wondered, "Auntie, can my sword even reach you?" A terrifying collision exploded outward. A brilliant golden light completely engulfed the battlefield. Even as she struggled against the immense pressure, Lai smiled wide and admitted, "I still need you to teach me more." Lai screamed her aunt's name, "Leon," and brought down a thunderous slash from above. But the tip of her sword was stopped cold by just 2 fingers. The painful truth hit Lai like a physical blow. This wasn't her aunt. She was blasted backward, collapsing on the ground in total despair. Lost in a daze, a memory of her childhood with her beloved aunt suddenly returned. A little Lai running up, full of excitement, calling out, "Auntie, take this. I made it for you." The little girl proudly held up a small wooden sword. And right then, Lai understood a deep truth. Her sword had always been able to reach her aunt. Elsewhere, Eliz felt something terribly wrong happening inside her own body. She whispered, overcome with fear, "It's so strange. I want to protect everyone, but I can't control myself. What's happening to my body?" At that very moment, Hansen was using his overwhelming strength to pin Ben down, rendering him totally immobile. This was the birth of a new concept, a living dungeon, something that had never existed before. The idea was to implant a device meant to harvest life energy and create monsters directly into a living creature. A glowing energy diagram began to spread across the host's body, transforming it in completely unpredictable ways. And because this was an experiment with no precedent, there was absolutely no information on how to use the energy or any methods to deal with a sudden mutation like this. An earth-shattering blast of energy erupted, tearing space apart and leaving chaos in its wake. Hansen looked down at the trembling Ben and awkwardly apologized. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bully you." Even in a fight, Hansen was bizarrely polite. But then he saw Eliz's critical condition. Hansen rushed over in a panic, shouting her name. "Eliz!" The girl whispered in desperation as her body began to fail. "What do I do? I can't stop the power from leaking out." He knew he had to think of a solution, and fast. In his mind, a single command repeated over and over. "Think. Think. 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 Think." Hansen realized Eliz's state was like a cracked bowl trying to hold water. Her life energy was constantly leaking out through the fissures forming in her body. The problem was the sheer scale of it, like a massive dam that was cracking apart. The flow of energy was a torrential flood, and the grim reality was, there was absolutely no way to stop it. Standing behind her, Hansen could only stare blankly, wondering how she ended up like this. Ben grabbed his head, screaming in agony about how even plugging a single hole in that dam was impossible. So how could anyone sever the link between her body and this exploding source of energy? There has to be something that can help her stop it. Deep in the forest, a burst of intense flames suddenly erupted. Instantly, the ultimate technique, the Sun-Piercer blade, was unleashed. To understand this pressure, think of the world's best free divers. They can only reach depths of about 110 meters. For every 10 meters you go deeper, the water pressure doubles, making it impossible to dive without professional training. Now, picture the Engari Dam in Georgia, a staggering 271.5 meters high. The idea of one tiny person trying to repair a breach at the bottom of that dam sounds like a hopeless fantasy. Amidst the thunderous roar of rushing water, a hand silently reached out from a blinding light. A black sword, forged from this special energy, was designed only to sever the essence of the living dungeon, making the impossible possible. This was the ultimate power of a true swordmaster. Under the light of the setting sun, General Leon appeared, her crimson hair blazing, with an unconscious Eliz in her arms. And then, the energy, now without a host, began to violently explode. Ben stood frozen, looking tiny before the colossal sphere of light that was rapidly expanding through the forest. His eyes bulged in absolute terror. Veins popped around his pupils as they trembled violently. Ben finally broke and ran, screaming, "Get away!" An earth-shattering explosion erupted right after, swallowing everything in its blinding light. No, it was like a meteor made of pure light crashing down onto the planet. As the smoke and dust began to settle, Hansen walked closer and asked with concern, "Block, are you okay? You hurt?" Block struggled to get up. He backed away slightly and replied, "I'm fine. Model." But then, Hansen! Block's face suddenly drained of color. He roared out a warning. "It's coming!" Instantly, he channeled every ounce of strength into his massive arms, heaving the giant rock forward. The enemy in the dark, its red eyes glowing, barely registered the projectile before impact. The collision was absolutely devastating. Hansen, meanwhile, dropped into a set of jumping squats so intense the ground cracked beneath him. He launched himself into the air, showing off those rippling, powerful muscles. Witnessing this unbelievable power, Ben just trembled. Sweating bullets, he thought to himself, "I never knew Lion had this kind of strength, this level of finesse." Thanks to that, Eliz managed to stay alive, but Leon definitely wouldn't escape unharmed. Her time was running out. You could see it as terrifying cracks started spreading across her body. In a fit of madness, the entity controlling her screamed, "Leon, fight until your body shatters. That's the only way to atone for what you did to the general." It was like some dark magic was forcing her to fight to her very last breath. A single slash tore through the air, heading straight for Hansen, who could only scream in terror. Hansen yelled out a warning, "Hey, get back, that rock is falling. Don't you dare try to catch it." But Block's face was set with pure determination as he replied, "The me from yesterday? Yeah, he wouldn't have even tried." Then, Block broke into a bright, confident smile. "But I'm different now." He proudly showed off his new treasure, a simple rope tied around his waist. This was the piece of gear Bios had given him. And yeah, at first glance, it just looks like a normal rubber rope. Because, well, that's exactly what it is, nothing more. Bios, who used to be on Dongjun's team, saw the weakness in Block's raw physical power and gave him the rope. Through his sense of touch, it helps Block get a better feel for his core muscles. It's also the perfect tool to help stabilize his every move. Turns out, because of that rope, his muscle growth has been absolutely insane. Standing nearby, Hansen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, totally impressed by his junior's insane progress. Block just scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, yeah, that's pretty much it." But Hansen's tone turned serious. "I want to congratulate you, I really do. But right now, you need to run." Block was stunned. "Wait, why?" Before he could even process it, Hansen added, "I think Leon's forearm muscles are getting serious." In that instant, a terrifying wave of energy shot towards them. A soldier screamed, "It's coming, move." Hansen poured all his strength into his massive arms, using his own forearms, to block the lightning-fast attack. Hard as steel, he thought to himself, for any newbie lifters out there, taking this head-on would be suicide. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Count Gudo was straining, pushing a massive stone weight over his head with a look of pure grit. Seeing their lord's transformation, a young soldier came over to praise him. "My lord, you've gotten so much bigger." Gudo was breathing hard, sweat pouring down his face. He looked up and asked, "Has it really changed that much?" And then, boom, he hit a perfect pose, flexing the massive, sculpted muscles on his arm. Gudo let out a satisfied laugh. "Heh, now that you mention it, I guess it has." After all the brutal training Hansen put him through, he could finally show off for his men. He looked down at his own toned body, then gazed out at the kingdom, which was slowly coming back to life, my body and this kingdom. On a peaceful street corner, a child held their mother's hand and asked a question. "Mommy, has everyone seemed different lately?" The mother looked down, confused. "Different, how?" Somewhere else, a female soldier smiled brightly and said, "What? Of course. Culture is always changing with the times. New influences, new values, things were always in motion." For the White Kingdom, traditional sword fighting was taking a backseat to bodybuilding. This led to some rapid changes in the military. Now, Even normal training sessions were all about building insane muscle. Huge, glistening muscles, shining under the light. That was becoming the new standard of strength. But still, there was a small group who clung to pure swordsmanship. For them, General Leon was still an irreplaceable icon. The majority, though, they were all about the muscle life. Suddenly, Leon appeared, launching a flash attack right at Hansen. She unleashed a powerful wave of energy, her ultimate technique, a storm of light swords that filled the entire sky. Hansen just stood there, caught in the middle. He took the full force of the sword rain pouring down from above. The constant impacts forced a scream of pain from his lips. Seeing this, Gudo yelled out in panic, "Hansen!" Even while being crushed by that insane power, Hansen managed to order his team. "I'm fine, just stay back." Lai rushed over to stop them. "Wait a minute, big brother." She watched her aunt closely, realizing the brainwashing controlling Leon seemed to be breaking down after this direct clash. She hoped this was the chance for her aunt's true self to awaken. Lai thought back. Her Aunt Leon always valued real combat experience and sparring above all else. Looking closely at the bulging muscles taking the hits from the sword rain, she noticed there wasn't a single cut, no serious damage at all. Lai wondered, could her aunt be using this as a way to train Hansen? But Block immediately shot that idea down. He knew a normal sword could never pierce muscles that had been trained to their absolute limit. The problem was Hansen's own unstable mental state. Block figured if Lai's theory was right, then after this test, Hansen would reach a whole new level of power. Amidst world-shaking explosions of energy, Hansen roared in agony, bearing a truly suffocating pressure. Leon's attack speed was just faster than the signals traveling from Hansen's brain to his muscles. In this life-or-death moment, he wondered, how can muscle ever hope to beat a sword? Suddenly, Hansen felt a voice echoing in his mind. It was as if his Aunt Leon was trying to speak with him directly. She asked him a cryptic question. "Hansen, how close? Are your brain and your body, really?" As the constant impacts shook his entire frame, Hansen was stunned, having no idea what she truly meant. And in that subconscious space, a strange conversation between his brain and his muscles began. Hansen realized that this whole time, he'd never truly faced or tried to understand his own body. His brain was getting called out for overthinking, for making every situation way too complicated. The brain tried to argue back, saying it needed to analyze things to overcome adversity. But his body? It offered a much simpler truth. Every movement, all that incredible power, it all came down to two simple words: contract and release. He finally understood the true nature of his power. Hansen let out a roar as energy exploded from him, his muscles bulging to an insane degree. His mind and body, once separate, now moved as one. A single entity, acting with absolute focus. He even cut off the energy used for thinking, rerouting everything for the ultimate muscle contraction. His opponent reacted instantly, unleashing their battle aura, drawing their blade under the full moon to meet the world-crushing attack. A press with earth-shattering power came crashing down, obliterating all resistance, leaving his opponent utterly broken. Leon collapsed, completely exhausted, her body cracking under the strain. She whispered to herself, "Can I finally rest now?" before slowly fading into a brilliant golden void. She, who understood the blade's edge better than anyone, had been defeated by sheer human willpower and muscle. A crowd buzzed around a notice board, a recruitment post from the swordmaster, Leon, an apprenticeship with the master herself, and the Mao clan is sponsoring it? A chant rose from the crowd, full of fighting spirit. "Let's go." Witnessing this, a stunned Leon could only mutter, "My God, why are there so many people here?" Turns out, they all shared a deep passion for the sword, creating a sea of pure, muscle-bound enthusiasm. Leon couldn't hide her happiness, a radiant smile spreading across her face. "I'm so glad. It's because I truly understood the meaning of the blade's sharpness that..." She had perfected her teaching methods. Leon herself demonstrated every move, down to the last detail. The force must flow this way. Her disciples trained relentlessly block, then strike. One student, a kid with a red headband, nailed it. He beamed, shouting with excitement, "Master, like this, right? Did I get it?" Seeing his progress, Leon just gave a proud thumbs up. "Huh. I don't know who trained you, kid, but you're a natural-born genius." That first generation of students, they were forged into brilliant swordsmen, and when war tore the lands apart, they jumped at the chance to become heroes. Leon watched them go, her eyes filled with nothing but pride. Before he left, the red headband student made a solemn vow. "I'll bring back victory and honor, all in your name, Master." But reality? It was brutal. It shattered every single hope. They failed, utterly. Her beloved students never came home. The only things that returned were their blood-stained belongings. In front of 3 simple graves, marked only by their broken swords, Leon admitted her bitter truth. This is my failure. Under the pale moonlight, her expression hardened. Cold, resolute. She realized a grim truth that night. Just being strong was nowhere near enough. She realized what was missing: real combat experience. So, she shifted her entire focus, maximizing sparring sessions for her soldiers. Staring at those sword-marked graves, she vowed to change her methods completely. She began teaching her students how to channel their combat energy, their aura, making their blades glow with a powerful, golden light. But even as she refined her methods, the long rows of graves tormented her. They were a constant, haunting reminder: evolve or die. And her new methods worked. The number of students who survived, who actually came home from the battlefield, started to climb. They'd surround her, their gratitude overflowing. "This is all thanks to you, Master." But, despite all her efforts, the losses never stopped completely. It was enough to make her collapse in the cold graveyard as darkness fell, overcome with grief. The sharp blades of her fallen students, a constant waking nightmare. Suddenly, a storm of swords rained down from the heavens, piercing through space, each one a blade of grief stabbing deep into her heart. She shot up in bed with a scream, a sound of pure horror and anguish. Leon was gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat. Just a nightmare. She forced a weak laugh, trying to calm herself. Just a dream, huh? Leon let out a shaky breath of relief. Must be because I've been so run down lately. She threw open the window, ready for some early morning meditation. But outside was a gloomy graveyard, filled with thousands of sword-marked graves under a dark sky. Suddenly, a blackened hand shot out from the earth, grabbing her ankle. Leon whipped her head around, pure shock on her face. Her face twisted in terror as an inky darkness swallowed everything. And out of that void, skeletal black hands clawed their way into existence, swarming her from all sides. Hate-filled moans echoed all around her. Leon cried out in pure despair as the dark entities lunged forward without stopping. They grabbed her arms, her legs dragging her down. In that final, desperate moment, Leon unleashed everything she had. A single slash of pure light tore the darkness apart. As she broke free from the screaming spirits, the ground gave way, revealing a gaping abyss, burning like molten rock below. Leon stood frozen right on the edge. Horrified, she stared down into a sea of fire. Thousands of souls, her fallen soldiers, writhed in agony below. Their tormented screams echoed up from the depths of hell itself. "Leon, join us," the voices whispered. "You're the one who killed us. Come with us." But that horrific vision was instantly shattered by the image of a peaceful home under a clear blue sky. Then slash, a colossal blade of light cut it all down. In her mind, painful memories of her former students flooded back. She couldn't escape the past, her failures, their deaths. They weren't just students, they were neighbors, friends, lovers, family. They were her people. Slowly, like a prayer of repentance, she spoke their names. Sly, Henry, Jack, Laura, Maddie, William, Matthew. As she spoke, the swords planted in the graves began to tremble violently. A powerful spiritual energy pulsed from her as she continued the litany of the fallen. Mary, Gray, John, Jackson, Amy. The swords vibrated intensely, erupting into a towering inferno. This was it, the ultimate technique was unleashed. Blade Mountain. She stood before a blazing forest of swords, as high as any peak. Leon thought to herself grimly, "The name fits. It's the weight of my sins, piled high as a mountain of steel." She raised her own glowing sword high amid the flames and made a vow. "I will perform a sword dance for you all, until you are satisfied." And then back to reality. In the middle of the forest, Hanson and the others were crowded around Leon's unconscious body. A desperate cry cut through the air. "Auntie, please, open your eyes." Leon was collapsed on the ground, whispering something with what little breath she had. "Ah, I couldn't protect them." Lai frantically grabbed Hanson's collar, screaming in despair. "Hanson, do something. Your techniques, anything. You have to save her." But despite her desperate pleas, Hanson just stayed silent, a deep, thoughtful look on his face. Lai kept screaming, "If anything happens to her because of you." But that's when Brock cut in, his voice choked with emotion. He explained that Master Leon's body was already starting to break down, even before the fight began. He said it was the price for forcibly separating such a massive amount of energy from her physical body. Lai just stood there, frozen, tears streaming down her face. Leon was still trapped in the darkness of her own mind. She whispered a final, heartbreaking apology to all the students she'd lost. "Everyone, I'm so sorry. If I'd never taught you how to fight, maybe you all could have lived normal, happy lives. She was consumed by guilt, convinced she was too late, wondering just how much her fallen students must truly hate her. But then, Hansen stepped forward with a calm smile. "Leon," he said, "this is all thanks to you." He then calmly explained that because of her, he could now talk to his muscles and move much better. Lai was completely stunned. What in the world is he talking about? But Hansen just continued with his unique philosophy. He wondered aloud if at the highest level, you could even talk to your own sword. And just as Lai was trying to process that, ethereal voices suddenly called out from nowhere. "Master!" Suddenly, countless swords of brilliant light appeared, bathing the dark forest in their glow. Master Leon. The spirits of her fallen students materialized, surrounded by a blindingly beautiful light. And they came with a message of thanks, for showing them a new world, for letting them feel the joy of becoming strong. They might not have become famous heroes, but for them, learning the art of the sword had made life truly worth living. No, that's wrong. If you hadn't learned the sword, you wouldn't have had to sacrifice yourselves. A spirit smiled back, asking, "Master, do you regret learning?" Her students all confirmed it at once. They never regretted a thing. They were always happy. You all really don't hold a grudge against me?" One bright soul answered firmly, "Of course not. It's time, Master. Let's go together. There are so many amazing sword techniques we want to show you." A warm, glowing hand reached out toward Leon. She gently took it, walking into the embrace of her beloved students, all of them eager to show off what they'd learned. Before vanishing into eternity, Leon turned back to Hansen with her brightest smile, entrusting him with her final words. "The rest, I'm leaving it all to you." Hansen nodded. Just like that, the shadows haunting her were gone. Her soul was finally at peace. A system notification popped up. Muscle and spirit have achieved unprecedented synchronization. The legendary skill, Absolute Reflex, was now officially created. Hansen stood silent, watching the spot where Leon had disappeared. He spoke softly. "Leon, you worked hard. I've received your will." Her other students, standing nearby, couldn't hold back their tears. "Master Leon," someone shouted. "Everyone, look!" A single tear rolled down the serene face of their master's spirit. "She's smiling." Instantly, a new main quest activated. Leon's request. The objective was simple: eliminate an officer of the Oculus organization. Elsewhere, Ben struggled to carry his wounded friend towards a red gate set in a cliff. He begged, "We're almost there. Just hang on a little longer." He was gasping for air, trying to escape his pursuers, but then a fatal blow. A sword pierced straight through him from behind. The killer, cloaked in red, just clicked his tongue. Chi. Annoying. He didn't die in one hit. Another assassin yelled, "Enemy of the clan, die!" And with that they swarmed him, a flurry of relentless attacks. Stab after stab rained down, and Ben finally fell. Even mortally wounded, he tried to shield his friend with his body. With his last breath, his hand went limp as he whispered her name. Elise. A hand reached out in despair as drops of liquid began to fall. Then, a cascade of test tubes and glass vials rained down, shattering into 1,000 pieces. A colossal pillar of light erupted. And from within it, a gigantic, muscular monster emerged, its veins glowing like molten fire. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, standing tall amidst the wreckage. Sensing the dark omen from a distance, Hansen quietly turned his back. He looked at his comrades. "You all stay here. Pay your respects to Leon." Hansen's gaze fixed on the source of that explosive energy. He stated calmly, "That thing looks like a problem for me to solve." Facing the massive shadow in the distance, Hansen began channeling power into his legs and then shot forward like a cannonball. Looking at his opponent, he noted the resemblance. It looked just like his own muscle monster transformation. Hansen tore through the dense forest, heading straight for the furiously roaring entity. He could tell his opponent had made a terrible trade, a sacrifice. He'd clearly thrown his own life away for this power. Hansen just pushed himself to go faster. A single, anxious thought raced through his mind. If I don't stop this whole area is going to become a barren, dead wasteland. Hansen knew if this continued, this whole region Helen would be wiped off the map. He quietly asked his companion, "Partner, you ready for this?" Suddenly, a grotesque face with a huge glowing red mouth roared in his mind. "You're losing focus. Is that what we trained for?" Hansen just smirked, full of confidence. He called out to his comrades with excitement. "It's been a while. Let's do the chant." Instantly, he and his army of muscles began their powerful, morale-boosting ritual. Hansen yelled, "Can we do it?" The team roared back, "We can do it." He led again, "We will do it." And they echoed his resolve. This was how he communicated with his own body like a true battle partner. Hansen poured every last drop of his strength into a single attack. He proudly declared its name, one-arm dumbbell press. A thunderous punch slammed into the ground, shattering it, causing a world-shaking explosion. Inside the green monster's body, its eyes could only widen in pain as it absorbed the terrifying impact. The giant creature roared in agony, swinging its massive arms in a desperate, final assault. Despite being dwarfed by his enemy, Hansen charged straight into the storm without a hint of fear. He got in close and executed his cable pec deck fly. Using his powerful arms, he stretched and squeezed his opponent's muscles from the inside. Right after, Hansen launched his lunge technique, using the power of his legs to push back against the monster's grip. The beast began to tremble from the extreme pressure. Ben, trapped within, realized the horrifying truth. No matter how huge his body got, he couldn't beat this smaller being. He screamed in absolute terror. Hansen was caught in the monster's giant hand, but his face? Perfectly calm, not a trace of concern. Hansen just kept flexing his rippling muscles, counting out the reps. After a powerful shift, he once again began to contract every fiber of his body for the final push. Boom! A thunderous stomp shatters the ground. And in the middle of the crater he just made, Hansen calmly mutters, "Gotta get at least 8 reps in." Ben screams in pure agony. Meanwhile, Hansen's just flexing his massive back muscles, standing firm in the dust cloud as the monster charges. The impact creates a massive explosion right on the battlefield. But while his opponent howls in helplessness, Hansen just keeps doing his squats, right on top of the guy, cracking the earth beneath them from the sheer weight. Before his enemy can even recover, he grabs Ben with those godlike hands. Then he unleashes a cable pullover, slamming him down with insane force. Seeing this unbelievable power, all Ben can do is stare in total disbelief. Hansen follows up with a bench press and a lightning-fast crunch straight to the guy's face. He cracks a confident smile mid-fight, but then freezes, sensing a new presence. From the shadows, a giant brown wolf emerges, and clenched in its jaws is a tiny creature. It whispers a warning, "Stay back." The wolf quietly sizes everyone up, looking for the strongest one, and its eyes lock onto Hansen, sensing his hidden potential. So, here's a question for you. Why do you work out? Some people do it to lose weight, others for a long and healthy life, or just to avoid getting bullied. For some, it's about looking good or getting famous. But for most, they just do it because it's fun. But when they asked Hansen, the mood shattered. He was in the zone savagely training with a massive set of weights. Sweat streamed down his rippling muscles. Clang after clang echoed through the air. The truth? Hansen was in a terrible mood. He was losing his focus, losing his way. Watching from afar, his teammates saw it too. Something was wrong. They whispered nervously. There was something strange about Hansen's movements. He was sweating way more than usual. Suddenly, one of the seniors yelled in a panic, "This is bad. Lai, hold your position," and then he bolted, running for his life. Lai yelled out, shocked, "Senior, where are you going?" He shouted back, his voice filled with urgency as he ran. During the fight with the master, Hansen hit his absolute limit. "He's just putting on a brave face for us," he explained. You can tell just by looking at all that sweat. Ahead of them, Hansen's back was completely soaked. Lai still didn't get it, shouting, "So what if he's sweating?" "Of course you sweat a little when you train. Everyone knows that," the senior explained. "Muscles are basically made of blood, or in other words, water. Muscle fibers need that water to stay strong. But if all that water is just pouring out of his skin instead of fueling his muscles, for a guy like Hansen, that's a complete disaster." A critical drop in motor skills and concentration was about to hit Hansen. His body was shutting down, just like someone with a dehydrating fever. He was struggling under suffocating pressure, sweat pouring off him. Hansen spun around, gritting his teeth as he fought back against a bloodthirsty monster. He braced himself, flexing every muscle group, his forearms, his core, his back until they all began to glow with a brilliant aura. In the distance, a colossal creature lumbered forward. Its threatening growl was so deep it made the very ground tremble. Hansen stood with his head down, his face hidden in shadow. He muttered to himself, "I'm in a bad mood." Amidst the earth-shattering explosions and chaotic energy, he repeated it darkly, "A really bad mood." Seeing this, Block rushed in, using his own strength to take the strain. "Hansen, sir, you need to rest. Let me take over." But Hansen's face remained tense, sweat dripping from his chin. He just repeated, annoyed, "I'm in a really bad mood." Block, startled and worried, asked, "Isn't it just Break time between sets? Hansen roared back. It's not that. Seeing his mentor still radiating pure killing intent, Block asked again, confused. Then, why are you in a bad mood? Hansen looked down for a moment, then suddenly asked a serious question. Block, why do you train? Block answered without hesitation. To get stronger, of course. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he paused, and a new thought hit him. He thought for a moment, his expression serious. No, actually, my goal has changed lately. His eyes burned with resolve as he pictured that brilliant light, the feeling of breaking past your own limits. I want to push, or pull, the absolute heaviest weight I possibly can. Block flexed, his muscles gleaming as he broke into a huge, confident smile. Hearing that answer, Hansen's entire demeanor changed. He broke into the biggest, brightest smile anyone had ever seen. His face flushed, lit up with pure joy. Hansen turned to Block and yelled, "That's it! That's the reason I've been so pissed off." As Block stared, completely bewildered, Hansen began to explain his realization about all the different sports in the world. Taekwondo, swimming, kickboxing, even ice skating. They all have one thing in common that bodybuilding is completely missing. The big reveal? An opponent. Looking at the two of them facing off, Hansen's mind flashed back to his fight against Leon. He remembered collapsing, completely exhausted, wondering if his rival's strength was set in stone. Pushing himself up on trembling arms, he asked himself, the enemy I fought today, how much stronger will he be tomorrow? So what are we supposed to fight them with? Hansen let out a deafening roar. He channeled all his power into his muscles, declaring his true purpose. He had to defeat himself. The version of him that was stronger than he was yesterday. Hansen's expression turned dead serious. He explained that bodybuilding isn't about defeating someone else. He pushed through the crushing weight of his workout, declaring its true purpose, to sharpen himself, to train both the body and the mind. Hansen put everything into a massive push. To him, this training was a form of high-level meditation, but seeing his mentor getting lost in philosophy, a sweaty Block had to bring him back to reality. But right now, you kinda have to beat them so we can train in peace. Hansen blinked, the simple truth hitting him. Oh, right. Block added another incentive. Plus, if we win, we get all their stuff as new training equipment. Hearing that, Hansen's eyes lit up. Even better, for a guy like him, new equipment was the ultimate prize. He shot forward like a bullet, unleashing his attack as he yelled its name. Low weight, high reps. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Hansen roared with excitement. At the same time, Ben was also screaming, releasing his own power. Suddenly, a giant black wolf lunged, only to be caught mid-air, its throat squeezed tight by another muscular warrior. He stared the beast down with ice-cold eyes and declared, "You're fighting me." Hansen was treating this entire battle like new equipment day at the gym. A huge grin spread across his face as he flexed and let out another massive roar. Now that he was finally in a good mood, Hansen delivered a devastating blow that launched his enemy helplessly into the sky. Hansen landed solidly amid a cloud of dust and smoke. The black wolf snarled, its body trembling with rage at being treated like some new toy. The muscle-bound warrior grappling with it yelled in shock, "How are its front muscles so strong?" In that split second, his grip slipped. The beast broke free, charging straight for Hansen with a deafening roar. Hansen calmly put up a hand, effortlessly stopping the wolf's attack. "Hold on," he ordered. "Wait a second, and look at your master." He explained that when your body changes too fast, too violently, if you can't adapt, the result is catastrophic. And Ben's transformation was happening way too fast for him to handle. These extreme physical changes were making his heart pound violently, like it was about to burst right out of his chest. Ben's eyes flew wide with panic and pain. He suddenly doubled over, vomiting streams of a dark, black fluid. Meanwhile, a small dog with glowing eyes was tearing frantically through the forest. It threw its head back, letting out a series of echoing howls as it raced forward with a desperate purpose. Back at the village, a man named Han walks away, ignoring the calls, asking where he's going. He tearfully tells his captain that he's just like all the others. He lost his wife and his child in the brutal zombie apocalypse. His face is soaked with tears, his hands trembling with regret and the cowardice that stopped him from facing the truth. He just can't hold it in anymore. He throws his head back and screams, crying out his wife's name and his daughter Beo's in pure despair, absolutely crushed by the fact he couldn't protect the ones he loved most. But then a sudden cry of "Daddy" and "Brother" cuts through the sorrow, leaving Han completely stunned. He can't believe his eyes. His wife and daughter, in the flesh, running right towards him. Han rushes forward, pulling his little girl into a desperate hug. Tears of joy stream down his face after so much time apart. He's in shock, asking how they escaped, and why they're here. Little Bio just smiles brightly and reveals that a small dog helped them pull off a miraculous escape. Han stares, confused. A dog? His daughter nods. Yeah. I was running away with Mom. She excitedly tells her father how they cheated death, flashing back to their village burning to the ground. Mother and daughter were helping each other escape through the rubble. But disaster struck, they tripped and fell hard, hitting the ground in agony with danger closing in. As the shadows of zombies swarmed around them, the little girl could only stare, wide-eyed in terror, as death approached. But right then, a brilliant green vortex of energy ripped open the night sky, stopping the monsters in their tracks. Seeing this strange sight, the girl shouted with hope. Mom, look! I think that dog is trying to help us. A huge creature with shaggy brown fur stood its ground, blocking the zombies' path. And thanks to that intervention, mother and daughter managed a miraculous escape from the horrific scene. They hid in the darkness and eventually found a secret cave. It was a shelter, filled with other survivors in the same situation. According to them, the dog was incredibly gentle. It loved it when people pet it. It had saved so many villagers, finding them all a safe place to hide. But after every rescue, it would quietly leave and go somewhere else. Watching the dog sit alone on a hilltop, gazing at that green vortex, everyone could feel the deep sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, little Bayo hugs her father's neck tightly and excitedly suggests, Daddy, can we keep him? Faced with his daughter's enthusiasm, Han just stammers, completely flustered. Han looks at his daughter Bio, lost in thought. He's grateful to the creature for saving his family, but he worries. It might already have an owner. Elsewhere, the monster-like man is on his knees, severely wounded and coughing up blood. The little dog stands beside him, its eyes filled with worry, letting out painful whimpers. Seeing his friend in such a terrible state, the man whispers a name with his dying breath. Eliz. A final message. He entrusts her with his last words before collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Instantly, the small dog erupts in a blazing red aura. A massive tornado of energy begins to swirl. It's decided to protect Ben even if it's just his body. And with that, the battle is temporarily over. Hansen wipes the sweat from his brow and tells Block to end the workout session there. He looks down at his own muscles and quietly thanks them for all their hard work. Hansen tells Block to get some sleep so their bodies can recover properly. A quiet night falls, blanketing the area in silence. Hansen lets out a huge, tired yawn after a long, stressful day. But the moment he wakes up, he finds Lena already waiting for him on a rock. After an awkward greeting in the middle of the night, she immediately tells Hansen he needs to come with her. Something serious happened while he was asleep. When Hansen asks about gathering materials, Lena gets dead serious, telling him they have a much bigger problem on their hands right now. What is it? Hansen asks, confused. Lena leads him to a dungeon entrance and points at a brightly glowing object. Look at this, it's the dungeon core. Hansen just gives her a blank stare. He asks if a dungeon core is some kind of hack squat machine. Then he just bursts out laughing, agreeing that leg day is extremely important. He's thrilled about getting a new piece of workout equipment. Lena immediately snaps at him. That's not what it is. Looking at his massive physique, she asks suspiciously, Hansen, your race. You have to be from the demon clan, right? Hansen just glows with a radiant aura and proudly corrects her. Nope, I'm human, a bodybuilder. Lena mutters, skeptical about this race she's never heard of, but figures it doesn't matter since he isn't interested in money anyway. Lena hops onto a tree stump and takes charge. Alright, I'm starting my official report now, so listen closely. She explains that after the battle ended, she went around and sensed a massive amount of bioenergy swirling in the area. She quickly gathered the nearby spirits to help her collect all of it. The result? Lena successfully rebuilt the dungeon core, which means Hansen now has his own personal territory without having to lift a single finger. Hansen, Lena asked, pointing excitedly, don't you want a territory of your very own? Hansen muttered the words back to himself, my own territory. Suddenly, memories of his modern world flooded his mind. It was a pouring rainy day, and a devastated Hansen stood in front of his local gym. A sign on the door read crystal clear, Notice. The gym will be closed for the holidays from the 28th to the 30th. Hansen just stood there in the downpour, soaked and filled with regret. He thought to himself, if he had his own gym, he could work out even on holidays. And right then, his brain made a simple calculation. Private territory equals private gym. His eyes lit up. A gym, he yelled. Lena quickly tried to correct him. No, I mean a dungeon. Hansen just grinned, totally pleased with himself. He shouted, that's right. A gym, I mean, a dungeon. To him, they were the same thing. What mattered was he finally had his own space. A fire ignited in Hanson's eyes. He declared his new goal out loud. My very own dungeon gym. In front of the dungeon entrance, the dog, Badome, threw his head back and let out a howl that ripped through the night. Hanson then began teaching his muscle army some proper etiquette. Lena tried to reassure them, explaining the enemy had lost its reason and will to attack, which made one of them ask, "Lost its will?" Lena just casually crunched on some ice and got ready to explain the whole story. Deep inside the dark dungeon, Eliz was on her last breath, telling the man beside her about some kind of medicine on the other side. A lone syringe filled with a pink liquid hangs in the silent space. Inside the lab, Ben is hard at work, brewing a special solution that radiates a mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a hamster with insanely ripped muscles appears, flexing for all it's worth. Ben cheers, ecstatic. All right, it's a success. And with that, he quickly leaves, stunning everyone in the room. Gudo witnesses the scene, completely dumbfounded. He hiccups over and over, his jaw hanging open in disbelief as he calls out Eliz's name in pure shock. Just then, Eliz and her dog Beatum walk across the field. She frowns, catching the strong scent of alcohol coming from Gudo. In his drunken stupor, Gudo yells out, full of resentment, "It can't be, you liked me too. We were so good together, we were so happy." Before he can finish, Ben lands a massive punch, sending Gudo straight to the ground. Ben coldly replies, "Happy? What happiness?" He grabs the man by the collar, yelling at Gudo to stop using alcohol as a crutch and talk like a sober man. Ben declares it loud and clear, only by being sober and brave can you earn love, just like he's doing. Gudo can only stammer in shock, I'll remember that." Seeing that he got the message, Ben smiles and turns to leave. He doesn't forget to tell Gudo to always be his brave friend, and even apologizes for the punch. Gudo, sitting on the ground, watches him go and promises himself he'll try. A part of him is relieved that the person Eliz likes is Ben. Gudo and Ben then clasp hands, vowing a powerful friendship in front of a blazing fire. But that bond of friendship wasn't old before disaster struck. A drought hit the land, and the people, armed with torches and pitchforks, surrounded the castle, screaming for the Lord to make it rain and save their crops. Facing the angry mob, Gudo's father coldly announces that thanks to his son's report, he now knows there's a witch in their midst to use as a sacrifice. But Gudo isn't a coward anymore. He forcefully stops his father's hand and screams, "Stop this!" His face is twisted in fury as he demands to know why his father would drag the woman his son loves into his dirty political games. Gudo points a finger right at his father's face, declaring that it's a child's duty to fix their parents' mistakes. He immediately calls out for Ben and Eliz, his loyal companions who are always right behind him. Seeing this strong resistance, the old lord can only grit his teeth in frustration, his entire plan ruined. Gudo, Ben, and Eliz prepare to charge forward. Gudo declares that from this moment on, he will personally set the country straight. And you know what? They did it. As heavy rain pours down at the city gates, the people start shouting in a panic, "It's raining! It's raining!" In the chaos, someone asks worriedly, "What do we do now?" A helpless voice replies, "What else can we do? We have to go home." Suddenly, from within this scene, the cry of a newborn baby echoes out. Inside a warm room, Ben looks down at his small child and wonders who the baby takes after to have such a powerful voice. Eliz smiles back, "I don't think it's from me." Time passes. The child grows up with cheerful laughter, playing alongside their loyal dog, Beatum. And then, the big day finally arrived. Ben quietly watches his daughter's wedding from the back, overwhelmed with emotion. The moment he sees Soapy walk down the aisle, Ben can't hold it in anymore and starts sobbing. "Soapy, you have to be happy." Eliz gently nudges him. "Come on, don't cry. Not on such a beautiful day." After the ceremony, Ben confesses sadly, "Now that Soapy's married and gone, how am I supposed to live with this boredom?" Eliz playfully winks at him. "We can just live clinging to each other like we did when we first got married." They whisper each other's names before sharing a passionate kiss. Looks like they completely forgot they were in public. But suddenly, Gudo shoves himself between them, looking exhausted, and yells, "Hey, in-laws, can you tone it down a bit? This is the kid's wedding." Immediately, Gudo's wife rushes over, grabs her husband by the hair, and screams, "Honey, still not over your first love, are you?" Gudo frantically tries to explain while Ben smirks behind them. "No, it's not what you think." Cherry blossom petals fall gently all around the chaotic scene. Amidst a galaxy of stars, Ben whispers, "Looking at the stars you created, it reminds me of the first time I learned that secret." Eliz softly replies, I remember too. Eliz, he says, I never should have gotten close. It must have hurt so much. But for Ben, physical pain was nothing. Don't you know that losing the one you love is the greatest pain of all? Compared to losing you, I'd rather die. Eliz pleads. Can you always be by my side, Ben? Their love was always just this happy. The space around them suddenly brightens, taking them back to their radiant youth, standing in a field of white flowers. Ben states with absolute certainty, of course. Even if death separates us, I will always find my way back to you. Eliz gives him a blissful smile. I knew you'd say that. I love you, Ben. They hold hands tightly, surrounded by a blinding halo of light. Ben vows, I lived this life for you, and I'll live the next one only for you. They call out to each other in boundless joy, sharing a deep hug in the endless void. One final, desperate declaration of love rings out. But then, the brutal reality hits. In a cold, empty field, two bodies lie motionless, side by side. Ben and Eliz were gone, closing the final chapter on a love story full of tragedy and tears. Hansen and his army of muscle are rhythmically marching through a dungeon, carrying massive stones on their shoulders. While everyone else is straining under the weight, Hansen looks absolutely thrilled. He's marching with a huge, energetic smile. Noticing a member behind him is starting to lose his form, his back curving. Hansen immediately steps in to correct his posture. He places a hand on the man's stomach and orders him to tighten his core. Hansen pushes on the man's lower back and yells, "Straighten your back." Under the intense pressure, the soldier grits his teeth, puts all his strength into lifting the huge rock over his head, and lets out a massive roar. More weight! The whole army continues its journey, totally hyped. Their glistening muscles shine under the light. Hansen flashes a satisfied grin, his face flushed with happiness as he watches his team's effort. Just then, the dungeon gym officially welcomes some new guests. A legion of warriors with razor-sharp swords marches in, chanting in unison, "The firm hunt wolves." This is the legendary bodybuilder swordsman army. They came here the second they heard about the dungeon gym being founded. The spirit Lei stands at the front, watching as a crowd of tiny creatures claps and cheers, welcoming the new members. In the middle of all this excitement, a toad man is casually chugging a bottle of booze. Seriously, this guy drinks at every opportunity. What a drunk. He adjusts his monocle and announces loudly, I heard a new dungeon was being established here. A toad-like man declared that his redhead legion wanted to join and become part of the dungeon. He raised a bottle high. First, he called out, "Let's have a celebratory drink." The toad laughed triumphantly, completely unaware of the massive, dark figure looming right behind him. Hansen appeared, his face dark and menacing, and the toad man just froze, a million question marks popping up in his terrified mind. "Just kidding," Hansen said. He explained that the bottle was just full of barley tea. The toad trembled as he offered up a leather-bound chest, quickly trying to explain himself. I didn't expect you to just accept this," he stammered. "Our research team found a new material, so we brought it as a gift." The system immediately popped up a notification, confirming the material was a probiotic. Hansen curiously opened the chest, and a brilliant light burst out, making him gasp in pure amazement. When consumed in the right amounts, these beneficial bacteria would have incredible effects on the human body. They were living microorganisms that improve gut health and give the immune system a massive boost. They were especially used to restore immunity, which gets worn down after intense weightlifting sessions. This is basically a top-tier probiotic, Hansen realized, with billions of live cultures. He and the toad burst out laughing, calling each other's names like old friends. The toad smirked, thinking to himself, "Perfect. At this rate, I'll climb to the number 2 spot in no time." Suddenly, Hansen lunged forward, pulling the toad into a crushing hug and cheering, "Oh, you adorable little toad, welcome to the team." The sound of cracking bones echoed as the toad thought in agony, "I really shouldn't have come here." Elsewhere, a round boulder rolled across the grass, led by the spirit Lena. The Earth Golem squad marched in as she asked Hansen, "How's the cleanup going?" "I brought the weight plates." The muscle army rushed to carry the heavy plates, urging each other on. "Get the front plates inside, now." But Hansen suddenly stopped them. He held up a weight plate and announced loudly, "Hold on, just carrying them is boring. Let me show you the right way to move these plates." He enthusiastically introduced a technique called the bus driver handling, he specified. As Gudo screamed in the background, "Please, just move them normally." Gudo thought Hansen was just using his strength to bully everyone. Hansen began the first step of the demonstration. First, keep your back straight and your feet shoulder-width apart. For step 2, he fully extended his arms, lifting the plate to eye level. And for the third step, Hansen instructed them to rotate the plate once to the right, then once to the left, just like steering a wheel. He finished with a smile. Just like this, after you've stimulated your front and middle delts, you pass it to the person behind you. As Hansen and his army, while the muscle army was busy doing reps with giant stone weights, the Spirit King, BO, in the form of a black cat, suddenly appeared and spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt your workout," BO hissed, "but we have a serious problem." Hansen looked confused. "What is it?" With a grim face, BO explained that maintaining the dungeon consumes a massive amount of energy, and if that energy runs out, the dungeon will disappear completely. This also meant that all the training equipment he had painstakingly created would become useless. Hearing this, Hansen was completely stunned. "What do we do? Is there a solution?" BO's eyes grew sharp. He gave a mysterious instruction. "You must fill it with the life energy of living creatures." The Spirit King stood in a haunting, red-lit space, coldly revealing that the most effective way to gather that energy is through the death of life forms within the territory. Hansen's limbs went numb. He whispered in horror, "Life? Death? I've never heard of getting energy that way." But right then, the brain muscles in Hansen's head began flexing at top speed, searching for a way out. A brand new idea exploded in his mind. If death means the destruction of cells, then high-intensity training is basically a process of constantly destroying muscle cells, which means, if the whole team works out together, the dungeon's energy will automatically be refilled. Hansen's eyes widened. "Use workout energy instead. That way, no one has to die." He immediately announced a new rule for the entire army. "It's decided. From now on, everyone does 100 pull-ups every time they use the bathroom." While Hansen was fired up, the muscle army behind him turned pale with horror. Witnessing this insane order, BO just clicked his tongue in disbelief. Who would ever agree to that? But, completely contrary to his expectations, the entire muscle army raised their hands and cheered, "Woohoo!" with looks of pure joy on their faces. BO was speechless, staring at the ridiculously excited muscle heads and muttering to himself, "These guys are insane." Watching from a nearby bush, a soldier hesitated, about to mention a report on the situation with the bodybuilder seniors, but Gudo quickly stopped him. Seeing the bright smile on their leader's face, Gudo thought, "Hansen Nim looks so happy. I can't bring myself to say it. It's better to let him enjoy this moment for as long as possible." Suddenly, a new group of people appeared, calling out a greeting. "It's been a while." Block was stunned. These men were his bodybuilding masters. But looking at their skeletal frames, ribs showing, he choked out, "Masters? Is that you? What happened to your bodies?" One of them placed a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed. "In a short time, so much has changed. This must be Guro." With a fire in his eyes, Guro explained that after they saw a messenger, they were captured and then abandoned. For days, they were chained to stone pillars in a dark cave, completely unable to move. As they waited for death, with no food for energy, their bodies were forced to burn their own internal reserves just to stay alive. The result? All their body fat and every last ounce of their hard-earned muscle was gone, totally consumed. They looked like starving men now. The once mighty warriors were now just regular golems. One man rubbed his flat stomach, reminiscing, "I used to be so obsessed with muscle mass. But now, I don't even get why I was like that." Just as the mood turned grim, the dungeon's mascot suddenly spoke up. "Hey, no time for doom and gloom. Let's head to the dungeon center." It flashed a bright smile and announced that the dungeonification process would begin immediately. Standing before the kingdom's people and the Toadfolk tribe, Hansen thought about his past, how he'd only ever lived for himself. But now he realized he truly loved this fitness culture and wanted more people to share that passion. Placing his hand on the glowing magic orb, Hansen pleaded, "I'm asking for everyone's help here. Let's make the gym accessible to every living being in this world, regardless of their race." Answering his heartfelt call, GODLIKE and his entire army placed their hands on the orb, ready to usher in a new age. Surrounded by a brilliant halo, Hansen gave the biggest smile of his life. He raised his hands and declared, "The gym dungeon." A massive beam of light erupted from the orb. The glorious journey had officially begun. Deep in a dense forest, a group calling themselves adventurers from the kingdom cautiously moved forward. They thought they were on a treasure hunt. Turns out, it felt more like a Monday morning fitness test. Arriving at an ancient stone structure, one of the members finally called it out. "We're here." Staring into the dark entrance, another guy hesitated. "Is this the Hell Dungeon?" But above the gate, one mysterious word was carved. "GYM." A female adventurer worriedly asked, "Just how dangerous is it to be called the Hell Dungeon?" Her teammate replied with a serious look. I heard it was created by a demon king from another world. But despite the fear, their leader confidently reassured them, it's fine, our party is strong. I'll take the lead. The moment he drew his sword to charge in, a massive, muscular arm appeared out of nowhere, slamming into him with thunderous force and sending him flying. The group screamed in horror. As the dust settled, a white-haired man with an incredibly ripped physique came running out. Seeing the downed adventurer, he panicked. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't know anyone was here. Are you okay? Furious at the sudden attack, another adventurer drew his sword, pointed it right at the man's face and yelled, You looking for a fight? The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A battle was about to break out. Meanwhile, the others rushed to their fallen comrade. Luke, are you all right? The muscular man just waved his hands defensively. No, I told you, I didn't know. He looked the adventurers dead in the eye and gave them some genuine advice. But you guys should probably turn back. This isn't a place for ordinary adventurers like you. The massive man then turned to leave, declaring that only true warriors could challenge this place. Watching that giant back disappear, the swordsman could only stand there, completely baffled. Suddenly, the man stopped and let out a deafening roar. His face contorted, gritting his teeth as he endured thousands of pounds of crushing pressure. Witnessing this shocking scene, one adventurer cried out in fear, A mimic monster? But his teammate immediately corrected him, totally stunned. No, that's just a block of iron. The muscular man's eyes glowed red, radiating a killer aura as he insanely pumped out powerful squats, making the ground shake with every single rep. He was squatting an absolutely insane amount of weight. A system notification popped up instantly. Gudo has broken the 1-rep squat record. But to get the legendary Wonder Armor, he still needed to add another 560 kilograms. Right after, a path to the free weight room officially opened. Gudo stood triumphantly before the gate of light, massive weights glowing with powerful energy at his feet. He let out a sigh of pure satisfaction. This was a warrior's paradise, where all races were united by muscle. Welcome to the gym dungeon. The sound of footsteps and clanging weights echoed everywhere, creating a symphony of hype. This place felt less like a dungeon and more like a global festival for gains. In the middle of this chaotic space filled with all kinds of monsters working out, a receptionist with bright blue hair greeted them. Hi there, I'm Randy, the manager of the gym dungeon. She offered a friendly smile and asked the newcomers, So, what brings you all here today? The 3 adventurers from the Mountain Kingdom explained they saw the bounty notice from the Adventurers Guild. Their leader clenched his fist, declaring with total determination, No one has ever conquered this place. We'll be the first to crush it and become famous adventurers. Randy started their registration, asking if they were referred by anyone or if they'd ever even used a gym before. Seeing their totally blank faces, she quickly turned and called out, Ah, Mr. Guro is here. Sir, could you please give these new members a consultation? Guro strode over, his powerful presence obvious in every step. Guro adjusted his monocle and his flashy gold chain, politely introducing himself. Hello, I am the trainer, Guro. He looked like a noble's butler, but his vibe screamed final gym boss, not tour guide. He then held up a photo, showing off his insane physique, which made the adventurers gasp. Isn't that Golos? No way. Guro just waved them over excitedly. I'll show you around the dungeon. Shall we go? But one adventurer suddenly froze. He stared intently at the photo in his hand and muttered, Wait a minute. The adventurer points his sword straight at the gray monster and roars. I can't trust a monster that does nothing but lie. The tension is stretched thin, ready to snap. Facing this hostility, the monster starts to look annoyed. He silently activates his skill 12 times heavy blunt, and his hand glows with a menacing purple magic. Suddenly, a crushing weight slams down, completely overwhelming the adventurer's resistance. He can only cry out in pure shock. What is this pressure? Seeing their comrade in trouble, 2 other adventurers rush forward, shouting, So you finally show your true colors. Release your magic right now, you monster. Guro just lets out a long, bored sigh, and then casually starts walking away, leaving everyone completely stunned. He walks right over to a barbell lying on the ground. His massive hand grips the bar, and he effortlessly performs a 120-kilogram one-arm deadlift. Witnessing that incredible power, the adventurers can only stare in disbelief. No way. That's the strength of a true monster. Just then, a brown-haired guy working out nearby just scoffs. What's this, Guro? That's all you got? Even I can lift that. In response to the challenge, Guro immediately performs a 120-kilogram one-arm front rise, lifting the insane weight straight out in front of him like it's nothing. Terrified by this display of power, The two adventurers quickly whisper to each other, "Hey, maybe we should find a different dungeon." "Good idea. This isn't the only one around here." Still grinding away to the rhythm. 1, 2. But suddenly, Guro's voice cuts in, stopping them dead. "Hey, hold on a minute." He stares the other guy down, his face dripping with pure sarcasm. "Let's be real. You guys are just jealous, aren't you?" Guro hits them with another brutal line, "Because you've never had a ridiculously jacked body like this." He glances down at the crumpled registration form on the floor. A young man stands there trembling, drenched in sweat, asking himself a bitter question. Am I really someone to be jealous of? In the distance, a group of adventurers, fresh from a mission, are hyped for a victory meal. "Great work, everyone. How about some grilled meat and a round of beers?" The response is an explosion of excitement. "Hell yeah." But in the crowd, a girl with purple hair quietly backs out. "I'll have to pass. I don't have any money." Her surprised friend asks, "You always say that. Are you in some kind of debt?" The girl just shrugs it off, explaining she's saving up for a wedding. Even without a boyfriend, she figures it's better to be prepared. Hearing this, the guy next to her blushes and awkwardly asks about her ideal type. Without a second of hesitation, she answers, "A warrior." The guy's mind starts racing. "A warrior? That's me." His face flushes red with excitement. But then the girl adds another, much tougher standard. "I like warriors who are absolutely shredded." Her words hit him like a lightning bolt. He completely breaks down, crying his heart out in total despair. The girl panics, shouting, "What's wrong with you? Get up!" Just then, the giant places a hand on the weeping guy's head and speaks in a deep voice. "Hey, let it all out. Cry as much as you want now, so that later, when you're no longer skinny, you can smile with confidence." The young man looks up, his eyes filled with hope, and asks, "Master, can I really change?" The giant flashes an encouraging, brilliant smile. "Of course you can. So let's start by signing you up for personal training. Right now." In a lush green valley, a massive eagle soars high above. But this peaceful scenery? It's hiding something completely unexpected. This place is actually a high-end, outdoor functional training ground. And down below, a seriously bizarre workout is in full swing. Ripped, muscular toad monsters are straining, pulling on massive ropes as a crowd cheers them on. They call this insane workout, the Toad Rider Seated Rows. Hansen sits comfortably on the pulling sled, using his insane arm strength to command the squad of Toad Riders as they train. He excitedly counts out the reps. 8, 9. Suddenly, the eagle's cry from above catches his attention. Hansen looks up, a massive, excited grin spreading across his face. And a moment later, a fragrant pot of bird stew is bubbling away over a crackling fire, steam rising deep in the forest. Hansen casually enjoys his meal during his break. While eating, he carefully reads the letter the eagle delivered. The message reads, "Sir Hansen, it's Gudo. I've found the location of the Oculus. They appeared in the northeast of the Roman kingdom, just like Guro described. But please, be careful. The Roman kingdom is at war, so it's going to be extremely dangerous. P.S. For the love of God, don't eat this eagle. It was a nightmare to train." Reading that last part, Hansen freezes, a look of pure guilt on his face as he stares at the meat in his hand. He just clicks his tongue and says to himself, whatever. One more set, then it's time to move out. 3 hours before departure, back at the Dungeon Gym's reception desk, things were still pretty calm. No one had any idea that a chicken breast crisis was about to kick off a legendary dungeon myth. Guro points to a plate and asks, "You guys see the chicken breasts here?" As everyone nods, he drops a bombshell. But one of these two is actually a cake. Guro slices into one of the chicken breasts, revealing a chocolate layer inside and yelling, "Tada!" stunning everyone. He excitedly continues the game. "Alright, so this time, which one is the cake?" Right then, Hansen bursts in shouting, "Where's the chicken breast?" He snatches a piece from the plate, his face lit up with pure joy. Hansen opens his mouth wide, ready to chow down, and starts chewing like crazy, while the brown-haired man next to him looks on in utter disbelief. Chicken breast? It was, in fact, a ridiculously sweet piece of cake. The second Hansen grabbed the remaining half, a terrifying wave of energy exploded from him, making his entire body shake like he was being electrocuted. Hansen's eyes bulge, his face contorting in shock. He gasps in absolute horror as his body trembles uncontrollably from the intense stimulation of the sweetness. Have you ever competed in a bodybuilding show or done a body profile photo shoot? To prepare for that one brief moment of glory on stage, athletes have to follow an insanely strict diet. Imagine a muscular man standing under the stage lights, staring at a plate with nothing but cucumbers and a few cherry tomatoes. After months of being conditioned by such bland flavors, the tongue becomes hypersensitive. Even the smallest stimulus can cause an explosive sensation that feels almost like pain. So the moment he tasted that piece of cake, every single one of his senses was hit with a seismic shock. For 17 long years, he had followed a strict diet. This was the first time Hanson's brain had ever been hit with the extreme stimulus known as sugar. If there was a ranking for nutritional shock, this moment would shoot straight to number 1, no contest. His nervous system was fried, his blood vessels practically vibrating from the sheer overload. And instantly, Hanson lost all control. He dove into the dessert feast like a man possessed, his eyes glowing. He started stuffing his face with every cake, strawberry, and candy in sight, completely lost in a state of pure euphoria. The caravan, pulled by the team of toad riders, continues its journey through the dense forest. No one expected this survival adventure to turn into an all-you-can-eat buffet tour. Amidst the chaos, the other members of the muscle army start joining the feast. Hanson laughs with pure, unrestrained joy. A fried chicken leg in his hand and a slice of pizza still hanging from his chest, just completely letting go. Seeing their leaders fall from grace, a teammate comments with concern, "I really don't think he should be doing that." Another warrior approaches, holding out a piece of white meat and trying to reason with him. Hanson Nim, "Instead of this degenerate food, you should eat this toad chicken breast." In a split second, Hanson's eyes turn dead white with killing intent. A powerful kick sends the poor guy flying, leaving him seriously injured and groaning in pain. Hanson stands over him, his face cold and terrifying. He roars out a warning, "You dare touch my food?" The clearing falls into a suffocating silence. As punishment for the interruption, Hanson forces the entire squad to lift and the giant toads onto their shoulders and continue their workout, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Guro walks over, holding out a piece of golden fried food with a tempting offer. Hanson Nim, open wide. Hanson calmly opens his mouth to accept another delicious bite. "You don't need to frown," Guro coaxes him. "There's so much good food in the world." While Hanson is busy munching away, two muscular warriors struggle to help their injured teammate limp away from the scene. When asked how he's doing, the victim just whimpers, I don't think any bones are broken." But all their eyes are fixed on their leader with extreme worry. "Forget that. I think Hanson Nim is the one who's really in trouble." Hanson is now completely lost in a sea of cakes and greasy food, throwing away all the strict training rules he used to live by. "Master Hanson, don't you normally move using the lunge technique?" The simple question seems to awaken a concept long sealed away in his training memories. Hanson, lost in his meal, just looks back confused, and then his heart begins to pound like a drum. Holding two sausages, Hanson's eyes light up with excitement as he declares, "Eating is way more fun than lunging." His lackey laughs, pointing to his own big belly in agreement. "That's right, the Roman kingdom up ahead is freezing, so body fat is an absolute must." Hanson just stares off into space, completely mesmerized, muttering, "Fat, fat." His body, once a finely tuned machine, was just overwritten by a new program. Eating is truth. He frantically starts shoveling pastries into his mouth, screaming with pure joy as he chews. Fat is the best. He is completely lost in happiness. "I love eating so much." The scene suddenly shifts to a snow-white wasteland, with winds howling relentlessly. In the middle of the blizzard, a small figure in heavy clothing struggles forward with firewood on their back and a torch in hand. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blows the torch out. The person mutters nervously, "The village is still pretty far away." Shivering from the bitter cold, they whisper, "Cold, so cold." But then, a plume of white smoke in the distance catches their attention. Steam? An igloo appears in the middle of the snow, with smoke puffing out of its chimney. An ice house? In this cold? Maybe I can just warm my hands for a second? The person hesitates, then slowly approaches and calls out, "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." Peeking inside, they're shocked to see incredibly thick steam billowing out. Why is there so much steam? Then, the guest's face contorts in absolute horror at the sight within. Inside the misty space, a literal army of muscle-bound men are going through an insane, high-intensity workout. It's so hot that the snow outside is probably putting in for early retirement. Between heavy breaths and the thud of weights, they count out their reps. 1, 2. One member grumbles as his barbell, made of solid ice, starts to melt again from the heat. In the suffocating atmosphere, the warriors train like madmen. Meanwhile, Hanson is just relaxing in a hot tub right next to them. Standing in the middle of this intense scene, a small, cloaked stranger is hidden, trembling and swallowing hard in absolute terror. But the presence of an outsider is quickly detected. Two hulking muscle warriors approach with suspicious looks on their faces. One of them sniffs the air. "Hey, do I smell a low-level weakling around here?" The other one takes a whiff and confirms with a sneer. "You're right. That's definitely the smell of a total gym newbie." Instantly, all three warriors whip their heads around. "I think I'm in the wrong place. I'll just see myself out." But the only escape route is now blocked by mountains of solid muscle. A massive warrior steps forward and declares, "You can come in whenever you want, but leaving isn't up to you." Surrounded by muscle monsters with creepy smiles on their faces, the stranger can only scream in despair. "What do you mean? Somebody help me." Ignoring their weak resistance, the crowd quickly lifts the intruder into the air. Horrified screams echo through the room as the intruder is dragged, kicking and screaming towards the hot tub. All the while, Hansen just sits calmly in the warm water, slowly chewing on his food with a completely peaceful expression. Witnessing the chaos unfolding right in front of him, he just glances over and wonders to himself, why are they all trying so hard? In the steamy haze, a member of the muscle army is now strictly coaching the intruder. "Flex your spinal erectors." Sounds like a skill from a video game, but the pain is 100% real. He forces the young man to perform a perfect squat. Slowly. Feel it in your quads first, then lower yourself down. The poor guy is dripping with sweat, his whole body shaking from exhaustion as he stammers. "But, do we really have to work this hard?" He points over to Hansen. Isn't he supposed to be the strongest one here? But Hansen is just casually lounging on a chair. Just wing it. That one casual comment is enough to completely shatter the serious, hard-working atmosphere of the entire room. He gives a lazy smile and offers his laid-back philosophy. Whether you try hard or not, everyone dies eventually anyway. That sentence makes every single person in the room just freeze. Their face is a mask of pure, utter shock. Hansen, however, was still deep in his own world of indulgence. Chewing loudly, he gave his 2 cents. "That's why you should just eat well and live your best life." A muscular warrior in sunglasses eagerly agreed, munching on a pastry. "Totally. Happiness is all that matters." As the younger guy forced an awkward laugh, another member suddenly grabbed him. He locked onto his head with fiery eyes and yelled, "All right, next set!" Despite their leader's relaxed attitude, the training vibe in this dungeon was intense. The warriors were grinding out reps and high-intensity workouts, even in the middle of a snowstorm. While some giant chicken toads were chilling in a hot spring out back, a system notification suddenly flashed into existence. New side quest, The Former King's Regret. The story flashes back, taking us to a chaotic time in the past, when the world was shrouded in near-total darkness. A time when light wasn't just switched off, it never even had a chance to exist. To fight the evil forces, countless heroes rose to the challenge, throwing themselves into life-or-death battles. Most of these heroes vanished from history, unable to break past the limits of their own race. But history remembers the true geniuses, the ones who possessed power that completely shattered their species' stats. These legends made names for themselves that would never be forgotten. But there's always a bigger fish. And at the very top, there's always that one person who forces everyone to rewrite the very definition of power. Among the absolute best of the best, meet the legendary demon swordsman, Hildebrand, a name that struck terror into the hearts of demons and every enemy he faced. But at his moment of greatest glory, a soldier cried out in pure, horrified disbelief. "You were a symbol of justice. Why would you do this?" Another soldier pointed at the dark figure and shouted, "Didn't you protect this world? Didn't you make it a better place?" Hildebrand calmly held his pipe, calling out, "Hey, young man." He said it didn't matter if they called him a crazy old fool chasing some impossible dream. Hearing this, the mustached commander yelled an order to his priests. Immediately, they unleashed a storm of enhancement spells. Strength, agility, focus, all poured into the commander. The whole setup looked like they were prepping for a world-class boss raid. Standing in the white snow, Hildebrand muttered, "But what if that dream is to get my youth back?" The narrator confirms Hildebrand's been at this for over 50 years. The commander, sweating bullets, tried to convince himself. He's just an old man, drunk on his past victories, that's all. But as Hildebrand loomed closer, he said, "You've probably never considered it, have you? Well, let this old man teach you a lesson." To them, he was just a skinny, frail old guy. Nothing more. But that harmless appearance? That's what made him so damn dangerous. Hildebrand glanced at his flask. Mana potions empty? He mused that when people have a lot to lose, they cling to their dignity. But at his age, all of that becomes meaningless. And with that, Hildebrand casually poured the last drops onto the ground. The commander roared, trying to rally his troops. Forget his reputation. If we fight without fear, we can win this. With a decisive move, he drew his sword and lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate skill, Crosslast. But Hinderbrand didn't even flinch, just stood there as chaotic energy swirled around him. Then, he delivered a cold, final line. Dignity and all that. What's it matter after you're dead? His eyes glowed with an empty light, seeing right through his opponent's life force. The commander gasped. He vanished? He immediately realized it was instant teleportation. He grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it! But while he was still stunned, a murderous aura appeared right behind him, so close he could only widen his eyes in terror. Hinderbrand materialized like a ghost, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that tore right through the helpless commander. The old man looked over the battlefield, sighing to himself. All I wanted was to find my youth. Why do you kids have to get in my way? Surrounded by a massive army, he remained completely unfazed. The new commander on the other side shouted to his men, trying to calm their fears. Don't be scared. He's just one old man. Hinderbrand just smirked, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath and making a declaration. In that case, this old man has decided. I'll just have to steal the youth from all of you. The attack order was given, and a storm of spears and arrows rained down. It was like the sky itself had joined the fight. But in a flash, the old man became a whirlwind of death, wiping out all resistance as soldiers fell left and right. With a single, sweeping slash of his sword, he sent dozens of lives flying, leaving trails of brilliant blue light. His piercing white eyes glowed with menace, causing a mage to scream in panic. Use counter magic, now. The mage frantically poured energy into a blue gem right in front of the old man, but it was too late, way too late for regrets. A world-shaking explosion erupted, swallowing everything in a cloud of dust and chaos. On the snow-covered field, the tragic scene was revealed: countless soldiers lying in pools of their own blood, and standing at the center of all that destruction was Senior Hinderbrand, the 75-year-old king of the Sinbirth Kingdom. With his long white hair and cold expression, the old man spoke, giving youth to the young. What a waste. Meanwhile, in the holy nation of Roman, the mood in the council chamber was tense as snow fell heavily outside. Even the candles seemed to be holding their breath. The young pope, Jackman Roland, was worried. He asked how they could possibly save the kingdom's reputation now. An advisor with glasses immediately suggested they surrender and just accept all of Hinderbrand's demands. Instantly, a female minister shot back in outrage. She demanded they hold the line for the sake of the Sinbirth Kingdom. Their birth rate is critically low, and the population is mostly elderly. If they do nothing, the country will just die out, so surrendering is not an option. The reasoning sounded very political, but honestly, it felt more like a population report from a strategy game. The argument exploded when a bald advisor stepped in. He screamed that if they couldn't even stop a 75-year-old man like Hinderbrand, they had no right to be so arrogant. As the Pope's head throbbed from the shouting, a firm voice cut through the noise. Our holy knights, the God Hand, will take the field. The doors swung open, and the commander, Sister Peer, strode in. Her powerful presence was so overwhelming. Everyone was instantly reminded of just how reliable these holy knights were. But one advisor still muttered doubts about their ability. Without warning, Peer lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck with a sickening crack. The advisor's face twisted in agony as he let out a choked groan. Everyone else just stared in shock. But a second later, the man burst into laughter, feeling the blood rush back into his system. Healed and energized, he praised the Holy Knight's power to the Pope. Peer, a long scar running down her face, silently watched them all with sharp, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, in a snowy forest far away, Hansen asked how much farther it was to the village. He got a confirming nod from his tiny guide. Awesome, he declared. Time for some interval running. After a long wait, Hansen and his muscle-bound squad immediately put power into their legs. They shot forward in unison at a terrifying speed. Heavy, ragged breaths echoed through the silent woods. Hansen was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of pure exhaustion. He gasped for air, his words broken. Breathing is so hard. Even the falling snow seemed like it wanted to lighten up just to keep pace with their training. Though he was so tired he could barely lift his feet, he ordered his comrades to go on ahead. But even these powerful, muscle-bound warriors had hit their absolute limit. They leaned against each other, completely out of breath, steam rising from their bodies. Their heavy footprints marked a trail through the white snow. The path led to a village in the Silvertime Kingdom. It was a peaceful scene, wooden houses with snow-covered roofs, nestled between majestic mountains. This calm felt like a rare rest period between their endless training sessions. From the distance, a bright-faced little boy came running, shouting, "Grandpa!" An old man with a kind smile immediately scooped the boy up into a hug. "Oh, there's my good boy." The kid's face lit up with pure joy as he cheered. "Hey everyone." Surrounded by his loved ones, another elder stepped forward. He bowed his head, thanking Hansen for saving young Jordan's life. Looking at the old men around him, Hansen couldn't help but be amazed. He wondered to himself how every single elder here was in such ridiculously good shape. One of his muscle crew members whispered that something about this village felt off. But Hansen just shrugged it off. "Looks like everyone here knows how to work out or something." But that raised another question. Where were all the young people? It was like the entire younger generation had logged out of the server ages ago and no one had updated the patch. One of the elders explained with a sad voice that all the young people had left, emigrated to other places. Seeing Hansen's confused look, little Jordan began to tell the history of the Silvertime Kingdom. It was once a powerful nation of mercenaries. In the past, they made their fortune by fighting in constant wars, but the kingdom got worried about its population growing too fast, so they passed a law, only one child per family, and that's where the tragedy began. A military nation like theirs heavily favored sons, leading to a crazy gender imbalance. We're talking 70 men for every one woman. With so few women, the birth rate plummeted, and the population aged dramatically. The few young people left were crushed by insane taxes just to support the elderly. It left them with no choice. They had to leave for neighboring countries. And now, only a handful of children like Jordan are left with the massive responsibility of caring for countless elders in the village. Hearing this tragic story, Hansen just casually picked his nose and asked, "So, is there a gym here?" The bizarre question left the old man completely stunned. Jordan had to explain that Hansen was probably looking for a training room. The group then walked silently through the snow-covered village. One of the muscle-bound warriors turned to the elder, looking worried. "It must be so hard for the kids, having to carry that burden. Isn't the kingdom doing anything?" The old man replied softly, "I heard the neighboring country, the holy nation of Roman, has a divine artifact that can restore youth." He explained further. It was a sacred object that had been collecting wishes for 6 trillion years. A vision appeared, a strange ceremony, people kneeling before a glowing orb inside a tent. The elder was certain King Hinderbrand was using it to bring prosperity back to their people. Hansen heard that name and paused, deep in thought. Hinderbrand. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. And just like that, a system window popped up. Side quest. The former king's regret. The objective? Meet Hinderbrand. The reward? A clue about the Oculus. It felt like the universe just force-fed him the main story quest with zero warning. Hansen was thrilled. He silently thanked the ancestors. "Oh, ancestors, you guys are the best." He eagerly turned to the man beside him. "Sir, can you take me to see Hinderbrand?" Caught off guard by the request, the man started sweating bullets. He stammered, Sir Hansen, the thing is, the King of Humans is not an easy person to meet." He explained that meeting Guro was only possible because his kingdom was small and the circumstances were just right. "Ah, I see," Hansen said, then pushed forward. "So what do I have to do to meet him?" Guro stroked his chin, thinking, that kind of thinking pose that usually leads to some insane, not for the faint of heart training regimen. He put on a monocle, his expression dead serious as the snowy wind whipped past. Guro stood firm, spear in hand, a pillar of strength amongst his muscle army. Hansen, right beside him, was already dropping into a squat, getting pumped for the new journey. Behind them, the village elders were groaning from their aching joints. "Ugh, my whole body hurts." A chorus of hacking coughs echoed through the cold, snowy air. You could hear the dry creak of stiff joints as the old men struggled to move their bodies. Hansen watched, completely shocked. He thought to himself, "Wait, can I actually hear their bones grinding against each other?" He turned to Guro, his voice filled with concern. "Guro, is this for real? The simplest way to meet the king is to rack up achievements. Sounds easy, but in war, simple usually means impossible." He stresses the point, the most dangerous enemies are those with nothing left to lose. And the war veterans? Yeah, they fit that description perfectly. A guardian in a bright pink shirt, standing next to a white-bearded knight, makes the announcement loud and clear. Either you get rejuvenated by the king's side, or you die in this war. The guardian just laughs, saying that's the exact mindset of a veteran. He turns to Hansen's crew and asks what their reason for fighting is. Instantly, Hansen's muscle-bound disciples flex, showing off their power. Their answer? 2 simple words: push and pull. The whole muscle army, while carrying massive crates, starts chanting in rhythm. 1-2, 1-2. The white-bearded knight can only stare, completely baffled. "What the hell are you guys even talking about?" Just then, a scream cuts through the camp. "We have a huge problem." A scout is frantically riding his horse toward the barricade, yelling for everyone to clear a path. But right as he gets close, the horse suddenly trips. Man and beast go tumbling across the ground with a series of sickening crunches. The scout stumbles to his feet, scrambling towards the commander. When asked what's wrong, all he can do is gasp for air, spitting and coughing. He stammers out between ragged breaths. "It's not that." Suddenly, the alarm bells start ringing like crazy. "Enemy attack! We're under attack!" Signal fires ignite on the mountaintops, sending columns of smoke into the sky. An entire army, the Holy Knights of God, appears on the horizon out of nowhere. Leading them is a beautiful, blonde female knight with ice in her eyes. She gives a single, cold command: attack. Down below, a warrior turns to Guro. "So, you said all we have to do is prove our worth, right?" Hansen, in the middle of a squat, casually replies, "Yeah, that's pretty much it." His muscle-bound students step forward. "Hansen Nim, leave this to us." Another one adds with a worried look, "Your body fat percentage is getting a little high. Fighting might be tough for you right now." Hansen just laughs, telling them they've got it all wrong. Gaining weight doesn't mean he's weaker. In fact, his explosive power is about to get even crazier. He compares his body into a high-performance, gas-guzzling supercar. With a roar, Hansen starts to power up, channeling everything he has as his muscles bulge to insane proportions. A suffocating wave of heat radiates from him, shaking the very air. The sheer pressure from his massive physique sends everything flying, forcing his students to cry out in helpless terror. Witnessing this insane spectacle from above, the Knight Captain is stunned. The captain, Pier, can only stare wide-eyed, wondering what kind of monster she's looking at. Suddenly, a massive shout tears through the air. A world-shaking impact explodes, bathing the entire battlefield in a blinding red light. The moment Hansen completes his squat jump, a terrifying shockwave erupts, so powerful it feels like the atmosphere itself is trying to flee in fear. Seeing this unbelievable display, the Muscle Army members panic. "Guro Nim, what do we do?" Hansen Nim vanished again, but Guro remains perfectly calm. This isn't exactly the first time this has happened. Guro quickly refocuses, stating the real problem is the enemy right in front of them. He starts talking strategy: know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll win 100 battles. He points out that if they don't understand both sides' strengths, victory is impossible. And right now, Guro admits they're completely in the dark about both the enemy and their own allies. So, he gives an order. "Bodybuilder team, get ready." The muscle warriors immediately fall into formation. Guro tells his juniors, "We're going to watch our seniors fight, and we're going to learn." Still, one of the muscle squad members is getting impatient. "I'm getting antsy over here. Can't we just charge in and crush them?" Just then, an old general with purple hair and a flashy pink uniform steps forward, a sinister smile on his face. "Heh, the rookies have some interesting ideas. Let me show you the power of a mercenary nation." The old man strides forward and declares, "Once we get started, there won't be any room for you to interfere." He barks his orders to the entire army. "Strengthen bones, marrow, and joints." Following the general's command, the whole army begins to glow with a brilliant aura. Skills activate bone density reinforcement, joint replacement, and safe joint enhancement. Seeing this bizarre sight, one of the muscle warriors asks in confusion, "Guro Nim, what are those old guys doing?" Guro quietly observes, analyzing their technique. They're using magic to fill in their porous bones and replace worn-out joints with artificial ones. But he can't help but worry, remembering something Hansen once taught him. But, according to Hansen Nim, using artificial joints comes with excruciating pain. Guro stares ahead, lost in thought. How are they planning to handle that? The long-bearded general roars out a command. "Entire army berserker mode!" With that one order, the mood shifts. There's no turning back now. Their eyes glow with a furious red light as they charge forward, completely ignoring everything in their path. Watching this, a member of the muscle army realizes in shock. They're using the berserker skill to block out the pain. So this is the strategy of a nation of mercenaries, forged in war. With the order to attack, the burly warriors charge their targets. Their thunderous footsteps make the ground tremble violently, feeling like the whole battlefield has been turned into a high-intensity vibration machine. But right in the middle of the chaos, a cold voice cuts through the noise. "Dispel." Instantly, a soldier collapses, dropping his weapon in total shock. Hansen's disciples can only stare, their eyes wide with terror, whispering, "What was that?" A stranger with a cross-shaped scar on his face smirks. He quietly utters the command again. "Dispel." Immediately, The bodies of the muscle army warriors begin to twist and crack in unnatural ways. A series of dry snapping sounds echoes as their bones and joints are broken. One soldier only has time for a single, agonizing scream. Witnessing this brutal technique, another trembles, his heart pounding as he wonders, what kind of skill is that? The truth? The enemy is using their fingertips to pierce straight through their defenses, instantly getting inside their joints. The battlefield has turned into a high-speed surgical theater. A hand glowing with blue energy snakes between muscle fibers, weaves between vertebrae, and retracts in a split second. The horrifying truth is revealed. The enemy's front line is designed to completely neutralize all armor and weapons. Then, the second rank moved in to dismember them. The enemy was vicious, aiming straight for the fatal weak points of the old soldiers, right at their joints, a tactic that sounds painful just thinking about it. Screams of agony erupted as the veterans were cut down, completely outmatched by these brutal, crippling techniques. The commander, Peer, coldly announced she didn't want a pointless slaughter and demanded the enemy lower their weapons and surrender. But her eyes suddenly froze when she saw the muscle squadron, a bizarre unit she had never seen before. Peer couldn't hide her contempt. She figured the Simbertham kingdom must be truly desperate if they were resorting to monsters to win. To her, in the holy nation of Roman, monsters were never considered people. Peer gives the order. The cavalry charges. She promises them a merciful end, a quick trip to meet their gods, completely free of pain. But, contrary to the grim reality of a battlefield, the members of the muscle army were panicking for a completely ridiculous reason. If they get hit by that technique, they'll be injured, and they won't be able to go to the gym anymore. They remembered Hanson's warning that injuries get in the way of training, and all they wanted was to return safely to their dungeon gym. Watching his disciples about to retreat just to protect their gains, Guro could only stand there, sweating, completely unable to process their logic. When he heard their cowardly muttering, "Should we run? We can't afford to lose muscle." Guro's eyes narrowed dangerously. He let out a commanding roar, telling the goody builders to focus. Now, Guro screamed at them, questioning if they wanted to go back to being weak worms that everyone despised, all because they were scared of a little pain. He declared that the muscles they worked so hard to build weren't for running away. They were for protecting their friends, their lovers, and their families. Guro's powerful speech struck a chord deep in their souls, or rather, it made their massive pectoral muscles vibrate with purpose. If words had weight, his were at the heavy barbell level. He encouraged his disciples to believe in the strength that Hanson, and they themselves, had created. Their chest muscles started to contract and pulse with incredible power, fueled by their leader's words. Even the giant bird-toed monster got swept up in the electrifying atmosphere. This sudden change left the Roman knights completely bewildered. It felt like the entire script for this battle had just been thrown out. Between the toad's roar and the war cry of the muscle army, a terrifying pressure began to take over the battlefield. An entire legion of pale giants with glowing red eyes, alongside their powerful toad raiders, began to march in perfect rhythm, the sound of their steps shaking the very ground. Facing this sight, Commander Peer watched silently before letting out a scornful remark. With just their bare bodies? How foolish. Holy knights, dismantle the enemy immediately. The knights below hesitated, asking, "Dismantle them?" But while they were still hesitating, the muscle army, eyes glowing crimson, closed the distance. Their chests pounded like war drums, causing the knights to cry out in fear. Right then and there, the muscle warriors began their warm-up chest-stressing exercises and long powwow stretches right in the middle of the fight, prepping for an explosive attack. The roar of 12 reps echoed through the air. Hearing that, you knew this was no longer a battlefield. It was a continent-wide endurance tournament. Two warriors coordinated their push press, launching their teammate like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only stare up in helpless shock. "Oh, here they come." Peer gritted her teeth and ordered them to dismantle the incoming threat. But the fatal slash only made a dry clank against a wall of steel-hard muscle. Instantly, the warrior grabbed his foe and yelled the name of his technique, one-arm dumbbell, a press with the force of 1,000 pounds that came crashing down. It crushed his opponent into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. On the battlefield of the dungeon gym, a mighty muscle warrior stood tall, towering over the defeated foes, groaning in pain at his feet. One member of the army confidently announced he had finished analyzing the enemy. He explained that the enemy's technique was to slip between thin layers of muscle to sever their joints. But against bodybuilders, who possess incredibly dense muscles, that strategy was completely useless. Witnessing this, Commander Peer was absolutely shocked. She admitted she'd never seen a body that could hold its joints together with such phenomenal strength. Looking at the warriors before her, she wondered if they were minotaurs, or maybe an existence that surpassed even that kind of monster. However, Pierre quickly regained her composure, declaring that every muscle group has a fatal weakness. She spoke as if she had just discovered a universal law of combat anatomy, and immediately she launched an attack, aiming straight for those weak points, causing the muscle warriors to falter and fall. Pierre coldly commanded her legion to attack the joints in their fingers, wrists, and elbows. Horrific screams echoed as the muscle army took devastating hits to their joints. Pierre taunted them, "You think you can win just by aiming?" Ignoring all threats, the members of the muscle army charged recklessly, closing in on the enemy with incredible speed. One warrior flexed and unleashed a one-arm dumbbell press, a thunderous blow with 1,000 pounds of force meant to crush all resistance. But when his muscular hand collided with the enemy's powerful counterattack, his fingers were horribly bent and deformed. The members of the muscle army were in absolute agony. They screamed with regret. "We should have stayed in the dungeon gym. I should have just stuck to lifting in peace. It hurts so much, I can't hold my grip." The figure in blue robes looked down at their hands and spoke calmly. "That weakness must be engraved in your very genes." She continued her cold speech, talking about the sound of a neck bone snapping. A giant chicken with dazed eyes, dripping with sweat, could only let out a cry of pure terror. It screamed frantically as a hand closed in on its face, and a voice declared with finality, "Then rest in peace." Instantly, the ultimate technique Heavy Punch 12 was activated. A massive sphere of magic slammed directly onto the monster's head, creating an earth-shattering explosion that wiped out everything nearby. Unbelievably, after unleashing that attack, she was still standing. "Who are you?" In response to the question, a giant, bald, pale-skinned man with a monocle casually introduced himself. "I am the manager and head coach of the dungeon gym. My name is Guro." He flexed, striking a powerful pose, and announced his identity for all to hear. "I am Mr. Guro." Meanwhile, in a kingdom covered in white snow, explosions and lightning continued to split the sky above a towering mountain peak, as a troop of soldiers marched silently through icy stone corridors in the blizzard. Standing before their leader, worried elders pleaded, "Your Majesty, you don't need to go into battle yourself. That's right, please, trust in your army." The king turned to his subordinate and asked, "Haven't you all always trusted in me?" The old king told them to hand him a mana potion and made his declaration. "Well then, I'm off." And just like that, Hinderbrand launched himself from the fortress. Flying at a terrifying speed, Hinderbrand suddenly stopped, sensing a strange object hurtling straight towards him. From the opposite direction, Hansen was in a freefall, his face twisted in pure horror. "Ah, I can't stop," he screamed helplessly. Hinderbrand silently drew his sword and brought it down in one powerful strike on Hansen's guardian arm. That single moment was like 2 generations of monsters clashing in a brief, brutal greeting. The old king stated coldly, "Sorry, I don't have time to tell friend from foe." As Hansen stared in utter shock, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Side quest complete. The former king's regret, you have met Hinderbrand." Immediately after, the current location of the Oculus organization was revealed on the magic map. Down below, a red-haired man cracked his neck and suggested, "You Hansen is gone. Why don't we just wipe them all out now?" However, his subordinate nervously reported that Hinderbrand's signal was approaching. Fast. He trembled, wondering if they could possibly defeat the legendary old king in their current, exhausted state. Gan thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "Fine, we'll hold back for now." He couldn't help but wonder. If Hinderbrand and Goot were to face off, who would be the final one standing? In the middle of a hazy purple mist, a pale-skinned Gao warrior stood defiantly against a female warrior. The atmosphere felt like a battle governed only by the law of the jungle. He calmly figured the loser would just end up getting eaten anyway. The Gao warrior quickly analyzed his opponent, realizing she was a close combat specialist. Knowing he stood no chance in a direct brawl, he decided he had to bulk up first. And so, immediately, he roars. Blazing purple magic erupts around him, coating his hands for one explosive attack. The immense purple pressure crashes down, forcing the knight, Pierre, to struggle under the suffocating force. Pierre is stunned. Did the weight of her own armor just increase? But she quickly regains her composure, noting, "Now that's an interesting technique." In response, Pierre declares, "I'll make it even more interesting." Guro unleashes a barrage of spears that hang menacingly in the air. The spears hover among the clouds, then rain down all at once like a deadly storm. Facing this impossible situation, Pierre calmly observes, wondering what her next move should be. But then, she says casually, "Looks like I'm starting to get the hang of this." The spears slam down violently, embedding themselves in the ground all around her. In the middle of the raging purple energy, Guro suddenly shouts, "Release, Heavy Blun," a command that leaves Pyr completely baffled. Countless spears, each with a different gravitational pull, are activated and then released, piercing through the opponent's shadow with brutal, clashing sounds. Guro cheers, ecstatic. "All right, I won." He's absolutely certain he's finished the night off. But then Pyr grabs a spear with her bare hands and speaks calmly. This is actually getting a little confusing. Unbelievable. After being impaled by who knows how many spears, Pyr is still alive. And here's the truth. Her entire squad? They're all priests with healing abilities. The muscle-bound soldier finally shows his fear, running and crying his eyes out as they chase him down. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light engulfs her, leaving her opponent speechless. From the shadows, two hands glowing with violet magic prepare for the final blow. A cold voice rings out. "Got you." A circle of purple energy appears, and then it activates. The ultimate skill, Tower of Babel. A massive explosion of purple energy crashes down, crushing everything below it in a gigantic pillar of light. A brilliant flash carrying healing magic descends upon the battlefield. From the darkness, a colossal entity with towering muscles watches in silence. The muscle army immediately charges forward like a storm. A warrior shouts the order, "Get in close so they can't use their healing." Despite the onslaught, the priest gives his own command. "Ignore them and focus on healing. Saving Sir Puritan is our only path to victory." A giant, steel-scaled hand grabs everything in its path. The entity roars, "Spread out and take them all down for me." A press with the force of 1,000 tons slams down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The giant stands tall amidst the chaos, shouting, "Begin the next attack wave immediately. Let's go, let's go." A member of the muscle army runs, telling himself he won't let his guard down again. Behind him, another soldier mocks him. "You know, you're the one who looks the most like a monster here." Another thunderous punch slams down, pulverizing the ground in a blinding flash of light. Screams of agony echo across the field as enemies are crushed by absolute, overwhelming power. The scene is so chaotic that even the little toad chicken is frozen solid, its eyes wide with speechless shock. As the dust settles, it reveals a field of exhausted fighters, completely drained. A huge question hangs in the air. Why are they fighting through all this fear? The terrified toad chickens just stare at each other. Their tiny brains can't possibly understand the point of all this carnage. But maybe you can. Ever stood in front of a weight so heavy you thought you could never possibly lift it? Inside a rhythmic, pulsing gym, the members of the muscle army are training relentlessly, but fear creeps in when they face that massive block of iron. Because at the end of the day, you're the only one who truly knows your own limits. The pressure becomes overwhelming. The barbell hasn't moved an inch, but the mind of the one trying to lift it is already trembling with fear. It's a battle between muscle and panic. A challenging voice calls out, "So you're just not going to lift it?" Immediately, the man starts slapping his own face, chest, stomach, and thighs, anything to wake up his sleeping will to fight. "Are you really going to give up just because you failed once?" His veiny hands grip the bar tight, burning with raw determination. A confident smile returns to his face as he declares, "No, this fear, it's just a false signal from my brain." Triumphant shouts fill the air. As hot blood pumps through his veins, a dark, muscular entity with glowing red eyes radiates pure killing intent, charging forward with insane speed. His goal? To push past every fear holding his body back. With the Onam Dung Mayo technique, the giant brings thunderous blows down on the ground, shaking the very space around him. Suddenly, a massive claw swipes past, leaving its target to stammer in complete disbelief. The roar of Kok Chi announces the arrival of a new player. A giant toad chicken lunges forward. Its hands glow with miraculous healing magic, helping an ally get back on his feet in a pillar of green light. With terrifying speed, the healed fighter darts away like a lightning bolt, leaving everyone else either stunned into silence or screaming in pure terror. The monster, Kok Chi's, launches itself into the air once again, charging forward with insane ferocity. But right then, a female priest slips under the beast's massive frame and coldly gives the order to dispel. In a strange twist, members of the muscle army suddenly appear. "Press!" The command echoes as a 1,000-ton attack slams down. The muscle army follows up with another crushing press. The blonde priestess observes the scene and sighs. This has been delayed for far too long. She continues casting her body restoring magic. Standing in a brilliant aura of light, the priestess says with regret, "We should have caused more damage. What a shame. Let's go back." Seeing the enemy about to escape, a commander roars. "They're trying to run. Attack." Dark figures riding flying beasts immediately swarm the sky. A member of the muscle army frantically tries to stop them. "Don't do it," he yells in a furious rage. The group begins to reassemble, declaring, "We need to regroup our forces as well." The scene then shifts to a snow-covered wasteland. Hansen is curled up in a deep pit, his massive muscles rippling as steam rises from his body. Without warning, the old, white-haired Hinterband lunges at him, but Hansen casually catches the blade of the sword with his front teeth. Just like that, the slash is stopped dead in midair, leaving his opponent absolutely floored. The old man grits his teeth, struggling helplessly. He can't pull the sword free. Seeing blood dripping from the steel, he asks in shock, "Did I actually cut your muscle?" Hansen, on the other hand, looks incredibly worried. He looks down at his own side and asks his front teeth, "Hey, what happened? Why'd you go all soft on me?" He screams, hammering a fist against his own muscle. "Seratus, hey, you asleep in there? Wake the hell up." Watching this bizarre display, Hinterband realized something was very wrong. Normal physical attacks? Completely useless. He begins gathering his power, thinking, if that's how it's going to be. Meanwhile, Hansen is desperately trying to sweet-talk his own body. "Are you seriously sulking right now?" But Hinterband isn't waiting. He raises his sword, channeling every drop of magic until it glows with a blinding golden light. And then it began. Hansen's muscles start twitching, swelling, mutating violently and uncontrollably. His opponent watches in horror at the grotesque transformation. Is it multiplying? His muscle mass expands to an impossible size. Hansen just screams, his face completely buried under the mountain of raw flesh. "Hey, what more do you want from me?" A fiery energy suddenly erupts from deep within the tissue. High above, Hinterband soars into the air, wrapped in that brilliant golden aura. Looking down, he knows the kingdom is right behind him. He absolutely cannot let this monster get past. Physical attacks were pointless. So the old king gathers all his spiritual energy and declares, "If my sword can't cut you, my magic will pierce you through." His face turns deadly serious as he focuses his ultimate power. Facing that suffocating pressure, the monstrous Hansen can only roar, letting out a choked, furious scream. An earth-shattering collision rips through the sky. But Hinterband just calls it a warm-up joke. See, he's not one to waste time on pointless theatrics. And in the next instant, he summons a gigantic guardian wielding a golden hammer. It brings down a thunderous blow that sends his opponent flying. Hansen is completely overwhelmed, hurtling through the snowy sky with a body covered in wounds. Hansen's body plummets from the heavens like a fiery meteor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and snow on impact. Amidst the howling blizzard, Hansen lies motionless in a deep crater. "Seratus, why won't you answer me?" Then, a voice echoes back, from his own twitching muscles. "You think I want to answer you?" The hostile reply leaves Hansen completely stunned. What? What is that supposed to mean? Looking down at himself, Hansen is floored to hear his own body talking back to him. Just take a good, hard look at yourself. Turns out, he'd been so obsessed with sweets that he'd totally neglected his training. His muscles were now calling out his brain. "Hey, brain, you've been too busy with sugar highs and forgot about balanced energy and actual workouts." Then all his muscles chime in with a declaration. "Therefore, we, the united muscles of this body, have decided to go on strike. Except for the parts needed to, keep you alive." Hansen is frozen by the brutal ultimatum. "Try living with all that excess fat now," the voice continues, echoing around him. "Oh, and the Seratus has a message for you too, you rotten brain. Get lost." If there was an award for the year's most epic betrayal by one's own body, Hansen would take first place, no contest. Was the shock of his muscular uprising too much? He just lies there, shivering in the snow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is his body's survival mode kicking into overdrive thermoregulation. The blood vessels constrict, and the brain floods his system with hormones to crank up his metabolism just to stay alive. Under normal circumstances, a person shivers about 10 to 20 times a second to get warm. But Hansen's rebelling muscles? They had a different idea. They generate a horrifying vibration of 10,000 times per second. Hansen shakes so violently he becomes a literal blur, melting the surrounding snow into a steaming hot spring in this frozen wasteland. A hand reaches up from the water. Slowly, Hansen emerges from the mist-covered pool. That insane heat was enough to incinerate all his excess fat, but it also completely vaporized his legendary muscles. Standing there on skinny legs, Hansen's metabolism was finally back to normal. But here's the crazy part. After losing all that muscle, he suddenly became incredibly handsome, with a sharp, refined face. Hansen looks down at his new form, tears streaming down his face. "My gains! They're gone. Just then, a system notification pops up, warning him of an abnormal status effect. Frozen. A steep price to pay for a glow-up that didn't require a single day at the gym. The system immediately activates a choice. A. Be guided to a warm shelter with bread. Or B. Be guided to a place with meat. Hansen just keeps shivering, exposed to the biting wind. A small smirk crosses his face. His brain might be lagging, but the choice was obvious. Meat. Always meat. Amid the blizzard, a single trembling hand reaches out into the white abyss. Now rail-thin, Hansen uses the last of his strength to knock on a wooden door before immediately collapsing. A patrol team finds him, shouting in alarm. "Hey, are you okay? He's severely frozen. Get him inside now." After being out for a while, Hansen wakes up in a warm room. The man who saved him asks gently, "You're finally awake? How are you feeling? Do you hurt anywhere?" Hansen weakly replies, "Thank you for saving me." He's shocked when he realizes his condition. Muscle deficiency? Seeing him shake so violently, the man quickly calls for his wife. "Oh my, look at him tremble. He must be starving. Honey, bring him something to eat." A woman approaches with a tray of food, trying to comfort him. "You're so thin, you have to eat this to get your strength back." Staring at the bowl of soup and dry bread, Hansen thinks, carbs, and more carbs. In my prime, I would never have touched this balanced nutrition garbage. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a suffocating pressure as he holds the tray. Memories of his glory days flash before him, a ripped physique, endless fried chicken and pizza. The sheer injustice of it all. Watching Hansen tremble just holding a piece of bread, the woman's heart goes out to him. He must have been starving for so long to shake like that at the sight of food. Her husband sighs in agreement. Yes, what a poor soul. Hansen's face is shrouded in shadow. He's furious with himself. But feelings don't matter right now. First, energy. Hansen dips the spoon into the hot soup and takes a bite. Just one mouthful. He closes his eyes, letting that simple warmth spread through his body. But, as they say, even if a man only has enough strength left to hold a spoon, he'll find a way to lift. Hansen grips the fragile spoon tightly, veins popping on his hand from the sheer force of his will. Right there in his seat, he begins to perform a series of dead serious Jason curls. With nothing but a simple eating utensil, he began to train. If you're still breathing, you're still repping. A true gym bro never quits. Witnessing this bizarre sight, the homeowners could only freeze, staring at him with looks of pure judgment and annoyance. Fed up, they rushed forward, pinned Hansen to the bed, and yelled, "Stop being so picky and just eat!" Being violently force-fed, Hansen could only let out choked, helpless cries. After the forced meal, he staggered outside into the snow, placed a hand on the ground, and realized his body's condition actually wasn't too bad. Hansen stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with grim determination. He slapped both his cheeks hard to wake himself up. "Get a grip, you Hansen," he muttered. "What's done is done." He wiped the sweat from his face, then suddenly crouched down, hands on the ground. It might look like a pose of despair, but you'd be dead wrong. Hansen quickly adjusted his center of gravity, shifting into a perfectly stable prep position. This was the no-hands push-up stance, a way to test his raw, fundamental power. "Begin," Hansen roared, then smoothly began pumping out reps, up and down with a steady rhythm. He focused, counting them out. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat began to drip onto the cold ground. His breathing became heavier with each powerful movement. Suddenly, Hansen paused, his face a mask of utter astonishment. He was shocked to realize that after only a few reps, his muscles were already feeling such an intense and powerful stimulation. "I've never felt this kind of pump from push-ups before." Instantly, blue streams of electricity shot through his muscle fibers, making him tremble and roar with pure ecstasy. Hansen's face contorted as he drowned in a feeling of satisfaction he had never known. The human brain works on a scale of pleasure, after all. If enjoying a delicious meal ranks at a 3, and dangerous illegal substances hit about 150, then for a gym fanatic, working out is a drug just as potent as any of those illegal highs. Hansen was hitting his dopamine peak mid-push-up, a true addict with nothing to hide. For Hansen, being able to train after so long felt like shooting a heavy-duty stimulant straight into his system. He frantically did push-ups in the dirt until tears began to stream down his face. A memory of his great master with the red headband suddenly surfaced. His teacher's stern voice reminded him, "Hansen, no matter how difficult things get, you are absolutely forbidden to cry." When Hansen asked why, his master explained that water is the main component of muscle, and tears are no exception. To cry is to lose water, and to lose water is to lose all your gains from that session. He posed a critical question: what happens if the water meant to fuel your muscles turns into tears instead? Hansen, still working out tirelessly on a machine in the memory, gasped out his reply: "You'll lose muscle mass." His master let out a hearty laugh, confirming that a few tears won't instantly destroy your gains. The real issue is the trainee's mentality. Paying attention to every single tiny detail that is the most important habit for building a perfect physique. Hansen listened in silence, sweat pouring down his contemplative face. "Ugh," Hansen groaned, flexing every single muscle around his eye sockets to stop the tears from falling. After one deep, determined breath, he went back to his tireless push-ups in the snow, right next to a system screen that had just appeared. Quest: the former king's regret. The notification showed he'd completed the meeting with Brand. The next objective: help repair the ramparts of the Roman Holy Nation for clues about Oculus. While maintaining his push-up form, Hansen looked up at the old man beside him and asked, "Sir, is this the Roman Holy Nation?" The old man casually replied, "It seems you've remembered something, haven't you?" Asking for directions while doing push-ups, this guy really can't stay still. The old man advised Hansen, "You should be grateful to the Pope. He was the one who ordered the acceptance of all young men. No questions asked. Thanks to him, you're still alive." Hansen, panting heavily, pleaded, "I need to repair the ramparts. Could you please show me the way?" The old man silently wondered if this kid was even a citizen, but still gave a signal. "All right then, follow me." Hansen, still blasting out powerful push-ups, shouted his thanks and quickly followed the old man towards the snow-covered ramparts of the fortress. Soldiers bustled around, tending to the wounded. But then Hansen spotted something. A soldier carefully stretching out his comrade on the ground. A light bulb went off in Hansen's head. "Physical therapy," he whispered in awe. He started analyzing it. If you could realign and relax the muscle fibers, you could get those stubborn muscles to cooperate. He stood there, lost in thought amidst the falling snow, then suddenly shot forward, grabbing the old man by the shoulders and demanding, "Sir, how do I get physical therapy like that?" The old man looked baffled, asking if he meant recovery magic, before explaining that only combat engineers were eligible for it. Only enlisted soldiers got an hour of therapy every single day. Hansen's eyes lit up with pure, unfiltered excitement. He had to be sure. "So, all I have to do is enlist?" After the old man's hesitant confirmation, Hansen declared with a brilliant smile, "Then I'm enlisting." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, inviting him to join their side instead. Hansen turned slowly, locking eyes with a mysterious person wrapped in a blue cloak. The figure slowly revealed a face with a long scar over one eye, cracking a sinister smile. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you." The villain aura was practically radiating off this person. Feeling sized up, Hansen's anger flared. "Are you mocking me right now?" Instantly, his HIV-3 skill activated, analyzing his opponent. The system identified PE as a human, with the class of priest, but her muscle mass was way above standard, with critically low body fat, giving her an impossible in-body score of 101 out of 100. Hansen, horrified, realized his own score was a pathetic 67. He collapsed, furiously punching the ground in utter frustration. "Damn it, you muscle freak." PE just stared, completely baffled by this bizarre meltdown. Talk about a mood killer like checking your final grades. Anyway, fast forward to the therapy ward, where Hansen is finally getting that deep tissue massage. A man in a tidy uniform leaned in. "How's your body feeling?" Hansen sighed in pure satisfaction. "Good? No. This is amazing." He could feel the change instantly. His joints were opening up, making every stretch more effective than he could have ever imagined. The therapist, Pierre, was also surprised, commenting, "This is the first time I've seen an outsider respond to our physical therapy this well." As Pierre stretched Hansen's arm, he asked with concern, "Doesn't this hurt?" But Hansen's expression was like steel. "For a better body, I can handle a little pain." That answer seriously impressed Pierre. Hansen couldn't help but smile, feeling new energy flowing back into every single muscle. Pierre smiled back, amazed at the new recruit's iron while smiling through the pain. Total main character energy right there. Over at the fortress construction site, massive wooden scaffolds stretched towards the snowy sky. Miners and soldiers rushed about, hauling massive stone blocks for the build. In the middle of it all, one laborer was struggling to pull a huge sack onto his cart. He chanted, 1, 2, and with every ounce of his strength, heaved the round stone onto the cart. Hansen just watched, frozen, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was horrified, wondering, what am I even looking at? His form was so bad, any gym bro would be dying to run over and correct him. Watching the workers, Hansen felt a pit in his stomach. He knew it in his gut. Lifting like that, he's going to get a herniated disc for sure. And sure enough, everywhere he looked, workers were hauling stone with dangerously curved backs. Grunts of 1, 2, ugh, echoed across the site. After one more lift with terrible form, a worker suddenly grabbed his lower back and screamed in agony. "Ah, my back." A colleague nearby just clicked his tongue. "See? I told you that would happen." Just then, a priest from the Roman holy nation approached, asking the injured man what was wrong. The exhausted worker just groaned. "My back." Hansen stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold in utter disbelief. But when he saw the priest begin to use healing magic directly on the injured man's back, Hansen snapped. His face went beet red, his eyes rolling back in pure rage. He couldn't hold it in anymore, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. "The order is all wrong." The scream left a female official behind him completely stunned. The official came closer, worried. "Is there a problem?" Hansen was practically pulling his hair out, screaming again in complete despair. "The order! The sequence is completely backwards." Seeing his insane reaction, she could only stare and wonder to herself, "Is he an architect?" They stood quietly for a moment beside the tents. She spoke first. "The fortress repairs are taking longer than we thought, right?" Hansen had cooled down a bit. "Yes, it seems so." She looked towards the construction site and sighed, saying that since every stone was so heavy, many soldiers had been getting hurt on the job. Just seeing that bad procedure would stress anyone out. Hansen looked over at the site and just had to yell again in desperation. "You can't build a body like this. You absolutely cannot build a body like this." Hearing his passion, the official Lai suddenly got excited, clapping her hands with a look of pure confidence. "I knew it," she beamed. "You're an expert in building fortress walls, aren't you?" And just like that, Hansen's own confidence came roaring back. He flashed a brilliant smile, confirming he was a total expert. Lai looked at his back, adding, "I've been taken care of, so I want to lend a hand in this project." He was talking about bodies. She was talking about walls. A total misunderstanding, but he was rolling with it. "So with your help, how long until the wall is finished?" He paused, thinking to himself. "The wall? Oh right, there's a wall to build, too." Looking at the exhausted workers, Hansen realized something crucial. He held up 3 fingers and declared, 3 months. In 3 months, we'll be in good shape." But the shape he was worried about wasn't the fortress, it was their bodies. Looking at it objectively, the bodies of the soldiers working here weren't bad at all. All the heavy labor had built up some seriously solid functional muscle, and their youth helped them avoid most major injuries. However, the reality was a lot darker than that. Maintaining those terrible lifting postures day after day was silently destroying them from the inside out. The aches and pains were starting to set in. Constant damage to their vertebrae was leading to severe, long-term harm to their bodies. On the outside, they look fine. But inside? A system error, silently building up. Left unchecked, these injuries would soon become a chronic, debilitating problem. The pain was so intense, soldiers were doubling over, clutching their heads in agony. Hansen declared that to fix this for good, it wasn't just about hands-on therapy. The most important thing was to fix their terrible habits. He loomed behind a working soldier and roared out instructions. "Engage your core. Flex those spinal muscles." Then, Hansen's hand blurred. Smack! A huge slap hit the guy's back to fix his posture, making him jump in pure terror. Seeing the whole group was still confused, Hansen yelled out an order. "You don't know how to engage your core? Everyone, drop your gear. Get on the ground, now." And just like that, every soldier on the construction site dropped their tools. 70 days. 70 long days had passed since Hansen's training began. A heavily guarded convoy of carriages moved down the stone road. The Godhen Holy Knight's mission had caused damage, sure, but really, it was all just a tactic to buy more time. The cardinal walking beside the Pope added nervously, "At this rate, a full-scale invasion is going to break out any day now." Hearing this, an innocent Jack Min fired back. "Why? Why would they invade us?" The cardinal patiently explained. "Exactly. That's why we're working so hard to repair the city walls." But Jack Min wasn't done. "Why? Why do we have to repair them?" The cardinal continued, explaining that the enemy fights recklessly because they know they don't have much time left. Not only that, but the enemy doesn't even care about their own lives, figuring their time is almost up anyway. The young pope asked again, "Why? Why is their time running out?" The cardinal explained, "Because they're old. Their window for action is incredibly short, so we just need to stall them. That's right. Their age limits what they can do. It's just a matter of dragging things out." But Jack Min kept hitting them with an endless stream of whys, making the whole atmosphere incredibly awkward. He was basically spamming the question. Faced with the Pope's intense curiosity, the Cardinal thought to himself, I need to use some difficult, technical jargon to shut this down. He suggested they discuss it privately, using more advanced language. We should use some academic terms to stop the questions, then we can talk properly amongst ourselves. This approach left Jack Min completely confused, with question marks practically popping up over his head. He pouted in disappointment and muttered, Sheesh, no fun at all. With a sulky face, he whined, You're using way too many big words. My brain is totally fried trying to keep up. Seeing the young Pope so dejected, the Cardinal quickly tried to reassure him. Pope Jack Min, please don't be too disappointed, because the repairs on the city wall are nearly finished. Hearing the project was done, Jack Min's eyes lit up with excitement. It's all finished? The Cardinal confidently invited him to see the results. Yes, please, come take a look. Ahead of them, the city gates opened to reveal a colossal figure standing in the middle of the white snow. The Cardinals were so stunned by the sight they just stood there, mouths wide open. Hansen stood there, right in the middle of the road, showing off his insane physique and muttering, It's still not perfect, but this should be enough. He began to flex, channeling all his power until his chest and abs bulged under the immense pressure. Hansen was radiating pure, overwhelming power, a threatening mountain of muscle. Witnessing this scene, Pope Jack Min and the Cardinal with him couldn't help but freak out. They screamed in shock, thinking the work was supposed to be done ages ago. The Cardinal furiously yelled, Pierre, what is the meaning of this? Standing nearby, Pierre could only stare in horror. Pierre rushed forward to confront him. Hansen, what's going on? Didn't you say it was almost finished? He calmly replied, Yeah, we still have 2 weeks left. The answer left Pierre completely speechless. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted from the city's center, spreading across the entire fortress and making the ground shake violently. This powerful energy continued to ripple across the world map, from the Holy Kingdom of Roman, all the way to the Shinburthome Kingdom. In a small, snow-covered house in Shinburthome, a sneeze cut through the cold air. An old woman wrapped in a blanket grumbled about the cold, telling herself she needed to turn up the heat immediately. The shockwave reached her, but all she cared about was the chill. The old woman carried a tray of food, sweet potatoes, and vegetables over to the fireplace. But surprisingly, inside the fireplace wasn't charcoal, but a warrior from the muscle army, meditating as steam poured off his body. The old woman kindly fed him a piece, explaining it was a mix of chicken breast, sweet potatoes, and vegetables. After eating the nutritious meal, he excitedly yelled about doing 1,000 squats to generate more heat for the house. A human-powered furnace. This was heating, muscle edition. The old woman sat warming herself by the fire, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, that's so warm. But the heat source wasn't firewood. It was a member of the muscle army, relentlessly doing squats right there in the hearth. Abruptly, he felt a strange vibration spread through his chest. His eyes widened in shock. He wondered to himself, could this be a signal from Hansen? He couldn't just sit there. He had to check it out right away. His rippling muscles began to vibrate with every powerful pulse coming from far away. He was picking up the signal while doing squats in a fireplace. That's some next-level muscle Wi-Fi. Full bars. At a training ground, the sound of clanging weights echoed through the steam. One warrior paused and asked his comrade, That feels like a call from Hansen, right? The other confirmed it without a doubt. The signal was a bit weak, but based on that signature pec flex, it was definitely Hansen. Looking around the gym they'd spent so long in, with its caution, burn hazard sign on the wall, they felt a little sad to leave. But an order from the leader was absolute. A clear voice shouted, Let's go! And just like that, all the warriors stopped their training, preparing for a dramatic assembly. A slight pec flex was their internal meanwhile, in a quiet room, a man slowly sipped his hot tea and spoke with a hint of regret. I really don't want to see you go. Can't you stay? Across from him was Guro. He listened to the offer in respectful silence. Guro stared into his teacup and admitted that a lot had happened since they started their journey in the gym dungeon. Sitting at the tea table in the traditional room, he confirmed it had been a very meaningful time for him. Guro then stroked his beard and added a sarcastic comment. It was also the time I almost died at your highness's hands. Memories of the hellish training came flooding back. Soldiers so exhausted they had to be carried on stretchers by their teammates, running non-stop across the battlefield. Suddenly, an earth-shattering impact exploded, leaving a deep crater in a cloud of smoke and dust. From the middle of the wreckage, Hinderbrand emerged, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. The old king stared coldly at his opponent and growled, "Are you the one who turned my army into this?" A member of the squad screamed in panic. "We're under attack. Counterattack now." Suddenly, Hinderbrand appeared, looking completely exhausted. The old man mumbled, "Such a shame. I seem to have lost my sword on the way here." Seeing his opponent just standing there, confused, the old king channeled magic into his palm. "Since this is a bit awkward," he offered, "how about we settle this with magic? You know, since I forgot my weapon." "Your Majesty, that's not the enemy." Hinderbrand spun around, totally bewildered. Guro quickly explained that the guy he just attacked was actually an allied monster, one of their new recruits. Seeing the two wounded Go warriors looking both hurt and confused, Hinderbrand offered a sheepish little smile. "My apologies," he said. "How about we head inside so I can get the full story?" The two of them walked quietly through the perfectly aligned ranks of soldiers, heading for the main tent. Hinderbrand glanced at Leon and the others around him, then asked, "I'm sure you all have something you want to say, don't you?" A sinister smile appeared on the faces of some mysterious figures as they secretly watched the situation inside the tent. Hinderbrand took a sip of tea and explained himself. "I only acted that way because I didn't know the situation, my friend." Guro just forced a laugh. "Huh, I get it." The old king then got curious, asking how Guro's life in Shinburtom had been. Without a second of hesitation, Guro laughed and declared, "It's been a complete and total mess." The old king just smiled, clearly entertained. "You really are an honest man," he said. "That's exactly why I don't want to let you go." Guro went on, explaining how the kingdom's welfare system used to be absolutely terrible. Hinderbrand nodded, admitting, "And you're the one who improved it so much." Guro quietly sipped his tea, looking down with a humble expression. "That's because everyone genuinely enjoys doing it. It's the simple truth. The builders have always been happy to volunteer their strength for the kingdom." Outside the main tent, two muscular warriors stood guard, completely stoic. They protected the important meeting from the falling snow, a perfect picture of dedication. The rhythmic chant, 1, 2, 3, 4, echoed as members of the muscle army passed heavy coal briquettes down the line. With twists of their torso and swivels of their hips, they weren't just moving fuel, they were getting a workout. The body heat coming off this training session actually saved the village a ton on heating resources. The builders even designed custom workout programs for the elderly. Thanks to them, one old man was proudly flexing his solid biceps next to his instructor, working and hitting the gym at the same time. Maximum efficiency. The reason they could do this? They all came from the Gao race, once frail and sickly beings. But weightlifting, it brought them back to life, stronger than ever, with mountains of muscle. A Gao warrior stood tall, his eyes glowing red, radiating pure fighting spirit as he lifted a ridiculously heavy barbell. Using all their experience, the hoodie builders went directly to the homes of retired seniors to train them personally. Out in a snow-covered training yard, the old-timers were enthusiastically following instructions, no longer bored and getting healthier by the day. Friendly waves and bright smiles started popping up all over the village. One elder let out a hearty laugh, pure happiness showing on his aged face. Watching all this from a distance was Hinderbrand. This was the first time he'd ever truly seen his people smile. 2 weeks later, amidst the white snow, a powerful vibration started to shake the entire fortress gate. Just when things had finally calmed down, it looked like another huge problem was on its way. In front of him stood the massive back of Hansen, his muscles practically vibrating with power. Both Hinderbrand and Pierre looked worried, wondering what on earth they should do next. Hansen, with his piercing blue eyes, stared straight at their objective and made a declaration. There it is. The wall. The muscle army began its slow, imposing march across the frozen ground. Every warrior stood like a statue, their bodies trembling with each muscle contraction. As Hansen put it, a trained body is a pillar of solid steel. He led his troops toward the mountain range, where pillars of flesh were beginning to stack on top of each other, forming a wall. Hansen explained that when these pillars combine, they become a fortress. The members of the muscle army immediately fell into formation. They tensed every muscle, locking their joints to create an impenetrable barrier. The ultimate technique, the muscle wall, was officially activated. A colossal wall, built from thousands of muscular warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any enemy. Witnessing this insane sight, the female commander, P, gritted her teeth in anger. How dare they mess with our holy nation? She immediately raised her hand and gave the order. All troops, prepare to attack. P pointed forward, her voice booming. Annihilate every last one of them. The cavalry, armed with spears and blades, charged forward like a tidal wave. Facing the enemy, Hansen roared an order for his own army to hold the line. Every muscle immediately tensed up, ready to absorb the impact. One side charged with killing intent, the other just flexed harder. A storm of spears slammed into living flesh, only to shatter or bounce right off. The commander watched in shock, sweat pouring down her face as she muttered, "The attacks, they're not working?" Hansen just smirked, a look of pure confidence on his face. He declared, "Don't compare us to who we were 3 months ago." A muscle warrior, still standing firm, added, "No, don't even think about the bodies we had just 1 week ago." Hansen, getting more hyped, continued to shout, "Compared to yesterday, an hour ago, even 1 set ago, our hardness has increased." Their muscles began to glisten under the extreme pressure. Hansen roared their ultimate training philosophy, progressive overload. As the muscle army easily crushed the Holy Nation's soldiers, Hansen calmly looked at his opponent and asked, "So, what about your rest time?" One of his soldiers just smiled and replied, "I've rested enough." Hansen gave a satisfied thumbs up. "Good." Instantly, another volley of enemy spears flew straight into the warriors' chests, but every single one shattered against their steel-hard muscles without leaving a scratch. Seeing this, P screamed in disbelief. "Hansen, were you lying when you said you'd build a fortress wall?" Hansen replied casually, "Not at all." P kept pressing him. "How could you deceive me like that?" But he insisted he never lied. And the truth was, that wall hadn't moved a single inch. Through the dust and smoke, a massive wall made of interlocked muscular warriors stood firm, protecting 2 giant toads behind them, leaving the enemy completely helpless. P had a shocking realization. Wait, have they even counterattacked once? Nope, because that's the whole point of being a wall. Pope Jackman had declared, "In our Roman kingdom, we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers." But then Hansen made a suggestion. What if we use them as a wall? The young boy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jackman gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Oh, that's totally fine then. Heck yeah, a wall made of monsters looks so cool." While P was left speechless, one of the Muscle Squad members tapped Hansen on the shoulder. "Hansen Nim, why are you so skinny?" "Wrong move." Hansen's face went dark. He growled, "What did you say?" The word skinny had just hit a major nerve. He completely lost it, roaring in pure rage. "Are you saying I've lost muscle?" Without hesitation, Hansen slammed his hand down on the shoulder of the guy who dared to say it. A member of the muscle army stared at Hansen, completely confused. In response, Hansen started crazily punching his own chest, to achieve maximum muscle stimulation. He screamed the name of the exercise, one-arm dumbbell press, and then shot forward at terrifying speed. A powerful impact shook the very ground. The muscle soldier closed his eyes, feeling the white steam rising from his body after the hit. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, filled with a strange new resolve. He grinned, telling Hansen not to joke around with him like that anymore. But then he realized something. Hansen wasn't as strong as he used to be. Hansen himself stared in shock, his eyes wide, as he witnessed the incredible power now erupting right in front of him. A member of the muscle army stared at his own smoking hand, completely stunned. He silently remembered the tradition. The strongest among them becomes the goot. Sweat poured down his face, his expression tense as he felt his own body changing. But just as he was about to declare himself the next goot, someone in an official uniform appeared out of nowhere and landed a critical blow to his neck, dropping him instantly. The stranger respectfully approached Hansen to check on him, asking what just happened. A classic ambush, right at his moment of glory. Hansen, his face bruised and swollen, choked out the name Goulot. Seeing his leader shed a tear, the man in uniform immediately reminded him not to cry, it would cause muscle loss. The two sat in silence in the middle of the snowy plains, Hansen looking small, weak, and utterly depressed. The henchman worried silently. Seeing his leader show such weakness could shatter the entire hierarchy, the order they had built for so long. Behind him, the muscle army with their glowing red eyes and a giant chicken emerged, their killing intent practically radiating off them. A subordinate approached Guro and asked a question. "Goulot, shouldn't we hold a new election for the Goot?" Guro broke into a cold sweat, sensing an incredibly powerful presence. "They're here." A horde of giant toad monsters appeared. Their arrival made the monsters below bow down in pure terror. Guro yelled at them, "You stupid monsters. Have you even thought about what would happen if the leader here changed?" He explained that because they were officially classified as monsters, changing leaders would give the Roman Holy Kingdom an immediate excuse to attack. Even the Shin-Bertam Kingdom would turn on them. Yeah, switch the leader and they'd all get wiped out. No one was laughing now. The only person who could maintain this delicate balance for their survival was Hansen. Turning to Hansen, Guro asked curiously, "Hansen Nim, Can you turn that thing with just your arm strength? Hansen eyed the massive weight with hesitation. Right now, I'm not so confident. Guro immediately egged him on. It's just a game. A game. Just give it one try. What's the harm? Hansen wondered where this chunk of raw steel even came from. Then, he began to lower his center of gravity, pouring all his strength into his massive arms. He took a deep breath. Said he wasn't confident, but he's already in position, his hands ready to unleash everything. Hansen gritted his teeth, veins popping all over his body. He activated his skill, Heavy Plantic, at 1/20th power. After a moment of extreme effort, Hansen beamed and shouted, "I did it." Watching this, a member of the muscle army casually walked over. "Looks pretty light," he commented. "Move it. Let me give it a try." Guro watched silently, thinking to himself, this isn't the only reason I'm on Hansen Nim's side. He believed that, theoretically. It was only a matter of time before Hansen Nim regained his full strength. Hansen stood with his arms crossed, looking imposing, while Guro made his decision. Shouldn't I join the side that's betting their lives on him? Another warrior tried to lift the weight, but it barely budged. Why? Because Guro was secretly using his gravity magic to make it heavier. In the end, nobody could lift that weight except Hansen. Watching from a distance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, he can't lift it either? That's pathetic." In the middle of the vast snowfield, a hand shot up from the crowd. Hansen Nim wins. And while Hansen himself kept a cool, indifferent expression, his followers behind him exploded into applause, cheering for their leader's victory. Right after that, the scene shifts to the training grounds. The atmosphere in the gym was electric, with the sound of counting echoing everywhere. 6, 7, 8, 9. The calls came non-stop from warriors relentlessly building their muscles. Even after winning, he's stone-faced. Total Sigma, male energy. Hansen finished his final push, ending the set on the count of 10. But then he froze, a thoughtful look on his face. This isn't right, he thought. It feels different. Hansen was panting, sweat dripping down his face. He quietly made a decision. Add 40 kilograms. Seeing such an unbelievably small increase, the disciple next to him asked in shock, "Is something wrong? Boss? You're only adding 40 kilograms? Behind them, 2 other members of the muscle army started whispering, their faces filled with pure terror. One of them said, his voice trembling, "I've heard stories about this." The other leaned in, curious. Stories about what? For someone like Hansen, who had mastered every weightlifting technique imaginable, he had a very unique ability. He could lift a light weight, but make it feel infinitely heavy to himself. Hansen stood before the bar, focusing his entire will. He bent down, grabbed the cold steel, and took a deep, sharp breath. Whoosh! To clear his mind and crush the fear, he slapped himself hard on both cheeks. Here we go again, he thought. Hansen gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself against the invisible pressure. Come on, you Hansen, don't be a coward. Are you really scared of a little weight like this? He remembered this same feeling hitting him when he trained with kettlebells before. He was making it harder on himself. The game wasn't hard, he was. Hansen strained, lifting the massive bar with a huge roar. Lightweight, baby! Watching this, a member of the muscle army behind him couldn't help but worry, thinking, this is bad. He knew their chances of returning to the Shinbothram kingdom were looking slim. To survive in the Roman Holy Nation, he knew the walls alone weren't enough. He saw right through the officials, who were still looking for any excuse to throw his group out. In the council chamber, one voice made a declaration. All out war was coming. If we plan this right, we can win. Pope Jack Min nodded, pleased. Good, the Great Wall is done. If we focus on defense, the Holy Nation will win, right? A firm voice cut in. Finally, we're all on the same page, Pope Jack Min. But then Guro immediately shot his hand up, shaking his head. Not a chance. The Holy Nation cannot defeat the kingdom. He explained that the will to fight on both sides was on a completely different level. Ignoring the death glare he got from across the room, he kept analyzing. The Holy Nation's soldiers? They have families to protect. But the soldiers of the Silverthorn Kingdom? They crave an honorable death after living a full life. He then dropped a heavy question. Do you really think the Holy Nation can win against those crazed veterans? I believe our Goot army has already shown its overwhelming power. Famous last words, especially when your enemy is a bunch of hardcore survivors. Guro immediately shut that down. Wasn't that just one small squad? Stop with the morale boosts and look at their real strength. He hammered his point home. The very fact these soldiers survived to old age is terrifying proof of their skill. Living to be old on a battlefield? These guys are a whole different breed. Complaining is something even a child can do. Standing in the middle of the hall, the bald, gray-skinned man made his case to the officials. He was warned not to lecture Pope Jack Min, but he didn't care. He roared with fury, "Stop investing in useless projects and invest in US." He pointed directly at the officials. "Don't you realize that one of your decisions can seal the fate of tens of thousands, millions of people? Stop playing politics," he begged, "and look at what's real." But seeing this arrogance, one official just smirked. "Just a monster. But it's got a sharp tongue." The gray-skinned man suddenly changed his approach. "Have you gentlemen ever heard the story of the Count's kingdom?" The young Pope Jack Min looked lost. "Count Gudo's kingdom?" An official in glasses began to explain it was a small, rural country in the south. Hearing this, Jack Min gasped. The official went on, saying its national power had grown so strong that its neighbors were constantly on edge, and they watched Count Gudo's every move. He insisted it was the hottest topic on the continent, everyone knew about it. This was a nation where every single citizen was absolutely ripped. An image of Gudo and his muscle-bound army appeared, radiating pure power. Because of that strength, no other nation dared to disrespect them. And that power? It was all built by a single man, Hanso. The room went silent. Jaws dropped. Everyone was in shock. One man had built an entire nation's strength. "So you're saying, in a short amount of time, you can do the same for our Roman holy nation?" The gray-skinned man's confidence was unshakable. "Of course, the Roman holy nation has something the Silverthorn Kingdom doesn't." When asked what it was, he smirked. "The power to recover that comes from youth." A vision appeared, a muscular figure, glowing with the green energy of hope. The gray-skinned man pointed forward, his voice booming. Making the Roman holy nation as strong as Count Gudo's kingdom was now just a matter of time. Inject some youth, and they'll level up fast. The Pope, watching from above, finally spoke. "I understand what you're saying. So, what do you want?" Guro's lip curled into a smirk, his eye gleaming through his monocle. "What we want is..." Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Hansen was getting ready for a new set of lifts. Behind him, a member of the muscle army counted out the reps. 5, 6, let's go. The whole yard was buzzing. Dozens of warriors were deep in their training, the air thick with intensity. A man with purple hair and a towel on his shoulder panted. So refreshing. Nearby, 2 members of the muscle squad were looking around for equipment. "Hey, you seen the 5-kilogram plates?" one asked. The other pointed. "Look over there." In a corner, a total stranger was casually playing with the colorful weight plates. He muttered to himself, "These are cute, they feel nice to hold." Seeing his sacred equipment being treated like toys, Hansen just froze. You could see the veins on his face bulge with anger. Guro watched from a distance, thinking to himself. Not only had they denied all their requests, but the surveillance had actually increased. He glared at the spies watching them. These clowns from the Holy Nation, using weights as playthings. No wonder our main character's about to explode. But then, Guro's expression changed, and he let out a sinister laugh. Just as planned, he thought. What Hansen needs right now is a heavy burden and pure ignorance. Back in the yard, Hansen approached the 2 strangers to have a word. "Hey, let's be polite and use these properly." The only response he got was contemptuous, mocking laughter. The brown-haired guy sneered. "A monster talking to us about manners?" The purple-haired one joined in. "That's the funniest thing I've ever heard." Suddenly, a red plate flew through the air and smacked Hansen right on the shoulder. He just stared, stunned. They really went and did it. Hansen stood rooted to the spot, dangerously silent. They just poked the final boss and were still laughing, basically hitting their own self-destruct button. Hansen's lips pressed into a thin, hard line. In an instant, a blazing red killing aura exploded from his body. His eyes glowed like fire, his face twisted in pure rage. Every single muscle on Hansen's body began to tremble violently. And then he charged, straight to the bench press, and started lifting with insane strength. Seeing this, the members of the muscle squad were completely baffled. They started sweating, wondering if their leader had finally lost his mind. I mean, choosing to work out in a moment like this? But one member understood. He knew this wasn't just a training session. He figured that in the exact moment Hansen was about to attack his enemies, his body instinctively grabbed the barbell instead. This was clearly a deep-seated habit, forged from an unbelievable amount of stress that had been building for ages. His instinct was to grab a barbell first and worry about fighting later. All of Hansen's normal thoughts were fading away, replaced by an iron will. Even though he was furious inside, he told himself that when rage hits its peak, there's nothing better than burying yourself under heavy iron. Hansen poured all his focus into every single push. He silently counted the reps, pushing every other thought from his mind. Too angry to punch people? Go torture the weights instead. Hansen was lost in his own world. He realized the numbers didn't matter anymore. The key was to feel his own body. He told himself to concentrate on every single muscle fiber. Deep inside, his muscles were screaming with every single movement. In the silence that should have been peaceful, Hansen was enduring absolute agony. His face was twisted in pain. He angrily questioned why he had to feel so much pain from something this ridiculously light. He cursed his own weak body and decided today was the day it all ends. Hansen roared in a state of pure euphoria, putting all his strength into the set. Seeing this, the two muscle army members were completely stunned. One of them wondered aloud how long he'd been doing this single set. The other replied that it had probably been about 21 minutes. Despite the incredible pain, Hansen's form didn't waver or shake one bit. His followers praised their leader's amazing focus and endurance as he kept working with the small weight in his hand. Meanwhile, the nearby guards just scoffed. They figured the guy was just too scared to fight back. One of them sneered, asking if the monster boss was so scared he was trembling. He smugly declared he'd give him another push. Then, he decisively threw a red disc right at the muscle army. The air instantly turned ice cold. A towering warrior stood up, stared straight at the attacker, and growled. "Don't you know you're not supposed to touch even a dog when it's working out?" He warned him clearly, saying he'd been watching for a while and knew he was constantly crossing the line. A whole legion of muscle-bound giants stepped forward, radiating pure killing intent. The guy who threw the disc was just now starting to shake. He stammered in terror. "Huh? You're actually serious? Don't you know that messing with us means making the holy nation your enemy? We're not going to mess with you. We just thought you looked cold, so we wanted to warm you up a bit." Before the guy could even process that, the giants started closing in. They used their massive bodies to completely surround him. One of them whispered, "So? Feeling warmer yet?" Trapped between walls of sweaty muscle, the young man screamed in horror. "Get away from me!" The musclehead just calmly explained that muscles only generate heat when they move. Then he muttered menacingly, "I'm about to make you feel a whole lot warmer." His eyes suddenly glowed bright red, veins popping as he announced his technique. Peck Ripple Wave. Instantly, the giant's chest began to vibrate violently, creating continuous shockwaves that engulfed their victim. The poor young man writhed between the pulsating walls of flesh. He cried out in total despair. "This feels so gross. I was wrong, I was wrong." The radiating heat made him scream, "No, it's too hot." Meanwhile, Hansen was still grinding it out on the bench, his face bright red from the pressure. He wondered to himself if he'd poured all his anger into the barbell, causing his entire body to burn up like this. Hansen thought, whenever he got angry, lifting was the only answer. But the training was so painful it just made him even angrier. He gritted his teeth, pouring every last bit of strength into his trembling arms and let out a thundering roar. I said, "I'm pissed. So pissed that the more it hurts, the angrier I get." Watching this, a member of the muscle army nervously asked his teammate, "Builder, how long has it been?" The other guy, sweating bullets, replied, "He's been doing that single rep for 42 minutes now." His followers kept cheering, "Master Hansen, just a little more. You're reawakening the muscles stored deep inside your body." Hansen continued to strain under the immense weight, fueled by the thunderous cheers from his muscle army. Hansen put all his energy into doing pull-ups on a sheer cliff face. He told himself, just a little bit more, but it seemed his old body wasn't coming back just yet. It took him a grueling 9 straight hours to finish a single set, long after night had fallen under a full moon. After the torturous workout, he fell into a deep sleep right next to the heavy weights. In his slumber, Hansen's muscles began to contract and twitch violently. His eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness as he declared, "Finally, I'm ready for a dialogue." As the sun began to rise, Hansen had already started a new challenge, holding a giant stone weight. A doubtful voice echoed, "Can you even push that? What if you get hurt?" Despite the advice to train slowly and safely with a proper weight, because this one was clearly too heavy, Hansen just gritted his teeth, enduring the crushing weight on his chest. When questioned about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly roared, "Shut up!" Hansen admitted that progressive overload was good, and he wasn't ignorant about it. But he knew if you're always scared and compromising, your body will never change. He gripped the bar with a confident smile and declared his only limit was the version of himself that gave up. All the muscles on Hansen's body tensed with incredible power. He used every ounce of his being to shatter his old limits. Basically, if you're not breaking records, don't bother. He was all in, no turning back. The bench press roared. The sound filled the space as the stone weight was slowly pushed upward. Hansen bellowed in pure ecstasy, his eyes glowing under the suffocating pressure. The moment the bar reached its peak, a voice echoed in his mind, "You have returned." Hansen looked up, eyes filled with emotion, recognizing the presence of that primal power source he'd known for so long. The entity quietly watched him, speaking a single word, "Partner." Seeing Hansen training so hard, the rest of the muscle army couldn't help but start gossiping. "Doesn't Hansen Nim seem a little different today?" Another guy nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he looks like he's in a crazy good mood." They wondered if he had achieved some kind of breakthrough. Did he just have another muscle growth spurt or something? But one member with a much more serious look shot that down. "No, that's demonic energy." He explained that for monsters who don't care about that stuff, they'd never know the difference. But for Hansen, every time he trained, demonic energy poured out of him like a waterfall. And honestly, this disciple had been pretty worried, especially after seeing that energy completely vanish for the past few days. "I was on edge when I couldn't feel any demonic energy from you." Just then, Hansen waved him over. "Guru." As his loyal disciple came closer and bowed, Hansen finally asked his question. "There's something I need to ask you." Guru calmly replied, "Yes, sir. Please, go ahead." Hansen started explaining that all this time, he just assumed the weird flow inside his body was just blood circulation, so he never paid it any mind. But then he held up his hand and said, "But, check this out." A brilliant red energy suddenly exploded from Hansen's palm. He stared blankly at the strange light surrounding him and asked, "What is this?" Guru immediately explained, "That's known as mana." Hearing that, Hansen's face just fell with disappointment. He mumbled to himself, "So, it's not a new muscle group? I seriously thought this was some kind of special muscle that only exists in this world." Seeing his boss totally bummed out, Guru quickly added a crucial piece of information. "If you can master it, you can create any piece of workout equipment you want, anywhere you want." Hearing the words workout equipment, Hansen's eyes immediately lit up. A massive, excited grin spread across his face. "For real?" Guru started explaining the details. "Mana is what allows you to change the laws of the world by putting pressure on the energy circulation inside or outside your body. A user can either make their internal circulation way stronger, or even directly influence things in the outside world." The instructor explained that breaking the external circulation is the basic principle. For Hansen's case, however, strengthening his internal flow would be much more effective. He told Hansen to first plant his feet shoulder-width apart. Placing his hands on Hansen's massive shoulders, he instructed, "Now, close your eyes. Try to feel the flow of mana, starting from either your stomach or your heart." Hansen did as he was told, thinking, Feel the flow of mana from my heart. He concentrated hard, wondering if maybe it was supposed to be from his abs. But he quickly gave up, scratching his head and complaining, "I don't get it. This is way too hard." Seeing his struggle, his guide offered a new idea. "Okay, then how about this? Try focusing all your strength into your lower abdomen." He even placed a hand on his own stomach to show Hansen what he meant. Dude's a beast at working out, but a total newbie at this. "Now, try to control your muscles like you're drawing a circle. With your tensed lower abs as the center." Instantly, Hansen's abdominal muscles began to contract and move in a non-stop rhythm. His guide encouraged him. "Think of it as pushing the flow of that muscle mass out through your hands." And with that, a technique called pumping control was officially activated. The muscles on Hansen's chest swirled violently, creating a powerful vortex made of pure muscle. Each muscle group, once separate, now started to connect in one incredibly smooth motion, as streams of burning energy coursed through Hansen's entire body. It all focused into his glowing hands. He stared at the swirling red spiritual energy in his palm, and then he unleashed it. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. He was just doing a light workout and suddenly dropped a skill like a final boss. The ground itself couldn't handle the sheer force. Witnessing a giant, blazing red sphere materialize in the sky above the castle, the muscle army members and Lena were all completely and utterly terrified. One of them stammered, "What is that thing?" The monstrous sphere pulsed for a moment, then suddenly disintegrated into particles of red dust in midair. Hansen looked up, bewildered, and muttered, "Huh? It's gone." Meanwhile, Guru was gasping for air, drenched in sweat from complete exhaustion. But Hansen just looked disappointed. What a shame. Guru was still in shock, thinking to himself, "I never imagined his power was on this level." Looking at Hansen's incredibly broad back, a dark ambition sparked within Guru. With this, could I conquer the continent? Maybe even rule the entire world? Hansen suddenly turned to him and asked, "Guru, what do I do next?" Guru snapped out of it and replied, "Huh? Oh, right, next." He began to explain, "There are countless ways to use mana. I suggest you go and learn how the creatures in this place wield their power." Guro flashed a sinister grin that stretched from ear to ear. Meanwhile, in the Roman kingdom, an emergency meeting was in session, with a declaration ringing out. "We must drive them out immediately." A worried official wearing glasses spoke up. "Did everyone see that surge of demonic energy this afternoon? It will undoubtedly bring harm to the holy nation. While our boy is learning new skills, the government is already planning his eviction." Another man nodded in agreement. "That's right. It was clearly an act of intimidation. Please grant us permission to expel that monster." Inside the Grand Council chamber, the calls for permission echoed in a decisive, unified roar. In the middle of all this tension, the young Pope, Jack Min, casually asked, "So how's the Zipheron Kingdom doing? Are they on their way yet?" The entire room is wound tight as a string, and this guy's acting like he's asking for the latest drama. An elderly official reported with a worried tone, "The Zipheron Kingdom's army is delaying the guerrilla march of our god knights." He pleaded urgently, "Because of this, you must build a proper wall right now." "It's still not too late." In stark contrast to the serious mood, Pope Jack Min just shrugged it off. "A monster wall looks way cooler though." His statement made the advisors just scream in helpless frustration. Faced with their objections, Jack Min simply pouted. Seeing the tension skyrocket, an official finally caved. "All right, I get it. Let's go over the city wall situation one more time." The meeting droned on in a massive, empty hall. But far away, in the remote, snow-covered mountains, icy winds howled across towering peaks in the dead of night. Amidst the whiteout conditions, a horde of monsters gathered to plot. A colossal ice being's voice boomed. "I've heard the human's wall has finally crumbled." His eyes flared with power as he declared, "We'll seize this chance to make humanity kneel before us." But immediately, a long-haired female monster shot back with a challenge. "That's great and all, but who made you the boss?" she snapped. "Our 3 tribes are supposed to be equals. They haven't even started the invasion, and we've already got drama over the leader slot." A ferocious, gray-furred yeti bared its fangs, roaring with excitement. "The she-devil's right. The Yeti tribe has the biggest numbers, so I should be the one in charge." To prove his point, the massive ice being took a deep breath. He channeled all his power into his gargantuan fists and slammed a thunderous punch straight into the ground. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped the ground apart with breathtaking force. Standing tall amidst the dust, the ice being coldly asked, "The Yeti is the leader, you say?" "Say that again. I dare you." Watching from behind a rock, a member of the muscle army whispered to Hansen, "Sir, did you see him use mana to create that ice pillar?" Hansen watched quietly and replied, "Yeah, I saw it." His subordinate went on to explain that for monsters, mana is the ultimate measure of strength. The guy got excited. "Come on, let's try and guess who'll be leader based on mana alone." But Hansen? He already had a different answer in mind. He suddenly appeared, grabbing the Yeti's colossal arm with just one hand and declaring loud and clear, "Muscle density wins." Hansen flashed a confident grin while the monster just stared back, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in a snowy forest, Hinderbrand faced off against a red-haired teen in a fiery sword fight. The teenager just smirked while parrying. "This old man sure is hot-headed." Hinderbrand, face cold and serious, shot back. An old man's time is expensive. He suddenly accelerated, moving like a phantom, and growled, "Want me to make it even more expensive for you?" Hinderbrand focused everything. All his power channeled into one final, decisive blow. A massive pillar of blue light pierced straight through the teenager's chest in a terrifying collision. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood and groaning in agony. You'd think it was the end game, but nope, this was just the beginning. Hinderbrand sheathed his sword and turned his back, certain the fight was over. But the boy wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. His eyes blazed with killing intent. A lightning-fast counterslash forced Hinderbrand to look back in pure astonishment. The boy was standing tall, a massive wound on his chest, a smirk on his face. Whoa, he's still alive? It's like when a boss is defeated, but then hits you with one last cheap shot. From behind, a friend approached, asking, "Need a hand?" The red-haired boy just brushed him off. "A hand with what? Just live your life and get out of my way." His friend muttered that he didn't exactly look like a winner, which set him off. "What'd you say, you punk?" Hinderbrand watched silently, thinking to himself, "What a strange body." The boy noticed his opponent's expression and pressed him. "Strange, huh? You say that like you already knew something." Hinderbrand gave a small smile, answering calmly. "When you live a long time, you tend to hear stories. For example, that for an Oculus officer, the heart isn't on the left side of their chest." Hinderbrand explained calmly. "It's located somewhere among the internal organs. Something like that." Hearing his secret exposed, Organ gritted his teeth in fury, while Lai focused intently on their opponent. Instantly, Organ gathered a brilliant red energy in his hand, ready for a wild counterattack. Pillars of ice and water erupted with suffocating power, engulfing the entire battlefield in a white hurricane that made everything else seem insignificant. The fight exploded. Two streams of energy, red and blue, clashed violently in midair. A hexagonal shield appeared, blocking the fiery attacks raining down from above. Hinderbrand's eyes glowed as he focused all his power into one decisive swing of his sword. Hinderbrand quietly observed the situation, a thoughtful look on his face. Then, he cracked an arrogant smile, held out his hand, and yelled with excitement. "This is exhilarating!" Standing in the middle of a vast snowfield, Hinderbrand coldly confirmed the rumors. His magic, taking the shape of internal organs? Turns out, it was all true. Organ screamed in pure rage. "What gives you the right to judge me?" In that instant, a severed arm flew high into the air. A shocking sight. Hinderbrand swung his sword with cold precision. He watched for a moment, then noted grimly, "His recovery is faster than I thought." A giant mass of flesh, like a massive beating heart, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The little girl, Winnie, her golden eyes glinting, gave a haunting smile and said casually, "Thanks for the meal." Seeing this, Organ roared in frustration. "Winnie, I told you not to help me." Winnie replied calmly, "If I didn't help, you might have had to actually fight seriously, wouldn't you?" Hinderbrand stood before the massive entity and declared, "No matter how tough it is, in the end, this is just concept magic, isn't it?" Hinderbrand unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes against the violently pulsing mass of flesh. A world-shaking explosion of energy erupted after Hinderbrand's final attack. Organ looked back at the little girl behind him. "Winnie, make sure you report everything clearly to the boss." His face twisted into a sinister look, his red eyes radiating pure malice. He laughed like a madman and screamed, "I'll wipe them all out." Hinderbrand calmly sheathed his sword. "That's enough," he announced. "I'll accept that offer." The tension died down. For now. At the fortified city gate, an army of knights stood guard in front of the camp. Hansen looked at the soldiers, blocking his path, and casually remarked that they were just like walls. And just as things calmed down, another living wall appeared right before their eyes. An official in red robes and glasses spoke up. "While you were gone, I had a new city wall built. Therefore, your presence is no longer needed." Hearing this, a muscular member of the group was incredibly suspicious. He thought to himself, "Repair a city wall in half a day? That's impossible." A blue-skinned warrior stepped forward to reason with them. "You've already confirmed that we mean no harm, right?" The official pointed a finger at Hansen's group and snapped. "But the ones following you are all Jedi, ice giants and snow women, creatures who constantly cause trouble in this region." The conversation quickly shifted from defense to a tense background check. He stated firmly that there was no way the Holy Nation would risk letting hostile monsters into the city. Just then, a soldier ran up frantically with an urgent message. The official unrolled the scroll, his face tense as he read. He immediately called a halt to everything for a private meeting. Inside the tent, shadows whispered, discussing secrets in a heavy, serious atmosphere. After a while, the official cleared his throat, regaining his composure. He declared that the Holy Nation didn't need any more risk. But, he added, if they were turned away, Hansen's group would be vulnerable to outside attacks. Then, suddenly, he broke into a brilliant smile and announced loudly that because life is so precious, the Holy Nation had decided to allow the monsters into the city. This all happened 1 week before the main war finally broke out. On top of the towering city wall, a soldier secretly scanned the distance through the howling wind. He swallowed nervously. The silence was terrifying. Suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed as countless red flags and spears appeared on the horizon. The elite army of the Shinbeothium Kingdom, battle-hardened veterans with ripped muscles, advanced steadily. One wore a rabbit mask, another a pink bow, cute but deadly. The general, Rabbit Princess, wearing arrogant red glasses, complained, war is so boring. It gives you zero dopamine." The minister next to him, nicknamed National Grandpa, nodded in agreement. "It's the same with all these failing nations." Looking at the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered, "I'm pretty sure I destroyed that wall last time." He let out a cold snort, surprised they'd repaired it so quickly. Staring at the closed gate in the blowing snow, he turned to his comrade. "So, should we just charge right in?" He got a nod of approval. The all-out assault began. An immense army, thousands of red flags waving. They marched through the snowy mountains to the relentless beat of war drums. The soldiers on the wall looked down in horror as the Hyodan Legion reached the base of the city. Suddenly, The eyes behind the red glasses flashed with sharp insight. A single, decisive shout, "Wait!" brought the entire attack to a screeching halt. The rabbit general immediately noticed something was off and muttered, "Are there snow woman magic traps on both sides of the wall?" Glowing blue magic circles began to appear beneath the thin layer of snow. He analyzed that, based on his experience, the enemy had used a fog spell to hide these magic formations. A sinister smirk spread across his face when he realized those bastards dared to make his kingdom an enemy. The objective immediately changed. Good. Next mission, conquer the Snow Woman. Gongmin roared with excitement, ripped his shirt off, and ordered the entire army. "What are you waiting for? Charge straight through the middle." The muscle army surged forward like a human hurricane, heading directly for the main gate. On the walls, Roman soldiers pulled back their bowstrings, ready to meet the charge. At the command to fire, a volley of arrows tore through the air, raining down on their opponents. But facing this deadly storm, the warriors in the troop, with their bizarre helmets, just casually commented, "Look, pretty fireworks are coming our way. This is easy." Honestly, it looked more like a busted meteor shower. Instead of getting hit, these warriors moved with expert technique, skillfully and rhythmically dodging every single arrow with incredible style. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, a soldier on the wall yelled out in disbelief, "What kind of soldiers are these?" Immediately, a buff dude in sunglasses smirked and announced the next step was to set up ladders for the assault. The sound of Hosoda echoed as giant wooden ladders were raised against the fortress wall. They dodged the skill shots, and now they're pushing the tower, giving the enemy no time to breathe. High above, a white-haired warrior asked, confused, "Huh? What's that guy doing?" Down below, a man in a yellow tank top was trying to climb up while people screamed at him to get down. And that's when Hansen suddenly appeared at the top of the wall. He focused his energy and loudly announced his technique, cable pullover. The ladders were all pushed over, sending soldiers screaming as they plummeted from the dizzying height. Witnessing the strange cable pullover technique, an enemy wondered, "This is the first time I've ever heard of that kind of magic. What region is it from?" The general adjusted his red glasses, looking absolutely fascinated. "Well now, to face magic I've never even heard of at my age." Instead of fear, he was totally thrilled, and he screamed, "This is so exciting." With one powerful leap, he launched himself directly at the wall. The soldiers heard the impact and immediately started yelling in panic. "Those are General Dubit's footsteps. Make way." General Dubit, with his red glasses and signature rabbit ears, flashed a maniacal grin. He roared with determination, "I'll smash right through the wall myself." A world-shaking collision erupted. But as the smoke cleared, General Dubit froze, completely confused. He realized his attack had been stopped by some kind of invisible barrier. It seems something blocked it. From the dust, a pale, muscular figure stood firm like a rock. Seeing this, General Dubit's eyes went wide as he asked in total shock, "What the hell is this?" Talk about an unstoppable force, meeting an immovable object and getting completely shut down. From beneath the smoke, an entire army of muscular figures, with pale skin and soulless eyes emerged. General Dubit stared at these strange creatures and wondered, are they monsters? In response, one of the soldiers stated plainly, "We are the wall." Faced with such a defiant answer, General Dubit just smirked. "Is that so?" Then, he suddenly swung his rabbit staff, slamming it against his opponent's neck. After the impact, the general couldn't help but be impressed. "Whoa, you're really tough. Even tougher than the actual wall, it seems." Seeing the smug look on the pale giant's face, he instantly spotted a weakness and yelled, "But you're too short." General Dubit swung his staff downwards from above, aiming right for the enemy's head, but his jaw dropped at a new arrival. Now what the hell is that? The main gate exploded inwards as a colossal creature suddenly appeared, making even General Dubit gasp in shock. "Kokokaris." He immediately ordered his entire army to fall back 10 steps to maintain a safe distance. Seeing this, Gudo's soldiers cheered, thinking they'd already won, but the Count quickly warned them that the enemy wasn't just about brute force. In reality, General Dubit was an intelligent strategist, and right now, he was absolutely thrilled by this new challenge. To better strategize, he ordered his men to bring him coffee and donuts, right on the battlefield. He grabs the tray, about to savor a sweet treat mid-battle. But then a hand smacks the donut from his grasp, leaving him completely stunned. Hansen. He's just standing there, right in the middle of the enemy, with a dead serious look on his face. General Dubit just smirks, thinking Hansen just chose to play the game on hard mode, but Hansen doesn't even flinch at the enemy spears pointed at him. Instead, he coldly states that he can hear screaming, non-stop screaming. General Dubit scoffs, asking if it's the screaming Hansen is about to make when he's defeated. You can't hear it? Hansen asks. He explains that it's the muscles on General Dubit's body, trying to escape, and they're screaming their heads off. Before the enemy can even process that, Hansen lets out a thunderous roar. Time to work out, kid. A killer aura explodes from him, overwhelming the entire area. Your muscles want to escape your world. They're screaming, and at the base of the massive fortress wall, a giant crack appears, right over the muscle army's position. Two members, one with heart-shaped glasses and another with star-shaped ones, quietly notice. Hey, you think we can break through there? The other guy grins. Easy as pie. They decide to make it a race. Who can smash the wall first, even before the official order is given. But suddenly, a booming voice echoes from above. Jetty won't let anyone bully the boss's crew. A massive creature with dark purple fur plummets from the sky, slamming right into the wall. Smoke and dust fill the air in a cloud of crimson. The monster roars with pride. When the boss is away, Jetty is the boss, and the boss has to protect his men. It bares its fangs and claws, trying to intimidate the two muscle-bound warriors. The two members of the muscle army just glance at each other. The moment Jetty swings to attack, they instantly dodge. They weave through its devastating swipes, narrowly avoiding each 1,000-pound blow. After a few more strikes, the monster suddenly stops, looking really annoyed. Jetty is itchy. Then, its rage explodes. Die! The monster opens its mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar and revealing a set of terrifyingly sharp teeth. But the Heart and Starglasses guys suddenly rush forward, landing a heavy blow that sends the giant Yeti collapsing to the ground. They confidently announce they figured out its attack patterns ages ago. Looking down at the motionless creature, they taunt it. Yeti, why don't you get up? Then, they shout, attack, and begin their assault. But, despite being hit with a non-stop barrage of attacks, the man they're hitting stands firm as a rock, his face completely emotionless. The two attackers are stunned by his sheer calm, especially with an entire army right behind him. They're already panting, totally exhausted. They start to panic. Why isn't he taking any damage? How do we break through? Then, they look closer at his massive physique and realize the shocking truth. Wait. Look at him. His skin, his muscles, they're like solid steel. They fall into despair, wondering how anyone could ever break through such perfect muscular armor. Hansen then appears, his godlike body capturing everyone's attention. A man in a pink bunny suit comments, "Nice outfit, but this is the first time we've met, isn't it?" He coldly warns that if Hansen doesn't know his opponent's moves, he's just going to die for nothing. He asks if Hansen is really that confident in his own durability. And immediately, the crowd swarms in, attacking him relentlessly. In the middle of the chaos, Hansen instantly closes in on one guy, grabbing him from behind. He uses his powerful hands to lock the man in place and starts giving instructions. Hold it just like this. Hansen begins performing a three-berry move on the victim's body, who can only scream in complete helplessness. What the hell is a three-berry? Your grip is too strong. I can't move. But Hansen just calmly continues the exercise and starts counting the reps. Feel that in your lats. 5 more to go. 1, 2. The man screams in pain. Stop moving. This feels awful. But despite his pleas, Hansen just moves on to another guy in a red tank top. He adjusts his posture and reminds him, "Widen your grip a little." Hansen coldly announces the next exercise. The poor dude is on his knees, trembling, wondering what kind of bizarre technique this even is. From a distance, it looks like torture. Up close, it's just a personal training form that's a little extreme. Watching this weird scene, a commander with a mustache and sunglasses cracks a sinister smile. He mutters to himself, "Okay, I'll admit it. This is a type of power I've never seen before." He calmly watches as the muscle army uses workout routines to torture his own soldiers. And yet, the commander remains incredibly confident. He thinks that no matter how strong a wild beast is, there's always a way to break it. By launching continuous attacks, you can slowly wear down its stamina. That's when the animal's true weakness shows. Once it loses its confidence and gives in to fear, the beast can't even use its own natural strengths. And finally, when the monster is completely broken and cornered, a single finishing blow is all it takes to end everything. He confidently declares that time is on his side. He smugly watches on, wondering just how long Hansen can possibly last under this kind of pressure. Meanwhile, Hansen is just casually doing an overhead press right in the middle of the fiery battlefield. 30 minutes pass. The enemy is losing their minds, wondering why he still hasn't collapsed. Suddenly, a member of the muscle army turns around, sensing someone approaching. He silently observes his opponent and realizes a shocking truth about his uneven muscle stimulation. Forgetting about his own life, the muscle soldier demands that the enemy perform another 1,529 reps on the other side. Gudo isn't doing much better. He groans that everything is too heavy and that he feels like he's about to die. Hearing that, Hansen immediately walks over to check his form and calmly asks, "Does it hurt?" He then adjusts his posture, telling him to bend his knees, lower, and to lean forward a bit more to start the exercise. Hansen urges him to maximize the muscle contraction and extension right then and there. He roars, demanding a powerful contraction for the best possible results. Absolutely furious about being dragged into this bizarre training session, Rabbit spins around, screaming in utter rage. "What the hell are you guys doing? You're supposed to be fighting." Hansen just stared back at him, his eyes filled with a haunting intensity, and shot back a question of his own. "You already know, so why ask?" A brilliant, absolutely unhinged smile spread across his face as he declared their safety-first training motto, "Lightweight, baby." And with that, the entire muscle army began their reps in perfect, rhythmic sync. They shouted in unison. Hansen led the charge, his voice booming out the count. 3, 4, 5. Arms began to tremble violently under the extreme pressure of the exercise. His whole body was shaking, but he secretly felt amazing. His joints didn't hurt at all. In fact, the old man shivered as he realized. A strange sense of pleasure was creeping through his body. He told himself everything was fine, but strength has its limits. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "All right, time to stop." Hansen immediately leaned in close, flashing that signature bright smile of his. "Hey member, you feeling tired?" The old man stared at the young man before him, silently admitting this training session delivered a fresh and exciting rush of dopamine. He almost conceded that his army had been defeated, but the real reason for the sudden stop? The king was here. Approaching from the distant, windswept, snow-capped hill, King Hinderbrand, with his long, white hair, scanned the battlefield with an ice-cold gaze. A muscle-bound soldier standing nearby could only sweat bullets in pure astonishment. Hinderbrand slowly walked toward Hansen and asked bluntly, "Are you the one Guro chose?" The final boss had arrived. Instantly, the mood switched to serious mode. Looking at Hansen's monstrous build, Hinderbrand knew that body wasn't the result of any normal training. He was dead certain that beneath all that muscle lay the power of a truly terrifying opponent. Hinderbrand closed the distance, his eyes never leaving his target. Hansen stood his ground, his expression turning grim as he came face to face with the legendary king. The two faced off, creating an atmosphere so tense it was hard to breathe in the frozen lands. Then, Hansen threw a punch with the force of a mountain, aimed straight for King Hinderbrand's face. A direct hit. The opponent's face distorted under the insane pressure. Right now, Hinderbrand's muscles existed in two states: degenerated muscle and massive muscle memory. Hansen stood tall, showing off his powerful, rippling physique while the old king struggled to awaken his own fighting spirit. Which one had more influence? Not even Hinderbrand himself knew for sure until he threw a punch. In other words, the real question now was this: do Hinderbrand's muscles even exist anymore? An earth-shattering collision erupted, shaking the very air around them. The punch slammed into Hansen's face, creating clouds of white vapor. And the initial answer appeared to be no. Hinderbrand relentlessly hammered his opponent with thunderous blows, leaving Hansen frozen and just taking the hits. Another powerful strike landed, and yet, reality screamed back. "Oh, they exist all right." Hansen's eyes blazed with a determined blue light as he quickly regained intense focus for a counterattack. Witnessing this from afar, a subordinate in sunglasses curiously asked Princess Rabbit, "Why is King Hinderbrand fighting with his bare hands?" The character with pink bunny ears watched silently before giving a profound reply. "You still haven't seen enough of the world. It's simple. True masters don't need weapons. Muscles are all they need. The greatest pleasure is defeating an opponent using their own specialty. That's the final frontier that all old masters chase." Hansen stood firm against constant punches and coolly declared, "This time, I didn't feel a thing." He immediately countered with a powerful bench press technique, but the king thought his style, while heavy, was just too simple. A barrage of strikes rained down on Hansen's chest, and he finally began to show signs of struggling. Hansen roared back, insisting that weight training is anything but simple. Memories of his early days flooded his mind. A naive, younger Hansen asking his master, "Master, why do we have to keep doing the same things over and over?" He complained that the daily repetition was just so boring. His master, wearing a red headband, simply smiled and began explaining the variety within every single part, every set. and the total volume of weight. He emphasized that from the range of motion to the angle, countless things were always changing in every session. But the most miraculous change of all? The transformation of every single cell in the body. That was the greatest thing. Hansen could only nod with deep respect. You're right, Master. The workout isn't repetitive, only the person training fails to understand it. Back in the fight, Hansen zipped past his opponent with terrifying speed. His enemy was still confident, claiming such an obvious attack would never touch him. But in the next instant, a lightning punch landed, leaving him badly injured and coughing up blood in pure shock. Watching the scene unfold, a bystander cheered excitedly. That was a lucky punch. Hansen's brow furrowed as he repeated the words with disbelief. A lucky punch? No. Without giving his opponent a second to recover, he switched to an overgrip, unleashing a thunderous blow that sent the old king flying. The king's body crashed violently into the ground. As he got up, Hildebrand smirked with amusement. You dare to change your attack's trajectory? The old king admitted it aloud. I acknowledge your fighting skills. Hildebrand then quietly drew a sharp weapon, and his entire body suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue spiritual energy. He activated a body-enhancing ability and declared coldly, "The game ends here." Seeing his opponent start to use supernatural powers, a member of the muscle army screamed in panic. This is bad. He's not just physically strong, he uses magic too. Han Nim, you have to use magic as well. Hansen just stood there, confused. Magic? In his mind, a brand new definition began to form. Magic is the abdominal muscles. The abs are the core, he told himself, and the core is the body's center of balance. Hansen's abs began to contract, vibrating with incredible power. He poured all of his focus into his core, making his body's magic as solid as it could possibly be. He roared magic, and immediately transformed into the 212 Division State, a brutally demanding professional bodybuilding class. With a monstrous physique and thigh muscles as defined as cold steel, Hansen stood proudly within a radiant red aura. Hildebrand was completely stunned. He muttered that this was a type of magic he had never even heard of in his entire life. But Hildebrand didn't back down. He tightened his grip on the sword, condensing the brilliant blue energy around the blade. He scoffed, thinking his opponent was just shrinking his body. Then, he unleashed a massive energy slash that tore through space, heading straight for Hansen. A massive collision exploded. But Hansen had casually blocked the energy slash entirely, with nothing but his bare, steel-hard arm. Hildebrand's eyes went wide with terror, sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the young man's impossible defense. In stark contrast to the king's horror, Hansen just smirked, flashing a confident and arrogant grin at his opponent. The story suddenly jumps back in time to the year 2007, a time when all professional athletes competed on a single stage, without any weight class divisions. Among the towering mountains of muscle from the larger competitors, a giant killer suddenly appeared. He was an athlete of short stature but possessed a physique so perfect and so sharp that it sent shockwaves through the entire auditorium. From that day forward, as shorter bodybuilders consistently ranked higher than their taller competitors, the entire fitness industry was thrown into absolute chaos. The taller athletes fell into a deep, bitter depression, finally understanding a hard truth. Height is nothing if you can't flex your muscles. That was the real key. The pride of the taller bodybuilders was shattered after losing to their shorter rivals. They hid themselves away in darkness, calling themselves trash, feeling smaller than cockroaches. The situation got so bad, it threatened the very existence of professional bodybuilding leagues. Faced with this pressure, the officials had to consider changing the scoring rules to make it harder for the shorter athletes. During a tense press conference, when asked why they were creating separate divisions, Chairman Ips Santosa confidently stated that his organization had considered this for a long time. But the smaller a human body is, the more advantageous it is for muscle conditioning. It wouldn't matter what size or shape you wanted these people to be. It was completely meaningless. The sports reporters, completely stunned, asked for clarification. What does that mean? Even if the rules change, nothing will be different? The official just scowled, snapping back in annoyance. You call yourselves sports reporters and you don't get it? It's because every single cell in their bodies is incredibly close to one another, which means they can change their bodies as flexibly as a chameleon. Back to the fight. Hansen, now a towering 212 centimeters tall, stood face to face with Hildebrand. The old king focused all his magic, declaring, "With this power, I'll pierce right through you." A thunderous stab of brilliant blue energy shot straight for Hansen's back. But Hansen stood firm like a mountain, coolly hitting a back double biceps pose, flexing hard. The muscles on his back tightened, vibrating with raw power against the point of the magic sword. And that's when logic just completely broke down. Hansen glanced back, sending a message to all the bodybuilders out there. Don't let your size make you feel small. Watch this. His muscular followers could only stare, wide-eyed. They held their breath, watching their leader's impossible display of strength. Hansen's back muscles coiled like steel mountains, squeezing the blade so tight it couldn't move an inch. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed out, until Hansen roared one phrase, "Weapon breaker." The old king's sword instantly shattered from the sheer muscle compression. Hinderbrand was stunned, screaming, "Impossible, I don't accept this." In a frenzy, Hinderbrand activated a ton of buffs, muscle enhancement, explosive power-up, stamina boost. A blue spiritual flame engulfed the old king. "I'll give it my all." "One more time," he bellowed. He shot forward, fast as the wind, unleashing a storm of lightning-fast strikes that surrounded Hansen in a blinding light. Hinderbrand screamed in pure desperation, but Hansen, he just smirked, full of confidence, and stood his ground. He just soaked up the barrage of hits, calling it a full-body massage. An electric one, at that. Hansen stood there, using his opponent's most brutal attacks to stimulate and relax his own massive muscles. Hinderbrand was panting heavily. The old king was completely drained after that relentless assault. Hansen casually walked over and asked, "So, is the finale over now?" Towering over his fallen opponent, he declared, "Now, I'll return the favor." Hansen turned, flexing his insane physique and shouting, "Side chest." A blinding aura exploded from him, leaving Hinderbrand absolutely floored. Hansen kept hitting the powerful side chest pose while the old king just collapsed, completely dazed. As everyone watched in disbelief, an observer screamed, "Don't you see it? The roar of a wild beast is coming from those very poses." And instantly, a blood-red aura in the shape of a ferocious animal head surrounded Hansen, creating a suffocating pressure that dominated the entire battlefield. Things escalated so fast no one could tell the difference between a performance and pure destruction. Hinderbrand quietly stared at his opponent and whispered, "I will withdraw my troops." He asked if they should just stop, because in his entire long life, he had never seen such terrifying defensive power. The old king decisively declared he would surrender. Hansen just smiled back. "You're thinking straight, old man." But then, for the melee, the old king suddenly swung a shimmering blue magic sword. Hansen, however, dodged it with godlike speed. Hinderbrand was impressed, admitting his opponent's reflexes were monstrous. He raised his sword, declaring he now recognized Hansen's body itself as a form of magic. Magic, after all, is the power to make magical energy real. And right now, Hansen was gritting his teeth, channeling his power to turn his whole body into a blazing red flame. Hinderbrand created a special magic weapon made of pure, glowing blue energy. Hansen's body might be able to break a normal weapon, but something without a fixed shape like this? His muscles couldn't possibly catch it. Hinderbrand moved with incredible speed, swinging the magic blade straight into Hansen's shoulder, injuring him. Hansen gritted his teeth in pain, muttering, "First time in my life. Even my muscles have to admit this one's a bit tough." Hansen began to get into a ready stance, the muscles in his legs coiling with power. This was how he gathered the necessary strength before unleashing his full energy. But with his perfectly trained body, all the complicated prep work was now almost completely unnecessary. Hansen shot forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful body blow that smashed right through the blue magic defense. With all his tells gone, it seemed like there was no way left to beat him. But Hinderbrand suddenly reached out, grabbing his face and coldly shutting that idea down. Hansen was stunned, realizing he was completely neutralized in an instant. Through the dust, the old king calmly used one hand to pin the struggling giant to the ground. Hinderbrand stared his opponent down with ice-cold eyes, declaring that in this world, there is nothing that cannot be conquered. Hinderbrand gripped Hansen's head and said coldly, "If I can't cut your muscles, then I'll just peel off your skin." The king focused brilliant blue magic into his palm, his intent clear. "I'll make it thin, so painfully thin. I'll scrape that skin right off you." Sharp streaks of blue energy clawed across Hansen's back, leaving countless wounds amidst screeching impact sounds. Caught by the surprise attack, Hansen's eyes widened in shock. He quickly analyzed the situation and had an idea. "What if I break the fingers holding me down?" Hansen moved instantly, launching a lightning-fast counterattack before deciding to use a hit-and-run strategy. To create some distance, he used his leg strength to leap far away. But Hinderbrand gave him no chance to rest, roaring with finality, "You're not getting away," and chased him down at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Hinderbrand's hand had once again clamped down on Hansen's face. The old king stated coldly, "Got you again." The king perched on his opponent's giant shoulders, glowing with that brilliant blue aura. Hansen gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, if this were a bodybuilding competition, I would have won for sure. Hinderbrand watched Hansen quietly from behind his exploding spiritual power. He said confidently, but if you take this next hit head-on, not even your bones will be left intact. The king's face grew incredibly serious under the pressure of the deep blue magic. Right at that moment, Hansen's speed suddenly shot up to a terrifying new level. His strikes were so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, like the jabs of a professional boxer. But pro boxers are masters at skillfully dodging jabs that fast. What makes that possible is the massive amount of combat experience they've built up over time. Through that experience, every single one of an opponent's attacks can be seen through easily. Hinderbrand's eyes widened in shock, his focus sharpening as he realized what was happening. It seemed like every one of his moves was being read instantly. Hinderbrand was stunned by the terrifying speed, something he had never experienced in his entire life. Standing in the vast, snowy field, facing a warrior unlike any he'd ever seen, Hansen began to flex. His muscles glowed with a brilliant, overwhelming power. Hinderbrand stomped his boots into the ground, a thrilled smile spreading across his face as he yelled, "Interesting." The old king's fighting spirit was now burning hotter than ever before. Hinderbrand wondered to himself, what if they had met a year earlier, or even 10 years ago? How would things be different? He shot forward in a blur of brilliant blue spiritual energy, channeling all his power into the small sword in his hand. But Hansen was right there with him, roaring as he charged ahead in a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand lamented that, if they'd met in their prime, this fight would have been even more spectacular. He thought this as he unleashed a devastating close-range attack. "I hate this old body." Hinderbrand spat out bitterly. Hansen gritted his teeth, silently complaining about the agony of constantly moving without a single second of rest between sets. He realized this fighting style was just like a pyramid drop set with weights. You start with the heaviest weight and go lighter to completely exhaust the muscle. This method minimizes injury risk, but it also impacts deep, absolutely crushing the target muscle group to its limit. Suddenly, Hansen was trapped tight in a technique called invisible magic. Watching from below, Hinderbrand sighed to himself. He knew that with his age, his stamina was low. He couldn't fight for long, and he didn't want his personal fun to ruin the mission. Then a world-shaking explosion. The blast sent the muscle army members scrambling in panic. "Hansen Nim!" one of them cried out, worried for their leader who'd been sent flying. But another member cut him off. "No, this time is different. Hansen Nim is holding his posture, mid-combat, and he's still maintaining perfect form. Now that's a true gym discipline." In mid-air, Hansen was holding a steady squat position. He whispered the word, "Squat." It's a move that uses the lower body to push off the ground. Hansen remembered one day, while squatting in the forest, a strange idea popped into his head. Why does no one ever try to push the sky? That simple change in perspective was what allowed Hansen to fly. By kicking off the air as if it were solid ground, he created continuous thrusts to move through the sky, before landing decisively, right in front of his opponent. If Newton saw this, he'd probably burst into tears. Hinderbrand realized stalling for time was getting difficult. He had to refocus. Hinderbrand reached his hand forward, condensing his magic to create an immense pressure that came crashing down on the distant Hansen. Instantly, a member of the muscle army locked the old king up from behind, declaring his support. He was seizing the moment while their opponent was trembling and helpless. Hansen poured all his strength into a thunderous punch, striking Hinderbrand directly in the chest. The massive impact shattered the old king's ribs. Witnessing this, a one-eyed member of the muscle army cheered wildly. A direct hit. With that much damage, there's no way he's getting back up. Hinderbrand gasped for breath, his face etched with exhaustion. The old king said bitterly, "Time is so cruel. Way too cruel." He painfully admitted that in his prime, he could have easily beaten this opponent. But now, he was struggling this much. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared before Hansen's eyes. Quest, the old king's regret officially completed, granting the second clue about the Oculus. In the silent atmosphere, a mocking voice echoed out, Well, who would have thought the great Hinderbrand would be defeated so miserably?" From the shadows, the red-haired man named Gon stepped forward. He casually dragged up a dark figure from the ground. He muttered ominously, "Finally, we meet face to face." Gan stared directly at Hansen. A crazed smile formed on his lips as he said, "Long time no see, Hansen. Physical therapy is always great for correcting posture, recovery, and reducing muscle pain." Hansen thought to himself that among all the benefits, there was one that trainees especially loved, having someone else help them with their stretching routines. He'd already decided that after this job, he was getting professional help. but seeing the enemy in front of him, Hansen gritted his teeth, pure rage in his eyes. "If you hadn't done that to my healer." But just then, Block threw up a hand, stopping him. "Hansen Nim, hold on." He declared that the real reason he was here was for that guy. "He's an officer from the Oculus organization," Block explained, "with magic that transforms his internal organs for combat. And the one standing right in front of them? That was Zoom, the user of bladder control magic." At that, a wave of absolute fury erupted. Block flashed back to the disgusting memory, this bastard spraying urine all over the muscles of his seniors. He roared, "I can never forgive someone who would disgrace the muscles of our seniors like you did." Hansen's killing intent flared. "I'll annihilate you," he growled. But again, Block stepped in to stop him. "Hansen Nim, you should get some rest. Because of your injury, your muscles are looking severely dehydrated." He insisted this was the top priority. Hansen needed to prevent muscle loss immediately. Hearing that, Hansen snapped out of it. "You're right," he agreed. "I almost pushed my body too far." Watching Block's back, Hansen felt a surge of pride. The kid had become incredibly reliable, showing such deep concern for muscle health. "Good," he thought. "I'll trust him this once and try to get some sleep." The red-haired enemy sneered when he noticed Block. "Well, if it isn't the guy who ran away last time," Block calmly replied. "Thank you for remembering me." The enemy just laughed mockingly. "That's because you were so scared you pissed your pants," Block admitted thoughtfully. "I don't think I did that, but it doesn't matter. The truth is, I completely failed." His face turned dead serious. He thought to himself, "To wash away the shame of those days, I went through the most brutal training imaginable, over and over again." Block threw himself into torturous workouts, from powerful bench presses and heavy deadlifts under a rushing waterfall, to grueling squats that forged his very will. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army asked nervously, "Sir Guro, do you think Block can actually win?" Guro, standing on the fortress wall, just chuckled. "Ha ha, looks like you've never seen Block train before." Another soldier was still full of doubt. "With all that body fat, he's definitely gonna lose," Guro declared with confidence. "I'll admit his body fat percentage is high. But when it comes to the 3 core lifts, Block is on the same level as Hansen himself." Block charged forward, raw power exploding from him, no holding back now. The red-haired guy? He dodged easily, a smirk playing on his lips. Too simple. He gathered crimson energy in his palm and launched a lightning-fast counter. A brilliant green explosion ripped through the air. Guro roared his support. "Go for it!" Banking on his sheer muscle density, Block pushed everything into one last charge. He shot forward like an arrow, piercing right through the red energy to close the distance. Block was confident he could just power through an attack like this. But in the next instant, a cold, green beam stabbed straight through his chest. He gasped in shock, realizing his defenses had been completely blown apart. More crimson blasts rained down, wounding Block severely as blood poured from his body. From a distance, the red-haired man curled his lips into a sinister grin. He mocked him, saying Block looked like a wild boar in its death throes. Then, with a casual, taunting smile, he asked if that was really all he had left. Meanwhile, Hansen was still resting, totally clueless about the chaos unfolding. The members of the muscle squad cried out in despair, begging for someone to save Block. One warrior tried to rush out to help, but was immediately stopped. The order was absolute: hold the formation. If they broke rank, the defensive wall would crumble, and every sacrifice would be for nothing. Though terrified for Block's life, Guro told everyone to look closer. "If you look carefully, you'll see it. As long as he's breathing, there's a chance." He declared that the fighting spirit in Block's eyes hadn't gone out yet. Block wheezed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He growled that it wasn't over, his whole body shaking. He forced his battered legs to drag himself forward. The red-haired man laughed from afar, sneering. He asked if Block really wanted to keep going, because he was starting to pity such a pathetic opponent. Block's trembling hand gripped a steel bar. This is the spirit of a powerlifter. These are people who train and compete with absolute dedication. Their one and only goal is to lift the maximum possible weight in 3 core exercises. They could not care less about building a pretty, aesthetic body like a bodybuilder. Their philosophy is brutally simple. Just lift it up and push it forward with every ounce of your soul. Even when the enemy's attack pierces your body, even when your guts are spilling out, that will does not waver. Block let out a savage roar, focusing everything he had on the enemy before him. Just one chance. That's all he needed. Block thrust his hands forward, grabbing his opponent's clothes as his eyes blazed with green spiritual energy. The muscles in his arms bulged with terrifying power, making organs scream in shock. What is this strength? He was stunned to find he couldn't break free from this fated grip. With his monstrous arms, Block lifted Organ clean off the ground, crushing all resistance with an insane squeeze. He gritted his teeth and screamed the name of his ultimate move. Deadly. The pressure was unbelievable, causing Organ's body to twist and distort under the raw force. Witnessing this, Block thought to himself in awe. I'm pretty sure his entire spine just snapped. He thought the fight was won, but nope, the twist of the century was coming. Life's just not that simple. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering. How is this possible? On the ground, Organ's red-haired body began to twist and contort with dry, cracking sounds. He laughed mockingly. You were hitting pretty hard a second ago. What happened? Run out of gas? Organ slowly stood up, his eyes glowing eerily through the smoke. Just as you thought. I am the master of the bladder, and a bladder doesn't need bones. Without hesitation, Block roared bench and charged straight at the enemy. Block threw a thunderous punch called press. But the moment it connected, his enemy's body suddenly swelled up like a giant balloon. Block was stunned. His enemy had morphed into a massive, round sphere that blotted out the sky, a pig's bladder. See, back in the day, before balls even existed, humanity was always looking for ways to fight off boredom. And they discovered that if you inflate a pig's bladder with air and tie it off, it becomes an incredibly tough, elastic object with a powerful bounce. Something that can easily absorb and repel any impact from the outside. Back to reality. Organ had now fully transformed into a giant, veiny ball, making every single one of Block's attacks completely useless. As he struggled against that massive, elastic sphere, it was like a soccer ball had just been born on the battlefield. This grotesque transformation brought a whole new level of chaos. Organ, in his ball form, shot off like a lightning bolt, rocketing downward with a technique he called water rocket. The impact created a terrifying explosion right in front of Block. Seeing this, Guro's eyes went wide with horror. This is bad. Really bad. Another squad member asked, confused. Wait, I thought we were winning? That tiny flicker of hope was immediately smacked down by reality. Guro shut him down instantly. No way. He grimly explained that a powerlifter's entire world is about lifting up or pushing away. But against a bouncing, elastic object like that, both pushing and lifting are totally meaningless. Block silently watched the sphere careening through the air. He understood that just trying to lift it was a complete waste of time. Flexing with all his might, Block wrapped his arms around the giant sphere, which was radiating Organ's dark energy. Seeing how dangerous this was, Guro screamed in a panic, "Get away, Block. We need a plan first." But Block just smiled faintly. "Thanks for worrying, Guro. But I've always believed in the power of powerlifting." Veins bulged on his hands as he dug his fingers into the sphere's skin with pure determination. Block then asked Guro if he knew the most important thing in powerlifting. It's the strength to push the weight on the bench press. His hands gripped the imaginary bar with an iron will. It's also the strength to drive yourself up from a squat. Every muscle fiber in his body tensed as he focused his entire spirit on the lift. And finally, it's the strength to pull a colossal weight off the floor in the deadlift. A lifter's true power begins with their grip. When you channel all of your raw gripping force into your hands, your fingertips dig in, leaving deep marks on your target, a testament to your iron will. A sudden, earth-shattering explosion rocked the hazy battlefield. Cut back to the gym, a Minotaur warrior is panting, drenched in sweat and totally exhausted. "All right, member, time for the next set." The Minotaur whined. "Coach, you can't just stop at the most exciting part. You want to hear the rest of the story? Then finish this set." And just like that, the musclehead roared, frantically training just to hear what happens next. "All right, fine. Let's see what went down." This story is fueled by pure muscle, no training, no drama to watch. If the fight had just played out, Block would have crushed Ogun, no question. But right at that moment, someone else showed up to crash the party. A much younger Hinderbrand stepped onto the scene, looking imposing as ever. Standing on the massive battlefield, the young warrior eyed his new opponent, wondering if he even stood a chance. Hinderbrand just coldly advised, "Give up, kid. Aren't you already exhausted?" Seeing the absolute danger he was in, his teammate screamed from the sidelines, "Block, that's enough. Get out of there now." He urged him on, saying that with his jumping squad's skill, running away would be easy. The young man just muttered to himself, his voice full of doubt. Run away? He looked down, deep in thought, his eyes hidden in shadow. But staring at the monster in front of him, he wasn't scared. Not at all. In fact, a surge of excitement made him grit his teeth with determination. He roared, "An opponent this strong is standing right in front of me," before suddenly dropping into a powerful, ready stance. What an idiot. Hinderbrand scoffed, swinging his sword glowing with blue spiritual energy in a lightning-fast strike. A brutal clang echoed as their powers clashed head-on. Hinderbrand smirked, a little impressed. Idiot or not, he thought, facing a challenge head-on. That's a pretty good habit to have. The old king declared that thanks to the time Block bought him, he'd finished a super muscle recovery through deep sleep. Hinderbrand just stood there, his razor-sharp sword ready. Hansen announced loud and clear that he wasn't just a bodybuilder who finished today's muscle growth. No, he was now a super bodybuilder. On the snow-covered battlefield, Ogun was down for the count while Hinderbrand silently watched from behind a cloud of dust. A super bodybuilder? What in the world is that? Instantly, one of the muscle army members broke into a cold sweat. He was shocked, revealing he'd heard legends about this terrifying state of being. As his teammates stared in disbelief, he began explaining the basics of muscle growth. It's all based on a cycle of destruction and recovery. Normally, exercise breaks down muscle fibers, and you need that perfect balance with sleep. This gives the body time to regenerate and grow muscle cells. But a super bodybuilder? That's on a whole other level. Seeing everyone's confusion, the muscle soldier pointed at Hansen and told them all to look closely at his eyes. Hansen stood tall, his massive muscles practically glowing, but his eyes were weirdly shut tight. The shocking truth was revealed. A super bodybuilder isn't actually conscious. It's a phenomenal state of being, one that can destroy and recover muscle at the exact same time. Meanwhile, back in the Sinbertham kingdom, the mood was tense in front of a giant stone structure. As snow fell, the soldiers nervously discussed letting King Hinderbrand fight all by himself. Gudo just stared ahead, lost in thought. He worried that in chess, if the king is captured, it's game over. Yet here they were, letting their own king lead the charge. An old white-haired general next to him overheard and asked how long Gudo had been in the army. When he heard the answer, 35 years, the old general smirked, saying Gudo was too young to understand. He asked what the current textbooks teach about how the Sinbertham kingdom grew so powerful. Gudo replied clearly that they were taught it was a mighty military nation that sent mercenaries everywhere. The old general nodded, confirming that's what the public was told. But the truth about the Sinbertham kingdom? Totally different from the official story. In the past, King Hinderbrand single-handedly invaded other nations. He would coldly wipe out anyone who dared to resist him, then just casually absorb their territory, standing amid the rubble and countless bodies under a blood-red sky. Hinderbrand himself was the symbol of this kingdom's violent birth. Hinderbrand declared with absolute authority, "I am the Sinbertham kingdom." He then shot forward like a flash, unleashing a devastating slash at Hansen. Despite his godlike physique, Hansen was pierced straight through his layers of muscle, leaving a serious wound. Hinderbrand looked down on his fallen opponent and mocked him, saying that whether he's a super bodybuilder or whatever, the end result is always the same. But suddenly, the muscles on Hansen's arm began to swell and writhe unnaturally right where he was injured. Hinderbrand unleashed a flurry of explosive attacks, but it seemed like nothing could stop him. Hansen's leg muscles started expanding violently. He roared out the name of his technique, bench press, and shot forward with unbelievable speed. His enemy realized with horror that Hansen was now moving way faster than before. Focusing hard to track his movements, the king realized the shocking truth. It wasn't his speed. It was Hansen's size. He was literally growing bigger by the second. Hansen then slammed a thunderous blow into the ground, causing a world-shaking tremor. Hinderbrand cried out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Hansen then put all his weight into a massive stomp, making the ground beneath them tremble violently. The muscles on his arms began to contract, pulsing with brilliant flashes of light. Hansen used his colossal hand to crush his opponent's resistance. Witnessing this, a Sinbertham official cried out in panic, "The king! Is he really getting pushed back this one-sidedly?" Even a member of the muscle army was stunned. "I knew Hansen was strong," he said, "but I never imagined the gap was this huge." A comparison chart between Hinderbrand and Hansen appears. In reality, Hinderbrand's average stats were way higher. Especially in experience and combat instinct, the difference between them was like night and day. The stats say he should be dominating, but the actual fight tells a different story. With his ability to see through all the laws of physics, Hinderbrand should have easily dodged every attack. And yet, before his special sight could even activate, Hansen's hand was already right in his face. With every single movement, Hansen's muscle fibers were being torn apart and rebuilt at maximum speed, releasing a suffocating wave of heat. Seeing victory so close, Guro cheered excitedly, "Yes, keep it up, Sir Hansen." But amid the disciplined ranks of soldiers, one of them suddenly spoke up, asking Sir Guro. But still, the soldier looked towards his leader, confused. How did Hinderbrand get so young all of a sudden? A different soldier on the wall suddenly shivered in terror. sensing a cold, murderous aura from below. He screamed from the top of the towering fortress, warning his comrades to get away from the area immediately. Down at the base, a green liquid began leaking from massive cracks. The disgusting green fluid poured out like a flood, completely surrounding the ranks of soldiers. The one behind this whole scheme just smirked. His eyes glowed with evil as he whispered, "Too late. This was a total disaster." The muscle army descended into chaos, filled with screams of pain. A horrifying itching and burning sensation started on the soles of their feet. A toxic green mist filled the air, directly attacking the warrior's skin and causing immense pain. In the middle of the slimy hellscape, Hansen stood silently, his head bowed and his face grim. He knew, if your skin is irritated or damaged, it causes a huge distraction during a workout. For a man who valued absolute focus above all else, this was an unacceptable obstacle. Hansen clenched his jaw in fury, his face lost in shadow, his eyes burning with a furious fire. He growled that being disturbed during his training was the one thing that pissed him off the most. The teeth of green things tear them apart to sustain themselves. Then, at the end of the predatory cycle, life begins to lose its strength. An eagle swooped down from the sky, aiming straight for a fox that held prey in its mouth. Decaying bodies revealed their skeletons to the world. Bacteria began to invade the rotting flesh, causing it to slowly disappear. Those dissolving bodies would become soil, and from that very earth, a new sprout would rise up. Everything continued, constantly eating and being eaten, so that the flow of life would never be broken. From grass, to locusts, to mice, snakes, and eagles, everything formed one eternal, unbreakable circle. In reality, life is one massive digestive system, and the true purpose of the stomach is the reincarnation of all things. In that mystical space, a mysterious being declared, the mother of all life, named digestion, is Winnie. Seeing their leader's insane muscle up, the army roared with excitement. "Incredible, Hansen Nim, go get him." But in the middle of all that hype, one member looked absolutely terrified. He swallowed hard, shaking, and stammered in fear. "This is bad." He realized with horror that Hansen Nim couldn't maintain this state any longer. As his comrades stared blankly, he asked what the 3 basic factors for muscle growth were. When they answered proper training, enough sleep, and nutrition, his panic only intensified. A loud noise ripped through the air. From the top of the wall, he screamed in desperation, "Hansen Nim, you can't fight anymore. You have to eat something." Down below, Hansen collapsed, his body completely exhausted after pushing way past its limits. A soldier yelled in a panic, "There's still some emergency protein over here." Immediately, a giant, terrified chicken-toed creature appeared, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. A worried subordinate approached, looking at his leader's back and hesitating before asking, "Hansen Nim, if we keep fighting like this, are we going to lose?" Hansen just gave a sinister little smile in the darkness. He declared confidently, "Oh, we'll win." Despite his body being on the verge of collapse, Hansen officially announced he would achieve victory without any more nutrition. The process of muscle breakdown was activated. Hansen lowered his center of gravity into a squat, and his whole body erupted with a brilliant orange heat. His muscles swelled violently under the suffocating pressure. He shot forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a lightning-fast punch that tore the ground to shreds, creating a massive trench that stretched far into the distance. He just sneered, "Too weak." Before his opponent could react, Hansen launched forward again like a blazing red arrow, closing in on the enemy hiding behind a cloak and a wide-brimmed hat. The opponent screamed one more time, his eyes suddenly glowing bright, activating a powerful summoning magic to turn the tables. The battle seemed decided, but his opponent was still fighting back with everything he had. A massive wall of flesh, a literal stomach wall, erupts from the ground, stopping Hansen's 1,000-ton punch cold. The sheer force of the impact sends the summoner flying backward. Hansen grinds his teeth, putting all his strength into pressing against the pulsating muscle wall. He says in shock, "Damn, that's thick." Hansen gets pushed back, shocked by the sudden, terrifying burst of power his opponent just unleashed. Winnie smirks, her eyes glowing with a challenge. "You really think so?" she asks, then calmly explains that as a stomach mage, she can turn anything she's digested into an endless supply of energy. Below them, a green liquid full of bones and debris bubbles ominously. Winnie kept twisting the knife, laying on the psychological pressure. She insisted that with every passing second, Hansen was only getting weaker, while she, on the other hand, would just keep getting stronger. And just like that, she activated her summoning technique, the stomach gun. A brilliant golden weapon materialized in her hand as she declared, "This matchup really is not in your favor at all." Deadly blue beams of light started blasting out from the weapon's barrel. Hansen moved like a madman, pulling off lightning-fast dodges through the storm of energy bullets. But even in this insane situation, he coolly analyzed the attack. I admit, that attack packed some serious kinetic energy. Then, without warning, Hansen launched himself into the air, rocketing straight toward his opponent as he shouted, "But between you and me, there's an overwhelming difference in physical strength." He closed the distance in a flash, his ice-cold gaze stunning Winnie into shock. Hansen roared the name of his technique, jumping squat. Even in that chaotic downpour of attacks, Hansen's dodges were so perfect it was like he was using hacks. Winnie narrowed her eyes. "Your sixth sense is sharp," she noted. Then she unleashed her ultimate state, total gastric acid armor, transforming her body into a monstrous, giant entity with a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth, foaming with acid. Standing inside the slimy orb, Winnie repeated her taunt. "I told you. This matchup is bad for you." But defying all expectations, Hansen just leaped straight into the toxic pool, firing back. "No, this matchup is actually perfect for me." Winnie was floored. "What did you say? What do you mean?" Instead of dodging the problem, he dove right into it. Hansen stood tall amidst the swirling corrosive mist. He calmly laid it out. "Your insane digestive abilities, combined with my intense training regimen." He shot her a confident thumbs up. "Isn't that the most perfect combination?" Hearing this, Winnie just burst out laughing, a genuine, hearty laugh that left her muscle-bound army staring at each other in total confusion. They were all thinking the same thing. Did she actually find Hansen's nonsense funny? And then, just as quickly, the smile vanished. Her face went pale. She'd just realized a horrifying truth. Winnie stared dead at Hansen and whispered, "Impossible. You've been acting so calm, but your muscles haven't grown one bit this whole time." Her voice trembled as she asked the final, terrifying question. "Don't tell me. You've actually been in your right mind?" Hansen just casually admitted it. Yep, she'd figured him out. He explained that when a body is starved of nutrients, the first thing it burns for fuel is muscle. To maintain his growth, he absolutely couldn't let his muscles shrink. Seeing this, Winnie coldly declared that she'd consider this his official surrender. A brilliant golden energy gathered in her hands as she demanded the creature obediently become her next meal. Winnie's glowing palm pressed right against the little monster. All the while, Hansen stood there watching, confirming that his prediction was 100% correct. He saw right through her fatal flaw, calling out the absolute limit of her digestive capacity. Hansen broke it down for her. In her rush to win, she'd been frantically stuffing everything into her stomach until she'd finally hit her breaking point. He clenched his fist, posing a chilling question. What would happen if a massive external force slammed right into that overstuffed gut? Winnie's face said it all, pure anxiety. Her greatest advantage had just become a ticking time bomb inside her own body. But then, a wicked smile spread across her face. Winnie casually revealed a nasty little secret. When her stomach sees a tempting new meal, it automatically contracts to make more space. And just like that, a gigantic mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth opened wide, ready to swallow Hansen whole in a sea of crimson digestive fluid. As the deadly trap began to close, Winnie mocked him. "Did you really not know about this?" Hansen's eyes shot wide open in shock. "You're the one who doesn't know?" And right before he was completely sucked in, a brilliant flash of light shot from him, striking the monster's core. Hansen was in freefall as a soldier screamed his name. Suddenly, a massive pillar of orange liquid erupted from the ground, blasting everything away. Hansen roared, "Block it!" He stood face to face with Winnie, who calmly noted that she didn't need to digest anything else anymore. Her eyes locked onto him. "Hansen, I'm focusing on you." Instantly, Hansen's body felt like lead. He thought to himself, "My muscles, they won't move." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Did I neglect my nutrition?" The stomach monster's mouth gaped open once more. Winnie gave a chilling smile. "Good. Just let yourself be peacefully absorbed." But right at that moment, the muscle army charged in from out of nowhere, rushing forward like a tidal wave. They roared in unison. "Hansen, we're here to help." Hansen was floored. "You guys abandoned the wall to come here?" One of the warriors flashed a confident grin in response. "If you lose, the wall falls anyway." He confirmed their choice. The whole team had decided to abandon their post to come here. The muscle-bound soldiers dove headfirst into the monster's giant mouth, shouting, "All we have to do is show this woman what we're made of, right?" The army charged relentlessly into the creature's gaping maw, proudly declaring, "These bodies were built thanks to you, Master Hansen. We offer them all to you." Watching his disciples get swallowed one by one, Hansen screamed in pure, desperate horror. No, he frantically warned them it was just an unproven theory, but it was already too late. Winnie casually absorbed all the energy from his bonds with them. She let out a soft, satisfied smile. Delicious. A cataclysmic explosion of purple energy erupted right after, shaking the entire snowy mountain range. Winnie stood amidst the swirling dust, grinning sadistically. She couldn't help but praise it, calling it a terrifyingly broken cheat ability. In this desperate moment, Guro suddenly appeared. Hanson's face lit up with relief. Guro! He knew Guro was different from guys like him who only knew raw power. He was sure his friend had found a way to turn this all around, and Guro calmly confirmed it, telling Hanson he had already calculated every single move required for victory. In the middle of all this chaos, his arrival felt like salvation itself. Guro raised a single finger. He declared this was the one and only winning move out of millions of possibilities. Without a shred of hesitation, he dove straight into the enemy's giant orange mouth. Just before he was completely devoured, Guro calmly told Hanson that this very sacrifice was the winning move. The monster's mouth snapped shut, leaving Hanson standing there, frozen in utter shock. The grief, the pain, the rage of losing his most loyal friend began to boil over, deep inside him. An all-or-nothing gambit where victory was paid for with a life. Suddenly, Hanson's brainwaves flared, activating every dormant sense he had. He could move again. The massive muscles on his back rippled with unbelievable power. Hanson crouched, then launched himself into the sky, like an arrow tearing through the heavens. He channeled every last bit of his strength into his legs and roared the name of his technique, Inner Thigh. A thunderous collision exploded as Hanson slammed into the opponent's orange energy. A voice rang out, confirming the direct hit. Bullseye. His companion could only watch in silence as the final showdown unfolded. Deep within that crimson space of digestive fluid, Hanson's consciousness began to stir, jolted by the sound of steady heartbeats and his comrades' voices calling out his name. 2 members of his muscle army were cheering, overjoyed. His eyes are open. Master Hanson, can you hear us? Hanson's eyes slowly fluttered open as he groggily muttered one word. Bodybuilder. As his senses returned, Hanson realized the situation. You guys, while I was drifting in and out of consciousness, were you protecting me? Turns out, they were all trapped inside a giant stomach, and his army was using every ounce of strength to push back the contracting walls of flesh. One of them replied, It's the rest period between sets, sir. Of course we have to protect you. Hanson. Another team member grunted, his entire body shaking from the strain. He gritted his teeth. This place. It's like a natural gym from hell. The pressure was absolutely crushing. But Hanson? He just smiled in the face of certain death, warning his crew, let your guard down for 1 second, and you'll be instantly pulverized. It's a workout from the abyss, skip a rep, and you're dead. See, the stomach is a digestive machine, using layers of muscle and non-stop contractions to break everything down. It turns everything inside into a liquefied slurry. And how long that takes? Well, that depends on what you're made of. Carbs dissolve in 2 to 3 hours. Protein, 4 to 5. For Hanson's crew of pure muscle, that means they have 5 hours, max, before they're completely digested. The fleshy walls kept closing in, the pressure suffocating them. Inside this chaotic meat grinder, just staying upright was a nightmare. The ground itself was constantly shifting. And worse? The crushing force was unpredictable, making it almost impossible for the muscle squad to time their pushback. And then, the stomach acid started to seep in. It clung to their skin, sizzling painfully as it began to dissolve the very protein in their muscles. In this dire moment, Hanson suddenly spat something out. After rolling his jaw, he clenched it shut with a sickening crack. Hanson opened his mouth impossibly wide and lunged forward, sinking his teeth deep into the fleshy stomach wall. His eyes glowed with a feral red light. With godlike strength, he ripped a massive chunk of flesh right off the wall. Then Hanson started chewing and swallowed it whole. For him, this was just refueling, but it was enough to reignite his fading life force. His abs began to contract, rippling with raw power. Hanson's entire physique just exploded, his muscles swelling to an insane size under the suffocating pressure. He reached out a massive hand, ready for what came next. The effect was instant, like he just chugged a pre-workout shake. With this newfound energy, Hanson rose to his full, towering height within the monster's cramped stomach. Surrounded by his stunned teammates, he declared loud and clear, time for a proper meal. It was time for a brutal counterattack, a feast, right here in the belly of the beast. Hanson started tearing into the stomach, lining with powerful, relentless bites. Seeing this, one of the muscle squad members asked nervously, Hanson, can we actually eat this stuff? Still chewing, Hanson realized what he was eating. It was basically pure tripe high in nutrients, with over 21 grams of protein and almost 0 carbs per 100 grams. High protein? That's all the muscle squad needed to hear. "It's high protein," they yelled. "Let's eat." One of them immediately lunged at the wall. He sank his teeth into the fleshy lining, sending juices flying. But something was wrong. Very wrong. He strained so hard his face contorted, but it was no use. "It's no good," he choked out. "I can't even make a dent." While Hansen feasted like a king, his teammates were completely stumped. To get to the bottom of it, we brought in a world-class competitive eating expert for a consultation. And who else but the legend himself, Takeru Kobayashi, famous for his god-tier eating skills. When a reporter asked about his confidence, Kobayashi just smirked. He shot back, "You clearly have no idea who you're talking to." The reporter apologized and asked him to clarify his record. Kobayashi proudly announced his personal best, 110 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. But that wasn't all. He went on, listing off more insane feats, like eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes, or even chowing down on more than 5 kilograms of cow brains. The reporter was floored, but she had one more tough question. "Those numbers are insane," she said. "But I have to ask, have you ever tried eating a car tire?" The question was so out of left field, the eating champ nearly choked on his water. He panicked. "Are you kidding me? How could a person possibly eat something like that?" The reporter started to say. "So you've never tried?" But Kobayashi cut her off, shouting, "You can't even chew a tire." And that's when the truth hits you. The toughness of this monster's stomach wall, it's literally on the same level as the most durable rubber tires. It's a comparison that would make anyone lose their appetite, even for these super strong bodybuilders. There was just no way they could chew through something as tough as a tire. One of the muscle squad members cried out in pure despair. "I just want some protein," he wailed, and in that moment of desperation, something strange caught their protein-starved eyes. The object that Hansen had spat out was his mouthpiece. Now, you usually see a mouthguard like this in combat sports to keep fighters from breaking their teeth. But athletes in high-intensity sports use them too. Because when you clench your jaw that hard, the insane pressure can actually wear down or even shatter your teeth. The average human has a bite force of about 84.2 kilograms. For comparison, a hippo clocks in at around 770 kilograms. A saltwater croc? Over 2,200 kilograms. But Hansen, thanks to his insane jaw muscle training, has an estimated bite force of 5,000 kilograms. That's the kind of power you'd expect from a creature from the Cretaceous period. A strength that is completely off the charts. It makes all other comparisons useless, because that number is on par with the terrifying bite force of a Tyrannosaurus rex. To keep from being digested, Hansen decided to unleash the full power he'd kept sealed away. He tossed aside the mouthguard, choosing to digest his enemy instead. He went absolutely feral, tearing into the stomach wall, eating it raw with pure rage. Faced with death, he made a bold choice: eat the boss. Witnessing Hansen's rampage, Winnie clutched her stomach in agony. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she thought, "Before you get digested, you're going to digest me first?" She couldn't let him win. "Fine," she roared in fury. "Let's see what you've got." Immediately, arcs of energy erupted around her body. Winnie focused all her magic, unleashing a power even more terrifying than the crushing force of her own stomach. She frantically tried to supercharge her stomach acid, planning to melt him into nothing. But Hansen just gave her a cold, deadly smirk and said, "Too late." And in that instant, amidst the downpour of corrosive green acid, Hansen activated his super bodybuilder on state. His muscles began to swell violently. He was shocked to realize the growth rate was even faster than before. Red, sinewy muscle fibers pulsed with incredible power. Witnessing this insane spectacle, a member of his muscle army screamed out an order for everyone to grab onto Hansen tightly to avoid being blown away. The tiny warriors desperately scrambled up, clinging to the ever-expanding mountains of their leader's muscles. Standing in the wreckage of what looked like internal organs, a subordinate asked nervously, "Lord Guro, what is happening?" Guro, with a dead serious expression, began to explain that the super bodybuilder technique had never actually been complete. He analyzed that while the process of muscle destruction and recovery was happening, the lack of an energy source meant Hansen could never break his final limit. Guro looked at Hansen's glowing physique and declared, "But now, things are different. In an environment with a 360-degree supply of protein, Hansen could absorb all the nutrients he needed instantly. In other words, this was the ultimate all-you-can-eat buffet he'd never had before." Hansen gritted his teeth, tearing through the stomach wall with immense strength. The muscles on his body grew enormous, crisscrossed with bulging veins. He announced with absolute confidence, "There's no need to set any limits on my muscle growth anymore." Horrified by this fierce resistance, Winnie began screaming hysterically. demanding that Hansen lie still and just let himself be digested. She pushed all her power into cranking the acid concentration to the max, trying to burn him to a crisp. Hansen's feet began to sink deep into the bubbling green liquid. His skin corroded violently under the brutal effects of the super-concentrated acid. It was a true battle of attrition, with both sides burning through all their resources to overwhelm the other. His powerful stomps shook the very ground. In the middle of the crisis, a thought flashed through his mind. If he gets digested, his body will just regenerate instantly. Amidst the erupting green acid, the question remained unanswered. Which was stronger, destruction or growth? His opponent, Winnie, smirked arrogantly. She admitted she was impressed by his incredible digestive ability, something she'd only ever seen in her master. But then Winnie's eyes turned sharp as steel. She declared that Hansen had seriously underestimated her. "If you want to win, you should have chewed your food properly," she roared in fury. She then began to lecture him on the nature of the stomach, a digestive organ controlled by the autonomic nervous system. Winnie used snakes as an example, claiming that even without chewing, they have more than enough power to swallow their prey whole. She clutched her stomach in pain as Hansen continued to thrash around inside her. Winnie declared she would now show him how a real snake digests its meal. The image of a giant reticulated python appeared, a snake capable of swallowing creatures far larger than its own body. But here's the tragedy for the python. If it can't find a warm, safe place, its ability to digest completely shuts down. Caught in a downpour in the deep jungle, the poor python died before it could even finish its survival cycle. Winnie revealed that a snake's inability to chew isn't a strength, it's a fatal weakness. And in that exact moment, Hansen opened his mouth wide and started chewing powerfully and relentlessly. He wasn't waiting for her lecture to end. His actions were his rebuttal. Hansen began to engage every muscle group in his body, longitudinal, circular, and oblique, to generate absolutely insane pressure. Her internal organs began to contract and tremble with each powerful pulse. He continued listing off muscle groups, the masseter, the temporalis, the esophageal muscles, the body's sphincters. Hansen poured every last ounce of strength into using every fiber of his being for a reverse digestion. And then boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted from inside the monster, blowing everything outwards. Hansen and his muscle army emerged from the catastrophic scene amidst a torrential downpour of digestive fluid. Standing in the ruins, Hansen quietly declared a final victory for his team. Suddenly, a spear tore through the air, accompanied by a scream, "Die!" But the second the weapon hit the man's massive arm, it was instantly deflected and shattered into pieces. This was the other world Hansen's master had accidentally stumbled into, while he was in the middle of a deadlift. On the battlefield, a trembling soldier pointed his spear at the man and screamed in terror. Don't come any closer, you monster," the master roared. "What did you just call me, you little punk?" He realized this new world was a pathetic place, filled with people who were nothing but skin and bones. The irony was thick. He was just working out, and they were calling him a monster. Everywhere he went, all he saw were skinny, sickly people. So, to fix this sad state of affairs, he began a journey to build an empire called the Gym Dungeon. He tirelessly worked with all kinds of creatures, from teaching an old man how to get enough carbs, to getting high-quality protein and fats, even forming alliances with beastmen tribes. He personally taught everyone proper exercise form and gathered a team of like-minded comrades. He was determined to create a peaceful world, a place where anyone could just focus on their training every single day. From being an outcast, he accidentally built an interdimensional gym system. As the system became more complete, people started to look at him with worship in their eyes. They began to call him a god. Wanting to help humanity, he declared that the strong should work the fields for the weak. But his words were twisted in the worst way possible. A fanatic holds up a book, screaming, "The god has spoken." Race, gender, looks, every difference became a new reason for people to torture each other. One man cracks a whip, forcing the bigger people to work harder, while monsters relentlessly brutalize the rest of humanity. Witnessing all this corruption, the man with the red headband grew disgusted. He didn't want to face this world anymore. He told himself the system was finished anyway, and silently turned his back, walking a lonely path deep into the forest. Suddenly he stops. A realization hits him. He turns his head slightly, a knowing smile on his face as he says, "Hansen, you're watching, aren't you?" His eyes blaze as he sends an invitation to his student. This is the home gym I want you to join. This is Utopia Gym." A brilliant light explodes, engulfing everything. A moment later, the red headband falls through the air and lands right on Hansen's face. Deep in his sleep, Hansen jolts awake. The red headband is still wrapped around his forehead, covering one eye. Master is waiting. Hansen shot up, drenched in sweat. His face was a mask of pure shock and confusion. And standing right there by his bed was Guro. "What? What happened, Guro?" he stammered. Guro, calm as ever, simply replied, "So, you're finally awake." He started explaining what happened after the battle, asking if Hansen even remembered escaping. Hansen gave a weak nod. Guro continued, saying the team was about to press their advantage and crush the enemy for good. But then Winnie suddenly collapsed, clutching her stomach in agony. And in that exact moment, it was like a psychic shockwave hit Hansen. His face twisted in horror. Then he just collapsed, completely unconscious. The battle ended with every enemy of the Holy Kingdom eliminated. But all that was left was Hansen's unmoving guardian form, lying in a giant crater in the middle of the battlefield. A victory, sure, but one that left some serious scars. Deep in the dungeons of the Holy Roman Kingdom, an old figure sat quietly, draped in cold chains. It was Hildebrand, back in his true form. He looked at the person outside the bars and sighed. "So, my age has finally caught up with me," he rasped. "Are you here to mock me, young man?" A tragic scene, a fallen final boss, reflecting on his defeat. Hansen looked at the old king, his eyes filled with questions. "Why?" he asked. "Why would peaceful neighboring countries force each other into a war like this?" Hildebrand let out a bitter laugh. "Heh, it's all over, and you're still curious?" After a moment, he decided to confess. "Fine, I'll tell you. My kingdom, it was sick, with a disease no doctor could ever cure. A reason that sounded so grand, you couldn't help but wonder what it was." The old king's voice cracked. It was old age. Hildebrand explained that to save a kingdom of the elderly, he had no choice but to try and steal the Holy Kingdom's sacred relic, a holy artifact capable of granting any wish. Hansen was stunned, sweat beading on his forehead. "A thing like that? It really exists?" Hildebrand confirmed it, but revealed a secret. The relic's true size and power were completely unknown to the world. That's why they could never steal the whole thing. Hildebrand admitted he could only snatch a tiny fragment to bring onto the battlefield. Their goal? Use that shard of power to make him young again, giving him the strength to conquer the entire Holy Kingdom. Staring at his own chained, withered hands, Hansen asked, almost naively, "So, your wish was just to be young again?" Hildebrand looked at his shackles, lamenting how the young never appreciate their own youth. Hansen boldly declared he could grant that wish for the old king. Hildebrand, shocked, shot back a question. "Could you make my people young again too?" Looking at his own rippling muscles, Hansen countered, "Do you truly want to make your entire country young?" Hildebrand gritted his teeth and declared that if it could be done, he would pay any price. An offer that sounded like a massive gamble with an insane cost. Hansen stared him down, needing to be sure. "Any price? I'd even sell my soul to a devil," Hildebrand screamed in desperation. Hansen flashed a sinister smile. "Then I'll be that devil." His silhouette loomed large, eyes glowing with a menacing red light. 4 years later, a carriage slowly rolled into a new land. An old man inside murmured, "We're finally here." A strange new chapter, where that old promise was becoming an unbelievable reality. The carriage crossed a bridge into the kingdom of Senior Classic. This place. It used to be the kingdom of Shinberthom. A young boy named Taylor asked why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that as people age, they lose their strength. But in this kingdom, even the old could miraculously maintain their health. Here, anyone could learn valuable lessons about life. And everywhere you looked, people with muscular physiques, ripped bodies, training hard, showing off their power under flickering torchlight. Cheers echoed all around, creating an insane, high-energy atmosphere like no other. Amid the roar of the crowd, the symbol of the health dungeon shone brightly, marking a new era of physical power. Back in the present, Hansen sat quietly at a tea table, deep in thought, now the owner of the red headband. Guro took a sip of tea. "I've never heard of a place called Utopia Gym," he admitted. One of the muscle soldiers offered a theory. "Maybe it's just a symbol? You know, like wherever I am is the gym." Hansen immediately shut that down. That's not Master's style. He began to explain his teacher's philosophy. Everyone knows the saying, "A master doesn't blame his tools, right?" But a true master can squeeze 120% of a tool's potential. Hansen stated with total confidence that the equipment at Utopia Gym would be on another level. It had to be an incredibly special place. Hearing this, the spirit dog chimed in. "If a place like that exists, how come no one's ever heard of it?" Hansen thought for a moment. Maybe. The entrance is special? He recalled his master's words. He told me he had become a god. Hansen believed that just like the health dungeon was different from any normal dungeon, The entrance to Utopia Gym had to be extraordinary. He figured even the entry requirements must be insane. Seeing the discussion hit a dead end, the Toad sighed. We're back to square one. This meeting was going nowhere fast. Guro, who'd been thinking hard this whole time, suddenly made a bold suggestion. How about we host a bodybuilding competition? Hansen repeated, stunned. A bodybuilding competition? Guro explained that he'd heard such contests were huge and spectacular in Hansen's homeland. Images of massive, sculpted athletes flexing and posing on stage flashed through their minds, a testament to the art of muscle. Guro threw his hands up excitedly. We'll show them. We'll combine the hard-earned muscles of everyone here to create a miracle that can reach even the gods. A montage of intense training, heavy lifting, body stretching flashed by, filled with raw determination. The official announcement was made. The first step of the bodybuilding competition had begun, a plan that sounded both crazy and, honestly, a little intriguing. You gotta wonder if it'll actually work. Promotional posters with pictures of different muscle poses were plastered all over the trees. Two members of the muscle army muttered to each other, totally skeptical. Who's actually gonna come to this? I'm thinking the same thing. One guy worries that with Hell's Dungeon being the only decent gym around, it'll probably just be their own members competing against each other. Not exactly a huge draw. But then a massive shadow with glowing red eyes appears behind them and asks a question. The hell is this? Just when they thought it was a total bust, someone shows up in the most unexpected way. The two warriors scream, startled, and confront the strange creature. The giant minotaur monster stares at the poster, mumbling that this is the first time he's ever heard of bodybuilding. But the moment he reads the prize, a 1-year supply of food, his eyes light up. Pure excitement. He lets out a decisive roar. You dogs, I'm in! The monster exhales powerful breaths of air, showing off gleaming muscles that shimmer in the light. He flexes his colossal arms, hitting a powerful pose that leaves the two muscle army members completely stunned. This was one heavyweight competitor. Because this is another world, a place where even a safe meal isn't guaranteed, the strong are always hungry for more. Powerful fighters from all over the world are going crazy for the upcoming event. The countdown clock shows just 90 days left, and the atmosphere in Hell's Dungeon Gym is more electric than ever, pumping with high-energy music. A member of the muscle army asks curiously, Sir Guro, are you entering the competition too? Guro, lifting weights, casually replies, Yeah, I thought I'd give it a shot. Seeing Guro's kinda round physique, the junior member mutters doubtfully, I don't think that's a good idea. Guro immediately snaps back. Who said I'm only in it for the prize? The junior looks confused and asks, You're not? Then why are you joining? Guro looks down at his own belly and explains honestly, I'm supposed to be a coach, but with a body fat percentage this high, it's hard to earn the members' trust. I figured this is a good chance to lose some weight. Hearing this, the junior member just drops a savage piece of advice. You could just not eat. Terrible advice. Just awful. Guro explodes with rage, shouting, You think everyone can diet as easily as you guys? He screams in pure, helpless frustration. There are lots of people like me who love to eat. We can't do it without some real motivation. Faced with Guro's insane passion, the junior member just sighs, defeated. All right, well, good luck with that, he says. Before silently turning and walking away, Guro just stands there, crying his eyes out, completely crushed that no one understands his struggle. A true modern tragedy, when the love of food goes head-to-head with weight loss goals. Over at the machine area, Gudo is doing leg day when he asks, Hansen, which category are you planning to compete in? Hansen is completely focused, on every single rep. He explains that back on Earth, bodybuilding doesn't have one single governing body, so the categories are often a mess, depending on the organizer. Gudo listens intently, dripping with sweat from his intense workout. Hansen continues, mentioning popular categories like 212 physique, classic physique, and open bodybuilding. But none of those are a good fit for a place with so many different races. Gudo is just pouring sweat at this point. He states seriously that since this is the first competition, the rules are the most important thing. He's worried that if competitors feel it's unfair, the tournament will be impossible to continue. Hansen, still grinding out his set, nods in agreement. He thinks the team has to build their own version of a bodybuilding competition. A competition where even if the audience doesn't get bodybuilding, as the tournament goes on, the contestants can still show off the beauty of their physiques. It's a tough problem balancing the competition's fairness while keeping it exciting for the crowd. Gudo watches Hansen train and remarks, This is definitely going to be a huge headache. But first, there was one more thing to do. Hansen let out a roar, clearing his mind to crush the final training session of the day. 3 long months had led to this. Everyone had been grinding, pushing toward their one, single-minded goal. And finally, the day was here. A colossal crowd poured in from all over to witness the event, and the entire arena was buzzing with pure, unfiltered hype. After all that training, it was finally time for the real muscle flexing to begin. Stepping onto the stage, a woman with vibrant blue hair named Randy brightly introduced herself as the host. She gave a huge thanks to the massive audience for coming out to support the very first Heen bodybuilding tournament. Randy then excitedly announced the number of competitors, a staggering 572 people. But yeah, with that many contestants, the organizers had to make some serious cuts right from the get-go. With a stern look, Randy confirmed the rules for this first round would be incredibly simple. Randy immediately called some skilled teaching assistants to the stage. 2 members of the muscle army walked out. One raised his hand declaratively. "I'm Shin." The other followed up. "And I'm the judge." Just like that, the announcement for the first trial echoed across the arena. The first test was simple, an attack. But instead of the contestants dishing it out, the organizers announced it would be coming from their side, of course. Seeing this bizarre setup, one of the muscle army members had a question. "Mr. Hansen, why is the selection method hitting the contestants?" Hansen didn't answer. He just silently walked toward a contestant and bam, unleashed a lightning-fast closing attack. Pure survival instinct kicked in. The contestant instantly flexed, striking a solid front lat spread pose to defend himself. Hansen just smirked, placed a hand on the guy's shoulder and asked, "Get it now?" The poor dude was still in shock, only managing to stutter out, "What?" A classic case of a lesson learned so fast the student's brain was still buffering. Hansen began to explain that it's a basic instinct for any creature to use the hardest part of its body to block an anticipated impact. So after faking a powerful attack to apply pressure, the organizers were really just trying to intimidate the contestants, forcing them to reveal their hidden potential without causing any real harm. Just then, a gargoyle monster flexed and roared, furiously showing off its most confident muscle groups under the suffocating pressure of the incoming blow. Sitting at the judge's table, Hansen, wearing sunglasses, was scribbling non-stop, picking out the contestants with the most potential. One by one, the participants stepped up, performed, and got the green light. Even a Beetleman warrior passed easily thanks to his rock-solid physique. But when a hulking giant with a massive gut stepped forward, Hansen shut him down instantly with a single, cold word: rejected. Unwilling to accept the results, the man let out a deafening roar and slammed his fist into the ground, just trying to vent his rage. But then Kron stepped forward to protest. He thought this was a contest of physical beauty, yet he was pointing furiously at a dry skeleton just casually strolling by. How could that bag of bones possibly get a pass? Talk about an unfair matchup, a guy with a fully loaded physique losing out to a skeleton with zero meat. The more he thought, the more furious he got. Kron roared, "How does this make any sense?" and charged, ready to attack the staff. Hansen appeared in a flash, catching one of the staff members and asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Once he knew everyone was okay, Hansen stood firmly in front of the giant, his voice low and serious. "Even if you don't get it, you don't attack the organizers." Ignoring the warning, Kron started powering up, revealing trembling muscles, an insane healing ability, and a total immunity to pain. Kron flexed, tightening his massive fists with absolute faith in his own power. He declared that nothing is more terrifying than a warrior who can't feel pain. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Kron charged at Hansen from behind, yelling, "I'll show you what a truly powerful body looks like." But Hansen, looking completely unfazed, blocked a 1,000-pound punch with just one hand, leaving Kron stunned. He then vaulted into the air, flipping over Kron's head with a quiet taunt. What a shame for someone who knows no pain. Hansen immediately countered with a combo, the one-arm dumbbell row and the one-arm dumbbell press. He coldly explained that because Kron can't feel pain, he never understood the importance of defense. Instantly, Kron's super regeneration kicked in. A green energy surrounded him, healing the wound in a flash. But Hansen used that opening, landing a thunderous punch that shattered his opponent's bones. He stood over the giant crumpled on the ground, casually cracking his knuckles. Hansen grabbed the monster's head and asked coldly, "Feeling suffocated yet?" He pointed out that because Kron was born with natural talent, he always did whatever he wanted, never worrying about injuries because they'd heal instantly anyway. Hansen continued his lecture, explaining that most living things have to worry about their weaknesses. They train hard to fix their flaws or sharpen their strengths to keep getting stronger. He flexed a massive bicep and brought up his skeleton friend as an example. He asked Kron if he knew how that bony guy managed to pass the qualifier. When attacked, instead of just taking the hit, his friend had a very unique way of handling it. A subtle flex, but enough to make you rethink the entire game. Using magic, The skeleton created his own muscle tissue. He showed off vibrant green, incredibly powerful muscle fibers that left everyone in absolute awe. Hansen stared directly at Kron and proposed a theory. What if you trained based on your own advantages? What would happen then? Those words sent Kron into a deep spiral of thought, wondering what would happen if he had actually trained seriously. An image of himself carrying giant rocks on his shoulders flashed through his mind. He realized that even without feeling pain, he could have used pure strength to block any attack. That was the true beauty of muscle, the kind forged through brutal training. Acknowledging his opponent's superiority, Kron quietly bowed his head, thinking to himself, a complete and total failure. The giant slowly walked away, leaving the stage in the silence of his defeat. The first preliminary round officially came to a close, with 257 skilled contestants advancing to the next stage. The atmosphere in the arena exploded once again as the blue-haired announcer declared the start of the second round. A tiny hamster, introduced as a low-level earth spirit, was shown sitting in the palm of a contestant's gigantic hand. This round's objective was unique. The contestants had to interact with the spirit without, and this was the important part, using any violence. A muscle-bound warrior waved his hand, yelling, "Hey little spirit, look over here." And right after that, the truly bizarre requirement was revealed. You can't hit it, but you have to make the low-level spirit cry. One contestant took a deep breath, flexing until his muscles bulged under the suffocating pressure. A challenge that was max-level confusing. Make your opponent cry without actually fighting. The giant's entire body glowed with a red, murderous aura as he squeezed his rippling muscles to intimidate it. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the tiny earth spirit could only stare with wide, terrified eyes and let out pathetic little squeals. The only goal of this round, make it cry. In waiting room 2, a mysterious female warrior in a cloak silently observed that this challenge looked simple, but was actually anything but. She understood that earth spirits don't get scared just by looking at muscles. Their true fear comes from dissonant vibrations, vibrations that come from the muscle fibers themselves. The warrior watched quietly, confident that she hadn't wasted her time either. All this time, she had been showing off her own waist and rock-hard abs, a display that looked simple but was actually incredibly difficult. She began to explain her secret technique, a perfect blend of traditional martial arts and modern weightlifting methods. The result was a balanced body with shoulders as round and solid as grenades. But her best feature? Her legs. A perfectly symmetrical lower body. She believed she would never lose to anyone. With this power, the female warrior was confident that passing the second preliminary round would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. A warrior from the Toadbird tribe was struck down, collapsing to the ground as everyone watched in shock. From above, a dark figure with vulture wings appeared, asking mockingly, "You said you wanted to settle this with your bodies, right?" The stranger dove down, attacking like a maniac, declaring that an assault like this is also a way to use your body to prove who's superior. The victim only had time to scream in pain from the surprise attack. The attacker was revealed to be Kira, from the Harpy tribe, who wore a wicked, excited smile. Kira unleashed a flurry of powerful swinging and sidekick skills, landing a thunderous blow that severely injured her opponent, making him cough up blood. Down on the arena floor, dark figures lay scattered everywhere, as an authoritative voice echoed out, "In a way, you've got a point. But in this place, the health dungeon, there's only one rule. The strong decide what's right." Suddenly, an image of the dungeon master, Hansen, appears, a towering, crimson-red mountain of muscle looming behind a long-haired girl. The challenger just smirks. "If you want to make demands, shouldn't you beat him first?" He scoffs. "Huh, thanks for pointing out the dungeon master. What an idiot." He becomes a violent whirlwind, pulling everything into a vortex of energy. In the middle of the storm, the challenger declares, "Now I have one more reason to win this whole tournament." He roars with ambition. "I'll destroy Hansen and become the next dungeon master." The red-haired girl just watches him silently, her reply dripping with contempt. "You're so stupid. I can't even be bothered to fight you." She narrows her eyes. "Didn't I just say the strong make the rules here?" Her opponent, a bird-like creature, roars back a challenge. Even the strongest in the dungeon is ducking a fight? Unfazed, the red-haired girl unleashes her counterattack. Sand Strike. A lightning-fast blow slams right into the birdman, who only has time to let out a squawk. Then, declaring it over, she brings down a crushing weight from above. The battle is finished. The girl stands tall in the arena, her crimson hair flowing. She silently scans the battlefield, where countless defeated fighters lie at her feet. Into the silence, a blinding white light erupts from the massive gate. "Do not bring any more shame to the Dragonoid tribe." A colossal shadow with glowing eyes, surrounded by a fierce red aura, makes its presence known. This is Drava, the proud representative of the Dragonoid tribe. Meanwhile, in waiting room number 4, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appears on the frozen ground. He asks casually, "I heard there was a skeleton running wild around here. Anyone seen it?" Instantly, a lich named Belike, a crown on his head, reveals himself with a chilling threat. "Should I just scramble your brains to find out?" Over in waiting room 6, the demon Diamond watches silently in his white coat. And in room number 7, the stone orc warrior, Duram, is radiating some seriously suffocating pressure. Before the health dungeons managers can even step in, Hansen senses it, the screams of muscles echoing from the waiting rooms. Every single fiber on Hansen's body begins to vibrate with immense power. A terrifying fighting spirit explodes from him, stunning every warrior present, pulling them against their will toward the center. Hansen stands there, right in the middle of the arena. He's emitting a crushing pressure, enveloping all the top dogs who are finally showing themselves. Facing these incredible beings, one of them asks, "So, you're the strongest one here, right?" A confident smirk spreads across Hansen's face as he confirms, "That's right." The demon Diamond just scoffs. "What the hell are you talking about?" He narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed. "Are you saying that includes me?" The air gets incredibly tense as Diamond prepares to make a move, but a grayish-blue dragonoid arm shoots out to stop him. Hansen quickly intervenes. He grabs the opponent's arm with his own massive hands, stopping it with unbelievable strength. Hansen, still smiling brightly, calmly reminds them, "Hold on, let's put the fighting aside for a second." He tightens his grip on the blue monster's arm and asks, "So you're not satisfied with the rules either?" The creature breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified, wondering what kind of monstrous power this is. Hansen flexes, loudly declaring that the winner of this battle gets the prize money and the entire health dungeon. Everything. He asks his opponents if this change to the rules is enough to satisfy them. Seeing the stunned monsters, Hansen cracks a triumphant grin. The shadowy figures watch on, noting that it looks like everyone is satisfied with the new deal. Hansen then puts a hand to his throat, controls his vocal cords, and tests his voice. Standing in the vast arena, he loudly announces that the tournament's format is changing, effective immediately. Rule number 1. The competition area will be expanded, from the Ali mines in Hylon all the way to Count Gogol's territory. Anywhere, anytime if you win, you take it all. Rule number 2 states that when only 2 fighters remain, they'll gather back here in this arena for the final showdown. He gives a confident thumbs up and adds that since the rules have changed, he himself will be joining the competition. Hansen flashes a menacing, challenging grin at all the contestants. He organizes it, then he joins it. Total law of the jungle. The ones who were unhappy finally leave, leaving the 87 best fighters to officially begin this death match. So the contestants can recognize each other. Everyone is given a special badge with a number, personally crafted by Hansen. Looking at this weird new process, a member of Hansen's muscle squad nervously approaches him. "Hansen Nim, are we sure it's okay to run a bodybuilding tournament like this?" Hansen doesn't answer right away. He just quietly observes the scene, then lets out a small, meaningful smile. He then thoughtfully shares that he's been trying to figure out a way for people to naturally get into bodybuilding. He flexes, showing off abs like solid steel, and confidently declares, "The truth is, bodybuilding and street brawls have always been very, very closely connected." Hansen grins, excited, and emphasizes the point. "That's right. Street brawls." He gives an example. A neighborhood where fights and arguments are just a part of daily life. It all starts with a tense traffic accident in the middle of the street. The question is, when 2 guys face off in that situation, what's the first thing they do? One driver gets out of his car, furious, complaining nonstop about the other guy's driving. Will it be a wrestling takedown? Or maybe some powerful straight punches you see in martial arts? Nope. Not even close. The aggressive driver yanks his door open and screams a challenge. "Hey, you, get out here, now." This kind of tension usually starts with both guys pretending to be calm. In reality, the moment these guys see each other, instinct kicks in. They immediately start analyzing and sizing up their opponent's strength. And just like that, the driver freezes, sweating bullets. Because a giant, shadowy figure with godlike muscles is emerging, radiating suffocating pressure. The weaker man can only tremble in absolute terror. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He started to fear for his life, because before the law could protect him, the absolute power of the strong was staring him right in the face. The giant leaned down, looking his opponent dead in the eye, and growled, "What did you just say?" All the other guy could do was scream in pure desperation. I'm so dead. His eyes were wide with terror, sweat pouring down his face as he begged for his life. I'm sorry, that's not. I was wrong. Faced with such an immense being, the weak can only bow their heads and admit fault, trembling uncontrollably. Hansen realized then that bodybuilding is a war of cells directly tied to survival. He stood tall, flexing his own guardian-like muscles, with a supremely confident smile. In that moment, Hansen truly understood the core value of training the body. His muscles basically screamed a message: don't mess with self-discipline. Meanwhile, at the Ali mine, a figure known as the protector of this place finally revealed himself. His name was Lizaran. With a muscular green body, he walked through the forest with a heavy weight on his shoulders. Lizaran looked up at the sky, his expression filled with determination. But after clashing with Hansen's group, his own standing had taken a serious nosedive. To escape poverty and save his tribe, Lizaran was determined to win at any cost. He stopped, stood tall, and let out a challenging call. He loomed over his opponent and declared, "Let's throw down." The one he challenged was a dragonkin warrior in a red cloak. The warrior looked up and asked doubtfully, "Are you being serious right now?" Lizaran just gave him a sinister smile and confirmed without hesitation, "Of course. But here's the thing. Are dragonkin really weaker than a lizard man? The reality is the complete opposite. The dragonkin are a much higher class race. If you think of a lizard man as a tiny gecko, then the dragonkin is a ferocious Komodo dragon. There's just no contest between a common lizard and a giant beast. So what reason could Lizaran possibly have for challenging such a superior opponent? He opened his mouth wide and let out a world-shaking roar. "Don't you dare look down on the Lizaran clan." He aimed a strike at the beastman, who had his back turned, but instead of taking down his opponent, Lizaran's own arm was hit with a massive shockwave. His eyes went wide with shock when his attack proved completely useless against a defense as hard as cold steel. The beastman warrior stood there, unmoving as a mountain. The old beastman slowly turned away and coldly dropped one line: "Get lost." Lizaran learned the hard way that he picked the wrong day to flex. He was left flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, fearfully watching the stronger being walk away. The old beastman commented in a low voice, "Your bloodline may have been diluted, but aren't you also a race with the blood of dragons?" With that, he declared he would spare his life this one time, but he didn't forget to leave a stern warning: "Run, and don't you ever show your face to a dragonkin again." Faced with this unexpected mercy, Lizaran quickly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, sir." He promised to take this lesson back to his tribe, making it a story passed down for generations, before quickly vanishing into the deep forest. But then, a challenging voice suddenly rang out from above. "You really think it's going to end like that?" A surprise attack shot straight toward the old beastman. The powerful impact forced him to raise his arm to block, and the ground shook violently from the insane pressure of the blow. The old beastman was shocked. The opponent's speed was incredible, far beyond anyone he'd faced before. The attacker smirked with confidence at the old beastman and stated, "Finally. Looks like you're actually interested in a fight now." Lizaran looked at this even stronger being and asked defiantly, "You said you'd spare me once?" "Only that one time. In waiting room number 1. Just before the final round was set to begin, a small lizardman warrior stood trembling. He was completely overwhelmed by the massive back of a member of the dragonkin tribe. Gripped by total regret, his entire body shook. He thought to himself, "I never should have entered this competition. Why did it have to be a dragonute? Stuck in the same room?" He was convinced he was about to die, certain he'd be crushed the second the giant made a move. But then, Lizaran was stunned. The colossal figure just turned and walked away without a single glance. He couldn't believe it, asking himself, "He's just leaving?" Lizaran didn't feel relief. He felt pure humiliation. Being completely ignored, that stung way worse than any physical blow ever could. He gritted his teeth, a low growl of absolute rage building inside him. "You dared to ignore me. To even stand here today." Lizaran had gone through hellish training with one single goal: to catch up to the bodybuilders. He had forged his legs to their absolute limit, from his quads and glutes to his hamstrings and calves. Even the complex muscles of his pelvis and tail were trained to be harder and more flexible than ever before. This was it, an explosive, coordinated attack, using the perfect link between his powerful tail and his rock-solid lower body. With this kind of power, he could even take down a high-level dragonute. And yet, the giant just stood there like a mountain of steel, his eyes blazing with an authority that created a suffocating pressure, ready to crush any and all resistance. The preliminary rounds of the battle officially began, and contestants started spreading out, but not the members of the health dungeon. As the event organizers and the gym with the most bodybuilders, they maintained an ironclad discipline. Even if an enemy launched a surprise attack, nothing could stop them from finishing their current set. The only thing that could make these muscle freaks pause, was the short rest period between sets to let their heart rates stabilize. In the quiet, Block and another member of the muscle army were catching their breath after a brutal workout. His teammate looked over, totally impressed. "Block, man, your physique has been exploding lately." Block humbly replied that he was just sticking to his usual daily training routine. Seeing that dedication, his teammate joked, "Hey, don't work too hard. People might mistake you for my senior." Afterwards, they both just collapsed onto the floor, savoring the precious recovery time. But soon, Block was back at it, hitting the heavy weights with intense focus. Grunting through a rep, he answered with a grin, "My core's a little thick, so yeah, I can see why people might think I'm the senior here." His teammate laughed out loud, confirming the simple rule, whoever started training first is the senior. Block cheerfully agreed. "Yup, that's right. A simple hierarchy rule that somehow sparked a huge debate." But then his teammate remembered a different, unwritten rule and added, "But I heard whoever has the higher 3-lift total is the real senior." The teammate immediately shot that weird idea down. He shot back that the one with the better physique is the one who truly deserves the title. Right in the middle of their heated debate, Hansen suddenly appeared and dropped a dramatic proposal. "If that's the case, then you two should have a match." He reminded them that both Block and the Goody Builders were now official competitors in the tournament. Hansen smiled, suggesting a clear pecking order was needed to keep things organized. A member of the muscle army started sweating bullets. He blurted out in shock that, even though he's a total monster, Block is actually human. Another guy looked at Block's massive frame with total disbelief. "That body is human? Seriously?" Block just sighed, admitting he had no intention of fighting. "How could I possibly attack my seniors, the Goody Builders?" Instantly, a Goody Builder senior stepped forward, tensing his core to perform a high-level technique called the vacuum. Seeing that incredible stomach-hollowing technique, the crowd roared in amazement. The vacuum. They realized that by making his waist impossibly thin, the aesthetic value of his whole body was pushed to the absolute max. The senior then hit a front double biceps pose, showing off a perfect X-tapered frame. The crowd went wild, screaming as Block immediately answered with the same exact pose. But the difference was obvious in a split second, and a murmur went through the crowd. "It's not even close." Block was being completely overwhelmed. Same pose, but it felt like they were from two different worlds. Hansen quietly appeared behind a spectator and asked, "Look closer. Do you know why Block is losing so badly?" As the guy stared blankly, Hansen started breaking it down. Thanks to the vacuum technique, the Goody Builder's waist shrank, creating a powerful visual effect, making his biceps the focus of the pose pop even more dramatically than ever before. Hansen pointed towards Block and explained, "But now look at Block. Because he trains for powerlifting, his core is incredibly thick. Add in the fact that he's bracing his stomach too hard, and the muscles that are supposed to be the main event in this pose suddenly look relatively small." Hansen concluded that even though Block wasn't a bodybuilder, the skill gap in posing right now was just too massive. He declared loudly, "At this rate, this will be an absolute victory for the Goody Builder Senior." Block relaxed his muscles slightly, smiling as he admitted that he really couldn't beat his seniors at their own game of bodybuilding. After a long, tired sigh, Block suddenly took a massive breath and tensed his body with ferocious intensity. This was his counterattack using the signature breathing technique of a professional powerlifter. He put everything he had into it, making his chest and abdomen swell to their absolute maximum size. A suffocating pressure radiated from him, covering the entire arena. It felt like space itself was being compressed from a single flex. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army screamed in terror, "Goody Builder, fall back, get out of there." He trembled as he warned that no matter how big your arms are, the moment a powerlifter gets a hold of you, your spine is getting instantly crushed. The truth is, while they both lift weights, powerlifting and bodybuilding create two completely different kinds of bodies. While powerlifters pour their entire being into a single, massive push or pull, bodybuilders focus completely on the aesthetic beauty of every single muscle group. One side is pure, raw power. The other is beauty, so perfect it becomes art. One athlete's face contorts under the strain of a heavy deadlift, while in contrast, bodybuilding is the culmination of endless effort, dedicated purely to the art of the muscle. When a powerlifter and a bodybuilder face off, victory will definitely not go to the one who only focuses on looking good. Block charged forward wildly, locking the Goody Builder in the grip of his steel-like hands. But then, a surprising truth was revealed. Block couldn't bring himself to actually hurt his opponent. He gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking from a painful internal battle. Because in his eyes, Bodybuilder's physique was a masterpiece, a perfectly crafted sculpture molded by the hands of a god. Block understood the agony, the sheer suffering his comrade endured to create every single one of those perfect muscle fibers. To Block, this body was more valuable than any World Heritage Site, more precious than the pyramids or ancient statues. Watching Bodybuilder radiate under the bright lights, showcasing the fruits of his labor, Block could only clutch his head in pure despair and helplessness. He stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by a living work of art he couldn't possibly destroy. Suddenly, bam! A member of the muscle army locked him up from behind, forcing him into a side chest pose. The victim ground his teeth in pain, his face flushing red as he gasped for air, his body shaking under the immense pressure. He realized with horror he was being squeezed like an anaconda, all while being forced into this humiliating pose. And from behind, Hansen watched in silence. Hansen could feel it, the desperate urge to escape brewing in his opponent's mind. The man struggled wildly, but then a bizarre thought hit him. Looking at the colossal mountains of muscle right in front of him, he had to ask himself, did he really have the heart to damage something so beautiful? Block actually felt guilty, believing his own spine and skull were blocking the view of his opponent's magnificent chest muscles. He completely lost his will to fight, thinking that hiding this perfect body was a crime against humanity. He'd rather die. But then, a gigantic stone entity appeared behind them, its eyes glowing with a terrifying light. It coldly called them all slim, and the entire atmosphere instantly turned to ice. In the middle of the gym, the behemoth stood over the fallen warriors. Its crimson eyes burned with rage as it declared it would punish anyone who dared to bully Slim. Hard as granite and as heavy as a mountain, that was the only way to describe this stone orc. A battle against muscles made of solid rock. It felt like you were going up against a moving fortress. Seeing the colossal figure with glowing eyes looming behind the wall of bodies, a member of the muscle army spoke up, his voice filled with dread. "This is not going to be easy," Hansen asked, completely confused. "Why?" His teammate explained that these ghouls, they don't follow the normal rules of evolution. If they don't constantly push themselves, they lose all their muscle mass. They just shrink back into weak, skinny creatures. There was a time they were obsessed with size, but now, they understood why, only after they reverted back to their pathetic original forms. But the stone orc? It was completely different. This race was practically designed for bodybuilding. Even if they don't train, they absolutely never lose their muscle. It's like they were born with maxed out stats, no grinding required. Facing this monstrous opponent, Block quietly stepped forward and declared, "Leave this fight to me." Hansen watched with a worried expression and asked, "Block, are you sure about this?" Block didn't answer, instead focusing all of his power into his outstretched hands. He told himself that while he couldn't destroy a work of art, destroying a weapon that just looked like one was a different story entirely. Block tensed, his rippling muscles unleashing a suffocating pressure, ready for the battle in this house dungeon. He quickly sized up the situation. It's here. He knew that charging in headfirst was suicide. The most important thing right now was to get out of the enemy's attack range. Block calmly dodged a thunderous punch that missed him by a hair. But the stone orc was relentless, unleashing a continuous storm of powerful blows. This forced Block to stay on the move, constantly wary of the stone giant's terrifying power. Facing an opponent with a much longer reach, he lowered his center of gravity. He braced himself, knowing he had no choice but to use his next strategy. Still, the battle was a brutal slugfest, with Block tanking 1,000-pound punches from the stone orc. Seeing this, a nervous squad member asked Hansen, "Is a powerlifter's only strategy to take a beating before fighting back?" Watching his brother get absolutely hammered, Hansen remained perfectly calm and simply stated that Block wasn't even close to using his full strength yet. His subordinate was still doubtful, watching Block just stand there taking hits. But Hansen began to explain that a powerlifter's main techniques are the squat, bench press, and deadlift. It looks like he's being overwhelmed, but he's actually loading up power. See, there's a fatal difference between powerlifting and bodybuilding training, Hansen declared loudly. The moment he uses that, the entire fight will change. Through the relentless rain of blows, Block gritted his teeth in agony. He felt like he couldn't move forward even an inch against the opponent's pressure. At his absolute limit, Block screamed out, begging Hansen for permission to use it. Hansen gave a confident smirk of approval, and his command was sharp and clear. "Do it!" In an instant, Block's entire body went rigid. He channeled all of his power, his muscles swelling to an insane degree under the suffocating pressure. He roared, proclaiming that he had been waiting for this very moment for a long, long time. This was the one technique Block had always suppressed, the one that violated the most fundamental principles of being a powerlifter. Block suddenly focused all that power into a single, glowing activation point, creating a world-shattering explosion of energy that crushed all resistance in a blinding flash. His finger was like a trigger, unleashing a chain of explosive attacks. A relentless barrage of powerful punches and kicks slammed into the stone orc's massive frame. The ground shook violently under the terrifying force. So fast, the muscle army outside watched in absolute astonishment. They all yelled to their leader, "Hansen Nim, what is that technique? This is a move we've never seen before." Hansen just looked at his disciples and calmly explained that a pure bodybuilder would never know about this technique, because it's almost never used in any traditional weightlifting program. As he spoke, Block moved like a lightning bolt, smashing another heavy blow into the stone orc's chest. Hansen's voice rang out, "This is a technique that uses the elasticity and recoil of the entire body to push speed and power to the absolute maximum. We call it the art of cheating." A thunderous impact exploded right after that. He affirmed that once you master the trajectory, the attacks become exponentially faster and unbelievably stronger. He poured everything into one final punch, the one-arm dumbbell press. A world-shaking boom echoed out, crushing the enemy's stone defense in a cloud of dust and splintered rock. The stone orc threw desperate, wild punches in a useless counterattack. Hansen saw right through it, pure, sloppy desperation. Standing among the weight benches, Hansen looked down at the broken beast on the ground. Didn't matter how tough it was, the massive damage had finally piled up, leaving his opponent totally defenseless. He knew he had to finish this with one last, decisive strike. Bracing himself for the ultimate technique, he let out a primal roar, hoisting a massive slab of stone into the air with unbelievable strength, and then he performed a devastating deadlift right on top of the creature's body, squeezing the rock so hard it felt like everything was about to shatter. But in the heat of the moment, he swore he heard the crack of a spine, though everything in front of him was just a blur. A dark figure with glowing eyes appeared right behind him, its hands still wrapped in that shadowy energy, right until a sharp, blue light slashed across its face. What just happened? His body lost all control, collapsing and plunging into a freefall of pure shock as his consciousness faded to black. He was plummeting but quickly twisted his body for a clean, powerful landing. He looked up at the colossal being before him and thought, "Yeah, right, there's no way that just happened." He figured he must have taken too many hits to the head, causing him to hallucinate. A self-diagnosis he was probably suffering from punch-drunk syndrome, but he quickly snapped back to focus, realizing his opponent had taken some serious damage too. And he knew, when it came to sheer punching power, he still had the absolute advantage. Block charged forward, unleashing a punch that completely shattered the enemy's defense. Staring at his fallen opponent, its head now a twisted mess, he declared, "I'm the one in charge here." But then, the defeated body began to twitch and transform into something monstrous. Bizarre masses of flesh erupted from its back. He smirked with confidence, but that smile froze as he witnessed the impossible. Standing before him were now two identical beings, both massive in scale. Two of them, 2 blocks? He stared at the two behemoths. Both had the thick, powerful core of professional powerlifters, standing there like twin mountains. The boss didn't just regenerate it, cloned itself. The sheer hype from the workout filled the air, causing someone to scream out, "I can't take it anymore." Across the gym, warriors frantically slammed heavy weights to burn off their insane energy. A loud, dry thud echoed as heavy iron slammed onto the stone floor. Hansen pointed at the barbell and announced, 240 kilograms. A dark-skinned lifter stared back, confused. 240? What do you mean? He slowly walked over, gripped the bar, and with a massive roar, hoisted the weight into the air. After gently setting it down, he casually brushed himself off. Hansen immediately added more weight, declaring the new total was 280 kilograms. The lifter wondered, what's this guy's angle? He poured all his strength into his hands for the next lift, but this time, his face began to contort from the strain. Sweat poured down his forehead as he realized he was struggling against an impossible weight. Seeing his partner start to stall, Hansen suddenly unleashed a hard slap across his back and roared in encouragement. Driven by the fierce push, the lifter gritted his teeth, summoned every last ounce of strength to raise the bar, and let out a victorious shout. He dropped the weight to the ground, met by the wild applause of the muscle army, but Hansen wasn't done yet. He cranked the weight all the way up to 360 kilograms. With just a single arm, he performed a one-arm deadlift and calmly said, "So easy." The muscles on Hansen's arm coiled like steel cables around the bar under the immense pressure. The intensity of the workout quickly escalated to an insane level, hitting the 14-ton mark. In the middle of a vast arena, Hansen stood tall with his comrades, lifting a gigantic weight. Amidst the thunderous cheers of thousands of warriors below, exhausted beyond belief, the muscular man strained to hold the bar steady. His breathing was ragged, his thoughts a chaotic mess. What the hell am I even doing? Seeing his own muscles spasming violently, he started to feel a flicker of fear. Was his own body betraying him? Instantly, Hansen rushed over, slammed a hand on his back, and yelled, "Go, go, 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 go!" Pushed to his limit, the lifter snapped back in anger. "Stop spouting nonsense. There's no way I can lift this." The chant of "Go, go, go" echoed from the thousands of spectators in the arena. The man grit his teeth, his face a mask of agony under the crushing weight as he screamed in desperation, "I can't do it!" Just as he was about to give up, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Hansen quietly handed him a lever belt. It's a specialized belt for powerlifting that can be released quickly with just one finger. After tightening it, the man regained his composure and stood proudly on the platform. With the crowd's roar shaking the arena, he gathered all his strength for the final, decisive lift. Hansen suddenly appeared behind him, touched his back lightly, and gave a technical tip: mixed grip. He demonstrated how to place his hands to maximize his pulling power, and the man gave a slight nod. Such a small adjustment, yet it felt like it unlocked a whole new level of power. The tension was suffocating as the countdown began. Go. The muscles in the man's back bunched up like solid granite, radiating an incredible pressure. He took a deep breath, pouring every bit of his life force into his trembling hands. Hansen and the muscle army cheered like maniacs, creating a wave of pure, raw energy that washed over the entire stadium. The man clenched his jaw so hard it started to bleed. He kept pushing, refusing to quit under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. When the barbell finally reached its peak position, the man declared loud and clear, "Easy." Hansen walked over, looked at his sweat-drenched, bleeding teammate, and said with a slight nod, "Hey, man." The exhausted lifter looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. Instantly, the record-breaking number was announced, shocking everyone: 14.5 tons. After that, the intense powerlifting session continued without mercy. Members of the muscle army gave their all, lifting impossible weights while screaming encouragement. But Stone, or the one with the weakest spirit, was quickly defeated, the first to drop out. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air as his teammates watched, and was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Right away, another insane challenge was announced: a 20-ton lift. The atmosphere in the training ground was hotter than ever. Hansen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he put everything into the final lift. He took a deep breath, his veiny hands gripping the iron bar so tightly it seemed like he would crush it. Under the crushing weight, Hansen's muscles swelled to monstrous proportions. The giant barbell slowly rose higher and higher as everyone held their breath. Hansen stood there like a god of strength, completing the lift perfectly, surrounded by a brilliant aura. About 1,000 years ago, in the dungeon of the deceased, a dark, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Sitting on a throne amidst flickering green flames was the master of this domain, the dungeon lord, Lichbik. He stared quietly into a glowing magic book and noted, "The intruders have arrived." With blazing red eyes radiating pure killing intent, he gave his legion a simple order: kill them. Immediately, legions of skeletal soldiers obeyed, charging forward with weapons in hand, ready to destroy anyone foolish enough to trespass in their master's realm. But the arrival of this particular hero was beyond anything the monsters could have imagined. Standing before the skeleton army, the hero appeared, all bulging muscles and pale skin. Against that kind of overwhelming physical power, the skeletons were completely helpless, unable to land even a single scratch. One skeleton soldier watched his comrades get crushed by muscles as hard as rock, and was just frozen. One thought crossed his mind: dang, that is beautiful. Even monsters wanted to know his workout routine. And even though he was under the Lichbik's total control, one red-scarfed skeleton couldn't hide his admiration. Noticing his opponent was interested in his physique, the hero immediately started striking some powerful, sparkling poses. The skeleton soldier even got hyped, starting to copy the hero's poses right there on the battlefield. But suddenly, a sword slammed into the hero's back with a sickening crack, shattering the friendly vibe. Turns out, the Lichbik's power was absolute. He used his magic to completely override the skeleton's will, forcing them to attack. Seeing his potential training buddies turned into soulless, trembling machines, the hero started to look genuinely annoyed. And then, angry. He wasn't about to let this Lich get away with it. The hero unleashed, completely destroying the throne and crushing the Lich's skull into dust. Finally, the last skeleton soldier was free. He walked out of the hazy green smoke, leaving the shadow of his former master behind him. This was Ben's, a man just resurrected from the dead. His bandaged hand gripped a staff, radiating a mysterious pressure. To rebuild his kingdom and reclaim his lost soldiers, Ben's quietly entered the deep forest for a tournament. But then, the red-scarfed skeleton turned back to his new master and asked a question. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to trim down the excess from, not controlling your appetite?" Before him stood a member of the muscle squad, wearing a monocle, who just looked confused. "What do you mean, lose weight while eating?" the giant explained, looking worried. "If I don't eat, I'll lose muscle." Staring at the sweet piece of cake on the plate, the skeleton soldier was skeptical. "I really don't think cake builds muscle." His pride wounded, the muscle-bound guy roared back. "You said you wanted to learn how to gain weight." The skeleton calmly replied. "Yeah, but not fat." A debate over nutrition. Or was it two mages in a verbal smackdown? Because suddenly a brilliant green energy exploded, forming the shape of a massive, muscular arm. The skeleton soldier pointed right at it and declared, "I mean the muscles on the inside." Seeing this unbelievable sight, the brawny guy, mid-bite, froze. He trembled, asking, You can see my muscles?" The skeleton soldier answered honestly, "Of course. How could I not see all your sweat, blood, and tears?" That one sentence hit the giant like a ton of bricks. All his life, his body had only ever been mocked. He remembered standing next to real bodybuilders, awkwardly trying to explain his abs away. "My six-pack? Oh, it's just shy." Even in the gym, trainees would look at him with doubtful eyes. Teach. Are you sure you know how to lift?" In those moments, all he could do was scream in frustration. "I told you I'm good at this." He'd furiously slap his own stomach, insisting that all his hard-earned muscle was just buried under this layer of fat. But miraculously, in the eyes of this bony kid, all his efforts were finally being seen. The muscleman proudly flexed, feeling his hard work resonate deep in his bones. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. "Found you." A bony hand pointed directly at its target. Instantly, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, freezing everything in sight. A terrified muscle warrior yelled, "Move it!" as he and the skeleton soldier scrambled to escape the danger zone. The red-scarfed skeleton soldier's eyes went wide with horror at the destructive power chasing them. Guro was frozen solid, and his teammates could only scream in despair. "Oh no, Sir Guro." The mysterious figure watched from a high peak and called out, "Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you?" It was the old skeleton king, his eyes glowing crimson. He couldn't figure out how his mind control magic had been broken so easily. The red-scarfed skeleton soldier trembled with fear, his teeth chattering before this overwhelming threat. The skeleton king stared him down, vowing to find the truth by tearing it from the soldier's very body. The old skeleton king unleashed his gravity magic, trapping them inside a cage of razor-sharp ice pillars. But he stopped, stunned. Right in front of him were glowing green spirits, diligently lifting weights. Summoned creatures? He wondered, confused. These shining, muscular entities were in perfect sync, regulating their breathing as they trained. A mighty workout roar echoed as a guardian spirit lifted a colossal barbell overhead with unmatched power. And after that final grunt, a barrage of dumbbells launched through the air. The dumbbell throw technique was unleashed, landing like thunderclaps and forcing a scream of agony from the old skeleton king. Looking down at his defeated foe, the muscleman sneered that the king must be the old director of this place. He then demanded, "Isn't it a bit cruel to hunt down employees who escaped from a company that works you to death like this?" The life of a skeleton is pretty boring. Every day, they just wander aimlessly through dungeons with no purpose until they run into a living creature and mindlessly attack. Even if they get shattered to pieces, it doesn't matter. Magic just revives them, continuing the meaningless cycle. Like employees chasing a quota they don't even understand. But then, something changed. One skeleton suddenly struck a pose, full of energy, glowing in a brilliant aura. No more aimless wandering. It began to walk with purpose, then broke into a jog, calling it running. And just like that, it sprinted endlessly through the dark corridors of the dungeon. Day 1, the kneecaps started to ache. It realized cartilage was a limited resource. Gotta use it sparingly. And so, the dungeon officially became a hellish cardio gym. On day 2, it tried adjusting its form. Realizing that stomping hard hurt its knees, it started lifting its knees higher and landing on the middle of its foot. The pain? Almost completely gone, thanks to this new technique. Before long, a running crew was formed. Dozens of other skeletons started following its lead, mimicking every move, creating a massive jogging legion right in the heart of the dungeon. However, not everyone could keep up with this training regimen. One skeleton suddenly tripped and hit the ground hard with a dry, cracking sound. The red-scarfed skeleton silently looked back at his comrade, now shattered into pieces, and thought, "That's the wrong way to run." Staring at the pile of bones, it moved its jaw with a faint clicking sound and managed to utter, "Foot placement." Those were its first words, born out of concern for a teammate. Our skeleton was perfecting his mid-foot strike technique while running like a madman. Up ahead, Guro and the skeleton soldier were facing off against a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Guro quickly analyzed the situation. In a battle between mages, what matters most is technique, casting speed, and the sheer amount of magical power. And since Guro's magic was incredibly versatile, the enemy would have a hard time predicting his next move. He decided to go all out, a relentless, immediate assault. Guro roared, "Gravity magic," and unleashed his ultimate skill, the Tower of Babel. A colossal pillar of purple energy erupted, crushing the cloaked figure under immense pressure. But the enemy just dragged its staff along the ground, completely unfazed. The old king casually stated that the basic principles of magic are the same everywhere. He scoffed, saying such a pathetic spell was way too easy to break. He began to gather a brilliant energy, declaring, "Now, it's my turn." An icy chill spread as he prepared to cast his frost magic. The Skeleton King challenged them to try and stop his next attack. Immediately, he activated his blizzard skill, sending a wall of razor-sharp ice hurtling toward them. Even in this life-or-death moment, the skeleton soldier was still yelling, "Land on the balls of your feet," as he and Guro frantically dodged the ice pillars. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, the Skeleton King was completely baffled. What the hell is going on? Seizing the moment while his opponent was distracted, Guro yelled, "Now's our chance, dumbbell throw!" The Skeleton King screamed in agony as he was bombarded by a storm of green energy orbs. The Lich frantically swung his staff, but his target had already vanished. The red-scarfed skeleton was using a special footwork technique to accelerate. He left his enemy in the dust. Seeing this, the Skeleton King was so furious he was literally grinding his teeth. This wasn't just a simple escape. Every single step the skeleton took was precisely calculated and packed with immense magical power. Guro, watching from a distance, realized he was using this magic-infused footwork to disrupt the Skeleton King's own energy flow. The giant Skeleton King looked down at his palm, where the tiny skeleton was still running his heart out. The observers started to panic. Their opponent was on the level of a Dan Master. The shocking truth was confirmed. The king's power was on the same tier as Hansen. A flash of impact, and the skeleton was sent flying into the air. Guro broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide in horror. A massive blue magic circle had just appeared on the ground below. The skeleton soldier was running like crazy along the magic lines, to Guro's absolute astonishment. He yelled out, realizing the skeleton wasn't just running randomly. He was directly drawing a giant magic array. On a scale this huge, the amount of magic and stamina required should have been impossible. But then, the skeleton's eyes erupted in an intense blue flame. He had just entered the NS2 state. The skeleton explained that by maintaining this intense level of exercise for over 30 minutes, his body becomes incredibly light, filled with an exhilarating rush. Guro could only stare, dumbfounded, as the skeleton's blue-flame steps blurred past him. He just wanted to ask, "Is that cardio, or are you breaking your limits?" The skeleton cracked a slight smile, his teeth flashing in pure ecstasy. He admitted that in moments like these, he usually felt a complete lack of confidence. A lack of confidence that he could ever stop. The Lich gripped his staff, quietly realizing he wouldn't be able to break through all that magic. Suddenly, blazing red magic circles appeared, surrounding the member of the muscle squad. With a single, decisive wave of his hand, the Lich sent massive ice pillars bursting through the magma-red ground. The decisive attack was completely neutralized. Using that opening, the muscle squad member and the small skeleton launched a lightning-fast counterattack. They moved in perfect sync, sliding across the sharp ice to close in on their target. A vial of bright purple magic potion was collected, proof that this unlikely team-up was working perfectly. Alone, you're strong. Together, you're unstoppable. But then a bony hand slammed a powerful punch right into the muscle man's chest. He froze, his face blank, while the little skeleton repeatedly hammered punches into his stomach. The skeleton looked up with a dead-serious expression, like he was carrying out some great duty. Instantly, a system notification popped up, confirming it. The hero was not in a good mood, at all. A knight galloped through the ranks of soldiers assembling for battle, heading for the commander. A soldier, covered in wounds, carefully handed over a child and reported, "My lord, I've brought the young master back safely." The lord in the green cloak turned back, stunned. He couldn't believe his subordinate had sacrificed himself. The loyal soldier whispered emotionally, my lord." The lord rushed to his brother in arms, grabbing his shoulders and saying through gritted teeth, "I can have another son, but a loyal man like you, there's only one in this world. How could you forget that?" Surrounded by his troops, the commander gripped the soldier's hand tightly. "For my sake, never do that again. That's the power of recognition. When you feel valued, you can place someone else's life even above your own." Now, back to reality. A member of the muscle squad stood firm as a rock, letting the tiny skeleton pummel his abdomen again and again. Suddenly, a skeleton king with a crown on his head let out a sinister laugh. Having this much fun from a little joke? He boasted that controlling a skeleton's mind was easier for him than climbing stairs. The small skeleton's eyes blazed with that eerie blue fire again. He was completely under the control of the skeleton king hiding in the shadows. Faced with imminent danger, the muscle warrior silently gathers his power, a crushing purple aura radiating from him as he prepares to strike back. He unleashes his special technique, the dumbbell toss, sending a volley of glowing weights screaming through the air toward the enemy. The skeleton king just casually sidesteps, mocking him for the predictable attack. In fact, he calls the techniques laughably pathetic. With a bored expression, he claims these so-called attacks are just making him sleepy. Instantly, the king slams his staff down, causing massive ice pillars to erupt from the ground, shattering all resistance. Razor-sharp shards of ice rain down on one of the members of the muscle squad. But strangely, they just make a dull clanking sound as they bounce off his body, causing absolutely no damage. The skeleton king stares in disbelief. How is this possible? He wonders. Why do I see their bodies overlapping? It seems every single one of his attacks has become completely useless. A hulking muscle warrior charges straight forward, ignoring the ice shards shattering against his chest. His reckless assault catches his opponent completely off guard. In a flash, his massive hand clamps down on the enemy's head. He roars the name of his technique. 1. Arm dumbbell press. Then, with the force of a thunderbolt, he smashes his opponent straight into the ground. The powerful impact cracks the earth, leaving the scene shrouded in a thick cloud of gray smoke. The panicked skeleton king activates his frozen barrier, trapping himself inside a defensive sphere of deep blue ice. Guro simply looks down as his hands begin to freeze, lost in thought. Inside his ice sphere, the skeleton king's mind races. After I was defeated that one time, I always wondered, what if he came back? Or what if his descendants came looking for me? A key fact comes to mind. Quick frozen chicken breasts always retain their freshness, ready to be eaten at any time. But the king had made a critical error, because that little fact only applies to muscles that are no longer living. Guro glances at the ice cracking on his hands and confirms it. That only works if the muscles aren't moving. And with that, the fibers in his arm begin to contract violently. An incredible amount of heat radiates from him, melting the layer of ice in an instant. Guro then states the obvious. It's hot. Steam pours from his body, the intense heat completely overwhelming the dungeon's chill. When it comes to resisting being frozen, I'm even better than Hanso Nim, with his perfect combination of fat and muscle. He activates the marling press, crushing the bony foe beneath him, who can only let out a pained scream, but he isn't finished. A devastating stomp that shakes the heavens comes down, making the enemy shriek in complete helplessness. A purple aura surrounds the muscle warrior as he continues his aerial assault. With a final, deafening crash, he sits triumphantly on his opponent, declaring this to be the power of God. Guro glares down at his defeated foe and demands, "So, are you ready to lift the mind control spell now?" The enemy can only stare back with terrified eyes, letting out desperate cries for help. The skeleton king trembles and begs, "Yes, yes, please, spare my life." Guro silently observes him and begins to toy with him. "Let's see, what should I do?" He lets out a smug laugh, admitting he's torn. But suddenly, Guro's body, he begins to freeze, solid, right in the middle of his arrogant laugh. The skeleton king now stands beside the block of ice, announcing coldly, "I am not amused." The king grits his teeth, reminding Guro that he brought back some very unpleasant memories. He decides then and there to execute this arrogant fool immediately. But a small skeleton minion suddenly leaps forward, using its own body to block the attack. The king is stunned, realizing the mind control spell was apparently never broken. Below, the tiny skeleton soldier is still trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the king has a moment of realization. "Ah, you're just eager to get back to the laboratory, aren't you?" He flashes a sinister smile and announces that since there are many experiments left to run, they will both depart at once. Meanwhile, Guro remains trapped inside the block of eternal ice. Tears of helplessness begin to roll down his frozen face. Deep within a dark cave, a mysterious ritual is taking place inside a glowing red magic circle, lit by flickering candles. Kneeling inside is a demon with red hair and long, menacing horns. From a nearby crevice, two strangers secretly watch his every move. The one with orange hair confirms it. The target is Diamond. This is our chance to complete the demon-slaying contract. He draws his weapon, recalling a key weakness of the demon race. They fear anything formed by two intersecting straight lines. He then makes a bold decision to launch a surprise attack all by himself. Seeing his partner charge in, his friend worriedly asks if Luke is really going to use that weapon. Luke charges forward manically while introducing his weapon. This is the new divine treasure he just acquired from the dim dungeon. He launches himself into the air, aiming straight for Diamond, who sits silently inside the magic circle. Luke roars for the demon to prepare to die, then shouts the name of his technique, AB Slide. A massive ab roller is swung with incredible force, aimed directly at his opponent's head. But just as the blow is about to land, Diamond nonchalantly stops the full power of the ab roller with just one hand. Effortlessly, he stands up slowly, a look of pure annoyance on his face. He scoffs, calling it a piece of common trash for daring to ruin his ritual. And just like that, Luke is utterly defeated, lying on the floor and trembling uncontrollably in his helplessness. Diamond looks down at his fallen enemy with cold, sharp eyes, and asks him if he's prepared to accept his death. Witnessing Luke in mortal danger, his remaining teammates hiding behind the rocks panic, agreeing they must use the Angel's weapon immediately. Despite some hesitation, the captain declares that there's no other way to turn the situation around. He gives a decisive order for the entire team to charge out and rescue their comrade. The captain bellows the name of their ultimate technique, Angel's Sign. He then unleashes a volley of weight plates that fly like discs of death, tearing through space towards the demon. The red-skinned demon with long, majestic hair stands his ground, taking the full force of the barrage. Seeing this, the group of adventurers can't hide their smug expressions. One of them shouts, "Great! Dungeon items really are on another level." But their joy is short-lived, as the demon suddenly appears right in front of them, his eyes glowing with a threatening light. He launches a thunderous counterattack, creating a blast of red energy that shatters their confidence. The two remaining adventurers can only stare, their eyes wide with terror. The demon smirks, his eyes darkening as he calmly announces, "You know, I just had a wonderful idea." His eyes flared with a demonic light as his voice boomed. "This ritual is a bit dull, so I'll just use you as the sacrifice." A twisted grin spread across his face. He assured them that this way, even useless trash like them could finally serve a purpose. Looking at the adventurers' faces, twisted in absolute terror, the demon leaned in close, his voice a cold whisper. "Isn't this fun?" Amid the wreckage, one adventurer slowly stirred, groaning. He clutched his head in pain, confused. Ugh, what happened? Then the horrifying memories flooded back, and he began to tremble. That demon. He was looking off into the distance, where a crimson magic circle pulsed with a terrifying glow. His teammates were being used as sacrifices, and the demon casually walked over, a lifeless body slung over its shoulder. It glanced back at the adventurer who just woke up. "Oh, you're awake?" it asked, watching its prey silently before giving a little warning. "This will be a pain, so try not to run too far." A smug smile stretched across the demon's face as it declared, "You know you can't escape, don't you? Right?" The adventurer could only freeze, cold sweat pouring down his face under the crushing pressure. He swallowed hard, completely hopeless. He knew the demon was right. Right now, he couldn't even think about running. He watched the demon's imposing figure walk away and screamed at himself in despair. Was this really it? Was his life going to end in such a meaningless, pathetic way? He gritted his teeth, enraged, and roared, "Don't be ridiculous." Turns out, before he stole this thing, he was actually smart enough to ask how to use this strange treasure. In a flashback, we see Luke holding an ab roller, curiously asking a super muscular guy, "Hey master, how do you use this?" The buff dude casually replied, "That's an ABS roller. It's simple, you just push it out and pull it back in." And he got a full tutorial. Step 1. Get on your knees, tighten your core, and slightly round your lower back. Next, push the roller forward, keeping your back and elbows straight. Finally, use your ab strength to pull your body back to the starting position. Super important note, do not let your back sag, and you have to adjust the distance based on your own strength. Back in the present, Luke begins to activate the magical item. He frantically pushes the roller forward, but his entire body immediately starts shaking violently. Luke's eyes widened in terror as he screamed helplessly. The shaking wouldn't stop. Watching from a distance, the demon just stared at the struggling figure and thought to itself, did the fear finally break his mind? Luke felt like his stomach was being hit with 1,000-pound punches, over and over. He grit his teeth through the searing pain, screaming that all the mana in his body was being drained dry. Even with sweat pouring off him and his body about to break, Luke told himself he couldn't give up, not when his teammates were counting on him. He braced himself and let out a huge roar to hype himself up. Dee, standing near the magic circle, was completely confused. She couldn't feel a single drop of magic coming from whatever that bizarre exercise was. Luke was panting heavily, realizing that this was a level of pain no normal human could ever withstand. He looked down at the roller, wondering why, after all that effort, no magic effect was happening. Then it hit him. Guro was a mage. He started to wonder, was the real reason he felt so weak a lack of mana? As a thief, his mana reserves were tiny. Luke questioned if he could even use this item a single time. His strength was fading fast, his breathing ragged, but his hands desperately held onto the ab roller. Could this be mana backlash tearing my body apart? He wondered in horror. His whole body trembled violently, sweat flying off him with every painful movement. Just then, Hanson's strict voice echoed in his mind. Don't let your lower back sag. Suddenly, Hanson was there, his face full of excitement as he urged him on. Feel the contraction in your abs. Squeeze it to the very end. Don't you dare relax. Luke felt like he was floating in the vastness of space, where every single push consumed his very life force. Hanson began to count rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luke gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pure agony under the intense supervision. And then, the truth behind the dungeon item known as the AB slide was revealed. It turns out, it was enchanted with a very special type of summoning magic. The workout master, Hanson, appeared in a blaze of glory. He smiled brightly and placed a hand on Luke's head, as if praising him for his incredible effort. And that's where we'll stop for now. If you want to see more of this crazy series, smash that like button. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.